In his past life, Jack was a failure, unable to become a knight. His family cast him out, leaving him to die. He was forced to live as a wandering mercenary with no place to call home. But chasing a greater reward, he made a fatal decision to steal the Emperor's artifact. As a result, he was ambushed and brutally killed. But then, the unexpected happened. At the brink of death, his blood accidentally triggered the dragon's soul awakening system. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the past. It felt so unreal. This time, he was no longer useless. He now possessed a top-tier rare skill, self-healing. No matter how fatal the wound, as long as he wasn't dead, he could recover. Now he had youth and his past life's experience. A true master disguised as a rookie. The butler soon informed Jack of an important family test happening in a few days. Each person's skills would be tested in one-on-one battles. The winner gains all the family's resources. As for the losers, they get nothing. On the day of the test, the arena was packed. The moment Jack appeared, the other kids sneered at him. But he simply didn't care. Those brats could only talk trash from the sidelines. In the ring, he put them in their place. After watching the others, it was finally Jack's turn. His opponent was Leon, the boy who bullied him in his past life. He'd even forced Jack to kneel before him. It was humiliating. But this time would be different. Who could defeat a regressor with a cheat skill? The moment Leon saw Jack, he started spouting insults. Before he could finish, a fist slammed right into his face. The fool ran his mouth, having no idea Jack was no longer the same weakling. Leon was furious. He lunged forward for a takedown, but never got the chance. Jack's knee smashed into his mouth, shattering his teeth. The shock was overwhelming. Leon finally realized he was completely outclassed by this new Jack. Unable to accept this, he attacked relentlessly. But Jack dodged every single blow with ease. It wasn't just healing. He had also awakened a keen battle intuition. To Jack's eyes, his opponent moved in slow motion. He easily grabbed Leon's arm. Then, with all his might, he slammed Leon into the ground, cracking the arena floor. Though Leon couldn't fight back, Jack didn't stop. This was revenge for his past life. Leon screamed in agony. The crowd watched, a chill running down their spines at Jack's ruthlessness. After taking a severe beating from our main character, Leon finally stopped moving. The match ended with Jack's victory. But the other punks were still spoiling for a fight. From the crowd, an arrogant boy named Jakin stepped forward to challenge Jack. Jack agreed, but one opponent was too few. He offered to fight both Jakin and his servant at once. Both Jakin and Liam were stunned by this insane proposal. Jakin's face darkened with fury. He felt utterly humiliated. He roared, "Did you just humiliate me?" Jack smirked. "That's right, you fool. Did you really need to ask?" Those words were the spark that incinerated Jakin's last shred of patience. He trembled with rage, veins bulging on his face, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Jack, I'm going to kill you." As tensions peaked, Head Instructor Panmap stepped in. "Do not begin until I give the signal." Jack nonchalantly agreed, taking his stance. The instructor then shouted, "Now, prepare." Jack stared intently at Liam Stone. How interesting, he thought, to meet him here. Liam, the future mercenary king. In his past life, Jack remembered him as Jakin's servant. At the academy, Liam was just a distant relative, so he was often neglected in his training. He once begged on his knees for advanced training at Valhalla Academy, but was rejected. Later, Liam joined the Knight Order of a small nation named Baron. When Baron fell, he became a wandering mercenary during that chaotic era. While others flocked to the powerful, Liam proved his worth through years of war. He rose to become a Crimson Knight, founding his own mercenary corps, Stone. Liam united the three largest guilds, and was soon hailed by all as the mercenary king. When the Empire hired the Stone Corps, Liam entered the Great Continental War of Jack's memory. He and the Northerners had once faced Liam as their most bitter arch-nemesis. But in this life, Jack believed things could be different. The moment the signal was given, Jason charged forward. Yet Jack stood firm, his gaze indifferent, as he quietly repeated his earlier warning. "I told you to come at me together, didn't I?" Instantly, a brilliant purple aura flared around Jason's small frame. He unleashed a powerful high kick, but to Jack, it was laughably slow and full of openings. He dodged with ease, then sneered. "Did you really think I'd fall for such a cheap trick? You should look before you kick." Jason's kick met only air, and crushing pressure bore down on him. In a flash, Jack vanished from his sight. He reappeared right beside Jason, coldly asking, "Who are you looking for?" This sudden appearance even shocked Liam Stone, who was watching from the side. Sensing danger, Liam was forced to intervene, raising his arms to block Jack's purple-flamed fist. A loud boom echoed as their powers clashed. Jack stared into Liam's trembling eyes and smirked. "You seem a little too scared. You couldn't even see that it was just a feint. That punch was nothing but bait." Jack spun around, delivering a powerful leg sweep that sent Jason crashing down. He stood between them, his presence overwhelming, and issued his challenge again. That's why I said to attack together. You alone are not enough. Seeing Liam still hesitating, Jason shrieked in frustration. Liam, kill that bastard. Pressured by his master, Liam stared at Jack, his mind reeling in pure shock. He's 12 years old, same as us, right? You guys see this? 12 years old with the aura of a final boss. Age is really just a number. Liam broke out in a cold sweat, recognizing his clear disadvantage. The most annoying part of fighting him is his insane range. Seeing his reach and aura control, Liam knew that standing still meant becoming a punching bag. He gritted his teeth with resolve. If I let him make the first move, I won't be able to do a thing. I have to strike first. Liam shot forward like an arrow, throwing a punch with all his might toward Jack. However, Jack merely smirked as a violent purple light erupted from his own fist. The system immediately announced, Skill Slash has been activated. Instantly, a storm of lightning-fast attacks rained down on Liam. Purple aftermages weaved together, forming a dense web of devastating strikes. This was the E-rank skill, Slash. It allows the user to unleash a flurry of blows, dealing damage while effectively blinding their opponent's vision. Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the students in the stands gasped in complete shock. What in the world was that? At this moment, even Instructor Pamax couldn't hide his amazement, and he began to explain to the students. You are all stunned because this is something you have never seen. A northern fighting style in the central continent, a land ruled by the sword. A barehanded technique powerful enough to tear the very air is simply unheard of in this region. Jack thought to himself, the pain from my joints is starting to set in. He gritted his teeth against the pain. Damn it, my body was so weak as a child. Just this much is already taking its toll. Despite his master-level techniques, the untrained body of a 12-year-old was beginning to scream in protest. But what worried Jack more than anything was Liam. Still, forget that. His monstrous constitution is the real problem. Across from him, Liam stood like a mountain, his eyes glowing red, his bulging muscles radiating an intense heat. Jack noted with amazement, no counterattacks, no dodging. He just guarded and took every single hit. He's even more fierce than he was as the mercenary king. Despite Jack's thunderous blows, Liam stubbornly held his ground. Jack glanced down at his own bloody and trembling hand. He felt a bitter pang of realization. My body is reaching its limit. Wait a second, what kind of tank takes no damage from that? Is this guy running a full defense build or just hacking his stats? People. Jack focused his violent purple aura into his fist, his eyes locked on his opponent with resolve. Now that I see how tough you are, I'll shatter that defense and take you down. A sickening crack echoed. Jack lunged forward with terrifying speed, but Liam caught his fist mid-air. Liam hoisted him high, ready to slam him down, but Jack drove a knee into his head, shattering his move. The system announced, sensory enhancement skill activated. With his senses peaking, Jack executed a flawless acrobatic sequence in mid-air. He coiled around Liam, locking his opponent's neck in a deadly submission hold. Liam choked and gasped while Jack, expressionless, tightened his suffocating grip. No matter how strong his body was, without oxygen, his brain was useless. But just as Jack thought he'd subdued the future mercenary king, Liam went berserk. A storm of punches rained down on Jack. He gritted his teeth through the pain. This absolute madman. Liam was like a wild beast, completely out of control, as brutal impacts echoed. Their savage brawl terrified the spectators. The students in the stands could only hold their breath. Their faces showed horror and awe at the fight's sheer brutality. The tension in the air was chilling. The air itself felt cold on their backs. Then, a heavy thud resounded as Liam's body collapsed onto the mat. Exhausted gasps echoed through the silent space. Jack stood over his fallen opponent, a faint smirk playing on his lips. Good. I expected at least this much. This makes you a worthy opponent to defeat. After the brutal pancration, the scene shifts to the lavish Draker estate. Beneath a clear blue sky, an old butler with silver-white hair approached. Wearing a monocle, he drew near Jack and asked, I heard you were severely injured during the match. The pancration. Are you all right, young master? Jack replied calmly. I'm fine. But the butler remained worried. He bowed, offering, If I may be so bold, could I check your pulse, sir? Jack knew his true intention, to see if he had awakened his aura. He nodded slightly, then extended his hand. The butler took it respectfully. Thank you, young master. The moment they touched, a cool blue energy erupted, enveloping them both. Jack watched the butler, astonished. A blue knight? He was incredibly powerful. Jack noticed this check was far from ordinary. Usually, one only checks the Dantian for an awakening, but this man was extremely thorough. The blue aura didn't stop at his Dantian but spread, illuminating his entire skeletal system and meridian channels. It glowed like a living anatomical chart. Just infusing aura into another is difficult enough, Jack thought. but to control it with such precision, he must be a blue knight in this world. Not all knights were the same. They were strictly ranked by their martial power and aura proficiency. Aura was represented by gemstone colors, starting with the novice-level white swordsman. Higher ranks included red, black, yellow, blue, and purple. Each level a vast leap, an immense chasm in power and status. Most children before the blessing ceremony are white swordsmen, the most basic level. But after the ceremony, all the students at the cradle would awaken their aura, opening their dantian to become yellow swordsmen. Once they mastered controlling aura, at will, they earned the title of knight, starting with purple knight, a rank that can reinforce a blade with energy, all the way to blue knight, a realm where one could form a blade of pure aura. And beyond that was the realm of transcendent beings, like the mercenary king, Liam, a powerful red knight. Incredibly, Jack himself in his past life had also reached this red rank before his rebirth. There was even a black knight rank, but across the 6 continents, only a few monstrous individuals had ever reached it. Back in the present, as Decker checked his pulse, Jack wondered, how did someone strong enough to be a commander end up becoming my attendant? However, he quickly realized a crucial detail. It doesn't matter. He can't possibly detect my eager. Only 2 people in the entire world can use it. Decker suddenly froze, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Young master, are you hiding something from me? The air in the room instantly turned to ice. Unfazed, Jack met the old butler's gaze and asked back, why? Are you the one hiding something from me? A tense silence stretched between the two. Finally, Jack broke the atmosphere with a faint smile. I'm just kidding. Still, Decker's suspicion did not fade. Why this sudden change? Young Master Jack turned his back, his voice now cold and commanding. That's the wrong question, Decker. You should ask why it took me this long. Many things are about to change. Everything will return to its proper place, so all you must do is follow me. Faced with his master's shocking reversal, Decker bowed respectfully. Understood, young master. The training room is prepared as you asked. Jack gave a slight nod. Good. I appreciate your efficiency. Decker then retreated toward the door. With a slight bow, I will see you later, young master. Jack waved him off. You may rest. If he's under orders to watch me, I need him close to get information. Pacing the silent hall, Jack wondered who was pulling the strings. The real question is, who gave the order? I doubt it was anyone from my mother's side. It has to be one of my siblings. He pushed open the door to a vast room, stunned by its luxury. Teesk, this is a personal training room? This family's reputation is certainly well-deserved. Glancing at the high-end equipment, Jack thought to himself, right, I should check that system first. Instantly, a blue screen materialized before him. Status window, low-level administrator. Name, Jack Recorder. Class, rare healing mage. Title, blessed by the ancient dragon. Jack scanned his class skills. Heal, calm, vitality, recovery, and sense to level up. He focused on his combat skills. Accurate stab and critical hit were at the novice level, while slash had reached adept. Jack wondered, does it increase with more use? The skill activates naturally, based on my actions. So I had this power before. I'm even more broken than I thought. He compared his skills and class skills, noticing they were activated in a similar way. His eyes locked on the final line. Dragonkin technique, unviewable. Requires 10 points to unlock. Current karma points, 0. He touched the screen, and a new notification appeared, karma points. You can obtain them by killing monsters. Jack whispered, monsters. Memories of dark, monster-filled dungeons surfaced. But he snapped back to reality. I need to become a purple knight just to get access. A flood of unanswered questions filled Jack's mind. I'm more curious why I returned to the past. And what exactly this system is. These skills and classes must be related to that era's treasure, but I have so little information. Jack let out a breath, dismissing the thoughts. Phew, whatever. As long as I can get stronger. Whether it's this system or a member of the Draker family. In this world, 2 powers reign supreme. The aura of a knight and the mana of a mage. Knights cultivate aura in their core, while mages use mana circles. These 2 powers are polar opposites. If you awaken one, you can never awaken the other. Jack thought bitterly of his past life. Yet, I was so unlucky, I couldn't awaken my core or a magic circle. I was exiled by my family and met my master while wandering. He taught me so much, but the most useful things he taught me were healing and the Egger Chamber. Through the Egger Chamber, which my master developed, I could harness nature's energy. Egger. Bathed in the brilliant purple light of Egger, Jack trained ferociously with his sword, but after just 2 hours, his small body hit its limit. He collapsed onto his sword, panting from exhaustion. Only 2 hours, and I feel like I'm going to faint, but it should be fine here. Right? Instantly. System notifications flooded in. Activating class skill, heal. Activating class skill, vitality recovery. A purple light enveloped Jack's bloody hand. The wounds vanished in an instant. Jack thought, healing is an incredibly rare skill. I didn't even know it existed until I met my master. If I used this in public, they'd think I was some kind of monster. That was also why he couldn't use it. In the fight against Liam earlier, back in his room, Jack had to heal himself immediately to avoid any suspicion. Feeling strength surge back, Jack stood, his eyes filled with resolve. Now that I've recovered, I'll keep going. He trained relentlessly until the sun began to set. Jack sighed in regret. It's already dinner time. He worried about the old butler's gaze. What should I tell Decker? He might think I'm using some kind of cheat. A week later, in the dining hall of the Cradle, the name Jack was on everyone's lips. Whispers filled the hall. Have you heard about Jack? They say he's a completely different man. Someone else sneered back. You mean that failure? I bet he's been dabbling in black magic. Nonsense, another shot back. I hope he puts the stronger ones in their place. Exactly. In the lavish dining hall, tables overflowed with food under the candlelight, but all eyes, both curious and calculating, were fixed on the young master who'd returned from death's door. The extravagant banquet table was filled with delicacies, yet the air was tense enough to suffocate. Reena Tarun furiously tore into her meat, her expression dark enough to devour the world itself. Across from her, Owen Zimmon calmly cut his steak and spoke with a soft voice. You may not have an appetite, but eat. You'll need energy for the duel. His words stung worse than poison. He gritted his teeth, growling, Are you trying to provoke me right now? Owen remained calm, casually lifting meat to his mouth. I'm just being friendly. It seems your inferiority complex is quite severe. Unable to take the humiliation, the man slammed the table and shot up, roaring. What did you say? Meat flew from his plate. Reena watched the chaos, literal sparks flashing in her eyes. Her patience had clearly reached its limit. During the meal, Owen again brought up the one causing a stir throughout the academy. So, what does everyone think? At the name Jack Drake, the atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Owen smirked, chewing his bread. I'm not so sure. His pancration match was barbaric, but impressive. However, he'll be pathetic with a sword. What can he do if he can't even hold one properly? Another guy with a sinister grin immediately chimed in. That's right. He's so weak, he had to special order a sword because standard ones are too heavy. The failures began to gather, making excuses for their own weakness. One groaned, holding his head. Not this again, while another grew resentful. Exactly. There's no way I lost to that low-life punk. Anyone who watched knows it. He slammed his fork down with a piercing clatter, shouting bitterly, He only beat me in pancration because of pure luck. At the word luck, Rinna's head snapped up, her eyes radiating pure killing intent. Luck! She shot to her feet, an immense pressure radiating from her that silenced everyone around. Reena glared at the spoiled nobles with utter contempt, growling through her teeth. If you truly believe that, then none of you deserve to be knights of House Drake. With that, she turned her back and strode away, leaving a table of stunned cowards behind. 1 month after the exam, the blessing ceremony would begin, a grand event where the Drakes awaken their aura. In the center of the arena, the instructor called out, Jack, step forward. Jack ambled forward, a massive greatsword on his shoulder. The crowd erupted in whispers. What's with that absurdly long sword? Does he think a bigger sword makes him stronger? Facing his opponent, Jack remained perfectly calm. Suddenly, Reena stepped from the ranks. Her sharp gaze locked onto him. I choose you as my opponent. Killing intent exploded from her like a wildfire, her eyes glowing with a menacing purple light. Jack just smirked, excited. Sounds fun. I accept your challenge. He thought to himself. She doesn't stand a chance. The moment Jack swung the greatsword, Reena was stunned. He wields that two-handed sword so effortlessly. Facing him now was completely different. This isn't the Jack I knew, the one who could barely even lift a sword. Jack's eyes now blazed with the same mysterious purple, radiating an overwhelming pressure. Reena wondered, is it because he's grown, or is it that aura? She shook her head, trying to dismiss the thought. What am I thinking? I can't let him intimidate me before the match even begins. Though she projected her usual confidence, deep down, Reena knew. This opponent was on another level. After all, facing a lightning knight like her was an intensely stressful ordeal for anyone. Reena Tarun was known as one of the strongest, having forged her name in the Continental War. She was considered the greatest prodigy of House Drake's next generation. She was one of the rare few who awakened their aura before the blessing ceremony. Jack coolly assessed his opponent. He knew she'd awakened her aura years ago, but chose not to use it while still in the cradle. To improve her fundamentals, the moment the signal sounded, Reena shot forward like a flash. A sharp clang echoed as their blades clashed, sending sparks flying. Reena's speed was simply astonishing. She unleashed a flurry of sharp strikes that tore through the air, Jack struggled to block, overwhelmed and forced backward. His feet dragged, carving lines into the ground. He narrowed his eyes, thinking, "She's better than I expected." But then, Jack's eyes flashed with a mysterious purple light. He sensed something was off, but Reena's assault was relentless. Her powerful swings came one after another without pause. From the stands, the excited shouts of students erupted. "Stop playing around. Finish him in one strike, Reena." Hearing their taunts, Jack just smirked in contempt. Fools. His gaze swept over the clueless nobles watching. He thought, does it really look like she's playing around with me? In the arena, the two clashed fiercely. Every one of Reena's strikes aimed for a critical weakness, but in that moment, Jack's perception shifted. His system had activated. The space around him transformed into a glowing grid of coordinates. Jack calmly analyzed the situation. It's small, but I can see an opening. Yet, a strange pattern emerged. No matter how Jack tried to exploit those gaps, Reena's sword was always there just in time to meet his own. Then, another opening would appear, almost deliberately. Jack was stunned as he realized the truth of this duel. That's it. This was like a training session. A target reticle appeared, confirming that Reena was guiding his every move. Jack saw right through her intentions, thinking, she's teaching me. With a harsh clash of steel, Reena jumped back, her shoulders trembling as she gasped for air. Jack thought, so this is how the Lightning Knight defends within her own storm of blades. So direct. Just as you'd expect from someone obsessed with the basics. But that's her biggest weakness. Jack's eyes turned cold. Then maybe I should help her break out of it. Instantly, he dropped his center of gravity into an extremely low stance. Seeing her opponent's strange move, Reena's eyes narrowed. An extremely low stance. He's planning to close the gap in a single blow. She trusted her instincts. Her speed was nothing to scoff at. Before she could finish the thought, Jack shot forward, a violet flash tearing through the air. Reena gasped in shock. He's so fast. A massive sword swung in a wide arc, and she barely managed to raise her own to block. But the immense pressure shattered the ground beneath her feet with a loud crack. She gritted her teeth. But with this distance between us, it's impossible to react to his moves. Just then, Jack made an unexpected move. He kicked up a cloud of debris straight into Reena's face. The stones flew into her line of sight, leaving her defenseless. Jack brought his greatsword down in a devastating strike. Reena realized in horror she was trapped, a single, desperate thought flashing through her mind. I'm finished. A sharp clang rang out. Jack's sword was sent flying from his grip, spinning through the air before embedding itself in the ground. From the stands, the students began to cheer wildly. Jack lost. That's our Reena. She didn't even need to use her aura this time. But amidst the cheers, the instructor had seen the truth. Just as Jack's attack was about to land, Reena had used her aura. A slow-motion replay appeared in his mind. At the last second, a faint blue energy had enveloped the hilt of Reena's sword. The instructor thought in astonishment that was a nearly undetectable amount of aura. Reena had sworn not to use it until she formally entered the academy, and yet, that boy forced her hand. The match seemed over, with Reena standing tall while Jack staggered. But Jack suddenly spoke up. What was that all about? Before his opponent could react, he lunged forward. A fist glowing with purple aura shot toward Reena's face with a cold declaration. This isn't over. The surprise blow landed on Reena's neck, and a trickle of blood ran from the corner of her mouth. She collapsed to the floor in pain, unable to continue the fight. Seeing him use his bare hands in a sword duel, the students in the stands roared in anger. This is a sword fight. We won't acknowledge such a cowardly attack. Yeah, what kind of knight abandons his sword? The insults rained down on Jack. This is Reena's victory. You're not qualified to be a knight. How shameful, disgraceful. He stood there, surrounded by their scorn. Jack casually cleaned his ear. A win was a win. At least he wasn't all talk like them. He staggered up, looking at Reena, clutching her stomach. In a hoarse voice, he asked, want to continue? I haven't lost yet, Reena thought in shock. He only landed that hit because I was careless. But a horrifying truth immediately surfaced in her mind. Careless? If he'd had a dagger instead of his bare hands, I would've. Reena froze, realizing that single opening could have cost her life. She squeezed her eyes shut, casting aside her pride to utter the bitter words of defeat. I have lost. The entire arena fell into a breathless silence. Jack and Reena faced off amid the rubble, the crowd below still in disbelief. Then, an announcement echoed like a thunderclap. Jack Tracker, who just days ago was called the trash of humanity, has achieved victory over one of the most talented heirs of the noble houses. Thunderous cheers erupted from the stands, marking an impossible milestone for the outcast. Meanwhile, Reena had accepted her overwhelming defeat. At that same moment, at a fortress engulfed in the fire and smoke of war. Amid the tragic scene, William watched the red-haired man calmly sipping tea and asked, Aban, all hell is breaking loose out there, and you're still drinking tea? Aban set the cup down with a sharp clink, his cold eyes fixed on the letter on the table. Jack. They say that bastard defeated Reena. William remained stern, while Aban rose and walked to the bookshelf with a calculating look. He asked, "How long until the blessing ceremony?" William replied, "We have until the next full moon." Aban smirked slightly as he donned a brilliant red cloak. "Looks like it's the perfect time to visit home." William asked, astonished, "What? You're going there yourself?" Aban gripped his sword's hilt. "He has piqued my curiosity. I'm interested to see what kind of awakening our youngest brother has had." Although Jack's victory sent shockwaves through the cradle, he himself couldn't care less. Jack simply returned to the facility and buried himself in training as if nothing had happened. "I really don't get how my past self became the Crimson Knight with this body." Jack panted after a grueling training session. He quietly commanded, "Open status window." Instantly, a blue screen appeared with his stats. Jack Tracker. Class, Healing Mage. Grade, Rare. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. His combat skills had shown outstanding growth. Piercing accuracy reached Adept E rank. Critical strike and agile footwork also reached the Adept threshold. Jack stood before the mirror, studying the notification. Just as I expected, one of my skill proficiencies has surpassed the Adept level. The skill has ranked up, and its proficiency has been reset. He realized he'd even raised his agile footwork proficiency and gained a new skill mid-battle. How convenient. A sharp knock on the door cut through his thoughts. Jack glanced at the door. "Decker, what do you want?" Decker's voice echoed from outside. "We leave in 2 hours." Jack replied calmly, "All right. I'll be there soon. Get everything ready." The journey began. Sitting in a carriage heading toward the Grand Castle, Jack thought to himself, "It's been a while since I've been to the main estate." This place belonged to the Drake family in the territory of Duke Choi. Although the main family was based at the Fortress of Four Seasons, in the continent center, the blessing ceremony had to be held at the main estate, the origin of the Dragon Slayer legend. The carriage stopped before a massive structure. It pierced the clouds, the main estate of the Drake family, the dragon's lair. Entering the vast hall, a powerful, solemn cry echoed. Jack scanned his surroundings and noticed something unusual. "I'd never noticed this before. But all the guests are famous figures you only hear about in the continental papers," Jack thought with a sense of resignation. "Whatever their intentions, once they see my failed awakening, I'm sure they'll just ignore me." But then, Jack's expression warped, radiating a dark, hateful killing intent. "Why is that bastard here?" In the distance, a red-haired man casually shook hands with the guests. "It has been a while, hasn't it?" He smiled in response to the greeting. "Haha, indeed." He was asked why he was at the ceremony and if anyone had caught his eye. A sinister smirk crossed his face. "No, I have my reasons. My dear little brother just happens to be here too." The man who just appeared was the Drake family's second son, the Sword Lion, Aban Drake. Jack gritted his teeth, his voice full of venom. The Sword Lion, Aban the Butcher Knight. Jack reined in his rage. "Calm down," he thought. He knew he was powerless now, just like in his past life. "Aban never showed up to my blessing before. The appearance of my cold-blooded brother is an unexpected variable. This was never supposed to happen." Jack wondered. Have my actions already changed the future? It must be the law of causality. He secretly clenched his fist. If so, this could be my chance. "All right, the blessing ceremony will now begin." The officiant's voice echoed, calling the first name. "Aaron, step forward." The trembling boy replied, "Yes, sir," and approached the ancient stone altar. On it rested a great sword and a font of holy water. Aaron took a deep breath and slowly submerged his arm. The water pulsed with a mystical blue glow. The moment he touched it, a powerful energy erupted. It engulfed his arm in crackling blue lightning. The boy grimaced, enduring the flesh-tearing agony. A massive pillar of light shot up from the font. It soared skyward, creating a grand vortex of energy. Through this ceremony, every Drake descendant awakens their sealed aura. They awaken after graduating the cradle at age 12. Unlike normal knights who awaken after 20, their speed of growth is just incredible. Aaron stared, stunned, at the radiant sphere of aura forming in the palm of his hand. The supervisor shouted, satisfied, "All right, next." However, a few rare individuals are special. Along with their aura, they awaken a Dragon Slayer trait. It is called spirit suppression. Just then, the spirit lamps lining the hall began to flicker, emitting strange red sparks. Panicked guests began to whisper, "What's wrong with the spirit lamps?" "No way. Look at that ominous red light." Those with this trait become yellow knights at minimum. A rare few can even rival red and black knights when they undergo a true blood awakening. Seeing the situation spiral, the commander ordered, "Bring me the gloves." This is due to the spirit suppression trait. All who possess it must wear special, family-made gloves. Otherwise, these brats cause trouble. Whenever someone proves they are a true blood descendant, they are granted the Drake surname in their name. and receive the family's unimaginable support and countless other privileges. Amidst the solemnity, the officiant's voice boomed, "Very well." Next, the crowd began to murmur. Whispers filled the hall. "Ah, the main event is finally here. What kind of awakening will he have?" Another guest said confidently, "It must be a true blood awakening. After all, he did defeat Janam." Jack walked steadily toward the stone altar, his mind racing. I never thought I'd face this damn statue again. Painful memories of his past life came flooding back. His face was slick with sweat and tears. Last time, it was an absolute nightmare. The blessing was all that got me through the cradle. But it left me with a shameful title. Still, Jack's gaze hardened. But this time is different. Not only can I heal, I can also use Edger. More importantly, I never gave up. I stood on my own. He placed his hand into the holy water. He stared at the warrior statue and commanded, "So, you better help me. You damn stat-boosting statue." Instantly, a powerful blue energy erupted, swirling intensely around his arm. It spread up his arm to the ancient statue. Brilliant light shot out, and everyone held their breath. But then, a sputter. The energy vanished completely. Not a single trace remained. The crowd gasped. It stopped. "Wait, it's over already? This is unprecedented." From the balcony, Aban looked down, his expression unreadable. Silently, Jack withdrew his hand. He lowered his head, hiding his deep disappointment. I knew it. He calmly dried his hand with a cloth. He mocked himself internally. I shouldn't have expected a change. I got my hopes up too soon. It felt like a connection error right at the victory screen. Then, cruel mockery from the guests shattered the silence. What? His awakening failed? Is that even possible? The whispers turned vicious. Looks like the Patriarch's bloodline isn't so perfect after all. A cursed bloodline and a resentful heart. How did he defeat Joanna? He must have cheated. What a disgrace to the family, Jack thought, staring back at their scornful faces. These people never change. He clutched the cloth, his eyes still defiant. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Just you wait. As Jack turned to leave, a familiar chime echoed in his mind, and a blue system window materialized. Due to a processing error, a message has been delayed. Jack froze, his eyes widening in complete shock. System alerts flooded his vision. Detected. Necessary data was lost during the class identification process. Class information has been inserted using administrator privileges. The blue text flashed by. Data transfer complete. The system began to reevaluate Jack's talent. You are a healer, and this rare class is now unlocked. Jack gasped in disbelief. No way. Instantly, a brilliant red light erupted from the holy font, flooding the entire hall. The horrified crowd screamed, "A red light!" The hall's massive warrior statue trembled violently. Under the crushing pressure, shocked whispers echoed everywhere. It's red. A true blood awakening. All eyes locked onto Jack, completely stunned. He's starting with red. At the same time, another system message appeared in Jack's mind. A connection has been established. The ancient dragon's blessing, sealed within the user's soul, has been activated. Energy from the past and present began to merge, creating a brilliant vortex around him. From above, Aban watched in silence. I never thought the youngest would grow so fast. The system continued. Talent of the gladiator bloodline has been awakened. Your awakened talents have combined. Jack stood within the storm of energy, feeling a monumental shift in his very cells. He whispered in confusion, "What the?" Marking the birth of a new legend. Through the combination of rare talents, a new class has been created. Unique class, Immortal. An SSS class, a blinding golden light filled the hall, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. They asked in total confusion, "A golden light? What is this? Is this a true blood awakening?" Seeing streaks of red, one man reasoned, "There is some red light, so it must be, right." Jack stared at his new class on the screen, thinking, of course, they're suspicious. But saying anything now would be a disaster. Their suspicion only grew as someone noticed an anomaly. Normally, a powerful awakening should make the aura lamps flare up, but they're completely still. The murmurs started once more. Is the statue broken then? Without aura suppression, it can't be a true blood awakening. Into this chaotic, doubtful air, a single, decisive clap echoed. Aban Draker descended from the balcony, a knowing smile on his face. Why so serious, everyone? Settle down. We have 2 true blood awakenings today. This should be a celebration, shouldn't it? Avan's words doused all suspicion. Instantly, the mood shifted. The crowd erupted in excited cheers. That's right, 2 awakenings. What a blessing. Aban casually ordered the servants. Well, what are you waiting for? Bring the gauntlets for our newest member. An official approached Jack, bowing. Yes, sir. Jack took the special gauntlets, feeling their weight in his small hands. He mumbled, "These are heavy." Jack stared down at the gauntlets he was just given, his mind heavy with suspicion. The celebrant's sharp voice cut through the hall, shattering his train of thought. Next, Jack walked the crimson carpet through the guests, meekly replying, "Yes." From the balcony, Aban Draker watched his younger brother's every move with a victorious smirk. Jack glanced up, thinking, his intentions are perfectly clear. He knew Aban was confirming the awakening to cover up the anomaly and to pull me to his side. But this so-called help only filled Jack with pure disgust. His eyes blazed with crimson killing intent. To accept Aban's help felt like swallowing a baited hook. You know the feeling of being saved, but absolutely hating it. As the ceremony ended, the family head made an announcement. This concludes the blessing ceremony. A celebratory feast for everyone will begin shortly, so please, enjoy yourselves. As the crowd buzzed for the party, Jack quietly slipped away. He walked alone down a hall, thinking, what a worthless party. There must be a training room somewhere. A deep voice from behind suddenly made him freeze. A cold sweat ran down Jack's back. His mind raced. I didn't think he would approach me this quickly. Aban appeared with a relaxed demeanor. He raised an eyebrow. The party just started. Where are you wandering off to? Jack's eyes narrowed cautiously. He fought to stay calm before his sworn enemy. Aban stepped closer. His deep blue eyes locked onto Jack with a hidden meaning. Congratulations on awakening your true blood. After speaking, he slowly extended a black-gloved hand, offering a truce. Jack stared at that hand. An intense battle raged in his mind. Shake it. He forced a fake smile, trying to calm himself down. Refusing now would just reveal my hostility. I'll have to play along for now. Yet, as their hands were about to touch, horrific memories from his past life suddenly flooded his mind. Images of a ruined battlefield, with countless bodies left by Aban's cruelty, appeared clearly in his thoughts. Jack's hand froze, trembling. Aban's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Unable to bear the disgust any longer, Jack pulled his hand back and brushed it on his clothes as if touching filth. He silently looked down at his own hand. The atmosphere instantly became suffocatingly quiet. Aban let out a soft sigh, his smile growing stiff. Well, this is certainly awkward, Jack. Do you see this? Two brothers meeting, and the air is as tense as a final exam room. Contrary to his calm exterior, Jack's eyes were now firm with conviction. Even for appearances, I can't shake hands with this scum. Noticing his brother's firm rejection, Aban closed his eyes and clicked his tongue with feigned regret. What a shame. I'll just have to be satisfied with seeing you. He turned to leave, not forgetting to add a cryptic farewell. See you round, Jack. As he passed, Aban patted Jack's shoulder, a gesture that was friendly but full of provocation. Jack stood frozen, watching his enemy's retreating figure disappear. Aban's back vanished down the corridor, leaving Jack with a throbbing pain radiating from the shoulder he had just touched. He gritted his teeth against the dull ache, his eyes clouded with schemes and calculations. He knew that this butcher's sudden attention never brought anything good. Meanwhile, out in the banquet hall, the hushed whispers among the guests had not died down. One person exclaimed in shock, "Two new true bloods. Wait, two geniuses in one generation? Then this family has truly hit the jackpot." The mansion's glittering lights did little to ease their astonishment. Another guest nodded in agreement. Indeed, Jack's golden light was a huge surprise. Jack's awakening had become the hottest topic. This is the first time this has happened, right? At first, everyone thought his awakening was a failure. Amid the debating crowd, some began looking for the main character. Where did he go? At that moment, Jack had already snuck into a quiet room. He threw the family's gloves onto a table, breathing a sigh of relief. Phew, finally escaped. Standing in there felt like 100 eyes were staring at me. You guys understand that kind of social pressure, right? Jack loosened his collar, trying to shake off the oppressive atmosphere of the ceremony. However, a suspicion began to form in his mind. Jack looked around the room and wondered, putting that aside, why am I unharmed? By all accounts, every awakened true blood should possess spirit energy suppression. It's the special ability that proves you are an enemy of dragons, the source of spirit energy. Since most modern machines and devices use spirit energy as fuel, true bloods must wear the family gloves to block their influence. If I'm really a true blood, shouldn't there have been a problem the moment I took my gloves off? To find the answer, he quietly called out, "Status window." Instantly, an information panel appeared with shocking changes. Status window, low-level administrator. Name, Jack Raker. Class, the soul undying. Title, blessed by the ancient dragon. Jack was stunned. This is completely different from before. This system feels like it has a VIP upgrade. He quickly scrolled down to the skills list and stopped at a strange line. Not spirit energy suppression, but spirit energy reversal. Jack touched the screen to read the description carefully. Spirit energy reversal creates a distortion field to nullify spirit energy nearby. He thought deeply to himself. So, it's spirit energy reversal. It was classified as a skill. Jack finally understood why the hall's aura lamps were untouched when he removed his gloves. The lamps were fine because this power was not a passive skill. This meant he could actively control his power, unlike other bloodlines that radiated naturally. This sudden change in his class left Jack completely stunned. Before, I was a rare healer. But now, I'm a unique immortal. He pressed his forehead, piecing things together. Wait, all the other graduates awakened with a blue aura. Only Jenna had a red, true bloodline awakening. Jack recalled his own moment on the stone dais. At first, his was red too, before it shifted into brilliant gold. Then, the system's previous message flashed in his mind. The system had stated, essential data missing from the identification matrix. Jack stared into the void as a wild theory began to form. The identification matrix. Could it be that bronze statue? He realized the system's admin command had directly interfered with the ancient statue's awakening process. In other words, he didn't just hack the system. He accidentally patched the centuries-old ancestral statue. The faltering statue had emitted that red light, causing Jack to slump over in disbelief. Damn it. So that's what happened. The bronze statue wasn't meant to trigger awakenings, but to identify a person's attributes and class. Red light signified a rare class, while gold signified a unique one. It was an ancient artifact used even before the time of Terraken, founder of the Draker clan. But since the concept of classes was lost to time, people mistook the red light for a bloodline awakening. Jack realized even the clan head was completely unaware of this truth. He glanced at the system window and saw he had 100 karma points. 100 karma points? Awesome. Without hesitation, he decided to use them. He tapped the screen, confirming he would unlock the dragon arts. After spending 10 points, his status window updated. Name, Jack Record. Title, Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Class, Unique Immortal. The system then revealed the Tier 1 Dragon Arts skills, including Dragon's Eye, to view a target's details, Dragon's Fear, to overwhelm foes with aura, and finally, Devour. Jack studied the Devour skill. To eat and digest. Valhalla. Why does this one cost a full 50 points? Shaking his head, he decided against it. It was better to pick a sure thing than to risk unlocking some useless gag skill. Jack used his points on Dragon's Eye and Dragon's Fear. Realizing Dragon's Fear was too dangerous for this place, he decided to activate Dragon's Eye. Instantly, a golden magic circle flared to life, and Jack's pupils transformed into the powerful, slitted eyes of a dragon. I was expecting more since it said detailed information, but nothing really seems different. But as he glanced toward the window, Jack froze. Wait. His eyes were burning with a golden flame. A thrilled laugh escaped him. Haha, this is absolutely insane. Though he was far away, the statue in the garden appeared crystal clear, as if it were right before him. Jack smiled, satisfied. This could be incredibly useful. As Jack stared at the system screen, a new notification popped up. Would you like to receive detailed information on the detected object? The moment he grew curious, a flurry of chimes echoed out. Countless blue windows materialized around Jack, startling him. What the? Turns out the Dragon's Eye skill was scanning the entire room, from the decorative Mycenae candlestick to the tables and chairs from the Louvre dynasty, a dresser from the Moa Empire, the Draker family's ceremonial robes, and even the carpet from the Roman Empire. Suddenly, his dragon eyes flared brightly. A piercing pain shot through him, forcing out a groan. Ugh! Cold sweat drenched his body as he staggered, gasping for air. What's happening? To my body. He realized maintaining the dragon arts consumed a tremendous amount of stamina. Are all dragon arts like this? Then I can't use them for very long. Jack collapsed into a chair, his breathing ragged from sheer exhaustion. Just then, the system automatically announced, Class Skill, Self-Heal is activating. Vitality Restoration has been initiated. Jack stared at the screen, bewildered. What? I didn't intend to use healing. Then, he came to a shocking realization. Wait a minute. All of my class skills have turned into passive abilities, and their levels have increased. A new window appeared, displaying clearly, Class Skill, Self-Heal. Your body will now automatically heal itself, a passive ability. Jack was stunned, whispering, This is totally broken. Usually, even powerful healing skills have casting delays and strict limitations, but this self-healing skill was limitless. To confirm this, Jack grabbed a fruit knife from the table. Taking a deep breath, he knew he had to test it. Without hesitation, he sliced a deep gash across his arm. Blood dripped onto the floor, but instantly, a system message appeared. The self-healing skill had been activated. Jack watched in absolute awe as the wound sealed itself and vanished in an instant. No way it heals that fast. In a PvP fight, my opponent would just watch in despair. This insane regeneration gave him total confidence for what was to come. He smirked, thinking about his training. 5 years to graduate from the academy? Huh. Draker Academy, the greatest knight academy on the continent, where aspirants would pay any price for a chance to enroll. Located in the Choi Duchy, the academy buzzed with energy every spring as the new semester began. The senior students here looked like seasoned adults, trained to near perfection. But compared to those from the main families, Jack could sense the corruption hiding beneath the surface. He watched as cliques formed, their whispers filling the air. Jack smirked inwardly. Looks like they're already claiming their turf. Of the many families supporting the Supreme Draker clan, 3 held the most power, called the 3 Great Families. First was Turon, the symbol of might. Next came Jims, representing wisdom, and finally Verdict, which controlled immense wealth. Seeing the heirs of these great families lost in petty squabbles, Jack let out a contemptuous smirk. Even the children of the great families are like this. Well, it's none of my business. He silently moved through the crowd, heading for the exclusive dormitory, Platinum Hall. Staring at the massive building, Jack thought, the perks of the direct bloodline are nice. Platinum Hall was a luxury dorm with a training hall, a library, and other top-tier facilities reserved only for senior students. Not even students from the main branch families could enter so easily. But for True Blood Awakeners, they were granted lordship over an entire floor, known as the Platinum Floor. The moment Jack arrived, a servant was already waiting, bowing deeply. Welcome, Master Jack Draker. We've been expecting you. Jack was escorted to his floor. As he entered, rows of servants bowed in unison. Welcome, young master. Witnessing this grand display, Jack thought, isn't this a bit excessive, even for a true blood? A servant then reported, Sir, Decker is waiting for you in your room. The moment he saw Jack, Decker bowed. Greetings, young master. Jack got straight to the point. What is it, Decker? The old butler presented a lavish box. I have something for you, sir. Opening it, Jack admired the new gauntlets. Whoa, these are on another level. Seeing his satisfaction, Decker smiled. I'm glad you were pleased with them. Jack grabbed a nearby practice sword. With these new gauntlets, I'll need a new sword to match. What do you think, Decker? Decker immediately agreed. An excellent choice, young master. Jack knew the lay of the land. Because the Choi Duchy was located near the giant mountains, it boasted high-quality iron and master blacksmiths. A graduate's first weapon was scrap metal compared to their work. Decker offered, I will find a master blacksmith for you. But Jack waved him off. No need. I've already chosen someone. He quickly wrote a name on some paper and gave it to Decker. I'll go personally, so just set up the meeting. Decker eyed the unfamiliar name, muttering, Galleon Hanbeck? I've never heard of him. I will contact them at once. Before leaving, he added a reminder. Also, classes begin tomorrow, so please review the relevant materials. Jack sighed, always nagging. I get it. Even as a one-of-a-kind immortal, he couldn't escape homework, a true universal law. Alone in the vast, empty room, Jack gazed out the window, thinking, with the Platinum Floor's total privacy, I'll have the freedom to develop my dragon arts. Just as he was lost in his plans, a knock echoed through the room. Coldly, Jack answered, Come in. A maid entered timidly and announced, Sir, Floor Master Reena invites you to dinner. Jack paused. Reena? After that fight, she wants to have dinner? You can just smell the plot twist coming. He stood, adjusted his clothes, and commanded, Take me there. Walking through the Academy's grand halls, Jack wondered about the true motive for this sudden invite. Jack strode into Reena's territory, the sound of his shoes echoing on the stone floor. He looked around as a bead of sweat formed, muttering, Well, this is interesting. Before him stood long lines of guards, their presence completely overwhelming. Welcome, Jack Raker. Seated on the head throne was Floor Master Reena Turon. She sat with her arms crossed, looking deadly serious. Noticing Jack's discomfort, Reena explained, My family is a bit unusual. My apologies. She gestured for her attendants to step back. Jack slowly sat opposite her, politely replying, Thank you for the consideration. Reena didn't waste any time. We will talk after we eat. Jack stared intently at Reena, sizing her up. A Thunder Knight. She's optimizing her core to control light energy, and she's already a Violet Knight. He narrowed his eyes and thought, so why has her swordsmanship hit a wall? What a waste of potential. However, Jack's thoughts were shattered by the horrifying scene before him. Jack could only force a laugh at the unbelievable sight of her appetite. He considered himself a big eater, but the mountain of plates piled before Reena was completely beyond Jack's expectations. After clearing every single plate, Reena calmly wiped her mouth and got straight to business. We finished eating, so let's get to the main point. Accept the support of the Turan family, Jack Raker. Jack's expression immediately hardened. He looked her straight in the eye, reminding her coldly, It seems you've forgotten, but we are both True Blood Awakeners. However, Reena just smirked slightly, replying in a condescending tone, It seems you misunderstand True Blood Awakeners. We do get many privileges. This Platinum Floor is proof enough, but we receive no special benefits when it comes to our actual growth. Jack listened in silence as Reena continued her sharp analysis. Centuries of knowledge, both academic and practical, are accumulated here. Personal instructors to effectively boost your without these things, no matter how talented you are, you will fall behind. That is why family support is essential. To add weight to her words, Reena gave a prime example. Even a Bendraker, a true blood like us, the youngest to ever become a white knight and the current black knight, receives support from the Jimin family. She looked deep into Jack's eyes, delivering her final blow. Although the head of the Turin family didn't tell me why, he told me you receive no aid from your maternal family. I'll say it again. Accept the Turin family's support, Jack Raker. Reena's words carried an immense pressure. A weaker man would have signed the contract on the spot. To Reena's weighty proposal, Jack gave a single, calm reply. No. Her jaw dropped at his firm refusal, as she stammered, Why? There's no disadvantage for you in accepting the Turin family's help, so why refuse without a thought? Jack was quiet for a moment, then leaned back and sighed. That's not the problem. I don't need anything beyond what I already have as a true blood awakener. As the air grew awkward, Jack stood up from the table. It isn't much, but in return for the meal, I will give you a piece of advice. Jack bluntly pointed out her weakness. There's far too much power behind your sword. I'm guessing you're too concerned with them. He walked toward the sunlit garden, motioning for Reena to pay attention. Listen closely, Reena. Your greatest strength is the flexibility that comes from your agile body. Jack demonstrated with a few fluid motions. Don't meet an attack head-on and try to crush your opponent with power, but flexibly parry their attack aside and deliver a single, precise strike. Each of Jack's movements was light yet powerful, leaving Reena rooted to the spot in pure shock. He stated with conviction. If you can do that, you'll become many times stronger than you are now. Jack waved farewell, his figure disappearing down the hall with a simple, thanks for the meal. He left Reena alone in the vast, empty room. Reena's thoughts raced. The Turin family is a symbol of strength. I'm simply following tradition. It's not because I'm concerned about others. But as she gazed at the sword in her hand, Reena had to face the bitter truth. She stood motionless in the training hall, surrounded by the phantoms of her powerful ancestors. The symbols of the Turin family's strength weighed heavily on Reena. She bitterly admitted he was right, obsessed with proving herself worthy of the Turin name. That obsession was unconsciously channeled into her sword. He had simply seen right through her. Reena stared at the leaf Jack left, her mind troubled. She recalled being called a genius, but no one had his unique perspective. Holding the leaf, Reena wondered to herself, Jack Raker, who are you really? Meanwhile, Jack strolled the academy halls, feeling the insane evolution of his class skills after training all night. Yet, he felt completely energized. How am I fine after staying up all night? The system revealed a passive skill, infinite vitality. It offsets all fatigue with an unbelievable amount of life force. Jack smiled faintly. This place was hell in his past life, but now, as the master alchemist, it was paradise. He thought to himself, money and power aren't everything, but this feeling is unmatched. You're on a different level now, Jack Raker. A voice made Jack turn. It was Owen Jimin, third son of the great Jimin family. Owen approached with a friendly smile. So, you're in the special class, too? Jack knew this snake. He used others to bully Jack, all to maintain his own perfect image. Jack played dumb, asking, I invited you to dinner yesterday, but you never answered. Did you not get the letter? Watching him, Jack thought, why act so friendly now? Recalling the mess on his desk, he asked, Oh, you mean that trash on my table? Owen kept his calm facade and asked again, Why didn't you reply? As Jack stared silently, he smirked. Heh, you're amusing. Jack's cold reply finally came. Why should I bother answering? I don't have the time. A murderous aura flared from Jack's eyes as a powerful stomp shook the very ground. The lackey behind Owen roared, You're so rude. After the young master showed you such kindness, a tall, arrogant goon stepped forward to block Jack's path. Jack looked up with a bored expression, dropping a short question. Who's this? That casual dismissal made the thug explode with rage. He snarled through gritted teeth. How can you not know who I am? He glared at Jack with absolute bitterness. It seemed those from the cradle were truly worthless. Jack sighed in annoyance. I get it. You want to flex for your young master. He had no time for this garbage. He turned his back and walked away with a dismissive wave. This blatant disrespect was the final straw, igniting the thug's fury. A brilliant blue aura erupted as he launched a surprise attack from behind with shocking speed. Jack glanced back, noting, So, high-level students can use basic aura manipulation. The thug bellowed with pride. My name is Double Rosegirl. They call me Double the Mighty around here. On behalf of young Master Owen, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Hearing that self-proclaimed title, Jack scoffed internally. Double the Mighty? Just a student, and he already has a nickname. The moment Double was about to strike, Jack spun around. A dark purple aura exploded, coating his arm. Jack said coldly, Pathetic. With zero wasted motion, He sent the guy flying toward a new dental plan. A sickening crack echoed. The devastating punch launched double 10 meters, sending him scraping along the ground before he slammed into the stone floor. A massive cloud of dust erupted, obscuring the entire area. As the dust settled, Jack stood tall, glaring down at the twitching, defeated body. Jack walked past Owen as if he were invisible. As they passed, Owen sneered, "You really enjoy the spotlight, don't you?" Jack just smirked with arrogance, leaving behind a final taunt. Hilarious. Draker Academy was primarily split into two divisions. There was the normal class, where they taught that effort surpasses talent, following a strict regimen from dawn to dusk. And then there was the special class, where one could freely choose subjects besides the core curriculum. Even within this academy of elites, the special class was where the absolute best of the best gathered. Chin in hand and bored, Jack thought, and here I was, actually looking forward to it. But glancing at the familiar faces, he sighed in disappointment. Most of the people here are just ex-Cradle students. Special class, this is just the Cradle class all over again. As the atmosphere turned grim, the instructor's voice echoed, "Order." His next words were meant to energize the new students of the special class. A very special guest is here today. He's not just a commander from the Eastern Empire War 25 years ago. He's the hero who halted the Empire's invasion using only his brilliant strategies. Please welcome the general. An older man with a distinct mustache stepped forward, waving his hand. With a friendly tone, he said, "A pleasure to meet you all." Below, the students erupted in cheers. They were excited by the appearance of the Academy's headmaster, Raker. To the world, he was a war hero, a tactical genius that everyone worshipped. However, Jack glared at the man with pure contempt. The truth was, he'd leaked intel to the enemy to save himself. It just luckily sent them into chaos. He was nothing but a fortunate traitor. That rat is no hero. Rage filled Jack's face, remembering he was the one who got him expelled from the academy. I lost the only place I could call home, wandering the Choi kingdom. Eventually, slavers caught and sold me to cattle. To the south. A memory of himself in chains, a slave collar on his neck, trudging through the desert, surfaced. He gritted his teeth. Staring at the smiling headmaster on the stage, he vowed, "I will make you suffer." Just then, another instructor stepped up, shattering Jack's train of thought. "I trust you all have taken the headmaster's words to heart. We will now begin basic training immediately. So, take your swords and head to the arena." All the students shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." The class moved toward the arena. In the special class's vast hall, Jack trudged along, a great sword resting on his shoulder. He scoffed with bitter irony. Who'd have thought even the special class starts with dragon-slaying basics? In his past life, Jack was left behind because he couldn't use light aura. Bitter memories of his harsh training flooded back. "It took me 2 years to learn things that should have taken a normal person 3 months. Pathetic." Gazing at the sword in his hand, Jack sighed wearily. "Please just make this easy." At that moment, a man with brilliant gold hair and a powerful aura entered the arena. He announced boldly, "Welcome, cadets." Standing tall before the crowd, he introduced himself with confidence. "I am Andre Drake, and I will be teaching you the basics of dragon slaying." A title card appeared. It confirmed his identity, the Rose Knight, Andre Drake. Andre's entrance caused a stir among the students. Whispers erupted everywhere. "Who is that? He's so young." A few sharp-eyed students immediately noticed the official uniform of the Drake family. Andre's fame quickly spread. He was the legendary Rose Knight, a once-in-a-century genius, despite not being a pure-blood awakened. But Andre had graduated early as valedictorian from the prestigious Valhalla Academy and was granted the noble Drake name. His profile screams golden boy, Jack silently judged. Even the special class instructors are on a different level. He knew Andre was known for being incredibly strict and inflexible. Noticing the students were still whispering, Andre's eyes flashed a threatening red. He growled, "Silence." The entire arena immediately fell quiet. Andre continued coldly, "If you're finished talking, I will begin the class." He gave a sharp command, "Draw your swords." All the students drew their blades at once. The sharp sound of steel filled the air. But Andre's piercing gaze suddenly froze on someone below. He pointed a finger, asking, "You there, what is that sword?" Jack looked back, not making the instructor wait. Jack swung the massive greatsword with force, creating a gust of wind that cut through the air. He casually held up the heavy blade and replied, "As you can see, this is the sword I use." This act made Andre pause before stepping onto the field. Standing before Jack, Andre asked with clear disapproval, "Cadet, are you not aware that you should choose a sword that is suited to your body?" Jack closed his eyes and sighed, thinking, "I knew this was going to happen. That's why I made a show of drawing my sword." But it was useless. However, instead of yielding, Jack flashed a defiant grin. He looked directly at the stern instructor and boldly declared, "I can defeat you with this sword, sir." Jack resolved. It's better to just show him my skill. At the arrogant challenge from his young student, Andre's face darkened as a fierce killing intent erupted from him. The system immediately announced, faction skill activated, indomitable spirit defense. Andre coldly drew his sword. His sharp eyes locked onto Jack. I understand, cadet. If you want a lesson from my body, Jack's lips curled into a smirk. He took the bait. You're still too naive. Andre continued with his tempting offer. If your sword so much as grazes my body, not only will your rudeness be forgiven, but you'll be exempt from this entire basic dragon-slaying course. His eyes flared with a suppressive red light. Don't worry, I won't use my aura on a student. Jack celebrated inwardly. Exempt from class? Perfect. He was certain of his victory, knowing Andre's weakness from his past life. But then, an image of Aban Drake flashed in his mind, forcing Jack to reconsider his plan. With Aban watching me, it's foolish to draw any more unwanted attention to myself. I'll just graze his clothes, then forfeit. His decision made, Jack declared, all right then, as he swung the greatsword. A massive purple arc tore through the air. But Andre was faster, twisting away just in the nick of time. Jack was stunned by his opponent's speed. As expected of a blue knight, Andre's voice was a challenging growl. This won't be easy for you. Steel crashed against steel, sending a shower of sparks with every single blow. Jack unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, creating a flurry of afterimages that surrounded Andre from all sides. The students below could only watch, their jaws agape in utter shock. As the duel dragged on, whispers started to spread. It's been 30 minutes, and he hasn't even managed to touch the instructor's uniform yet. By now, Jack was growing tired, sweat dripping down his face. His hands, clenched on the hilt, began to tremble. He gritted his teeth. How is he so durable? But despite his calm exterior, Andre was struggling. A fierce internal battle was raging within him. Looking into the student's unwavering eyes, he thought to himself, even while suppressing my aura, I can't believe I'm being pushed back by a student. The power of a true bloodline is truly unfair. Andre was nearing his limit, his breathing growing ragged. Jack instantly spotted the opening in his defense. His poor stamina hasn't changed. Suppressing his aura is just making it worse. Jack knew all about the Drake family's training methods. It was famously peculiar. Practitioners were forced to keep their aura active at all times during their training, through daily chores, even while eating and sleeping. Essentially, they had to maintain it constantly, just like breathing. Jack's analysis was razor sharp. In other words, for Andre, this is like holding his breath. Intentionally suppressing his power against a student was draining him of all his stamina. Not only that, but his inefficient swordsmanship was also wasting even more of his precious energy. Each of Andre's strikes was precise but incredibly taxing. He could see his opponent was finally hitting his limit, Jack thought. But losing this way feels wrong. There's no other choice left for me. I have to force him to use his aura. He knew that just creating simple openings wouldn't be enough. It would be pointless. Jack decided to take a gamble. I need to create a situation that will force him to use his aura unconsciously. In other words, a life or death moment. The main character switched from brawn to brains, planning his moves now like a chess master. Instantly, Jack shot forward at an incredible speed. Purple afterimages tore through the air as system alerts flared up. Skill. Flexible footwork has been activated. Jack's erratic and unpredictable movements left Andre completely stunned. He was completely frozen, his eyes wide with shock. That's flexible footwork. Surrounded by a complex and dense web of attacks, the gifted instructor could only cry out in desperation. This is impossible. A blinding purple light suddenly erupted, consuming the entire arena in its glow. In that moment, Jack unleashed his decisive blow. Skill. Critical strike has been activated. He launched himself high into the air, leaving a stunned Andre to wonder, how can a student use flexible footwork in such a critical moment? A flash of red light filled Andre's wary eyes. Jack landed perfectly, surrounding his foe with a series of afterimages. This is the Dragon Slaying Arts, Chapter 1, Verse 1. A massive blue light erupted from Jack's blade. It tore through the air. Faced with such crushing pressure, Andre broke his vow, roaring, sky-rending slash. A world-shaking power descended with his blade, but Jack didn't even attempt to dodge the attack. An arrogant smirk played on his lips as he met the attack head-on. A thunderous explosion erupted around them. It wiped out everything in the arena. Down below, Xena and Owen stood frozen amidst the blinding cloud of dust. Jack's hand tightened on his now chipped sword. He cursed inwardly. Damn, that really hurt. Blood trickled down his forehead, but he refused to fall here. Instantly, the system announced the self-healing skill had activated. Having forced his instructor's hand, Jack thought, okay, time to faint. I've put on enough of a show. Hiding your true power is how you survive. Andre stared, stunned by the crater, watching his students' collapse form. Andre faced the terrified students, declaring coldly, "You are all dismissed from observing this class. Does any other student want an exemption?" Facing their dead silence, he growled menacingly, "I will take that as a no. Now raise your swords." In the academy infirmary, Jack relaxed on his bed, silently evaluating his recent performance. It was a decent performance, he thought, though he never even managed to touch his robe. He recalled his sharp strikes against Andre. In his bed, Jack felt secretly satisfied with the outcome. "But I made Andre use the light aura he swore he wouldn't, and he acknowledged my strength. In the end, Andre was taught a lesson, and I earned some free time. A win-win situation." He recalled the moment he faced Andre's final attack. Chapter 1, Verse 1, Sky-Rending Slash. The most basic dragon-slaying art, Jack calmly analyzed. But since it was unleashed by a mere blue knight, its power was nothing special. With infinite stamina and healing, I can beat a blue knight. But that's not enough for a life of freedom. I need unstoppable power, the kind that will never have to yield to anyone again. A bird's cry cut through his thoughts. A strange, messy-haired man appeared by his bed, holding a bottle. He gave a roguish smirk. "So you're Arthur's youngest? You have the same eyes as that arrogant bastard, Arthur." Jack flinched as cold sweat ran down his back. "Who is this guy? I didn't sense him at all. Besides reeking of liquor, how dare he call the head of the Drake family that arrogant bastard?" Jack asked warily, "Who are you?" The man ignored him and asked, "How'd you do that earlier, kid?" He tilted the bottle back for a long, loud gulp. Jack frowned. "What do you mean by that?" The stranger slammed the bottle down, his eyes narrowing. "Playing dumb? I saw you take internal damage. How did it heal that quickly?" Jack thought. This is trouble. This man is no mere background character. Instantly, the system announced, the defensive skill, Indomitable Spirit, has activated. Jack broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing. No, he can't find out. No one in this academy knows about healing. He kept a calm face. "I don't know what you're saying." The man smirked. "So, you're going to keep up the act." Suddenly, he attacked with lightning speed, terrifying Jack. Jack instantly dodged. The system announced, Skill, Flexible Footwork, has activated. A masterful spin helped him evade the stranger's grasp. The man looked intrigued. This kid's got tricks, huh? Backed into a corner, his sword now out of reach. His instincts screamed, "If I don't kill him, he'll kill me." The system announced, Accurate Pierce and Critical Blow activated. Jack unleashed an attack blazing with purple aura, but the man easily neutralized it with just 2 fingers. Incredible. Jack was completely stunned by this. Eyes wide with shock, the stranger stared at him, his own eyes suddenly glowing with a demonic red light. "Your ability to adapt is impressive, almost like a mercenary." Jack froze, one question left in his mind. Who in the world is this monster? The man nonchalantly spun the sword skillfully on his fingertip. He continued to taunt him, Drake, dropping his sword and retreating. "I think you're better suited as a mercenary than a knight." With a flick, the sword went soaring. The pressure from this man made Jack shudder, an overwhelming presence he hadn't felt since meeting his master. Jack was certain the power gap between them was enormous. If this man wanted him dead, it wouldn't take a breath. He judged silently. He must be at least a Crimson Knight. The stranger spoke, as if reading his mind. "That two-handed sword is a basic issue item from the cradle, isn't it? Why would someone with your talent use a weapon like that? No. You might even be stronger." Just as the tension peaked, the door creaked open. Instructor Andre walked in, glaring at the drunk. "So, you were here," Jack exclaimed, stunned. "Andre." He was even more shocked to hear Andre speak the madman's name. "The gardener, Dexter." Jack couldn't believe his ears. That man was the gardener? That guy, Dexter, scratched his head and grumbled. "This damn pest. How'd you find me?" Andre simply gave a flat reply. "You were in the training hall. Your speed is irritating." Then he turned and gave Jack an order. "If your treatment is done, you can leave." Jack replied politely, "Yes, understood." But just as he reached the door, Dexter suddenly called out, "Kid, if you have time, visit the Academy's West Greenhouse. I'll teach you something useful," he said, with a wide, smug grin. "No thanks," Jack smirked and walked away. Dexter's shouts echoed behind him. "Look at that attitude." Jack just kept on strolling. His mind raced, connecting the dots about the strange gardener. Who was he trying to fool? A shocking truth hit him. If that man could casually name the current family head Arthur Drake, then his identity was far from ordinary. He had to be the man who only ever took a single disciple, Andre, in his entire life. Duke Raker, the Whirlwind Knight. A legendary Black Knight, the legend who could fight an entire kingdom alone. Duke Raker's name once shook the entire continent. Then one day, he vanished without a trace. No one guessed a legend like him was living in hiding. Here at the Academy, as a drunken old man. The ultimate master of disguise, Jack deduced. Andre is probably here because of him. And speaking of Duke Raker, People recalled his terrifying determination. There was even a crazy rumor he earned the Black Knight title just because he liked the color black. Back in the present, Jack realized Duke Raker was showing keen interest in him. Jack's eyes burned with ambition. If I'm to learn anything, I must learn his secret technique. I'll turn his interest into resolve. Later, in a classroom, Professor Vernon, the magic theory professor, entered excitedly. In a case like this, do any of you know what happens next? But his passion was met with dead silence. The students below were sprawled across their desks. Every last one of them was asleep. Professor Vernon just laughed awkwardly. Haha, so nobody knows. He pushed on with the lecture, drawing complex formulas on the board. Haha. Then, when the formula is cast, due to mana resistance, you can actually get injured. While the class slept soundly, Jack's hand shot up, cutting in. I don't get the law of mana circulation you just mentioned. Professor Vernon froze. His eyes lit up with pure shock. The professor stammered, visibly moved. Sorry. This is the first time I've ever gotten a question. He hurriedly flipped through his notes, explaining with passion, to explain the concept. That is also interesting. It's the way mana. The bell cut his lecture short. The lethargic students filed out, already complaining. Why are we learning magic theory at a night academy anyway? It's basically just nap time. Unlike the others, Jack thought differently. He found Professor Vernon's lecture surprisingly clear. He was definitely no ordinary professor. As Jack prepared to leave, Professor Vernon called out, "Wait, Jack." He turned back, confused. "It's nothing much. It's just, thanks to you, it's been a while since I felt like I truly taught. So if you have any questions, come to my research lab." Professor Vernon smiled with pride as he revealed his background. "I'm a former scholarship student from the Magic University of Delphi, so I know quite a lot." Hearing this, Jack was completely stunned. He reevaluated the man before him. "I thought he wasn't an ordinary mage, but I never imagined. He was an alumnus of Delphi, the nation where magic originated." He replied politely, "I understand, Professor." Leaving the lab, Jack walked down the hall, already planning his next moves. Befriending a mage isn't a bad idea. They're good at math and tend to be flexible thinkers. They make better colleagues than knights. Professor Vernon? Let's see how useful he is. A week later, Jack met Dexter again. He asked casually, "Finished, kid?" Before Jack could reply, Dexter cut him off with a blaming tone. "Why didn't you come to the greenhouse?" His gaze turned oddly serious. "You definitely understood my meaning, about teaching you something useful." Facing the legendary Black Knight's offer, Jack remained incredibly nonchalant. He totally blew him off. "I told you, I'm not interested." This response made Dexter furious. The old man roared. "What? Why?" Jack calmly replied, "I know you're incredibly skilled, but I'm busy with personal training." Hearing this, Dexter's tone softened as he nodded in approval. Of course, personal training can't be neglected. But just as Jack thought he was safe, the man flashed a sinister grin. "Did you really think I'd say that?" A sharp crack echoed as Dexter moved like lightning. Jack only saw a flash of blue light before a crushing blow slammed into him. He couldn't believe he'd been knocked out. A week was clearly too long for him. When Jack awoke, he was stunned. He was in a vibrant flower garden on the academy's west side. Dexter casually watered plants, glanced over and asked, "You awake, kid?" Jack staggered up, growling, "Did you kidnap me?" Without hesitation, Dexter took a swig of liquor and admitted it. "That's right, I kidnapped you." He moved closer, whispering hauntingly into Jack's ear. "I've taken an interest in you, kid." Seeing Dexter's crazed smile, Jack shivered. He had provoked someone truly dangerous. He wasn't even hiding it anymore. The old man was incredibly impatient. Instantly, a system alert flashed in his mind, activating the agile footwork skill. Using the burst of energy, Jack launched himself away, escaping the strange old man's grasp. He gritted his teeth, determined to escape, but knew this wasn't the right moment. Before he could recover, Dexter was looming behind him, bottle in hand. Jack immediately summoned his inner power. A blast of purple light erupted as he struggled to break free from the hold, but his opponent remained completely unfazed. Jack's eyes blazed with wary realization. The man was just toying with him. Jack knew he had to find a way to turn the tables. He needed a way to provoke him. Glancing at the drunkard, he asked coldly, "What is it about me that interests you?" "Because I'm not interested in playing sword games." Dexter set his bottle down, his eyes narrowing in scrutiny. "I asked you before. How did you heal your internal injuries so quickly?" The question hid his biggest secret, making Jack freeze. But then he smirked knowingly. "So that's what's bothering you. If you're that curious, then make me answer." As he finished, Jack used his swift footwork to create distance, but was instantly left in shock. He had vanished. Jack scanned the silent garden, thinking, where did he go? Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He grabbed his weapon and slid back into a defensive stance. Jack drew his sword, demanding, "What are you doing?" Dexter simply walked forward. His figure blurred in the dust as he replied calmly, "You told me to make you answer, but that's too easy. Let's make a wager." He turned with a tempting offer. "If you can even touch my clothes, I'll grant you one wish." Jack heard this and muttered sarcastically, "Like master, like student." He realized Dexter was just like his student, Andre. However, the stakes for this bet were not cheap. Dexter threatened, his eyes glowing with a sinister purple light. "But if you give up, you will tell me everything you're hiding." The atmosphere in the garden suddenly became thick with killing intent. Dexter's face twisted with madness under the purple glow. He was completely serious. Just what is this kid made of? Dexter watched from a distance, amazed by Jack's incredible resilience. 3 hours had passed since the fight began. Dust shrouded the garden, but the boy refused to fall. Dexter noted with awe, he not only has great stamina and endurance, but his energy and wounds recover without limit. Jack staggered to his feet, using a nearby rock for support. Though his body was wrecked, the system announced, "Class skill. Self-healing has been activated. Class skill. Endless stamina has activated." A flow of life force instantly began his recovery. Jack gritted his teeth, thinking, "I can do this all day, but I still can't win this bet." The old man was too strong, so he switched tactics. Jack decided to unleash his trump card, Dragon's Might. The main character was about to go berserk. He remembered old warnings. The skill seemed dangerous. "I've never used it before. But against the Dark Knight, it shouldn't be an issue." Jack's eyes suddenly transformed, his pupils blazing with a dragon's tyrannical purple light. A suffocating, dark aura erupted around him like hellfire. Jack gripped his sword, growling, "Let's continue." Witnessing this sudden change, Dexter felt no fear, only pure excitement. He stared into those eyes and exclaimed, "That gaze. Good, this is how it should be." Dexter laughed maniacally. Jack shot forward like a purple phantom. System, swift footwork activated. He unleashed a storm of sharp strikes. Aiming for his foe's weak points, Dexter deftly dodged while analyzing. He's just repeating his attacks. He may be fast, but compared to that maniac and the Turin kid, he's still small fry. But what made the old Black Iron Knight shudder was the sheer power radiating from Jack. But this malice. His killing intent surpasses mere persistence. "I love it." He saw his students resolve. "Maybe I should use a little aura." Just then, the system roared. Dragon's skill. Dragon's presence activated. A giant, golden dragon eye materialized, unleashing a world-shaking pressure. Dexter gripped his dagger, his own golden aura flaring up to counter the ancient dragon's might. Under the dragon's presence, Dexter gasped in shock. "He's using the split second I froze." Jack instantly attacked, kicking up a huge dust cloud. Dexter fell back, taking a defensive stance. He analyzed. "He's blocked my vision, but it'll be hard for him to find me either." But instantly, Jack appeared like a ghost right behind him. System notification. Dragon skill. Dragon's eye activated. With dragon sight piercing all movement, Jack's sword tore through the ground. Dexter dodged just in time, but the aftershock from the impact violently shook the entire area. Staring at the wreckage before him, Jack had a stunning realization. This is Dexter's secret technique. Time to go all out. A sudden whirlwind erupted. Blowing everything away, Jack struggled against the suffocating pressure. He analyzed internally. A simple dash creates a powerful gale. Is this why he's called the Gale Knight? Dexter moved at unbelievable speed. He whispered a single word. A crimson-killing aura flooded the area as Dexter unleashed his final blow. Jack could only scream, "What?" before being slammed into the ground. His sword was sent flying. It spun through the air before stabbing into the earth. The system issued repeated warnings for skill overuse. "Your exhaustion has exceeded acceptable limits." Jack staggered amidst the rubble. He looked at the old drunk and smirked. Wow, like master, like student. Drowsiness hit as the system commanded. "For your safety, your consciousness will be forcibly shut down." Jack faded into darkness. Jack jolted awake, clutching his aching head. He looked around the familiar room. "This is my room. Did Dexter bring me back?" He sighed with regret. "Oh, I almost won. He's the Black Iron Knight for a reason." Jack collapsed onto his bed, replaying the insane battle. A bitter realization hit him. "I thought I did everything I possibly could right now. And it was useless." He'd repeated his attacks hundreds of times, created an opening with Dragon's presence, and even used Dragon's Eye to attack. And yet, it wasn't enough. However, the skill Dexter used at the end, that was definitely his secret technique. He passed out from overusing his dragon's skills, but because of that, he witnessed a legend's secret art. It was an absurdly high-speed movement technique, performed by a body trained to the absolute limit. Jack was certain. That secret technique must be what allowed Andre, with his poor stamina, to become a Black Iron Knight. Though he regretted losing the chance to learn it, Jack felt it was all worth it. He pondered the power of Dragon's presence, a pressure that could make even a black iron knight hesitate. Most small fry would be forced to their knees instantly against this skill. As he was lost in thought, a ding echoed through the silence. System notification. You have one unread message. Confirm? Jack was surprised. An unread message. The moment he confirmed, a flood of notifications appeared. Skill. Swift footwork has evolved into high-speed movement. Your soul has grown due to your powerful display of will, unlocking new system functions. You can activate further functions using causality points. Jack gasped in astonishment. What was this? Before him, a list of locked functions. The minimap and inventory both cost 20 points. The beginner's quest book needed 45. With 40 karma points, Jack decided to unlock the inventory first. He touched the screen, activating it. The system explained. If you select an item, it will be stored. To retrieve a stored item, just think of its name or its shape. The space an item uses depends on its size and weight. A spatial grid appeared with a prompt. To get a larger inventory, you can use karma points to expand it. Jack sat on the bed, deep in thought. Staring at the glowing blue system window floating before him, he analyzed everything. I activate skills just by thinking. So, storing items should work the same way. To test his theory, Jack gripped his greatsword. Store. Instantly, a blue light consumed the sword, making it transparent before it vanished into thin air. Jack gasped in shock. Looking at the system grid, he saw the greatsword had vanished, taking up 228 slots. Jack nodded, understanding the rule. So this is what the system meant about space, depending on size and weight. He then moved to retrieve it. I need to think of its name or its form. In a flash, blue energy flared and the sword materialized in his hand. He let out a thrilled, "Whoa!" Jack smirked, pleased. This spatial storage is pretty impressive. I thought about a sub-storage, but this is much better. That kind of treasure is incredibly expensive, and finding something to hold it is nearly impossible. I can even expand this with points. However, his eyes caught the words low-rank administrator, and Jack grew cautious. He wondered, what functions will a high-rank administrator have? His gaze hardened as he considered the value of his precious karma points. If they're this valuable, I can't use them recklessly. It seems I'll have to change my plan. Spending like this will leave me with nothing. As Jack was lost in his calculations, a knock came at the door. May I come in, young master? Decker's voice called. Jack dismissed the system window and replied, Enter. What's going on? Decker stepped in, respectfully offering a piece of paper. A message has arrived for you. He said you would know the sender if I mentioned the gardener, Dexter. Young Jack was a bit surprised. He took the paper, glancing at the messy scrawl and letting out a small smirk. So, it wasn't a total failure. The letter said, Kid, if you want another challenge, come anytime. We'll call this a draw. Jack remembered the gash on Dexter's arm. That's what he calls a draw. In any case, it means my chance isn't gone. I have one more thing to tell you, sir. Decker continued, breaking Jack's train of thought. Noticing his master's questioning look, he reported, I've located the blacksmith you mentioned. Jack beamed. Really? When is the appointment? But Decker's expression suddenly became grave. He adjusted his glasses and sighed. There's a problem. The blacksmith has refused the appointment. The unexpected response left Jack speechless. He shouted in disbelief. What? Why? Just when he thought he could get a top-tier weapon, the smithy closes down. His mood instantly plummeted. No, he isn't forging weapons anymore. The blunt refusal made Jack think. He stood before an old forge, murmuring, It has been a while. Such a prestigious name for a smithy. Seeing the sign Breath of Pubnia, Jack stepped inside and called out, Is anyone in here? He was met with only silence and a messy, dark space filled with old, abandoned swords. In Jack's memory, Ram, the Aura Blade, was the ultimate masterpiece forged by Galleon. It was the price for saving his life. Galleon earned his title of Soul Blacksmith, able to read a warrior's soul before forging their weapon. And he lived up to that reputation, creating a sword with the one ability Jack needed most, replacing Aura with Eager. The greatest blacksmith in the Six Lands was the man who forged that legendary sword. But the reality before him was a shock. Galleon was chugging liquor like it was water. Jack was stunned. What on earth happened to him? The drunken blacksmith glared at him, annoyed. What is it? A kid. This is no place for children, so get out. To see the soul blacksmith, Galleon, Heinbach, this broken. Jack was baffled. He knew the man was emotional, but this was just pitiful. What on earth happened to him before they met? Jack let out a small sigh. He silently grabbed a full bucket of water. Then, without warning, he threw it. The icy water drenched the drunkard. Galleon choked as the bottle fell from his lips. Stunned, they watched the empty bucket clatter loudly across the floor. Jack stared at him. Are you sober now? Galleon glared, but Jack's cold voice cut in. I want to know why you refused my request. Seeing the symbol on Jack's gloves, Galleon froze in terror. A little authority really makes a difference. Without hesitation, the blacksmith fell to his knees. His head hit the floor with a loud thud as he begged, "I am sorry for my disrespect." But even while prostrate, Galleon was firm. "Forgive me, but I'm not accepting any requests." In despair, he tormented himself. How can a wretch like me forge what people desire, when he couldn't even create what he himself wanted? Watching this, Jack realized even the great Galleon had gone through a phase like this. Jack recalled his past life, when Galleon was the continent's greatest blacksmith, and he never spoke of this shameful past. Jack thought, I can't wait 15 years for him. At this moment, Galleon was completely broken, screaming inside his own head. Why am I so useless? Can I even forge weapons? He cursed himself for being a blacksmith. Unable to create. After his breakdown, Galleon calmed down slightly and bowed his head. Please forgive my indecent behavior before you. Jack calmly replied, Don't worry. I want to see some of your failed products. He said it so casually, like ordering a drink. That's the confidence of a young master. Galleon hurried to lead the way. Let me take you to the back. Jack followed quietly. He resolved to guide the man onto the right path himself. They stepped into the back garden. Galleon was flustered. Sorry for the mess. But Jack only stared at the swords in the ground. He remarked, You could say it's captivating. Galleon warned as Jack entered the sword graveyard. Sir, please be careful. Even as failures, they are still incredibly sharp. But as Jack inspected each sword, he realized the shocking truth. This one and this one. No, these aren't failures. To Jack's experienced eye, they had true quality, equal to the masterpieces Galleon forged at his peak. To confirm his suspicion, Jack activated his power. Dragon Arts, Dragon's Eye, activate. His glowing eyes saw into the steel. Jack smirked. Just as I thought, a treasure trove. He looked directly at Galleon. He asked a question that stunned the blacksmith. Your furnace has a problem, doesn't it? Galleon stammered in shock. How did you? Jack cut him off. I'm asking you. You've optimized your own unique smithing style, correct? Jack continued, analyzing the blades. It seems you mix metals to create a lighter material, but the durability is terrible. Galleon was speechless, his mind screaming in admiration. He's exactly right. He didn't just see my method, he even analyzed the critical flaw and its cause. Jack held up a shard of metal. It's because impurities weren't properly removed during heat treatment. Witnessing the young master's knowledge, Galleon made a decision. If it's him, perhaps, he shouted. This is sudden, but I have a favor to ask. Jack asked curiously, What is it? Galleon led him inside and spread a huge blueprint on the table. Could you look at this? Jack was stunned to see it. This was the secret Galleon wouldn't reveal for many years. The blueprint for a magic furnace. Galleon laughed with pride. Ha ha ha. Why would I hide anything from the one who saved me? It's a furnace controlled by magic. This is my secret. With this, Jack thought to himself, Galleon's smithing methods would become perfect. He asked, If you have the plans, why haven't you built it? Galleon's shoulders slumped in defeat. The blueprint for the spiritual energy law, the most crucial part, was all that remained. But the magic tower's cost was a staggering 10,000 gold, a number that left Jack stunned. 10,000 gold? He did a quick calculation. A normal family only spends 10 gold a month. That amount was 1,000 times greater. Oh my god, he thought. Are they trying to make me a beggar? Jack scoffed. The price was absurd. Just then, Galleon looked at him with desperate hope. I need to ask a favor. You're a Draker, and a true blood awakened. So if you create this furnace for me, I'll grant any request you have, free and unconditionally, until my last breath. Jack fell into deep thought. This was a difficult proposal. It might be possible for a family guardian knight, but for him, even as a true blood, it was impossible. Getting 10,000 gold in support was out of reach, but his gaze hardened with resolve. Still, I can't abandon Ram. The aura sword was fine. He stared at the blueprint, finally seeing the core of the problem. The issue was the spiritual energy law. Wait, an idea flashed in his mind. He decisively rolled up the blueprint and declared, Fine, I accept. Galleon was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He stammered, Really, sir? Jack calmly adjusted his gloves. I can ask a mage, I know. I'll give you an answer when I have one. Oh, and stop drinking. Galleon was moved to tears, stuttering. Thank you, sir. Truly, thank you. This Galleon will serve you for life. Seeing the blacksmith about to grab his leg, Jack recoiled in horror. Back off. Hey, your nose is running. Seriously, don't be so gross just because you're happy. Even as Jack's carriage departed, Galleon's shouts echoed down the street. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Jack poked his head out the window, yelling, Good grief. I get it. Stop it. I'll let you know when it's done. Back at Drake Academy's research building, Jack muttered to himself, Why is the magic tower's fee so damn high? The structure looks simple enough. Then, he remembered a certain someone. Panong's specialty was the law of spiritual energy design. Jack headed for his research lab, but as he rounded a corner, he suddenly froze. His eyes narrowed cautiously. Strange noises were coming from the dark alleyway ahead. Dull, sickening thuds echoed again and again. Jack silently watched the brutal scene unfold. Someone was curled on the ground, begging desperately. "I'm sorry, it was all my fault. Please." The leader, foot on his back, coldly asked, "What?" The student could only whisper through his tears, I apologize, Sir Conrad." The boy on the ground trembled, begging profusely. This lowly worm dared to touch the esteemed Sir Leon Conrad. Leon Conrad sneered, grinding his boot on the victim's head. "Good, very well said," he growled, full of scorn. "As a reward, I'll let you clean the ground you dirtied." Though utterly humiliated, the poor soul could only whisper, "Thank you, Sir Conrad. Insects like you just get in everyone's way." But in his mind, all Conrad could see was Jack. That bastard Jack was the same. He was stunned by that unprecedented golden light, that true blood awakening that surpassed everything. He desperately sought an excuse for his humiliating loss. Losing to that lowlife was unavoidable. He launched a surprise attack before the match even started. He screamed internally. But why? How did that lucky piece of trash become a true blood awakened? Jealousy twisted his face into a hateful mask as he bit his lip until it bled. Conrad simply couldn't accept the truth. Jack had already surpassed him. Just then, a mocking voice called out from behind him. Well. Hey, crater face." Jack stood with his arms crossed, a scornful smile on his face. "Found my replacement already?" Suddenly, his eyes turned ice cold. A menacing purple killing intent erupted from him, blanketing the entire area. He growled, his voice laced with power. "I'll give you all 3 seconds. Get your faces on the ground. Now." And just like that, the air grew heavy. A fiery confrontation was about to erupt in the heart of the academy. Leon faced Jack, his expression a mask of pure, unadulterated jealousy. He pointed, shouting, "Your arrogance has skyrocketed since your true blood awakening, Jack Draker." Refusing to accept reality, he sneered, "Are you sure you even truly awakened?" "Shut up," Jack cut him off coldly. His eyes blazed a murderous purple in the alley's darkness, radiating a suffocating pressure. The air froze. Jack warned, "Bow your head, or else." Leon felt his entire body tremble. The pressure was worse than any deadline. He gasped for breath, his mind screaming, "What the hell, this pressure?" A primal fear began to consume his mind. To calm himself, Leon recalled months ago, when Jack was just a coward he had humiliated. He crawled for me, and now I'm afraid. The humiliation, the shame of fearing someone he despised drove Leon mad. He gritted his teeth, roaring fiercely. "How dare you order me around, you worthless mutt?" He yelled at his frozen lackeys. "What are you doing? Get him, now." The thugs from the special class all charged Jack with savage intent. Jack let out a bored sigh. "Ha, don't blame me for this." Swordless, Jack threw a thunderous punch, instantly dropping one guy. The buzz-cut punk beside him could only gasp in pure shock, before Jack grabbed his head, slamming it into the ground with terrifying force. The fight became a one-sided slaughter. Jack moved like a flash, delivering cruel, precise strikes to his opponent's weakest points. He slammed one to the ground, then spun, kicking away the next. He followed with powerful hooks, forcing them to eat dirt instantly. One by one, they all fell. They had no chance to resist Jack's overwhelming power. Amidst the wreckage, the survivors could only stare in horror, whispering, "Impossible." Jack's footsteps echoed, heavy as death's knock. He walked calmly past the scattered bodies. His cold gaze locked onto the trembling Leon. Is this really the Jack Drake I knew? Jack drew closer, his voice low but filled with pressure. "Don't be scared. I bet you already know. It'll only hurt for a month." Seeing Jack's cruelty, Leon shattered, screaming, "Stay away from me. Get any closer and I'll cut you." In a panic, Leon drew his sword defensively. Jack froze, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "You're really drawing your sword outside the training grounds? You know what that means, right?" Locked by Jack's piercing gaze, Leon broke into a cold sweat, his body trembling uncontrollably. Jack's power flared, his killing intent exploding as he declared, "To face the killing intent of Leon Conrad, who drew his blade outside the sacred training grounds. I, Jack Recorder, respond in honor's name." Despite Leon's stammered plea, "Wait," Jack decisively drew his greatsword, glowing a brilliant purple. He then declared the rules of death. "This battle ends when one of us is dead. We alone are responsible for ourselves, and our opponent bears no responsibility for the outcome." It was like signing a death contract. A premium, no refunds deal. "Liam Stone, you're the witness. Leon was completely broken. He knelt, his teeth chattering. Jack coldly raised his sword. Let's continue. Death was near. All of Leon's arrogance vanished. He prostrated himself, crying pitifully. I'm sorry, Sir Jack Recorder. Please, spare my life. But Jack just watched him with death's cold gaze. Leon trembled on the ground, a mess of tears and snot. In his terror, he recalled the pleas of the weak he once crushed. I'm sorry, please spare me. But now, he was the one speaking those shameful words. Spare my life. Jack watched the groveling man. With cold eyes, he cursed, You stupid dog. A brief hesitation. Jack's sword left a purple slash in the air. He then declared the punishment loudly. I'm taking your ear as the price. A clean slice rang out. He paid the price. Jack grabbed his hair, growling. If that ear is reattached when we next meet, next time, it's your head. Jack brought his foot down hard on Leon's head. He let out a weary breath. Phew. Turning, he walked away from the chaos. The student saved from the beating staggered up, watching Jack's back in total disbelief. Jack. Why? Why did you help me? Jack paused but didn't turn, answering coldly. Forget it. I wasn't helping you, I was helping myself. Jack walked through the academy's morning light, leaving the dazed student behind. He scratched his head, embarrassed by his own words, silently cursing himself as he walked away. Ugh, has Galleon been rubbing off on me? I almost said something incredibly cringy. Shaking it off, he hurried to the research laboratory belonging to Professor Fan. Professor, is it even possible? Jack asked anxiously. After a long pause, Professor Fan led him inside. Looking at the sprawling blueprints, the professor stated, To be frank with you, it is indeed possible. Really? Jack's face lit up. Then I'll leave it to you. But the professor stopped him. Hold on. You should hear the details first. He adjusted his glasses, explaining. As you said, the overall structure is simple. The problem, however, lies with the core. The part responsible for the power output. Professor Fan pointed to the complex power diagram. This core is the heart of the machine, but its circuitry presents some incredibly difficult restrictions. It may be small, but it needs immense power, and we need a way to regulate its output instantly. It's completely unprecedented. Jack pressed on. But it is possible, right? Professor Fan nodded. Yes. There are two options. The first option is I personally redesign it around the core's limitations, but the time frame he gave made Jack freeze. It would take a decade to revise the core's design. Maybe even 15 years. Jack echoed, stunned. 15 years? I'll die of old age. Yes, a considerable amount of time, the professor confirmed. Then he revealed the second option. We could bypass designing a new core and use a compatible material instead. But while that saves an incredible amount of time, the material we'd need is a high-density aura stone. Jack shot up from his seat, shouting, What? Isn't that an ancient artifact modern technology can't replicate? Professor Fan simply nodded. Precisely. Ancient artifacts are rare enough. Finding one that can handle this design would cost over 3,000 gold. The staggering number made Jack break out in a cold sweat. He was trapped, with no way forward. I'll be expelled if anyone finds out I can't use aura. But 15 years is just too long. He clutched his head in anguish. I can't give up on Graham, the aura blade. Jack knew his desperate situation best. Everyone thought he was a true aura user. All because of what happened at the blessing ceremony. But in reality, it was just a strange reaction between his healing ability and Aether. The truth was, he still couldn't use aura. Aether was a power far too immense and wild for humans to control. Except for the spirit sense his master taught him, Jack couldn't use a single swordsmanship skill that required aura. Even then, he could only reinforce his body and use it to swing his sword with brute force. Compared to that, aura was far more versatile and much easier for others to wield. That's why I need Graham, the aura blade. But damn it, how can I ever find a high-density aura stone? Jack stared intently at the blueprints, marveling at the design. Whoever created these blueprints was a genius. Even with the complex core, the design is still revolutionary. Just as Jack felt crushed by the impossible task, the professor's next words sent a jolt through him. It would be hard to craft, even among the Golden Age artifacts. That was it. A spark ignited in Jack's eyes. Golden Age artifacts. Of course. Why didn't I think of it sooner? Jack stood up, telling the professor, Please hold on to these designs until I get back. Professor. Seeing the man's confused face, Jack just laughed. Ha ha ha. Of course. I'm not asking you to spend 15 years on this. I'll just bring you one. I mean a high-density aura stone. The story shifts back in time to the Great Liberation War against the dragons. The war ended when Tarek and Raker defeated the evil dragon, Bahamut, ushering in a century of peace for mankind. During that era of peace, countless ancient artifacts were found in dragon lairs. Relics from the Hero King's era, They possessed magic beyond modern understanding. And, among those relics, were the high-density aura stones. Each one held enough aura to power an entire village. Jack headed for the Drake Academy's central library. Though rarely used by students, the place was always perfectly maintained, because it was founded by Tarakan himself, and Jack knew a secret about its upcoming expansion. Artifacts from the Golden Age would soon be unearthed. This would involve the Magic Tower and the Great Mage Nirvana. A member of the three great families would join the excavation in those months. Countless Golden Age treasures would be revealed, and news of it would spread everywhere. Or at least, that would happen in 15 years. This was a golden opportunity. He was now in the Central Library's archive room. No one had found the artifacts yet, or even knew they existed. Jack moved quietly between the tall shelves. His footsteps echoed on the stone floor, breaking the deep silence. Standing in the Academy's vast library, Jack looked around at the towering shelves with a weary sigh. He breathed out, I could search all day and still come up with nothing. Looking at this mountain of books, a manual search would take until next year. Realizing a manual search was hopeless, Jack focused his mind and activated his power. Dragon's skill, Dragon's Eye activated. His eyes blazed with a powerful golden light, scanning every single corner of the room. With the Dragon's Eye, all hidden structures were now crystal clear. Jack walked along the bookshelves. His gaze settled on a hidden corner. He slipped through and gently pushed a bookshelf aside, and exclaimed with excitement, "Here it is." Without hesitation, Jack summoned his ether. Brilliant purple light enveloped his palm. System display, Original Spirit's Soul Sense, cut. This was the only ether skill for Soul Sense that Jack learned from his master. He focused the power into his fingertips. He executed a clean slash that tore through the stone wall. Jack analyzed it. Ether materializes the user's will. This makes it possible to apply attributes like cut and use it in different situations. However, this attack came with a heavy price. Jack froze, clutching his head as a sharp pain shot through it. The system signaled his exhaustion. Its major drawback was the massive amount of ether it consumed. The pain was sharp. Using it now was still too much for him. A secret door was behind the wall. It slowly creaked open, revealing a deep, dark passage. Jack lit a torch and stepped down. He was amazed. The news reports never said it was this deep. The further he descended, the colder and gloomier it became. Suddenly, a sound echoed through the silence, making him jump. He immediately took cover behind a stone wall, narrowing his eyes to observe. These ruins shouldn't be found for another decade. Could someone have discovered them first? But the sight before him left Jack stunned. Skeletons filled the dark hallway. The skeletons moved like machines, their eyes glowing with an eerie red light. Jack squinted, observing them closely. They were holding pickaxes and shovels. Watching them work, he quickly realized something was off. All right, it seems they weren't created by magic. He stepped out from the shadows, if that's the case. The system immediately responded. Skill. Critical hit has been activated. Jack shot forward like a phantom. What monster could withstand a 100% critical hit? A loud crash rang out as Jack's strike completely shattered his target. In a flash, Jack swung a shovel, and a burst of purple energy exploded, crushing the skeletons' heads in an instant. Immediately, the system displayed a notification. You defeated 2 skeletons. You have received 2 causality points. Jack exclaimed in surprise. Oh. Looking at the display, the number of defeated skeletons was 2, and his current causality points were 22. He suddenly remembered. Ah, right. I can get points from killing monsters. I completely forgot since I was focused on the treasure. Jack's eyes suddenly lit up with a sly look as he licked his lips. A bold idea formed in his mind. Wait a minute. Isn't this a perfect chance to farm points? It would be a waste not to. Without a moment's delay, Jack rushed into the darkness, shouting with excitement, Here I come, my beloved points. In an instant, the system pinged again. You defeated 1 skeleton. You have received 1 causality point. Skeletons defeated. 20. Jack stood among piles of white bones. This was too easy. A perfect farm spot. Any gamer would have to agree this was a sweet deal. He opened his status window to check all his stats. Jack Drake, unique immortal profession, with his causality points now up to 40. Jack thoughtfully considered his next move. I should look more carefully in case I find something I can use. The quest book cost 45 points, while the mini-map was only 20. Higher tier skills like Devour or Dragonoid Art 2 cost 50 points. For now, the mini-map was his only real option. The moment Jack's finger touched the screen, a system notification appeared. Minimap function activated. A blue, 2D map materialized before his eyes, shocking him. Jack stroked his chin, observing it. Just like a magic map. Then he noticed an odd spot and tapped it curiously. What's this? The system responded instantly. Minimap converting from 2D to 3D. A detailed holographic model of the area burst into brilliant view. Jack cheered, "Awesome. Now this is what I'm talking about. Finding treasure is going to be easy now." However, he quickly noticed a strange detail. But why is that one room a different color? When Jack touched the red chamber, a message popped up. "Would you like to navigate to the selected destination? Tomb of the Dragon Slayer? The treasury?" Jack's eyes went wide with shock. The treasury? The search party spent days looking for this place. "And I found it this easily?" He decisively hit yes. The system immediately responded, now providing the fastest route to your designated location. A radiant blue light appeared at Jack's feet, forming a glowing path through the suffocating darkness. Looking at the 3D map, Jack smirked triumphantly. "Haha, unbelievable. There's no way I can get lost with this." He followed the system's path, soon stopping before a massive and majestic, intricately carved stone door. A system alert appeared. "You have arrived at the designated location." Jack stared silently at the colossal structure. "I guess this is the place. But how do I get in?" He stepped closer, placing a hand on the door's cold surface. Seems like just pushing it won't work. The instant he touched a raised symbol, a blazing security rune flared to life, blasting his hand away. Jack gasped. A security ward. He looked at his smoking hand, suddenly understanding. The magic tower and Archmage Nirvana, this door connected everything. If it weren't for these gauntlets, I would have lost my entire arm. He realized neither physical strength nor normal magic could break the seal. Jack looked at the door and sighed. I can't get past this ward. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He cautiously asked, "System, can you open this for me?" The blue interface immediately responded. Administrator request received. Connecting to security device. In a flash, a flood of notifications appeared. Security ward, neutralized. Automatic device activation, failed. Switching to manual device activation. Watching the system directly interfere with reality, Jack stared in absolute shock. "What the?" He stammered, bewildered. "Wait, are you actually responding to what I just said?" The system coldly replied, "Affirmative. Do you have any further requests?" Administrator Jack Raker. Jack was frozen for a few seconds. This system is smarter than any AI. I can actually talk to it. Realizing this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance to learn his own secrets, he immediately asked the most important question. If that's the case, then why was I reincarnated? But the only reply was a cold line of text. Cannot answer the stated question. Jack felt like he was dealing with a busy call center. But he refused to give up. He pressed on. "What is this, Administrator System? Who created you?" The system stubbornly repeated itself. "Cannot answer the stated question." "Do you have any further requests, Administrator Jack Raker?" Jack sighed in frustration, finally giving in. Damn it. No answers for the questions that actually matter. He clicked his tongue and gave a short command. "Whatever. Just open the door." The system confirmed. Administrator's request confirmed. Tomb of the Dragon Slayer, treasury now open. Immediately after, a powerful tremor shook the entire area. The stone door, weighing many tons, began to move, letting out a deafening shriek of grinding metal. Dust rained down from the ceiling as the two doors slowly parted, revealing a massive, sprawling space within. Jack stepped inside, his eyes widening in complete amazement at the scene. Everywhere, towering shelves were packed with gleaming treasures, powerful weapons, and ancient, glowing books. Jack could only breathe out in awe. Whoa. Just imagine this. Live streaming the loot from this vault would make you the richest player on the server. Inside, Jack froze before countless chests of all sizes. Were they all treasure chests? This was a true treasure vault, filled with artifacts priceless to any normal person. Finding even one item here would be a miracle. Jack laughed, thrilled, as he threw open a chest. Haha. So there are hundreds of these? The brilliant golden light from the jewels within was blinding. Jack began claiming his loot. "I'll take this." He sorted through the artifacts, tossing junk aside. "Oh, this one looks promising." He carefully placed an item in his inventory. "This will be for Fang." At last, his eyes glinted as he spotted a unique chest. "I've finally found it." Inside were glowing blue vials of high-density spirit stones. He nodded, satisfied. "And there are 4. Even better. Main character luck is no joke." To store everything, Jack quickly accessed the system. "I'll use 1 point to add 4 inventory slots." Looking at the remaining treasure, he sighed in regret. Still not enough space for everything. Guess I'll have to visit often until graduation. Jack sat on a chest, checking the system one last time, then stood, ready to leave. That should be enough for today. But as he turned to exit, a chilling presence washed over him. A cold sweat ran down his back. A terrifying hiss echoed from the shadows, and Jack froze. His eyes darted around cautiously. What is this horrifying feeling? Suddenly, crimson magic circles materialized, pinning Jack down with suffocating pressure. A massive pillar of red light erupted, followed by a cataclysmic energy blast. When the light faded, Jack found himself in a completely unknown space. Surrounded by colossal ancient structures, he looked around, stunned, and asked the system, "Where am I?" Instantly, a notification appeared. The administrator is in the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. The Dragon Slayer's sanctuary? The notice mentioned nothing about a room full of chests. Jack gazed, shocked, at the vast chamber. It was filled with ancient chests. He quickly activated his minimap to check his location. Just as he thought, the location wasn't far from his previous spot, but there was no path leading here. Jack realized with a thrill, this must be a hidden area I never found in my past life. I can't pass this up. He moved through the ruins as the dungeon trembled violently around him. At the end of the dark hall, a figure loomed, making Jack halt. A suit of armor. The system immediately announced, exclusive Dragon Slayer equipment has been detected. Jack moved closer, his hand touching the cold metal. He assessed it silently. The Dragon Slayer's exclusive gear, it looked nothing like the Golden Age armor he knew. On closer inspection, Jack found something odd. What's this? Some kind of slot. A bold idea flashed through his mind. He pulled out the glowing spirit battery and grinned. Could it be? But I can't just leave it. Jack decisively inserted the battery into the slot. The system instantly responded. Spirit battery installed in Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment. Activating equipment. A torrent of blue energy erupted. It surged through the armor's magic circuits, causing the helmet's eyes to glow fiercely. Jack watched in anticipation, but the armor began to shake violently, making strange noises. He blinked, confused. Huh? What's wrong? A sudden blast of deep blue energy threw him back. System notifications flooded his screen. Equipment malfunctioned due to overload. Activation failed. A minor explosion is expected. Please evacuate immediately. The smoke cleared, revealing a soot-covered and annoyed Jack. It already exploded. The system only offered a blunt apology. Staring at the smoking armor, Jack mused. So a high-density spirit stone is just the power source for this armor? What kind of functions require that much energy? He decided to ask Fanong about it later, and hesitantly pushed deeper into the dungeon's darkness. Time to explore for now. Jack walked down the dark corridor. He realized the other rooms were empty. This was the final chamber. He stepped inside. Jack was stunned to see the vast room contain only a single glass case. But when he saw the system information for the item inside, his eyes widened in utter shock. What? Jack gazed at the statue of Tarakan Draker, sweat pouring down his face, letting out a laugh of disbelief. The man was completely insane. Suddenly, a shocking system notification appeared. You have discovered the legacy of Tarakan Draker, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. Jack was floored. To leave behind the heart of a dragon he killed. It was unreal. Was he just trying to show off? But now, that feeling had completely changed. A pitch-black smoke enveloped Jack's body. He groaned in agony as the system sent out urgent warnings. The cursed heart of Bahamut is reacting to the administrator. Jack's consciousness began to fade. His vision went black. A deep, murderous voice echoed, "All right, I hear you. It seems I have no other choice. Very well. I will slaughter them all." Just as his mind was being consumed, the system intervened. Activating mental defense skill. Indomitable will. A blue light flared, driving the darkness from his eyes. He snapped back to reality, gasping in horror. Slaughter them all? Why would I think that? Jack clutched his head, trying to fight the madness, but the black smoke wouldn't release him. Jack panicked, looking around. What is this? What's happening? A huge energy vortex erupted, pulling everything into its radiant core. In the middle of the raging storm, an urgent quest appeared before him. Urgent quest. Tarakan Draker's trial. Objective. Overcome the curse. Power is engraved upon Bahamut's heart. Reward. Ownership of Tarakan's legacy. Jack stared at the glowing text, his face tense. A chime rang out. The life and death trial had officially begun. The system announced, activating mental defense skill, indomitable will. But immediately after, crimson text flashed in warning. Error. Skill activation failed. Even the system was helpless against the dragon's powerful curse. Dark smoke carrying the dragon's ancient grudge flooded his mind, attacking his very soul. Bone-shattering pain forced Jack to his knees amidst the cursed fog. Bahamut's glowing red eyes appeared. Demonic whispers flooded his ears with curses against all of humanity. Jack was nearly consumed by the darkness. His eyes lost focus, glowing with the dragon's bloodlust. But as his mind was swarmed, Jack roared in anger, endless chattering. So annoying. He smirked defiantly. You call this freedom? In a blaze of spiritual fury, Jack snarled his own truth. Freedom is something you seize for yourself, you fool. At his words, an immense willpower erupted. Crack. Crack spiderwebbed across the illusion space. A blinding crimson light exploded, tearing apart the darkness that consumed him. Was this his main character plot armor? A flood of system notifications appeared. You have overcome the curse of the evil dragon Bahamut's heart. Urgent quest. Complete. Reward acquired. Ownership of Tarakan's legacy. Jack staggered up, breathing heavily, and clicked his tongue in fatigue. Damn it, that was way too close. I can't believe my skill failed. This system can be so useless sometimes. Before he could even rest, the dragon's heart erupted with a blinding light. System notification. Activating class skill. Self-healing. Activating class skill. Endless stamina. Beginning absorption of the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. Jack stared in disbelief. A massive pillar of light shot down from above, piercing his body. Jack was horrified by this dire turn of events. What is this? That's pure, condensed spiritual energy. And it's flowing right into me. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling under the immense pressure. But I don't have a spiritual core to contain this. This immense energy is destroying my body. I have to do something. Crimson energy tore through him like lightning, forcing a raw scream of agony from his lips. On the brink between life and death, Jack grit his teeth, using his remaining eager to contain the rampant power. System notification. Activating soul body technique. Seal. With total focus, Jack wrapped the energy in Egger, sealing it inside his Egger core. Veins bulged on his face, his eyes glowing with effort. He struggled to compress the dark sphere of energy into his core. A massive explosion erupted. Blinding light and red sparks filled the entire room. As the dust settled, Jack collapsed to his knees, panting with sheer exhaustion. Whew! I guess I'm alive, huh? He then realized with a shock that the massive evil heart, the dragon, was completely gone from its case, leaving behind an empty stone box. The heart is gone, Jack thought, so that aura belonged to Bahamut. Then he noticed a blazing red dragon crest. It was seared directly onto his chest. Jack dazedly touched the mark, wondering, what is this? Since when do I have a tattoo? Instantly, a sharp chime rang out with a shocking system notification. You have absorbed the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. Jack stood frozen, his eyes wide with the unbelievable truth. He had swallowed the evil dragon's power. The spiritual energy from Bahamut's heart began refining Jack's entire body. The system kept announcing the changes. His constitution officially evolved into the heavenly bone body, but the power he received was too immense. For his own safety, the system was forced to compress and seal 95% of his power. As the heir of Tarakan Drake, Jack also gained access to the secure archive and activated a quest book, an introductory quest book for low-level administrators. Jack stared at the floating messages with awe. Heavenly Bone Body, Tarakan Drake's secure archive, a tutorial, just another day of weirdness. I'll check it all out later. I should clear this first. But then he paused. Wait, except for this one. Jack reached out and touched a brightly glowing icon, a slight smirk on his lips. My ancestor was certainly generous. I became a tycoon overnight. Instantly, the system confirmed his request. Tarakan Drake's second legacy, an ancient chest, slowly opened. It unleashed a pressure that left Jack stunned. After cleaning up the dungeon, the scene shifts back to the Platinum Palace late at night. Looks like the cleanup is almost done, Jack thought while organizing his room. He decided to take some time to examine everything he had just obtained. The administrator's status window appeared, showing the name Jack Drake and the unique class, Immortal. He held the title, blessed by an ancient dragon and heir of Tarakan Drake. Most notable was his dominion over Dragonkin, allowing him to summon and command tame dragons. The Heavenly Bone Body also optimized his physical abilities, accelerating his martial arts training and mana conductivity. Still, Jack wasn't satisfied. Just a description doesn't tell me much. He mused while walking down the hall, recalling what he'd seen. I didn't just see the second legacy, but also a system window related to Tarakan. Jack commanded decisively, System, show me all notifications related to Tarakan. The screen responded instantly. To access Tarakan's secure archive, data synchronization is required. Jack narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Tarakan's secure archive. The system prompted him to move to a synchronization point and asked, display coordinates on the mini-map. Jack was stunned when he saw the marked location. What? I have to go to a specific place just to access it? He stared intently at the 3D map. A magnificent, glowing structure appeared before his eyes. This is Valhalla, Jack exclaimed in shock. That was Valhalla, the continent's top knight academy, the starting point for the most brilliant legends. For those who know, Valhalla is basically the Harvard of the knight world. No one without proper authorization could even approach it, let alone enter. Sneaking into Valhalla is impossible, even for me. Going there was never part of his original plan. But if Tarakan's legacy is really there, then it's completely worth the risk. This forced him to change his entire strategy. Jack touched the system screen again, thinking to himself, looks like I'll be staying in this cursed family a bit longer. From this point, Jack's plans began to shift, all because of the secret related to Tarakan. Instantly, a new notification appeared. The introductory quest book has been activated. An introductory quest book. The system began its first set of instructions for a low-level administrator, explaining that missions would become available after the tutorial. These were designed to support Jack's growth, and completing them would yield worthy rewards. He nodded slightly. So I just accept missions and complete them, like in an adventurer's guild or for a mercenary. But as Jack wondered, what is this tutorial? A notification sound rang out. Commencing tutorial for the low-level administrator. And you know what that means. The system's beginner tutorial is about to start. Before Jack could even process it, a brilliant blue light erupted from right beneath his feet. Upon landing, Jack found himself in a strange space, the ground a pulsing electronic grid. The grid floated in an endless void. He looked around, confused. What is this? Where am I? Did I get warped again? But he quickly realized something was off. No, this feeling is different. Like the entire dimension has shifted. Suddenly, a colossal shadow appeared before him. It was a ferocious orc with blazing red eyes, wielding a menacing, spiked mace. Jack gasped in shock. An orc. The system instantly displayed a tutorial mission. Defeat the monster within 60 minutes. You must use at least 2 skills. Rewards would be points and access to the system shop. Jack quickly assessed the situation. So an orc spawns and a mission is generated automatically. This tutorial must create scenarios for me to actively use the system. The monster roared, swinging its massive mace to attack. A smirk played on Jack's lips. This should have been provided a lot sooner. He dodged the orc's crushing blow by a hair's breadth, the impact violently shaking the ground. System notifications flooded in, activating high-speed movement. Activating consecutive slashes. Jack became a blue blur, moving at terrifying speed, unleashing a flurry of strikes that tore through the air. He aimed straight for the monster's colossal body. Jack's slashes tore through space, leaving the beast no time to react. He noticed an incredible change in his body. This two-handed sword feels as light as a feather. A system window appeared, showing heavenly bone body. It optimized physical abilities, boosted martial arts, learning speed, and enhanced ether conduction. Jack stood triumphantly over his fallen foe. He thought to himself, so this is the effect of the heavenly bone body. At this level, I can easily take down commander-class enemies. The moment the tutorial ended, Jack was warped back to his room. He looked around in a daze. Oh, I'm back. Was that all just an illusion? But he could still feel the lingering echo of the battle. He exclaimed. The realism was insane. The system showered him with rewards, points, critical chance, time, and unlocked shop categories. Jack was ecstatic. I can buy items through the system. This is way too convenient. Before him were rare treasures like Giant's Hide and Giant's Mighty Breath, items worth hundreds of gold. He tried the sell function, but his training sword was rejected, along with the elven dagger. The system offered only 4 points, making Jack scoff. 4 points for this dagger? What a ripoff. I could get at least 100 gold at an auction. It seemed selling was only meant for ancient artifacts. Selling normal items wouldn't be useful, unless I'm desperate for points. At the end of a long day, Jack sighed. Woo, what an exhausting day. I'll definitely sleep soundly tonight. The next morning, the scene shifted to the research wing of the Dragon Academy. Professor Fanong stared in awe at the spirit stone on his desk. You actually brought back a spirit stone, one with such high compression, in a single day? How did you manage it? Jack just casually sipped his tea. When Fanong asked when the device would be finished, Jack's reply was simple. It's already complete. Fanong was stunned. It's done? This boy is a prodigy. But bringing this stone here, that's even more incredible. Jack glanced at the professor, thinking something suspicious. Fanong explained that whenever a high-compression spirit stone is discovered, the great powers of the continent register it with an ancient serial number to manage ownership. He examined the stone through a lens. By checking that number, you can determine its excavation date, location, and current owner. Jack smirked, knowing a simple truth. But the one I brought could never be registered in that book. It's a completely new discovery, all my own. Despite his suspicions, Professor Fanong was simply in awe. He marveled at Jack's assessment skills. After verifying the serial number, Fanong turned to Jack. The verification is complete. Shall we begin? Jack smiled slightly, not forgetting to offer the professor a compliment. Ah, you noticed? You are far too talented for this place. Ha ha. Feeling trusted, Fanong made a firm declaration. All right, I will activate it immediately. He channeled his magic, and brilliant blue magic circles began to form. They appeared on his arms, spreading across the entire lab. Energy from the high-compression spirit stone began to flow. It was channeled into the system, causing the entire magic furnace to erupt in a powerful, deep blue light. Seeing the machine run so smoothly, Fanong couldn't hide his pride and excitement. With his work done, he clapped his hands and rushed off. I have to get to class now. Thank you, Professor. Inwardly, Fan Ong was still completely stunned. He thought to himself, I never imagined I would see a fully operational magic furnace in my lifetime. Thank you, truly, sir. Meanwhile, Jack was just thinking, yeah, you can go now. Get up. I'll handle the rest. Jack led Gallian Hanbeck into the forge, where the magic furnace was now ignited. You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? Gallian quickly composed himself and answered firmly, Of course. Please state your request. Jack produced a lavish wooden box and commanded, Forge me a sword with this. The moment the lid opened, Gallian froze in utter shock. Sir, what is this? Before him was a massive, pure white fang radiating a suffocating pressure. Gallian cried out in terror. A dragon's fang. It was the hardest fang of Bahamut, the cursed evil dragon. Gallian tremblingly touched the treasure, muttering, Wow, this size and condition. I've never seen anything like it. He looked up at Jack, his eyes full of questions. Where on earth did you find this? Jack glanced at Tarakan Drake's second legacy and replied calmly, That's it, from heart to fang. Felt like grave robbing. Seeing the smith's curious face, he smirked slightly. It's complicated. Witnessing Jack's complete trust, Gallian couldn't hold back tears of joy. He dropped to his knees, sobbing. Not only did you build me a magic furnace, but you gave me the chance to forge a dragon's fang. I will absolutely repay your faith in me. In that instant, a fiery passion engulfed Gallian. He shot to his feet, roaring with determination. I, Gallian Hanbeck, will risk my life for your sword. That honorable oath echoed through the forge, just like his ancestors promised long ago. Seeing the blacksmith's intensity, Jack's sweat dropped, thinking, That's a lot of pressure. At least try to stay alive. But seeing Gallian's emotional state, Jack recognized his unyielding spirit. A satisfied smirk appeared on his face as he made a firm declaration. All right, I'll trust you. Let's see what kind of sword you can create. With that, Jack calmly walked out of the forge, leaving the still dazed Gallian behind. He glanced back one last time with a hopeful message. I'm looking forward to it. Behind him, the legendary smith immediately began his work, his eyes burning with resolve amidst the flying sparks from the anvil. A week later, in Jack's luxurious bedroom in the Platinum Tower, he sighed while tidying up. Forging a sword is so draining. I hope the result is worth it. Jack sat on his bed, lost in thought. It had been a week since he received the message to return after his bet with Duke ended. He stared at the hastily scribbled note and thought, it should be about time for something to happen. Suddenly, an icy chill shot up Jack's spine, making him shudder. Right behind him, a mysterious cloaked figure appeared in a cloud of hazy, blue smoke. Jack spun around, startled, sweat trickling down his stunned face. A deep, reproachful voice echoed, Why didn't you come this time, kid? The newcomer was none other than the groundskeeper, Duke. Jack froze. Duke was emitting a suffocating crimson pressure. He growled, Answer me honestly. Before that terrifying pressure, Jack couldn't help but tremble. His mind screamed, He looks like he's going to kill me. Grasping for calm, Jack stammered an explanation. Well, you said to come back if I wanted to defy nature. Since I had no intention of doing so, I didn't come. This evasive answer seemed to be Duke's final straw. He lunged like the wind, grabbing Jack's collar and slamming him onto the bed, his eyes glowing dangerously. I told you to be honest. Jack could only gasp. What? He was shocked to find himself hurled from the high-rise balcony. He plummeted through the open air, only managing to scream in sheer terror. So high. A fall from here means instant death, no chance to heal. Is this game over? Luckily, Jack managed to grab the railing. A sharp crack echoed as he narrowly saved his own life. But before he could recover, a hand gripped his shoulder as a heavy voice spoke. You don't want to challenge me again. It was the old man, Dexter. He stood behind him, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I didn't think you were naive enough to misunderstand my meaning. Either way, you did the opposite. You didn't come after you lost, not even to visit. It's as if you were deliberately provoking me. Staring down from the dizzying height of the Platinum Tower, Jack sweated. What? He knew, but he still went along with it. See, everyone, this old man looks simple, but his mind games are insane. Dexter didn't give him a moment to think. His grip tightened, delivering a final ultimatum. You have 5 seconds. This time, tell the truth. 5. Dexter began the countdown. Though pinned and bleeding, Jack flashed an impossibly defiant smirk. 4. Dexter's hand squeezed tighter around his throat. 3. Jack stared coolly into his eyes, shattering the charade. You won't even reveal your true identity. You see that? Jack just called him out. 2. Jack's lip curled. Am I wrong? Groundskeeper Dexter? They exchanged sinister smirks. A terrifying force sent Jack flying through the glass door, smashing straight into the room. He slammed hard into the wall as brick and stone crumbled, letting out a groan of agony. Oof. Dexter casually strolled into the ruins. He coldly admitted, Fine, you're right, kid. I was once a Black Knight of the Drake family. He approached, placing a hand on Jack's head. Jack whispered the title back, filled with doubt. The old man narrowed his eyes, declaring his true identity. I am Duke Drake. Instantly, Jack dropped to one knee in a complete 180, respectfully addressing the clan elder and former member of the Black Knights. He bowed his head low, his voice filled with regret. I sincerely apologize for the disrespect I have shown as a knight. This sudden switch left Duke stunned. He squinted, suspicious of the boy's innocent act. What's with that I knew it all along expression? Jack could only offer a weak smile in return. It's nothing like that. As Duke strode through the grand hall, Jack asked curiously, But Duke, what did you mean you used to be a Black Knight? Duke paused, explaining simply, It's easy. I was black, but now I'm red. The answer left Jack speechless. Incredible. How is that possible? He reasoned that a knight's rank can rise, but for one to fall was completely unheard of. Suddenly, Duke's voice turned harsh. Kid. He kept his back turned to him. The air instantly grew heavy and silent. We will not speak of this again. Jack keenly noticed Duke's hand was trembling violently, a clear sign that he was enduring some great pain, or a deep trauma that forced him to hide his skills. Jack bowed his head slightly. Understood. Jack placed a hand on his chest, his gaze firming. Since you were honest with me, Duke, I will be honest in return. Yes. So you knew who I was and deliberately provoked me to become my disciple. Jack sat on the floor, admitting it outright. Yes, that's exactly right. Duke stroked his chin, a smirk of amusement playing on his lips. You got some serious guts. He clapped his hands once, sharply. Fine. I'll accept you as my disciple. You see, sometimes you have to make some noise if you want a master to notice you. Faced with the old man's sudden energy, Jack just blinked in confusion. Huh? Just like that, wasting no time, Jack immediately knelt to perform the ancient disciple ceremony. I, Jack Raker, pledge my disciple's oath to the great Duke Raker, knight among knights. I vow to follow my master's teachings, to cultivate virtue, and to strive to uphold and enhance my master's honor. Duke couldn't hide his surprise at the thorough preparation. Oh? You even know the disciple's oath? That's rarely used nowadays. Jack smiled confidently. Cultural knowledge is a virtue for a knight, is it not? Duke cursed in his head. This cunning little brat, but Jack calmly took that as a compliment. A moment later, his expression turned unusually serious. But master, may I ask one question? Duke glanced at him, thinking. He's quick to call me master. Go on, ask. With his master's permission, Jack voiced his burning question. What was it about me that made you decide to take me as your disciple? Was it my handsome face, my talent, or my family's wealth? Jack knew Duke was famous for never taking disciples. Even a prodigy like Andre begged for years to become his one and only student. So why did he accept him so easily? A theory began to form in Jack's mind. He must have seen his potential, something far beyond even Andre's talent. The man clearly had a sharp eye, so he asked confidently, What do you think it is? Duke smirked. Take a guess, disciple. Without a shred of humility, Jack declared loudly, Obviously, because I'm the ultimate prodigy. That arrogant answer made Duke roar with laughter. This kid is unbelievable. Ha ha. If that were the case, I would have accepted Jenna. Seeing Jack's deflated expression, he grew serious again. It's because you have determination. Duke explained in a somber tone that not all so-called prodigies reach the level of a red or black knight. Those who grow up without hardship will crumble at the slightest challenge. Jack knew in his heart he was right. He remembered many prodigies, expected to reach the final red rank, who got stuck at purple or blue. The fallen knights on the battlefield were the ultimate proof of this. Enough talk. Duck stood, cutting off his disciple's thoughts. Follow me. The first lesson starts now. Jack replied eagerly, Yes, master. They went to the western greenhouse, where Jack was stunned to find a massive, hidden arena underneath. Who would have guessed a place like this was here? He wondered curiously. What does he want me to do? But the first lesson was deceptively simple. His master told him to run, and Jack ran for 3 solid hours. This is tough. As sweat poured down his face, Duck's voice bellowed, Stop. Jack stopped, gasping for breath. Can I stop running now? Duke replied calmly. Yes, but I want to ask you something. Jack waited respectfully. Yes, master? What is it? Duck slowly approached, murmuring casually, It's nothing much. In that same moment, a terrifying pressure suddenly exploded from right behind Jack. A dark shadow flashed by in an instant, followed by a sharp, echoing slap. Jack was sent flying, crashing through a wooden door and rolling across the ground in complete shock. He struggled up, exclaiming in shock, Huh? Master. Duck was right behind him. Checking your energy is difficult, isn't it? Jack broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, Okay, something was off from the very beginning. He recalled every time he'd avoided an examination, at the infirmary, during his trial, in the greenhouse, and just now after 500 laps. I can't sense any aura from you. When I tried to check your pulse, you avoided it, kid. Don't tell me you can't use aura. The question hit Jack like lightning, freezing him as the air grew deathly silent. Duck began to walk slowly, his gaze locked onto his disciple. The bronze statue reacted. Didn't it? That unprecedented golden light caused a stir and brought you to me. He stepped closer, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. So why stop me from checking your pulse? Duck mused. It's curiosity, not suspicion. A Draker who cannot use aura is a serious matter. You would be branded a dud. Jack was silent, his mind racing. Lucky for me, it's Duck. If it were one of the stern elders, I'd already be dead. Once I get Graham, they won't suspect my lack of aura. Until then, I must be cautious, he thought. No need for long lies like in his past life, when he was the clan's first failed awakener. You're right, Master. He touched his gauntlets and the system announced, Spirit Energy Reversal Skill activated. A brilliant purple energy erupted from Jack's hands. You can even influence spirit energy, a sign of a pureblood. Yet for some reason, you can't use aura. Seeing Duck's pensive look, Jack schemed. This half-truth would be the perfect shield for his system's secret. Jack started his act, lowering his head in fake remorse. I'm sorry, I was terrified. If anyone found out a Draker couldn't use aura, I would be exiled. Fake tears began to fall down his sorrowful face. Jack acted completely vulnerable to gain his master's trust. He asked quietly, So what do you think, Master? Duck looked at the boy, sighing internally. Kids his age are still playing games, he thought, but he still had questions. Why couldn't he sense any aura, despite Jack having awakened during the blessing ceremony? Jack already knew. Even if Duck checked his pulse, he couldn't prove anything. The blessing ceremony was sacred to the Drake clan, its results undeniable. Just as Jack predicted, Duck started to rationalize this absurd situation. He muttered aloud, A mutant genius? Jack was secretly pleased. This was the direction he wanted. If his master didn't know about classes, calling him a mutant made perfect sense. Jack feigned innocence. A mutant? Master? Duck looked at the weapons on the wall. It refers to those with extraordinary abilities, like someone who uses both aura and spirit energy, or who can see the future, things that defy all logic, he warned sternly. For that reason, mutants are often treated harshly. Don't go around announcing you might be a mutant. Jack's curiosity was piqued. So that's why you think I'm a mutant, Master? Jack asked, while Duck analyzed his abnormal stamina and recovery. No matter how minor, internal injuries always need time to heal properly. But you recovered instantly, consuming a massive amount of energy. What do you think that energy is? Jack ventured. Light aura? Duck nodded. Precisely. My theory is that any light aura you generate is immediately consumed by your stamina and regeneration. It leaves no trace for you to sense. Jack thought to himself, Wow, that's actually convincing. He looked up at his master worriedly. Does that mean I'll never be able to use light aura? Master Duck roared with laughter at his student's anxiety. Haha, don't worry. My whirlwind technique doesn't require light aura. It's a special skill, he explained. Special skills are unique arts developed by high-level knights, usually as applications, or enhancements of dragon-slaying arts that do need light aura. But his whirlwind relies entirely on physical training. Duck stood, his voice commanding, I'll demonstrate. Watch closely. He instantly shot forward like a flash. Jack sat, floored, his eyes wide with utter shock. His master's form became a dazzling series of afterimages. Is this the Lingbo Waibu step? After the demonstration, Duck stood tall and asked, Did you see that? Jack thoughtfully observed the footprints left on the floor. He saw the secret. I just need to follow your footsteps, right? Duck was deeply impressed by his student's insight. Well, if that's all you think, I need not explain further. You've seen enough. Duck laughed, full of excitement. Ha ha ha, your confidence rivals that of a black knight. Jack stomped his foot, rocketing forward and perfectly mimicking his master's footwork. In Jack's mind, by following Duke's steps, previously invisible paths became crystal clear. He realized every step had a purpose, whether for attacking or dodging. Closing a gap or creating distance, not a single movement was wasted. Truly a hidden master. Witnessing Jack's perfect reenactment, Duck was frozen in disbelief. It's only been a week. He has talent, but this level. A shiver ran down his spine. Seeing Jack move like a true whirlwind, a question roared in his mind. What on earth happened in just 1 week? Is he using some kind of cheat code? Jack finished the footwork, his eyes sharp and determined. The distance of Jack's steps was now distinctly different, stunning even a legend like Duck. The image of a peerless prodigy flashed in his mind, and Duck couldn't help but exclaim, Perfect. He looked at his disciple with sheer admiration. You truly have the confidence of a black knight, don't you? In response to the praise, Jack simply dusted off his shoulder with a look of pure arrogance. That gesture seemed to say, Yeah, I'm just that good. The act made Duck scream internally. If only he dropped that unbearable attitude. He couldn't believe this brat was crying just a moment ago and was now acting so smug. Duck rushed over and grabbed Jack's cheeks, squishing them as the boy struggled to say, "You're not going to brag about me, are you?" Duck grumbled back, "That depends on your attitude, you insolent disciple." Jack could only stay silent, wondering why a former Black Knight wasn't more discreet. A month had passed since Jack began training with Duck in the Academy's great dining hall. Jack was devouring a massive meal. He noticed his portions grew with his training intensity. While lost in his sandwich, Jack suddenly froze, sensing someone's presence. Andre Drake stood over the table, speaking coldly. "Can you spare a moment, Jack Drake?" Jack kept chewing nonchalantly, replying to Andre, "If it's here, fine. I'm very busy." Andre suppressed his anger, sat down, and got straight to the point. "Fine. How did you convince Dexter?" Jack inwardly smirked at Andre's shock over him becoming Duck's student. He calmly replied while eating, "No convincing was necessary. Dexter chose me himself." The arrogant answer made Andre's face flush as he snarled maliciously. "In the end, it's just because you're a pureblood." A sharp clatter echoed as Jack slammed his fork on the table. He stared Andre down and shot back. "What? Is your inferiority complex that bad? Even if he was first drawn to my bloodline, do you think a man like Dexter takes a disciple for such a simple reason?" Jack's face hardened as he declared, "The reason I became his disciple, beyond any other interest, was my own talent. So instead of wallowing in jealousy, why don't you try becoming someone worthy of being chosen?" The cold question echoed, piercing the mind of the one kneeling submissively in the west greenhouse of the training grounds. The sound of frantic footsteps shattered the early morning silence. Standing beside Master Dex, Jack stared at the arena and asked, "Master, what is all this?" In response to his shock, Dex just crossed his arms and sighed. "I'm wondering the same thing. What in the world is wrong with that brat?" In the distance, Andre stumbled forward, his body shaking from exhaustion, but his legs refused to stop. Dex recounted with a tired look. He begged to stay, even offered to be a servant if needed. "I told him to run 300 laps without using aura if he wanted to stay, and now he's actually doing it." Jack repeated, stunned. 300 laps without aura? Dex clicked his tongue, annoyed. That kid is genuinely insane. Imagine running 300 laps. Just hearing it makes me want to quit. Watching Andre's bloodshot eyes and ragged breathing, Jack began to reevaluate his rival. "I thought he was just another arrogant noble, but it seems he has some real determination." At that moment, the Academy's atmosphere grew incredibly tense. A voice roared from above. "You fool! Have you forgotten what day it is? The head of the family is visiting today." The thunder of hooves and grinding wheels announced a grand carriage, bearing the Draker family crest, a sword and dragon wings. A soldier hurriedly shouted the news. "The family head is arriving. Everyone, prepare yourselves." The guards immediately stood at attention, roaring as one, "Yes, headmaster." The carriage came to a halt. A man with silver hair and a powerful aura stepped out, his voice low. "It has been a long time, Hogwarts." Hogwarts immediately bowed, not daring to lift his head. "I humbly greet the master of the Drake family." Thousands of soldiers in formation roared as one, shaking the heavens. "We greet the master of the Drake family." At exactly high noon, the clock hand ticked forward, and a deep bell tolled, signaling the moment's arrival. A powerful, black-gloved hand emerged from a mysterious purple mist. Arthur Drake approached Hogwarts and stated calmly, "You have been through much, I imagine." Hogwarts bowed his head deeply in response. "My efforts are nothing compared to yours, my lord." Arthur looked at the headmaster with profound eyes. "I will continue to count on you." This was Arthur Drake, head of the Drake family, one of the 3 great dragon-slaying clans. Arthur patted Hogwarts' shoulder, softly commanding, "The sun is harsh. Let us go inside." The Patriarch's presence stunned the crowd into whispers. "Huh, that's the head of the Drake family." Standing before the entire student body, Arthur raised his hand for silence. The wind seemed to whistle as he declared, "Young dragon slayers, you are the future and hope of the Draker family." His gaze swept across the academy, his steel-like words reaching the family's young sprouts. "You must train harder and harder. Your growth is the growth of the Draker family." Arthur's blazing golden eyes emitted a suffocating, majestic pressure. Overwhelmed by his immense aura, the students roared with absolute loyalty. "We will engrave it upon our hearts." Arthur turned decisively. "All right, let's go." He walked on, surrounded by the reverence of his subordinates. Soon after, in the grand main hall, Arthur Drake, protector of the Dragon Slayer's honor, held a private meeting with Jack. Bowing in a perfectly formal greeting, he began, "I, Jack Drake, a member of this family, offer my utmost respect and greetings." Arthur laughed heartily at his youngest formality. "Ha ha ha, people at the Four Seasons Fortress don't even greet like that anymore." He gestured with his teacup. "Skip the ceremony and sit. I heard you enjoy tea. I brought something exquisite, hoping it suits your taste." Seeing the fine pastries, Jack lifted his cup, took a sip, and replied, "Thank you, father." Yet inwardly, he was shocked that even his taste in tea had been reported to the family. As if reading his son's mind, Arthur casually dropped a meaningful line. "They say the Emperor may be ignorant, but House Draker knows all." He set his cup down, getting straight to business. "The reason I summoned you is the shocking news that Duck has taken a disciple." Jack paused for a moment, thinking to himself. "Getting right to the point, are we?" He calmly replied, "Sir Duck was simply showing me his generosity." Arthur's lips curled into a smirk. "Is that so? If you say so, it must be true." His gaze suddenly turned sharp, filled with expectation. Gazing at Jack's reflection in his tea, he said, "I don't know what your goal is, but as long as you follow Duck's teachings, you will become the strongest on the continent." Arthur's voice was low, emphasizing every word. "Stronger than anyone else, so you can live more freely than anyone else." A sharp clink echoed as Jack slammed his cup down. He stared directly at the powerful Patriarch, completely unfazed. "That is precisely my goal." Arthur locked eyes with Jack, and the pressure instantly skyrocketed. "Then that includes surpassing me, doesn't it?" Instantly, a deep blue aura erupted, engulfing the entire room. Jack gasped for air under the crushing pressure, sweat pouring down his face. He was shocked by the shift in the space around him. Could this be? A massive pillar of blue light erupted. Arthur had activated his ultimate skill, Celestial Sword. Within this domain, he holds absolute power over life and death. Now this is what you call a real aura. Jack gritted his teeth, resisting the immense pressure. He knew this was the pinnacle of aura manipulation, a power only true Black Knights could ever hope to wield. But instead of fear, Jack smirked defiantly. Of course. Witnessing his son's spirit, Arthur smiled in satisfaction. He calmly sipped his tea amidst the swirling energy. "Of all the things I've heard recently, this is the most amusing." Jack stared at the man before him, amazed and in awe. The current master of House Draker, a true Black Knight. I thought Duke's level was insane, but this is on another dimension. Still, with backing this strong, he wouldn't have to fear anyone. Arthur put down his cup and pushed a small item toward Jack. "I came to the academy to encourage you, but now that I've seen you, encouragement isn't enough." He continued, "Consider this a gift for becoming Duck's disciple." Jack was stunned by the item on the table. A black card. He stammered in disbelief. "Father, you're giving this to me?" Arthur replied nonchalantly. "From your reaction, it seems you know what it is." Jack's hand trembled as he took the legendary card. Shocking information flooded his mind, a card issued to only a handful of known VIPs. It offered immense benefits with no spending limit. To think he'd see this legendary card with his own eyes. Just imagine, a card you can swipe for anything. The ultimate unlimited spending card, no price checks needed. Arthur casually pushed the black card toward his son and said, "I will add you as an authorized user. Feel free to use it." Jack immediately stood and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, father. I will be sure to use it wisely." Outwardly grateful, but inside, Jack was on high alert. He stared at the card, silently assessing the situation. The words were kind, but the intention was obvious. Jack knew this card was a double-edged sword. Since the card logs all information, it meant his actions could be easily traced. However, he also saw a weakness in his father's move. By using such a superficial method instead of brute force, it meant he wasn't paying too much attention to him yet. Arthur smirked, his smile full of hidden meaning. He didn't want to waste any more time on the son he believed would one day rule the world. He waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave now." Jack bowed one last time, understood, and quietly left the room. Jack's footsteps faded, leaving Arthur alone in the quiet room. He let out a soft sigh. It was as if he was removing his mask of authority. Just then, a figure emerged from the shadows with a sarcastic remark. "What a detestable man." The newcomer was none other than Duke, the drunken gardener, and also Jack's master. Doc stared at Arthur with contempt. "He was abandoned in his cradle, and now you're playing the role of a caring father?" Arthur wasn't surprised by Duck's presence. He replied calmly, "As the head of the house, I have no choice. You know that." His eyes turned cold as he faced his old friend. "And those words of yours are slander against the family head." Duck wasn't scared at all. He plopped down on a chair defiantly. "Humph. Fine then. Arrest me." Arthur smiled faintly, and the tense atmosphere vanished. He took out a bottle of fine liquor and spoke. "This is why you're the only one I can speak with so freely. Let's talk while we drink." The moment Duck saw the label, his eyes flashed with excitement. Dragon's breath, and the red label at that. "See, you do have good taste. Just don't get hooked." Arthur calmly poured a glass. Then, his tone turned grave. "You've heard about the strange situation in the 6 territories, correct?" Duck took a drink. He answered nonchalantly, "I'm stuck in the academy." "How would I know?" Arthur's lips curled into a smirk. Your eyes and ears across the 6 territories are still active. Realizing he was caught, Duck clicked his tongue. You already knew. Then why even ask, you old fox? He revealed a shocking truth. The Emperor is obsessed with immortality. He's searching the 6 territories like a madman. Hearing this, Duck's face grew stern. He asked, do you really think it's possible? Duck shook his head firmly. Of course not. Eternal youth might be possible through magic, but immortality is absolutely impossible. However, he lowered his voice, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. But what if? It involved an ancient dragon's artifact. Arthur's question left Duck utterly speechless. His eyes widened in pure shock. What? That voice I heard before dying, and the system message I saw after my rebirth. Now, it all makes sense. I stole the artifact the Emperor desperately wanted, making him send his hounds after me. They chased me to the very end. I didn't care what it was then, but now I finally have a clue. The administrator system that sent me back in time. It's a function of the ancient dragon's artifact. But who created it and why? Jack leaned against the wall, sighing in exhaustion. Damn it. He just had more unanswered questions. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Duck exclaimed with satisfaction, magnificent. I will act at once, Arthur. Arthur nodded slightly. I'm counting on you. Duck's footsteps faded down the quiet corridor. Arthur stood silently before the large door, his golden eyes gleaming with profound thoughts. He paused, then decisively pushed his way inside. Inside, Jack stared at the artifact, analyzing. If this is the treasure the Emperor wants, how does rebirth connect to eternal life? It was clearly a question without an answer. Suddenly, in the quiet training hall, his voice snapped out. Didn't I tell you not to disturb me while I'm in the training hall, Decker? Decker bowed respectfully. My sincerest apologies, young master. A fellow student is here to see you. Shall I tell them to leave? The butler's words left Jack stunned. He thought to himself, a fellow student. I don't have friends at the academy. A name flashed in his mind. Reena. Jack let out a sigh, then agreed. Fine. He hesitantly stepped out of the training room, his mind filled with doubt. And of all people, it was Liam Stone. How are we friends? Before Jack's eyes, Liam was kneeling on the floor with a desperate expression, shouting loudly, Please, take me in. Witnessing the scene, Jack could only sigh in annoyance, already regretting his decision. I should have just ignored him. He asked with disbelief, Take you in? As a subordinate, you mean? Without hesitation, Liam pressed his forehead to the floor and declared loudly, Yes, my master. I swear my loyalty to you. Thinking of Liam's previous master, Jack asked, And what about Jason? Liam's hands gripped the floor so hard they bled. He growled decisively, I've abandoned him. His eyes burned with desperate resolve. He screamed, I must get into Valhalla. Jack looked down at the kneeling figure, thinking, It was the same in my past life. Why is he so obsessed with Valhalla? Liam continued to plead desperately, Please, just accept me. Jack stared down coldly and asked bluntly, Are you an idiot? You should have chosen Jimin or Torin. Liam lowered his head, his voice trembling as he replied, I have no family to back me. Jack turned away, his words cold, which means I'm useless for helping you into Valhalla. He stopped and turned back. And why should I trust you? Frankly, you could be a spy Jason sent. Liam trembled, his body shaking under the pressure. Suddenly, he reached behind his back and decisively drew a dagger from its sheath. Liam looked up at Jack, his eyes blazing with madness and extreme resolve. He roared, You're right to doubt me. I will prove myself by any means. Then, without a shred of hesitation, he swung the dagger, slicing off his own ear. He stared straight at Jack, declaring, If you order me to be silent, I would cut up this tongue. Liam growled with resolve. If you command me to die, I will cut my own tendons. My life is yours to command, master. Faced with such extreme loyalty, Jack merely watched with his cold, violet eyes. His words were cutting. Your pathetic life has no value, but I will accept your ear in its place. Deep in Liam's mind, memories of his childhood thirst for power reemerged. I want to become stronger than anyone. Please teach me, master. Returning to the present, Liam slammed his head to the floor, begging in desperation. I'm begging you, Master Jack. Without a word, he decisively threw the sword forward. The blade spun through the air, then slammed into the ground before Liam. Jack's declaration was ice. One strike. If you can withstand a single blow from me, I will take you in. Hearing this was his only chance, his eyes filled with resolve. Thank you, Master Jack. Liam stepped forward, needing to confirm the man's condition. You have been treated, correct? Liam's reply was instant. Yes, I have. He braced himself, steeling his mind. I really thought one strike wouldn't be so hard. After all, I am a Drake Aura user. But the moment Jack released his pressure, Liam was frozen with terror. Is he really the same age as me? I guess this is the end for me. The nightmare began as a colossal golden dragon's eye materialized in Liam's mind, crushing his will to resist. He collapsed to his knees, his chest heaving. Every single breath was a struggle. Before he could recover, Jack moved like a flash of violet lightning. Liam could only raise his sword in a futile defense. A deafening clang echoed as their powers clashed violently, sending sparks everywhere. The speed and force of Jack's strike sent Liam's sword flying from his grasp. The weapon tumbled wildly through the air, before embedding in the dirt with a sharp clang, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jack stood tall, his cold violet eyes staring down at the trembling, injured man at his feet. A smirk touched his lips as he asked mockingly, "Is that all you've got?" Seeing Liam's terrified, helpless state, Jack delivered his cold verdict. How pathetic. But if you're aiming for Valhalla, just give up. Jack advised coldly, seeing Liam still on his knees. Liam cried out in desperation, "Master Jack." Jack assessed the situation. So it was true. He'd been abandoned by Dragon. If he wasn't one of Dragon's men, someone from such a lowborn family could never have entered this place. Jack remembered with bitterness. Even he, with his prestigious bloodline, had been expelled once before, so it wasn't surprising that Liam was being kicked out now. Of course, he'd be this desperate. Watching Liam's trembling back, Jack wondered if it was truly worth clinging to so desperately. In his past life, Liam was expelled and his knight order collapsed. But he still rose up, became a red knight, and was known as the Mercenary King. Through his tears, Liam continued to beg, "Please, give me one more chance, Master Jack." Seeing that unwavering resolve, Jack knew the boy had no intention of backing down. Jack finally relented. "Fine, I'll give you another chance. On one condition." He stood tall, his aura suffocating. He growled out the brutal terms. "If I want you mute, you will cut out your own tongue. If I want you crippled, you will sever your leg." He moved closer, placing a hand on Liam's shoulder. His final command was ice. "Then cut off your right arm. This guy is seriously twisted." Liam was stunned, his face pale with horror at the cruel demand. "What's wrong?" Having second thoughts, Jack knew this demand would force Liam to abandon his entire life as a swordsman. It was a price no normal person would ever accept. He turned away, picking up the sword as he spoke coldly. "I have countless training drills to do. If you can't do it, then get lost." Liam only lowered his head in silence. His face was shrouded in shadow. Jack thought to himself, "I don't know why he's so desperate. But he shouldn't give up. Even without Valhalla, he can still reach the Red Realm." Suddenly, Liam moved. He seized the sword, his eyes blazing with absolute madness. Jack gritted his teeth. "This lunatic!" Liam charged like a wild beast, bringing his sword down in a thunderous strike. A piercing clang rang out as the blades collided, spraying sparks. Liam continued his frenzied assault. His wild swings tore through the air, creating powerful shockwaves that shook the entire room. Liam stood panting, exhausted, his breath fogging the air. Jack thought, "This guy's completely lost it. A total madman. And what if I had changed my mind? You already swung your sword." To Jack's taunt, Liam lowered his head, his voice trembling but firm. "Because there is something more precious than my arm that I can't lose." He would rather die fighting than cripple his own hands as a swordsman. Jack observed him in silence, his gaze turning colder and sharper than ever. Jack delivered a stern warning. "Pull another foolish stunt like that, and no matter how loyal you are, I will throw you out myself. Remember this." With that, Jack decisively turned away. Liam stood frozen for a moment, his eyes wide in utter shock. When he realized Jack's true intentions, tears of joy welled up. He stammered out, "Sir Jack, does this mean?" Jack continued walking, casually calling back, "Hurry, Liam. What will people say if my subordinate is missing an ear?" Liam's face beamed with joy as he yelled excitedly, "Yes, I understand, Sir Jack." The scene shifts to a magnificent dining hall in the academy, with Liam seated opposite Jack. He gently touched his carefully bandaged ear and cautiously asked a question. "Can I really use such fine medicine?" Jack calmly sipped his tea and replied, "It's an investment in your value. After all, I'm not short on money." A sharp sound echoed as Jack set the teacup onto the table. He propped his chin up, his piercing purple eyes locking onto Liam. He cut right to the chase. "So, what exactly was it?" And this is where I'm leaning in, folks. It feels like the real drama is about to unfold. Jack looked Liam straight in the eye, waiting for the truth. Liam was silent for a long time, then murmured, "Something more important than my right arm and my life, my mother." He started to tell his bitter family story, which happened only days after Dragon had abandoned him. Liam learned his mother had collapsed from a high fever. The fever soon passed, but the true nightmare had only just begun. Strange red spots, like blooming roses, appeared on her skin. Her health began to fail drastically. The local healers were helpless, unable to even name the disease. Jack listened, then asked to confirm something. So, that's why you wanted to get into Valhalla? Liam nodded firmly. Yes. The medical benefits for students and their families at Valhalla are the best on the continent. While Liam was explaining, Jack silently jotted down all the symptoms on a piece of paper. Red spots resembling roses, periodic high fevers, and rose-shaped blotches on the skin, because he realized these were the signs of the plague that would grip the central continent in 5 years, the rose disease. With a terrifying rate of infection and extremely high mortality, that plague had wiped out countless people in his past life. Images of the victims, their eyes glowing red and bodies covered in sores, flashed vividly in Jack's mind. But he also knew a critical secret. A timely cure was successfully developed to stop the pandemic. Jack casually pushed a slip of paper toward Liam, saying, "Here's the recipe for the cure your mother needs. It's not very difficult, so the village healer can easily prepare it." Liam stared at the paper in shock, his hands trembling as he read it. He stammered, choked with emotion. "Thank you, sir. How did you know the cure for an illness that even healers couldn't name?" Jack said nothing. "Because I'm the main character, that's why." But deep in his mind, memories of the genius alchemist brothers, Anne and Jack, surfaced with perfect clarity. They were the ones who invented the cure and saved the dying central continent. However, the greedy alchemist association exploited the lives of the desperate for their own profit. When they discovered this truth, the two brothers released the cure's formula to the public. That's why even mercenaries like the Jack of his past life knew it, and how it spread across the continent. Back in the present, Jack gave a mysterious smirk and advised, "Just say you know an alchemist." He then took a leisurely sip of tea. "So, now you have the cure. You don't need to go to Valhalla or remain under my service." At those words, Liam shot to his feet, his voice firm and unwavering. "Absolutely not." He roared with conviction. "I swore to dedicate my life to you, Jack." His fists shook as he clenched them, and then he dropped to his knees, declaring an oath. "I swear my eternal loyalty to you, my master." Jack gazed at the man, kneeling at his feet, thinking to himself, "An oath of loyalty, is it? The mercenary king from my past life is now my subordinate. This guy is not bad at all. If you fall behind, I'll abandon you without hesitation. So make sure you keep up." Facing his master's warning, Liam answered decisively, "Yes, I understand, master." You hear that, folks? The kind of master with no remedial lessons. If you fail, it's on you. Sunset descends upon the Grand Drake Academy, heralding new and uncertain times. Inside a lavish office, Headmaster Hogwarts asked gently, "What is it?" Owen Zimmerman stepped forward and bowed in greeting. "Yes, Headmaster." He immediately got straight to the point. "I have a proposition. Can we increase this semester's exam difficulty?" Hogwarts eyed the calculating student. "And your reason?" Owen explained with confidence. "You may think me arrogant, but this year's first years are exceptionally skilled, with many from noble families. We even have 2 pure-blood awakeners. Last year's difficulty won't properly test our abilities." The old headmaster paused, then murmured, "That's logical. Spoken like a true descendant of the Jimin family. I will consider it." Owen smiled victoriously, bowing to the headmaster. He then quietly left the room. Once the door clicked shut, Hogwarts let out a sharp sigh. Ha! He spun his chair to the window, his mind swirling with dark schemes. Blood truly doesn't lie. To think I had the exact same idea as him. His gaze fell upon the training grounds where Jack was relentlessly practicing his swordsmanship. To avoid future disasters, it's best to nip the problem in the bud. The day of the dungeon exploration exam finally arrived. This was a crucial test at Drake Academy, where teams of 2 had to escape a dungeon within a time limit. The unique challenge was that the difficulty of each dungeon was assigned to the teams completely at random. This meant every team would face a completely different set of trials. Standing before a massive dungeon entrance, Jack glanced at his partner and asked, "Are you scared, Liam?" Liam couldn't hide his nerves, answering honestly, "Yes, I'm a little tense." Jack calmly offered some advice. "That's natural. Too much tension causes mistakes, too little breeds arrogance, but the right amount prevents both. So let's just go all out. I've got your back." Just then, a loud announcement echoed, "Next, Jack Drake and Liam Stone." "Right." Jack gave a firm nod. "Let's go." Liam followed respectfully. "Yes, master." However, as they moved toward their assigned path, a hand suddenly shot out, stopping them with a sharp command. "Hold on." Jack turned back, his expression questioning. The examiner pointed to a much darker, gloomier entrance and ordered, "You too, go that way." Jack narrowed his eyes, sensing something was wrong with this sudden change of course. "This is unexpected." Seeing Jack hesitate, the examiner snapped impatiently. "What are you waiting for? Get moving." Despite the aggressive tone, Jack remained unfazed, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. It seemed he had already figured out the plot against him. Liam quickly replied to avoid trouble. Yes, we'll follow your instructions." The two silently entered the pitch-black dungeon, beginning a journey filled with prearranged variables. Although the dungeon's difficulty was different this time, it was a test dungeon controlled by the Drake family, so nothing was truly dangerous. It was like a virtual reality game. The main goal for the students was to escape within the time limit. Each team was given a watch with a 96-hour countdown that started upon entry. In addition, combat prowess was also a major part of the evaluation. If they brought back the head of a defeated monster, students would receive extra credit. But the most important thing was to escape. Failing to get out in time meant an automatic failure on the exam. In the silent darkness of the dungeon, Jack and Liam had stopped to set up camp by a warm fire. Jack spoke up. "We've eaten. You should get some rest, Liam." Liam replied hesitantly, "You've done everything from setting up camp to cooking. Please, you rest first." Jack calmly reassured him, "I can stay awake for about 4 days straight, so don't worry." "Then I'll rest first." Jack nodded. "All right. If anything happens, I'll wake you." Alone now, Jack pulled out his pocket watch to check the time. 16 hours had passed since they entered, and since he trained for 3 days straight before the exam, Jack had been awake for nearly 90 hours. With a cheat this broken, who can compete? He analyzed his situation. While his infinite stamina skill recovered physical fatigue, it did nothing for mental exhaustion. Looking at the sleeping Liam, Jack thought to himself, a dungeon always has unpredictable variables, so it's best to minimize risks as much as possible. He decided to rest after Liam woke up to take over the watch. Just then, a sudden bell rang out, shattering the silence. Through the mist and white snow, an ancient bell tower appeared, standing alone among ruins. The wind shrieked through the desolate remains, whipping a tattered red flag with a golden dragon emblem. On a misty, snow-covered peak, a figure lay collapsed in a pool of blood. Jack awoke with a start, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. He gripped his face, groaning in frustration. Damn it, that dream again. His eyes snapped open, a familiar sound igniting a vigilant, golden light within them. Wait, that's definitely the sound of a bell. Without hesitation, Jack smothered the fire and shook Liam. "Get up, Liam. Enemies." "I'll scout ahead. No lights," he ordered decisively. Liam shot up like a spring, respectfully replying, "Yes, master." Jack then slipped silently into the darkness, calculating his next move. Using his dragon's eye during a grueling 4-day test like this was a huge risk. It was better to get accustomed to the darkness. Suddenly, a strange scent hit his nostrils, freezing him in place. Jack narrowed his eyes, analyzing. This is sulfur. It can't be. He instantly recognized the threat, a beast that reeks of sulfur and hunts in packs. A dangerous, level 3 monster. The Hellhound. Jack decisively drew his sword, inwardly stunned. Reena hunted in Oros in my past life's test, but I never imagined a Hellhound would be here. One wrong move and it's game over. Jack paused, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Wait a minute, something's not right. He quickly assessed the situation. Even an alpha Hellhound weighs only a few hundred kilograms, but a sound this loud, it must be at least 10 tons. Could it be a mutation? The sound grew closer, heavy and powerful. Jack gritted his teeth, breaking into a cold sweat. Damn it, are you kidding me? In an instant, a earth-shattering explosion erupted, sending Jack flying backward. He struggled to right himself in midair. Liam rushed forward in a panic, shouting, "Master, are you all right?" Jack pushed himself up, planting his sword for balance. His eyes blazed with a furious purple light. He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. What are those Jimin bastards plotting now? Behind Jack, a fiery beast with burning orange eyes appeared menacingly, letting out a heavy growl. But the next sight was the true horror. A massive, gray hand was crushing the bloody head of the Hellhound like a toy. A deafening roar tore through the air as a massive, green monster, huge as a mountain, leaped down from above. Jack gripped his hilt. His eyes hardened with killing intent as he realized their devious plot. They're definitely trying to eliminate me. Anyone could see it now. The real boss had appeared. That Hellhound was just the appetizer. Liam gasped in absolute terror. A troll. Before them stood a colossal monster with bloodthirsty, crimson eyes. It's a troll. A level 1 danger class monster, capable of destroying a Hellhound or an Oros in an instant. Worse, its blood fuels recovery potions, granting it an impossibly fast regeneration that terrifies any opponent. Realizing the overwhelming power gap, Liam gritted his teeth and made a reckless decision. He stepped in front of Jack, declaring, "I'll be the decoy. Master, you must escape." But in response to this sacrifice, Jack just smirked. He placed a hand on his subordinate's shoulder, calmly asking, "What are you talking about? How could I ever abandon my own man? This small fry is nothing." Then Jack stepped forward. A brilliant purple pressure exploded from the greatsword, leaving Liam stunned in awe. Jack looked back at Liam, his gaze full of trust and encouragement. "Trust your own efforts, not me, Liam. You are not weak." With a confident smirk, Jack commanded, I'll support you. Do whatever you want." His master's words gave him unparalleled strength. Liam's face lit up as he yelled excitedly, "Thank you, master." Without a second thought, Liam launched himself into the air, swinging his sword straight at the giant monster. A lightning-fast flurry of attacks rained down. Vicious purple sword strikes tore through the troll's thick hide, creating energy blasts that shook the entire dungeon. Watching his subordinate's impressive display from behind, Jack's eyes glowed with a satisfied purple light. He murmured softly, "This kid's got talent. The future mercenary king, indeed." Wounding the troll's thick skin was commendable, but aiming for its joints was even more impressive. Did he actually study monsters in his spare time? But the monster swung its massive fist right at Liam. The powerful impact shattered the ground, sending him flying into a cloud of dust. Liam struggled back, panting as he bowed his head. "My apologies, master." Jack replied calmly, "It's fine. For a first real battle, that wasn't bad at all." Jack glanced at the snarling beast and continued his lesson. Targeting its weaker joints was a good choice, but you underestimated the troll's regeneration. Remember this, any minor wounds on its body healed instantly, but normal attacks couldn't keep up with its regeneration. The beast roared viciously, its immense pressure shaking the very air. Jack glanced at his exhausted subordinate, remarking, "You're still struggling, I see." He stepped forward, eyes burning with killing intent. Gripping his glowing blue sword, he declared, "Stand back, I'll handle this." The beast was immediately crushed by Jack's overwhelming power. A system window appeared, beast slain, 30 karma points acquired. Jack noted the points, making a quick assessment. This species gives a decent amount of points. A nice haul. He calmly sheathed his sword and commanded, "Clean it up, Liam." Liam quickly approached the corpse, replying respectfully, "Yes, master." But as Jack turned to leave, a strange notification made him freeze. A surprise quest named 2 birds. 1 stone had suddenly appeared. The objective was to hunt 100 monsters of 10 different species inside this dungeon with a 72-hour time limit. The reward, 2 karma points and 2 random boxes. Jack couldn't help but exclaim, "What? 2 whole karma points?" To him, karma points were priceless for upgrading the system. The progress bar showed 2 species and 14 kills, noting that non-hostile monsters wouldn't count. Jack checked his pocket watch, quickly calculating. 79 hours remained until the exam ended. 100 monsters wasn't an issue, but 10 different species would be tough. Still, if this was a trap set by the Jimin clan, they likely prepared enough species. In the end, they're just bonus points for me. He realized the enemy's plot was a golden opportunity to clear this system quest. He'd have to complete the quest and escape the dungeon. It was going to be a tight schedule. Just then, Liam finished his task and reported, "Everything is taken care of, master." Liam carried a giant bag on his shoulder, filled with the heads of monsters. This was the collection bag issued with the exam's countdown watch. Jack noted that it was far less efficient than a space pouch, but it would do for carrying the loot. Seeing that everything was ready, Jack gave a firm order. "Let's hunt. There's no place for the weak here." Liam answered firmly, "Sir." The real hunt began as the countdown timer ticked away. At the 64-hour mark, Jack and Liam carved through packs of fire wolves and wild boars. His violet sword strikes relentlessly claimed monster lives. At 39 hours, they faced a giant flying beast that emitted powerful sonic waves. The battle grew fiercer as the clock ticked down past 27 hours, then 12. Liam was showing clear signs of fatigue, but his eyes burned with resolve under his master's lead. They raced through the dungeon's fiery ruins, hunting without rest to reach their final goal before time expired. Jack glanced at his partner hauling the huge bag and asked, "How are you holding up, Liam? You've hunted so many monsters. Getting used to real combat?" "Huh?" Liam replied, still a bit hesitant. "I'm not so sure." Jack encouraged him. "It's normal. Adapting takes time." However, Jack's expression turned grim as he checked the system window. Only 50 minutes remained, yet the quest was stuck at 9 species and 99 kills. He clicked his tongue in frustration. "I even caught a finger-sized blood leech, and we're still at 9 species. Damn it, the system is trolling me. Those useless Jimin bastards. Why couldn't they have prepared 1 more species?" At that moment, a massive tremor shook the entire dungeon, followed by a mysterious rumbling. Jack's face paled as he sensed the imminent danger. He roared at his subordinate, "Liam, drop the bag." Liam was still confused about what was happening when the cliff wall suddenly collapsed. A colossal monster with razor-sharp teeth burst from the ground in a terrifying impact. Liam froze, stunned by the horrific sight. Through the dust and debris, Jack had already moved to shield his subordinate. Liam asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Jack casually wiped the blood from his gauntlets and replied calmly, "Don't worry, it's just monster blood." Standing protectively in front, Jack gripped his sword and gave Liam a cold command. "This time, you just stay back and watch." Facing the massive monster emerging from the ground, he added with grim pressure, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. Looking at the grotesque creature, Jack identified it instantly. A dungeon worm. This was a high-level threat, a beast requiring a dozen veteran knights to subdue. His eyes burned with rage. Damn those Jimmins. They set this up perfectly. Before him, a colossal maw with thousands of teeth gaped wide, ready to devour everything. This thing's dental bill would be absolutely insane. Witnessing the horror, Liam could only scream in despair. Master. He froze, his face drained of all color. Cold sweat drenched him as he felt the monster's deathly aura. While Liam frantically searched his bag, Jack shot forward like a flash of lightning. The harsh clang of steel echoed as his sword slammed into the giant worm's thick, armored hide. A brilliant explosion of energy erupted at the point of impact, blasting dust and debris across the dungeon. Even a knight would be wary of fighting a dungeon worm in a place like this, because it burrows to move. If the fight dragged on for too long, we would be buried alive instantly. The colossal beast lunged with terrifying force, but Jack narrowly dodged the attack at the last second. Ignoring the bleeding wound on his arm, he launched himself into the air, channeling all his mana into the greatsword. A thunderous boom echoed as the purple slash tore into the beast's tough hide, sending sparks flying through the dark dungeon. Jack gritted his teeth, his purple eyes glowing with killing intent. He roared in a fury. This time, I'll tear you in two. The dungeon worm thrashed its massive tail wildly, causing an entire section of the cave to collapse. Without giving his enemy a moment to recover, Jack lunged like a phantom, driving his sword into the beast for a foothold before unleashing a barrage of relentless attacks. The monster let out one final shriek before it collapsed to the ground. Using his momentum, Jack slid down the monster's rough hide, sparks flying from his blade along its enormous body. The moment Jack landed safely, Liam rushed to his side. "Are you all right, master?" he asked frantically. Jack didn't answer, his eyes fixed on the purple blood oozing from the wound. "What did you do?" he asked suspiciously. Liam quickly presented a small brown vial and calmly explained, "I coated my sword with an anesthetic." Jack's eyes widened in surprise for a moment before realization dawned on him. "I see. The main ingredient is belladonna." He quickly analyzed in his head. This substance normally has only a mild numbing effect on humans, but to this species of worm, it's a lethal poison. In that critical moment, Liam's quick thinking to use belladonna, the worm's natural enemy, had been perfectly timed. His reaction time was truly exceptional. Jack looked at his subordinate with clear admiration, affirming his judgment was worthy of his title. He then instructed Liam, "On my signal, run it through." With that, he charged forward at maximum speed. In the blink of an eye, he was on its head. Just then, Liam plunged his sword into its underbelly. The monster shrieked in agony. It was a perfectly smooth strike. At that moment, a system window appeared. "Congratulations, you have completed a hidden quest. Rewards doubled. 2 bonus random boxes awarded. Current karma points, 780. In the Academy's central hall, an evaluator's voice boomed. "Students exiting the dungeon, report here for your scores. Those who are finished are dismissed." The air grew tense as the examiner raised his clipboard and announced, "All right, we will now begin the scoring. First up is the performance of Reena Turun." The examiner began listing her spoils. Base score for completion is 30 points. 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins. Her final score totals an impressive 180. A murmur went through the crowd, nearly touching the all-time record of 200 points set by the great Aban. As expected from a pure-blooded family, she's on a completely different level. Faced with praise, Reena gave a humble bow. "You praise me too much." Next, Owen Jimin stepped up, and the examiner nodded. "All right, let's begin your evaluation." With a total score of 120, Owen earned some praise, 70 points over the standard. "Excellent." But despite the compliment, Owen's expression darkened with envy. Seeing Reena resting on a nearby log, he approached her, letting out a provocative sneer. "Reena Turun, you can't act so high and mighty forever." Inside, a dark scheme was already brewing in his mind. A wicked smile spread across his face as he thought, "No matter. If anything goes wrong, I'll just dispose of them the way I handled Jack." He was confident that the dungeon worm trap he'd set had already finished off Jack and Liam for good. This guy's acting like he's already won it all, like he just went all in and is waiting for the payout. But at the peak of Owen's triumph, a casual voice echoed from the exit. "Man, how long has it been since I've seen sunlight?" As Owen flinched, sweat dripped down his pale face. That voice? He spun around in shock, not believing his eyes as Jack and Liam strolled out from the dungeon's darkness. A heavy thud echoed as Liam dropped the massive monster corpse to the ground. The crowd instantly fell into a state of shock as amazed whispers erupted everywhere. "How could he? Don't tell me that's a dungeon worm." Everyone stared in awe at the grotesque head. Did those two really hunt a dungeon worm? The beast's giant horn and rough hide were a cold slap in the face to everyone who had looked down on them. Jack sauntered toward Owen, who stood frozen like a stone statue. He smirked sarcastically at the expression on his rival's face. "You seem pretty shocked, Owen." As Owen stood deathly silent, Jack leaned in with a challenging look. He whispered a sharp taunt. "Aren't you happy to see me?" Rage and fear erupted in Owen's eyes as he growled helplessly through gritted teeth. "You arrogant bastard." Owen's face screamed that his all-night plan had failed, and the boss had returned to show off the kill. Jack leaned closer, his taunt dripping with venom. "Where's that ice-cold expression you always wear? Why are you frozen like your Wi-Fi's out, buddy?" Owen trembled with rage, watching Jack and Liam calmly turn away. Jack added one last, indifferent comment. "Leaving so soon?" Behind them, Owen's mind seethed with hatred. "Damn purebloods. You'll pay for daring to look down on me." Liam glanced at the thick, jealous atmosphere and sighed. "The tension is pretty high, huh?" Just then, a stern voice cut through. "Is the competition over, students?" It was their instructor, Andre. Jack replied politely. "Ah, yes. Long time no see, Mr. Andre." Holding a clipboard, Andre coolly announced, "I will begin the evaluation now." Jack pointed to the giant monster head on the ground and asked casually, "Besides this thing, we have nothing else. Do we need a separate score?" "This thing is big enough to meet the quota for a month." Andre narrowed his eyes as a reminder. "I am the examiner, so don't expect a lazy pass." Andre examined the hideous head, asking, "Wasn't the collection bag swallowed?" Jack nodded in agreement. "That's right." He thought to himself, "Thank goodness. If I pulled out every head, they'd think I was opening a monster seafood shop." The truth was, the damn dungeon worm's attack had cost him all the heads he'd gathered over 3 days. Jack had calculated carefully. He couldn't afford to fail, so he had to use the dungeon worm's head instead. He knew for certain that besides Mr. Andre, no one else would be meticulous enough to check the flesh caught in the monster's teeth. Andre carefully inspected the meat scraps on the dungeon worm's teeth to confirm the prey it had devoured. He loudly announced the list of confirmed monsters he had identified. The news hit like an earthquake, making the surrounding students shout in horror. "A cho? It even ate a cho?" Andre looked at the amount of blood on his cloth. He remarked thoughtfully, "Judging by the blood, there could be 10 kills, but counting them all wouldn't be fair to the others. Therefore, I will count one of each monster type." He continued his analysis. Though the cho and the dungeon worm aren't on the original list, their power is on par with orc groups, so they'll be scored at 90 and 180 points. The final score was announced, stunning the whole school. Total score, 368. Pass. Murmurs spread through the terrified students. When we were students, what score did we get? They didn't even count Jihogs in our day. The score of 368 was such a huge shock that many couldn't believe it. 368 points? Is he a monster? Someone in the crowd yelled out in defiance. "Cheating." In the end, there's only one dungeon worm corpse here. Someone immediately shot back, "Hey, the dungeon worm alone is worth 180 points. But facing that unbelievable result, one student could only mutter in bitterness. But what does that even matter? It was like they were staring at the scoreboard, their brains unable to process what just happened. Think about it. For these ordinary people, dungeon worms or not, could anyone even survive a direct fight with them? The images of those savage beasts were a testament to Jack's terrifying power. Raker stood among his shocked classmates, but Jack's calm demeanor raised questions. Is he really that strong? Jack watched the chaotic crowd and thought, so noisy. This feels completely different from when they used to mock me. What a hassle. I ended up standing out again. All I wanted was a quiet test, and I accidentally shattered the entire academy's scoreboard, but his gaze turned to ice as he looked at the culprit. He knew Jimin had deliberately manipulated the test dungeon to eliminate him. Seeing Owen's dark face, Jack had a serious doubt. Was this really just Owen's doing? No, even he wouldn't dare interfere with an official academy exam. The problem must be Jimin himself. Jack silently watched the mysterious figure behind it all. His mind raced with questions about the clan's true conspiracy. He narrowed his eyes, realizing his current predicament. It seems I'm being watched more closely than I imagined. Jack knew he was the center of attention, and now, every move must be made with extreme care. Hiding my power too obviously will backfire, he thought. I'll just maintain this moderately weak facet. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Jack Raker. He turned his head and saw Gina approaching with her group. Reena swept past Jack with an air of pride. She left him with a surprising admission. You won this time. Watching Reena's back fade away, Jack just scratched his head in confusion. I won? What the heck was that? Does anyone understand what's happening? After the exam, Jack sat alone in the massive training hall. A slight smirk crossed his lips. Well, I guess I should start from here. He immediately opened the system window to check his skills. Dragon skill. Jack's eyes stopped on the level 1 gluttony skill. Its description simply eat a lot and digest fast. He recalled dismissing it as a useless skill he had ignored before. a skill that seemed made for buffet lovers but completely worthless in combat. However, with his karma points now at 780, Jack decided to invest about 50 points. The moment Jack confirmed activating the dragon's skill, Gluttony, a blue light erupted, consuming the system screen. Jack was stunned as he watched the text change right before his eyes. The skill description. It's changing. The new description for Gluttony appeared, and it was shocking. In the Gluttony state, you can digest anything and convert it into energy. Furthermore, by consuming a monster with a bloodline skill, you can absorb its abilities. A sinister smile spread across his face as he realized he'd just obtained an unbelievable power. Absorb monster abilities? I should have activated this before the exam. Jack held a piece of dried meat in his hand, muttering, "Convert energy. I have to test this." Instantly, the system announced the activation of Dragon's skill, Gluttony. A plume of black smoke suddenly erupted and engulfed a terrified Jack. It felt like being sucked into a swamp. The jerky in his hands slowly vanished into the darkness, and a new notification appeared. Energy absorbed, restoring deficient energy. The new energy flow was strangely refreshing, like he'd just taken a short nap. His headache had also subsided. He noticed that although it was a small amount, the mental fatigue had clearly lessened. Not only that, but his entire body also felt full of life again. Looking at the status window, Jack was pleased. Those 50 points were definitely worth it. With this skill, he could minimize the risks of all his other abilities. Jack analyzed the situation. Mental fatigue can be solved with Gluttony, while infinite stamina handles physical exhaustion. His eyes shone with a crazed light. 24 hours without food or sleep. I can still focus completely on training. I'll start right now. As he was lost in his plans, a sharp knock on the door broke Jack's concentration. He snapped at the butler. "I've told you before. When I'm in the training room, don't disturb me unless it's absolutely necessary." Decker answered timidly. "My apologies, young master, but I have urgent news." Jack's brow furrowed. "Urgent news?" Decker replied, "Your sword is finally complete." A triumphant smirk flashed across Jack's face as he raced to the forge. He called inside, "Galleon, is the sword finished?" Galleon's hurried voice echoed back, "Yes. Please wait just a moment." While waiting, Jack's thoughts drifted to his past life. What Galleon had forged for him back then was the sun sword, Graham, a masterpiece of midran and pure steel. It was a blade anyone could instantly recognize as a magnificent weapon. Jack mused, it will surely be just like Graham. But when the wooden case opened, he was utterly speechless. Before Jack's eyes was not a radiant, holy sword. It was a pitch-black blade radiating a sinister, deep violet aura. Jack gasped in shock. What in the world is this? This aura just screams final boss. Jack took hold of the hilt. Staring at the jet-black sword, he wondered, outwardly. It seemed like an ordinary blade. He rotated the thick blade and asked Galleon, "Did you intentionally leave it unsharpened?" The rugged smith slowly explained, "This is its inherent form." Jack narrowed his eyes, studying its crude, unrefined lines. He then asked, "Meaning, this is the form you thought was most suitable for me?" "What?" Galleon hesitated slightly. "That's right." Inwardly, the smith was amazed. A normal person would have been confused, but Jack had instantly seen through his intentions. Jack fell silent, his hand on his chin, contemplating. If he made it, then it definitely isn't junk. The uglier the item, the more overpowered it is. Better watch out. Once this thing's seal is broken, the action will be insane. Galleon pointed to the sheathed sword. He said, "Actually, this sword is still nameless. I tried to name it, but couldn't think of anything." He looked at Jack with expectant eyes and proposed, "Would you be willing to name it?" Jack was completely taken aback, exclaiming, "Me?" In his memory, the sun sword Graham was the name Galleon himself had given the masterpiece in his past life. Jack envisioned Galleon. Beaming beside the radiant Graham in his memories, he wondered why Galleon couldn't name this one. He had assumed this was still Graham, just with a different appearance, since both used a dragon's fang, but he now saw this was a completely different sword from Graham. Jack touched the pitch-black blade, and a deep blue spiritual energy began to flare. "Its name, let's see." Galleon cried out in alarm, "What are you doing?" The smith could only watch in shock. Jack calmly used the black blade to slice a long gash on his own arm, letting dark crimson blood begin to drip. Galleon grew worried. Jack just urged, "Hurry." He was calculating everything in his mind. Though his healing factor skill was automatic, he had to consciously control and suppress it for this to work. The system responded instantly. Administrator request confirmed. Continuous skill activation temporarily paused. Healing factor profession. After temporarily sealing his regeneration, Jack focused energy into his palm. It glowed brightly, and he whispered, "All right." He then held his bleeding arm above the sword. He thought, and now, drops of blood, thick with spiritual energy, began to fall. This marked the start of a profoundly mysterious process. Witnessing this, Galleon was frozen in astonishment. He wondered, could this be the sword naming ceremony, a legendary ritual, one that not everyone gets the chance to see? It's a traditional dwarven rite where the owner drips blood containing their own aura, or their mana, onto the blade. When that happens, the ritual activates, plunging the user into their deep subconscious. They must wander endlessly in their own mind until they find the sword's one true name. Due to its extreme danger, this ancient ceremony had been all but forgotten over time. Galleon couldn't help but wonder. He knows the ancient dwarven ritual, but how is that possible? In the dark expanse of his subconscious, Jack found himself free-falling through countless names rushing toward him, like a crimson storm. He gritted his teeth, his sharp eyes blazing with resolve. I must choose a single name, one that will move forward with me. A new name for a new sword. In the dark void of his mind, a vortex of energy violently erupted. The phantom of the evil dragon Bahamut appeared, radiating a jet-black aura. It engulfed Jack's entire soul. Instantly, a powerful name echoed forth, Black Sword, Bahamut. That sound alone screamed it was a top-tier item. The system confirmed Black Sword Bahamut has been registered. A colossal greatsword materialized before Jack, its deep blue crystal facets pulsing with power, outshining thousands of other blades. Light swirled in an endless void. He stared at his new weapon, bewildered. Did I really name it after that evil dragon? Jack gave a bitter smile, wondering to himself, is my subconscious even working right? Back in the forge, Galleon couldn't hide his awe. He gasped in admiration. You're truly incredible. Even dwarves rarely know the sword naming right. Jack calmly began rewrapping his own bandages. As his arm bled, he answered humbly, I just learned it studying dwarven history. He thought to himself, it's been a while since I needed bandages. Galleon, still buzzing with excitement, asked quickly, would you like to rest for a moment? Then, remembering something vital, the smith added, there's something I absolutely must give you. Seeing Galleon scramble for the item, Jack gestured calmly. All right, take your time. Don't rush. Galleon shouted back gratefully, thank you, sir. Jack quietly looked down at his bandaged arm. Instantly, a system window appeared. Administrator request confirmed. Continuous job skill activation paused. Healing factor. The ability to fully control the skill, even one that was perpetually passive. This was a massive advantage. Jack thought, now I can finally conceal my true power. There's no need to reveal all my cards. He glanced at Galleon, thinking, sorry, but this bandage comes off when I'm home. But for now, the most important thing was to inspect his new weapon. Before him, the sword's impressive status window appeared. Black Sword Bahamut, forged by a master smith with the all-seeing eye, using the magic of the azure flame. The material, the hardest fang of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. Its unique skills were indestructible and aura conversion. However, one line made Jack pause, currently sealed. The seal releases based on the user's growth. He gasped in utter astonishment. A seal that unlocks with the user's growth? I've never heard of a weapon like this. Plus, the indestructible trait was just absurd. Even for a dragon fang, these stats were completely broken. But, above all else, was aura conversion. Jack saw his own reflection in the cold steel. His eyes burned with anticipation. The reason he'd pushed so hard to make Galleon that magic battery was for Galleon's unmatched talent and this sword's core function, aura conversion. This special ability could convert ether, or any other type of energy, directly into aura. A brilliant purple energy erupted around Jack as he gripped the hilt, feeling immense power flowing through the very steel. It was this very ability that allowed me, someone born unable to wield aura, to reach the rank of Crimson Knight. Jack stood tall as the black sword's deep blue energy enveloped his entire body. Just then, a tired Galleon entered, scratching his head with a chuckle. Ha! Finally found it. My apologies. Did you wait long? As he spoke, Galleon froze. His eyes went wide, staring at Jack, holding the sword that pulsed with suffocating pressure. Jack asked quietly, You're back? Galleon stammered in disbelief. Aura. Such a sharp aura surrounds the sword. Has he surpassed the Violet Knights? Jack just let out a confident smirk. It's an extraordinary blade. You worked hard, Galleon. Galleon just scratched his head and laughed. It was nothing compared to the forge. But, sir, would you look at this? He presented a long, flat object. Jack looked on curiously. A scabbard. Galleon respectfully offered the polished black wooden item. This was crafted by my own master. Jack took it, a name echoing in his mind. Hung Jiep. I've never heard of Galleon's master before. He squinted, examining the intricate ancient runes on the scabbard. He spelled it out. Gold. Injo. B.R. Suddenly, the color drained from Jack's face as his eyes widened in shock. What? Golden Robert? Information on the living legend flooded his mind. Golden Robert was an unparalleled dwarven blacksmith, hailed as the greatest smith on the entire continent. His creations were masterpieces of perfection, each possessing unique traits coveted by collectors. Creations like that can fetch tens of thousands of gold. Jack stared at Galleon, stunned, never guessing he was a disciple of the legendary Golan. Galleon scratched his head with a bright smile. As I thought, you can even read the dwarven script. Jack gripped the scabbard, thinking that if Golan made this, it was no ordinary item. I've scored big this time, Galleon proudly declared. Of course. He eagerly explained the secret mechanism. If you turn the roller near the mouth of the scabbard, it becomes a shield like this. A perfect 2-in-1. Before Jack's eyes, the scabbard instantly morphed into a sturdy shield. Galleon confirmed it with certainty. It's made of mithril and wyvern bone, so it can withstand any attack. If you turn the roller on the shield's handle back down, it will revert to a scabbard. Compared to the grace you've shown me, this gift is nothing, but please accept it. This is what I wanted to offer you. He offered Galleon a valuable item with a suggestion. If you sell this, you could start your own smithy. Galleon laughed and refused firmly. Haha, I can't just sell my master's work to anyone. Jack nonchalantly added another line. It's worth tens of thousands of gold, you know. Besides, its indestructibility was just absurd, even if it was made from a dragon's fang. But above all else, the most important feature was its incredible aura conversion. He worked so hard to create a magic battery for Galleon and have him forge a sword because of his talent, and most importantly, for Graham's core function, aura conversion. Jack took his black sword, Bahamut, and tested it in the new scabbard, whispering softly. The scabbard seems a little small for this sword, but if it's a work of Golan Roberts, it has to be. As the blade touched the scabbard, a brilliant light flared. The sheath automatically expanded and reshaped itself to perfectly fit the great sword. Jack couldn't help but marvel. This is far beyond my imagination. I've received a truly priceless gift. Thank you, Galleon. Galleon beamed in reply. I'm just glad you like it. You gotta admit, that's cool. A self-adjusting scabbard like this is basically future technology. Upon returning to his room, Jack began to inspect his other rewards. He picked up a gauntlet and gasped in awe. Cloud iron. This is an extremely rare material. The system immediately displayed its information. The gauntlet was forged from cloud iron, making it both hard and light. Special abilities. None. Special trait. When the full cloud iron set is equipped, a special ability will be activated. Jack thoughtfully recalled the random gift box he received as a reward. An unexpected quest. I thought it was just a treasure chest, but it held something far more valuable. He took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the remaining chest with curiosity. All right, time to check the second box. A click echoed as the lid slowly opened, releasing a strange light. Jack looked inside, his eyes widening in complete shock. What is this? Jack reached in curiously to check, pulling a piece of goat skin from a pile of old items. It was frayed and yellowed. Jack exclaimed with doubt, "What is this? A map?" Instantly, Jack's eyes shot open in disbelief. A system notification appeared. You have found a map containing traces of the great sword Saint Kaisia. Jack whispered in a daze. If it's Kaisia, you don't mean the hero King Kaisia? Old history pages flashed through Jack's mind. About hero King Kaisia and the engineer of the clock tower, the most famous book on the continent chronicling Kaisia's journey, and his engineers since the founding of the Kronos Kingdom, a once glorious civilization. However, because the content was so unbelievable and lacked any proof of its authenticity, it was merely considered a fictional novel. Jack clutched the map tightly, his heart pounding. The hero King Kaisia actually existed. Just then, the system suddenly intervened, beginning to restore and decode the damaged parts of the item. Decoding complete. The identified location has been marked on your minimap. A bright blue screen appeared before Jack. He uttered, "This is." Looking at the 3D map, Jack quickly identified the location. The Giant's Mountain Range. The territory of the barbarian tribes. A confident smirk played on his lips. This might actually be easier than I thought. This is going to be a huge score. Jack carefully observed the floating virtual map, but a new notification appeared. It made him pause. Depending on the user's level, the guidance will now end. Jack asked in confusion, "The guidance is ending?" He touched the screen, it flashed, and a surprise notification popped up. You have found an item that can be linked to a quest. Immediately, a new achievement quest board appeared. It was titled The Vision of Hero King Kaisia, and the objective was to find Kaisia's vision at the ruins. His mark would be left behind. Indefinitely. Jack saw the reward was immense. System Admin Authority was upgraded to Intermediate. He breathed out. So that's how it is. The tutorial was just to get me to a certain level. A system notification appeared. Final tutorial for low-level administrators. Initiated. After this, the real missions would finally begin. A smirk played on Jack's lips. This is only the prelude. So the true game starts now. He eyed the Authority upgrade reward. sizing it up. These rewards were on another level entirely. A surge of power erupted, engulfing Jack's body. He clenched his fists, eyes blazing. Good. So that's how we're playing? I'll crush everything in my path. Nothing will be left. To prepare for the road ahead, Jack decided to use his accumulated points. He spent 50 points unlocking the Tier 2 Dragon skill list. Two powerful new skills appeared. First, Dragon Scale Armor, which forms crystalline scales into hardened plate, boosting magic resistance significantly. The second was Dragon Claw, allowing him to summon a mighty dragon's claw to annihilate foes in a single swipe. Both cost 80 points to unlock. Jack stared at his point total. I have plenty for now, but who knows when I'll get a haul like this again. This system is way too stingy. He decided to invest in some potions and these two skills, keeping 400 points in reserve. Jack quickly tapped the screen, activating both Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw. He muttered, "Let's test out Dragon Claw first." Instantly, a colossal, glowing Dragon Claw manifested above. Jack swung his arm, wreathed in golden flames, unleashing a powerful strike upon the ground. A cataclysmic explosion rocked the entire training hall. The stone floor shattered into deep craters, with fissures stretching over 10 meters long. Witnessing the sheer destructive power of his new skill, Jack let out a cocky, thrilled grin. "Ha. Now this is what I'm talking about." The entire training area was now a desolate wasteland, crushed by the might of the Dragon Claw. Jack couldn't contain his excitement after seeing the devastation of Dragon Claw. He readied himself for the next test. All right, next up, Dragon Scale Armor. The system instantly responded, activating Dragon Scale Armor. Brilliant golden light enveloped Jack's arm, as crystalline dragon scales materialized over his skin. A sharp clang echoed as his sword struck the scales, only to be completely repelled. Jack was stunned, thinking to himself, even without aura, my swing can cut through anything. But the blade just bounced off. He looked at his gleaming, metallic hands in awe. It's just my bare skin, but it feels like I'm wearing a full suit of heavy armor. Simply put, our boy Jackie now has claws for offense and scales for defense. With this combo, any enemy on the battlefield would have to run for their life. Jack understood the power of his new kit. Dragon Claw for attack, Dragon Scale Armor for defense. Simple, yet brutally effective. He strode forward, ready for tougher challenges. All right, I'm all warmed up. Let's keep going. The scene shifts to the main arena of Draker Academy, where the high-stakes semester evaluations were underway. An instructor stood before a long line of nervous students, his voice booming across the arena. Before the test begins, I'll explain the rules. He gestured behind him. You all see these training dummies, correct? They are specially crafted. With ordinary strength, you'll barely leave a scratch. To demonstrate, he explained the core of the test. But if you infuse your attack with aura, you can destroy it with ease. A blade blazing with aura pierced a dummy instantly, a testament to its power. The instructor then added a ruthless warning. However, fail to even make a single crack, and you will be disqualified on the spot. His words sent a wave of fear through the students, their faces turning pale. He crushed all hope with one final, cold decree. All prior evaluations will be voided, and you will have to repeat the entire year. What? Repeat the whole year? Jack muttered, hearing the brutal penalty. The students erupted in fearful whispers. Doesn't that mean we can't advance to the next grade? The whispers were instantly cut short by the instructor's sharp command. Silence. Step forward when your name is called. Next, Aaron. The young man named Aaron trembled. Yes. Watching Aaron fumble with his sword, Owen Jimin sneered from a distance. It's normal for first-timers to be nervous, but not for me. His eyes blazed with utter arrogance. This academy's training is nothing compared to my family's aura regimen. After all, the Jumenta family established this very system. Owen tightened his grip on his sword. He silently affirmed his own superiority, be it against low-tier awakeners or purebloods. When it comes to aura control, no one here can possibly match me. The instructor's voice rang out, cutting through his thoughts. Next, Owen. Begin when ready. Owen strode forward confidently as a deep blue light erupted, blanketing his sword with suffocating pressure. The crowd knew instantly this guy was on a whole other level. The onlookers were completely stunned, gasping. An aura blade. Witnessing such a masterful technique, the officials in the stands offered their praise. He can manifest an aura blade at only 13 years old? That's simply phenomenal. Another nodded approvingly. The family lineage is different, after all. Owen wasted no time. He launched forward like a blue lightning flash, unleashing harsh, screeching sounds. As the training dummy's hard shell was completely torn apart and utterly crushed. Under the might of his aura, the students froze in shock, their faces drained of all color. At the terrifying destruction, cheers erupted again. Incredible. As expected of a Jimin, Owen glanced down at his hand, harboring a much larger ambition. At this rate, surpassing Lord Aban will only be a matter of time. From the back, Jack silently observed the entire performance with a deep, knowing gaze. Right after Owen's display, the instructor yelled, "Next." The test continued relentlessly. He noticed the intense atmosphere, thinking to himself, "It seems everyone is struggling now." Their spirits were shaken after being overwhelmed by Owen. Still, the elite class proved its caliber, as not a single person had been eliminated yet. All the students could channel aura into their blades, even a little, as expected from the special class. But even in a place full of geniuses, the unworthy will eventually be cast out. Just then, Reena Turin stepped up with a majestic presence, shrouded in a deep blue spiritual energy. She approached the instructor and stated firmly, "Instructor, I have a request." Andre replied coldly, "Speak." Reena looked him dead in the eye, her own gaze burning with resolve. "I want to be tested with the Dragon Slayer arts." This insane proposal sent a shockwave through the crowd. Andre reminded her, "That is the standard for advanced students." But Reena gave a short reply, "I am aware." Behind her, the students began to scoff. "Ha! Becomes a pure-blood awakener and suddenly she's all high and mighty? Let's just see about this." They knew that channeling aura and performing the Dragon Slayer arts were on two completely different levels. Simply maintaining aura on a weapon demands immense concentration, but the Dragon Slayer arts were different. Besides aura control, you must regulate its consumption with every move. The person behind her smirked. She'll manage a few swings at best before her aura just fizzles out. It seems her own ambition has led her straight to her own downfall. By choosing that method, the evaluation criteria will be far stricter. "Are you certain?" Reena didn't flinch, affirming her choice with conviction. "I'm certain." "Ha, have it your way then." Reena gave a slight bow. "Thank you, sir." Immediately, her sword flared with a brilliant blue aura so radiant that everyone present held their breath. A thunderous boom echoed as a powerful aura tore through the space, engulfing the entire arena. Reena swung her sword, raining down a continuous storm of destructive slashes. The dummies, once thought to be incredibly tough, were now nothing more than tofu being shredded into tiny pieces. Under the terrifying might of the Dragon Slayer arts, every single slash left a trail of shimmering blue light, proof that her control over aura had reached a supreme level. As they watched this spectacle, the students below were utterly silenced as horrified whispers began to spread. Whoa, even their will to compete had vanished. "I thought Owen's aura control was the best, right? Turns out, he's not even in the same league." Owen stood frozen, his face twisting in humiliation. He growled through gritted teeth in pure resentment. "You bastard." He realized his long-held arrogance was a complete joke before Reyna's true power. He looked at Reyna's back and bitterly admitted, "No. From the very beginning, she never even considered me a rival." Next up was Jack's turn. Answering the crowd's curiosity, Jack smirked with unwavering confidence. He raised his hand and declared boldly to the instructor, "Well then, I'll meet some of those expectations. Sir, I'd also like to be evaluated with the Dragon Slayer arts." Jack's request left the entire arena stunned. A student nearby immediately started mocking him. "You're Jack, aren't you? You saw student Jenna use the Dragon Slayer arts easily and thought it was simple. What are you smoking to be that delusional?" Student Jenna was a pure-blooded awakened, and he assumed Jack was just showing off, completely unaware of his own limits. Instructor Andre stared intently at Jack, his voice stern as he sought confirmation. The exact same conditions as student Jenna. "Is that all right with you?" Jack didn't flinch, his eyes blazing with determination. Of course, seeing the instructor agree so easily, another lecturer couldn't help but ask, "Why did you approve that, sir? Even though his name is on the roll, I've never once seen him in my class." Andre calmly explained to his colleague, "It's the result of a bet between him and Instructor Andre." "Ah, you're new here, so it's understandable you wouldn't know." In everyone's mind right now, Jack's reputation was greater than ever, a pure-blooded, awakened. A golden rank, something unprecedented. The new student who shattered Sir Aben's record in the recent dungeon exploration exam. That person was him, Jack Drake. Jack stood still, taking a deep breath to focus his mind. Instantly, a flood of system notifications appeared. Blacksword Bahamut has sensed eager, activating its ability. Unique skill. Aura conversion of Blacksword Bahamut. Convert sensed eager into aura. A brilliant, deep blue energy. It erupted from the sword, enveloping Jack's entire body with suffocating pressure as sparks lit up the area. Jack gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face, which was strained from the immense effort. He thought to himself, "Seriously, holding back this power is harder than letting it all out." Jack quietly muttered, "All right, this should be just enough, right?" Instantly, he tightened his grip on the hilt, the dagger flowing. A vibrant purple energy from Black Sword Bahamut began to flare wildly, transforming into a deep blue aura that cloaked his body. Standing nearby, Reena was completely floored, her eyes wide with terror as she stammered. Wait a second. What kind of aura looks like a final boss mode? In the arena's center, Jack focused all his power into the greatsword. He declared loudly, "First form of the Dragon Slayer arts. Heaven's cleave opening stance." The aura swirled so violently it seemed ready to tear space itself apart. Witnessing this scene, Reena was completely overwhelmed, comparing it in her mind. Compared to me, no. It's not the least bit inferior to even Instructor Andre. Jack swung his sword, a single slash carrying world-shaking power that descended as a colossal pillar of light. It pierced through a line of training dummies, slicing them in half as easily as cutting through tofu. Jack calmly analyzed it in his mind. I used the Dragon Slayer arts over and over for 2 years before regressing. Every detail, from the sword's path to his foot placement and even the flow of aura, was executed perfectly. He noted, my body is still reacting automatically, even when I'm not consciously thinking. Jack's footsteps echoed as he walked calmly through the wreckage. He casually sheathed his sword, musing to himself, a sword style I once grew sick of, but it seems reviewing the basics is quite interesting. All around him, the students were in a state of absolute shock, with amazed whispers erupting everywhere. Did he really just code his sword in aura? That's right, I saw the entire greatsword covered. Does that mean Jack has reached the level of a Violet Knight? Hearing the chatter, Jack broke into a cold sweat, a guilty look on his face. Maybe I was too focused. He glanced at the devastated scene and realized his mistake. My aura leaked out unconsciously. Jack scratched his head in embarrassment, silently blaming himself. I only meant to match Reena's power level. Damn it, I did something to make myself stand out again. Just my luck. I want a quiet life, but my power keeps leaking out on its own. A first-year student reaching the Violet Knight stage, amazed whispers echoed across the arena at the sight of Jack's unbelievable power, and the crowd couldn't stop talking. They couldn't believe their eyes after the insane result they had just witnessed. Rumors of his performance spread like wildfire. Model. Word reached the Academy's top brass. In a lavish office, a high official leisurely sipped his tea. He then spoke. I've heard about your performance during the semester evaluation. Truly an astonishing result. Faced with praise, Jack just calmly replied, It was just luck, sir. The overly humble reply made the official laugh heartily. Ha ha ha. Reaching the knight level. At 13 years old, you call that luck? The official stared into Jack's eyes, making a surprising offer. So, Jack, what do you think about taking the grade acceleration exam? Jack analyzed this internally. An acceleration exam. Skipping a whole grade? The man explained this special privilege. It could be 1 year, or even more. This system is for exceptional students like you. Jack knew things were moving faster than planned, but he also understood that he had done too much to stand out. This outcome was inevitable. Without a moment's hesitation, Jack looked the official in the eye and declared, I'll participate. Go big or go home, sir. It's boring to just idle in the lobby. He gave a meaningful smile, then quietly walked out of the room. As the door clicked shut, Jack strode down the hall, his violet eyes gleaming with calculation. Looks like he's planning something. Very well, I'm willing to play along. Back in a luxurious office, a powerful man with a distinct mustache gazed out the window, muttering to himself, Reena Draco and Jack Draco. 2 pure-blood awakeners will take the exam. Immediately, a subordinate's voice came from behind. Respectfully, he answered, Yes, I understand, sir. I will proceed as instructed. A calculating smile touched the official's lips. This is getting more and more interesting. At the Aura Training Hall, reserved for Drake Academy's top students, the air was thick with tension. Reena stood at attention, her face a mask of intense concentration. Jack, beside her, thought, at least pretend to look around a little. Standing stiff as a statue, people will think we've gone away from keyboard. Suddenly, Jack noticed the presence of strangers, who had been waiting for some time. He smirked. So, you were all waiting here for us. An official stepped forward, announcing loudly, the proctor for today's acceleration exam is the family's high-ranking knight, the esteemed old Draker. The white-haired man had a long scar on his nose and a katana at his side. His appearance left Jack so stunned his eyes bulged. A silent scream echoed in his mind. That's Mok Liu Jian. Horrifying memories of a desolate, ruined battlefield flooded back into Jack's mind. A place where one walks silently through the wreckage, carrying a cold corpse before leaving. Memories of his past life returned vividly. On a battlefield littered with bodies, this very man had sat quietly beside a fallen comrade. But Jack at that time, known as Jack Morita of the Northern Alliance, had asked him directly, You're from the Drake family, aren't you? But when I replied coldly, No. I've abandoned the Drake name. When asked what to call him, he just answered indifferently, Just call me Mok Liu Jian. Back in the present, Jack studied the cold man, thinking, When? a name that perfectly suits someone like Mokliu Jian. He quickly composed himself. He bowed his head. Greetings, Sir Windraker. Jack couldn't help but wonder why an exam at this prestigious academy would be personally proctored by a high-ranking knight. This was a title of great honor, reserved only for the true pillars supporting the Drake clan, those with overwhelming power and fame. In other words, Wen's presence here was clearly no coincidence. The proctor announced the rules loudly. The test format is a sword duel, something familiar to anyone from a noble house. As long as you're not unconscious or have quit, you can keep fighting. Show me everything you've got. Immediately, Reena stepped forward with confidence. Then I will go first. But their opponent just glanced at Jack and Reena with a scornful look. Both of you brats. Come at me at once. Seeing Reena about to charge forward rashly, Jack quickly grabbed her shoulder. He warned in a low voice, "Don't be so hasty. You know the difference in our power levels." He calmly analyzed. Besides, the test has already begun. If we can't control our emotions and rush in, we would have already lost points. Hearing Jack's sharp analysis, Reena let out a thoughtful sigh. So what should I do, Jack Draker? She asked, looking him in the eye. Jack's lips curled into a confident smirk. He thought to himself, that's Reena for you, the one they call a genius. I have the perfect plan for this. Just coordinate with me in a bit, and we'll hit him with a critical combo. The battle finally erupted between two young prodigies in the massive arena. Andraker silently unsheathed a strange, single-edged blade from the Eastern Empire, a huando. Jack narrowed his eyes, recognizing the weapon. He had always used it. Seeing Reena grip her sword with a serious face, Jack knew this was about honor for her. But what good is honor to the weak? Forget feelings, just focus on the plan. Jack and Reena moved as one, launching a pincer attack from both sides. On remained calm, skillfully deflecting every blow with his huando. They constantly shifted positions, weaving a dense web of attacks against the High Knight. The shriek of clashing steel echoed through the arena as they attacked together, yet On calmly neutralized every single move. Jack was stunned. Is this a High Knight's power? Insane. On the other side, Reena was struggling just as much. Despite her best efforts in following Jack's plan, aiming for his blind spots, she couldn't even leave a scratch. The High Knight's strength was like an impenetrable, unmoving fortress. A shocking explosion erupted, sending Jack flying as the arena filled with dust. After the terrifying impact, Reena was dazed by the shockwave. People cried out, "Reena, are you okay?" Leaning on the rubble, Reena gasped for breath. "I'm fine." She collapsed, using her sword for support, and warned the others, "It's dangerous. Get back." Her mind reeled. She'd been overwhelmed in an instant. Amid the wreckage, Jack faced On once more. Facing the knight's immense power, he thought, create an opening? With my strength, there's no chance. But a defiant fire blazed in Jack's eyes. He roared in his mind, "Can you really do this? I can't agree with such a dirty tactic. Are you trying to dishonor this duel?" Jack retorted. It was Jack's sarcastic question. "But can you eat honor?" He stared down his opponent with cold eyes and declared, "This isn't a knight's duel. It's a test. It measures our ability to kill." Reena bowed her head, sweat on her brow. "All right. I asked for your plan." She glanced nervously at their imposing opponent in the distance, then turned back. Jack pressed on. "But do you really think this tactic will work? He's a High Knight." Jack just smirked confidently. "Then we'll create a situation where it has to work. Don't worry, Reena. I've got this plan out." He recalled their first duel. "When we fought in the cradle, why couldn't you dodge that rock?" Reena fell silent, remembering. She admitted, "Because I never expected you to use such a trick." Jack grinned. "Exactly. A high-ranking knight is no different. Just wait for my signal. It will definitely work." For Jack, the smallest opening was enough to instantly turn the tide of battle. He unleashed an application of the dragon-slaying arts, Gale Step, Shadowless Movement. Purple afterimages blurred across the arena at terrifying speed. Shocking. On. This is Jack's technique. Closing the distance, his sword clashed violently against the High Knight's. He snarled defiantly, "You better prepare yourself." Suddenly, a flash, then total darkness. On was stunned. Lights out. He quickly realized their plan. "I see." Using the mana-disrupting trait of a pure blood awakened, Reena was now using all her power to disrupt the surrounding magical space. In the suffocating darkness, the sharp clang of steel rang out. On calmly parried every attack. He scoffed internally. What a childish idea. Did they think blinding me would create an opening? It's like they just toggled on night mode. You think I'm blind? But just as his confidence peaked, Jack appeared right behind him like a phantom. On's eyes widened in shock, a strange, unsettling feeling rising within him. But what was this unnerving feeling? In a darkness so thick he could only see vague shapes, the boy moved as if he saw everything perfectly. Across from him, Jack prepared for a daring move. He mused, a perfect chance to test my new dragon skill. This seemed like the perfect opportunity. Besides, On wasn't the type to spread rumors. Instantly, a system notification sounded, activating Dragon Skill, Dragon Claw. A massive, radiant burst of energy erupted, forming a mighty dragon claw that tore through the night. Is this really a first year's swordsmanship? On held his breath, watching the overwhelming attack. He realized it wasn't exactly swordsmanship, it was something else entirely. In any case, Jack Drake had far surpassed the level of a mere student. On fell back into a defensive stance. His mind raced, analyzing the situation. Reena Drake could also move within the shadows, just like Jack Drake. Did he eliminate all unnecessary energy and place a restriction on me? However, the high-ranking knight quickly regained his composure. He gripped his sword, coldly declaring, "That strategy only works against an equal." The battle exploded with terrifying speed, sending sparks flying through the darkened space. On was stunned by his opponent's agility. His movement was completely unaffected by the darkness. Did he adapt to the dark that quickly? Jack dodged a sharp strike, but On's figure suddenly blurred. Then, he vanished completely. Jack narrowed his eyes warily, thinking to himself, "He's gone. I can only vaguely see his shape. It feels like I'm fighting a shadow." Just then, the magic lamps around them flared violently. Jack moved like a phantom, realizing his plan was unfolding perfectly. Magic lamps? Flashes of light pulsed continuously, creating a piercing sound. It completely concealed his presence from the senior knight's sharp senses. Andre froze in place, his eyes wide with utter shock. Before he could recover, a dark figure closed in. The clang of steel rang out as Jack appeared with a sinister grin. His eyes glowed a fierce gold, like a predator that had finally found its prey's weakness. He roared with power. Now! In that instant, a small magic device was hurled into the air, aimed directly for the knight. On broke into a cold sweat, watching the strange object with a worried gaze. A memory of Professor Fanong flashed through Jack's mind. The professor had looked at the schematics, puzzled. The design and materials are simple, but as it stands, it's a one-time use device. What magic will you put inside it? Jack had simply smiled confidently, replying, "No, just a flash of light and a loud bang is all I need." Back in the present, Jack screamed, "Perfect timing." Joanna. A blinding white explosion erupted. The world-shaking blast consumed the entire arena. The light was so intense it bleached everything from sight. Jack smirked, knowing his opponent had fallen right into the trap. Seeing only the after-image burn into his vision, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, I was tricked. It seems I was mistaken. To think that was just excess energy. Using her opponent's temporary blindness, Reena launched herself into the air. As Jack charged forward like an arrow, his killing intent overflowing. Jack poured all his ether into his greatsword. The brilliant purple energy exploded with more power than ever before. He boldly unleashed his ultimate technique. Dragon Slayer Style, Chapter 4, First Form, Full Moon Slash. A massive energy circle tore through space, descending with world-destroying power. A thunderous explosion echoed as blue aura and crackling lightning engulfed the senior knight. Andraker stood firm in the center of the energy storm, his face clearly showing exhaustion and fatigue. After taking the full force of his student's attack, the injured students were now lying on stretchers. They were carried off one by one. After the duel, a staff member approached On and said quietly, "You fought hard, sir." On just stared silently at Jack's unconscious form. His master's enraged shouts still echoed in his mind. "That bastard On, you did this to my disciple?" Immediately after, a man with fiery red hair walked up and greeted him. "Salutations, Sir Knight. Still as rigid as ever, I see." He playfully draped an arm over On's shoulder, asking, "So, how is my disciple?" Faced with the question, On grew pensive. Recalling a moment from the battle, he realized that the instant Jack Drake's sword reached him, the boy intentionally released his sword and maintained his defense. Why didn't he counterattack with that opening? Was it because his goal wasn't victory, but to level up? Did he only reveal the bare minimum of his power? Looking down at his hand, On knew it was true. Jack Drake has far surpassed my estimations. At the Academy's promotion meeting, the dean's voice boomed from the head seat. "So we are all in agreement with this resolution. If anyone objects, speak now." The council members responded in unison. "We agree, Dean. There are no objections." In the end, I was promoted to a 5th year and Jenna to a 3rd year. From then on, I did my best to live a quiet life. He inherited my former position after receiving all the secret arts and seals from Master Andre. I also maintained a good relationship with Professor Fan. But we drifted apart when I was chosen for the Delqua Royal Magic Research Institute and had to leave the academy. From then on, I was free from the meddling children of noble families. Interestingly, he still sought me out quarterly for a sparring match. Then, as if he'd reached an epiphany, he took a leave of absence to train in seclusion at a dojo. Time flowed on, and 2 years later, I graduated from the academy. Back at the mansion, the old butler, Decker bowed respectfully. Young master, congratulations on becoming the youngest student ever admitted to Valhalla. The family head will surely be very proud. At 15 years old, Jack Drake was far more mature and composed. Decker continued, the dean himself wrote your letter of recommendation. An exceptionally rare honor. Jack sighed quietly to himself. Yes, it's a rare privilege. But this youngest student title, he asked the butler. The entrance ceremony is in about 3 months, correct? Decker, I want you to head to Atlas ahead of me. Noticing the butler's hesitation, Jack turned away coldly. I plan to rest alone, in complete tranquility. I wish to be disturbed by no one. Do you understand? His piercing gaze left no room for argument. Yes, young master. In truth, Jack's real destination was the Giant's Mountain Range, the site of Cassia's ruins. He planned to use his rest as a cover to register with the Adventurers Guild. There's no need to reveal my true destination to anyone untrustworthy. Just then, a man named Liam entered the room and knelt respectfully. I greet you, Master Jack Drake. Jack smiled gently. Liam, haven't I told you such formal greetings are unnecessary? After dismissing Decker, Jack instructed him to use the black card to handle all of Valhalla's admission fees. He then turned to Liam. I heard you were transferred into the special class. Is that correct? As your master, I couldn't just stand by idly. He handed Liam a thick file. I've compiled everything you'll need at the academy. This includes projected questions for the semester evaluations, a training regimen, and even a list of items needed for the exams. Now that's what you call a thoughtful master. But he wasn't finished. Jack pointed a finger and added, one more thing. When you become a 4th year, you will need a blade suited to you. Go to Pafnia's Breath and have one forged. Everything has already been paid for in full. Looking his subordinate in the eye, Jack smiled, full of expectation. I trust you won't let me down, Liam. Faced with his master's incredible foresight and support, Liam was so moved he trembled, his eyes welling with unshed tears. He immediately dropped to the floor, vowing, I will absolutely live up to your expectations, master. Witnessing this over-the-top loyalty, Jack sighed in exasperation. Didn't I just ask you to tone it down? Liam bowed quickly. My apologies, I'll correct it. Leaving the mansion, Jack's destination was the Kingdom of Agos, located on the far northern end of the central continent, alongside Delboa, Tiba, and Alencia. It was known as one of the 4 central kingdoms. The region's most defining feature was the Giant's Mountain Range, a natural border between the continent and the monster-infested lands. This place was home to countless dungeons, large and small, drawing in adventurers who longed to change their fate. The founding king of Agos turned dungeon exploration into a key industry, backed by the full support of the royal family. They divided the mountains into hundreds of sectors, creating supply routes and waypoints. This was the precursor to the Agos Adventurers Guild, an organization now spread across the continent. Inside the guild headquarters, the air was buzzing with energy, as a coordinator's voice echoed through the hall. Next, number 546. Is number 546 not here? All right, next. Number 547. Soon after, Jack had his certificate in hand. The staffer smiled. Congratulations. You're now an official adventurer, Jack Murray. Thank you, Jack replied quietly. To conceal his identity, he was wearing a wig and a pair of magic glasses to alter his appearance. Jack thought to himself, if I want to move freely, having an adventurer's identity is for the best. I can't afford to be conspicuous using the Drake family name. With the registration complete, Jack blended into the bustling street. All right, now then. He decided to catch a shared carriage to his next destination. Lost in thought, a strange man approached him. Hey buddy, you an adventurer too? He stared Jack down with a smirk. So tense. Must be your first time in a dungeon? Huh. He sat down uninvited, pushing his offer. So, what do you say? Want to join our party? Don't let our looks fool you. We're all veterans here. His teammates chimed in with fake, friendly smiles. The leader added, the dungeons are deadly these days. Going solo is just asking to be monster bait. Jack coldly sized them up, thinking, no matter where I go, trash like this always shows up. Oblivious, the man continued his recruitment script. They say the first party you join in a dungeon decides half your fate as an adventurer. Ever heard that one before? Jack knew it all too well. This was a classic scam to lure newbies in as monster fodder or sell them as slaves. With zero respect, he cut the man off with an icy voice. Shut your mouth. His words left the man stunned, stammering in shock. What? Hey man, did I say something wrong? Monster. 500 meters, to the rear left. The guide's warning shattered the silence as a middle-aged man gasped. Looks like goblins. This is a monster zone. He started to panic. What? What are you saying? This is supposed to be a safe route. At this, another man in the group laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha, you're just a nervous rookie, buddy. Don't you know this is a route from the Adventurers Guild main branch? It's managed directly by the kingdom. Even wild animals can't get in, let alone monsters. Jack watched silently through a crack, his eyes flashing with a cold light. He spoke softly. Then what's that thing right behind you? The question made the man freeze. What? Before he could turn, a massive shadow with glowing red eyes loomed over him. A terrifying crash echoed as the giant goblin's fist shattered the carriage, sending splinters flying. The panicked horses shrieked and scattered, throwing the entire convoy into absolute chaos. As the goblins swarmed them, the arrogant man fell to the ground, his face pale, and he trembled. What is happening? As the shadow of death fell over him, his eyes widened in a desperate plea. Spare me. But a massive spiked club came crashing down without mercy, crushing everything. The lesson here, talking big before you check your six is a quick way to die. Watching from a high branch, Jack wondered how goblins could rampage through a so-called safe zone. It meant the outpost was no longer secure. He immediately headed for the nearby base. To confirm the situation, a scene of total ruin and desolation lay before him. The wooden gate was smashed. Just as I thought, he assessed silently. An absolute, unimaginable mess. Jack approached a soldier's body, a question forming. Even Regressed elite soldiers were taken down. For a force like this to be wiped out so cleanly, he knelt to inspect a wound on a corpse's chest. The clean cut through the iron armor stunned him. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he grasped the horrifying truth. This wasn't monsters. This was the work of humans. He moved in for a closer look. The bodies were heavily mutilated, a clear attempt to disguise the scene as a monster attack. But if it were really monsters, the cuts would never be this clean, this precise. Plus, most victims died instantly, without any signs of a struggle. Jack confirmed his suspicions. This was definitely the work of a group of Death Knights or higher. Still, he knew he couldn't linger here for long. It would only complicate things. The top priority remained finding the ruins of Kaixia. Pushing deeper into the forest, Jack found human skulls hanging in nets, a classic sign marking barbarian territory. He checked his minimap and saw he was close to the Kaixia ruins, but just then, Jack froze, sensing the presence of uninvited guests. The Empire's hounds. What are they doing here? A secret unit under the Emperor, recruiting only the most talented, the best of the knight apprentices, trained in the arts of tracking and assassination. At this point in time, the hounds were a mystery, unknown to most within the Empire. But they would soon become a key force in the coming Great Six-Continent War. He watched the red dots move on his map. Jack shuddered, recognizing their signature pursuit technique. Because before he regressed, these were the very people who murdered him. Jack recalled Duck's warning about the Emperor's mad search for immortality. Even in his past life, the Emperor was obsessed with artifacts holding mystical power. His ambition to unite the continent was already insane, yet he still chased the foolish dream of eternal life. He glanced at the gloomy trees, littered with skulls, and a question arose. Could the Empire have already found Cassia's ruins here? He pondered the thought. I'll have to confirm it myself. Suddenly, Jack sensed a presence tailing him. A man in black was hiding behind a tree. Before he could react, Jack lunged with terrifying speed. Jack bent down and picked up the item that fell from the man's hand, a flare gun. He recognized it instantly as a yellow flare, used to signal an emergency. Looking at the man, gasping on the ground, he confirmed it. So, you're the captain. Jack scanned the area, thinking, only 3 of them? Not enough. Is this an external patrol team? A team should have 12 members. The captain cried out in pain. Who are you? Who sent you to do this? His 2 comrades rushed to help, but Jack moved in a blur, taking them both down in an instant. He turned back to the trembling captain and said coldly, You still don't get it? I'm the one asking the questions here. A sharp, threatening glint flashed in Jack's eyes. He continued his threat. Think carefully. You have 2 mouths. If one stays silent forever, the other won't be speaking for much longer either. Make the wise choice. After gathering the information, Jack headed toward their base. Looking at the magic map covered in red dots, he assessed. This must be their temporary camp. It's so crowded. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down. He pulled up his mask, his eyes turning ice cold. Did they turn this base into a place of mangled corpses? They dared to touch the kingdom's soldiers. Could they have really found the ruins? I'll know once I'm inside, Jack muttered, walking past a tree carved with the Mikain symbol. A defiant warning hung there. Those who draw their sword against Mikain will find no peace. He silently took out more guards hiding in the bushes. Following a long, steep wooden staircase on the cliffside, Jack began to infiltrate the base. Down at the entrance, a guard let out a massive yawn, oblivious to the danger creeping near. On a cliff balcony, a nervous guard stared out and mumbled to himself, You've got to be kidding me. What kind of maniac would charge into barbarian territory and post guards like this? Before he could pinpoint the strange noise, a sharp dagger plunged into his neck, and he collapsed without a sound. A flash of purple sword energy tore through the air, felling more guards along the corridor. It happened so fast, the men upstairs grew suspicious. One of them shouted down, Why are you just standing there? He peered into the dark passage, feeling uneasy. Wait a second. Wasn't that a noise from the back gate? The man beside him casually replied, I didn't hear anything. But in the next second, Jack appeared like a ghost. His blade pierced the guard's chest, shocking his comrade. Another soldier screamed in panic, we have an intruder. But the scream was cut short as Jack lunged, choked him, and then finished the job. Memories of his past life flooded back when his boss ordered him on a mission, exhausted from a 5-year faction war, to attack the Valhalla cartel alone. It felt exactly like this. From above, a man with slick-back hair and a powerful aura observed everything. He noted, an assassin's dagger technique from the south. Once you've come this far, you won't be leaving alive. If you surrender now, I'll grant you a quick death. Jack glanced at his opponent, sizing him up. Is he the commander here? At best, he's barely reached the level of a knight. Compared to the hounds I faced before, these guys are weak. He smirked with a hint of mockery. A quick death? Hearing this, the commander gritted his teeth in fury. Are those the words of a man who just killed my comrades? You should be tearing me apart and wiping out my family to avenge your fallen brothers. The commander gave a cold order. Grant his wish. Tear him to pieces while he's still breathing. Instantly, the guards swarmed him, but Jack just weaved through them, his sword strikes slicing through the air. Foes were scattered like leaves in a hurricane. Surrounded, Jack remained eerily calm. He wondered if something was off. Were the hunting dogs really this weak? Were they too weak, or had he grown too strong? With that thought, he effortlessly parried every incoming attack. Jack decided he had seen enough. No point in watching anymore. Let's end this fast. Just then, a system notification appeared, activating the mana reflection skill. Instantly, all the lights went out as purple sparks crackled and vanished. The commander shouted in shock, a power outage, right now. He tried to stay calm and analyze the situation. Could it be a Dragon Slayer's mana interference? But then, a horrifying detail came to mind. Wait, he's been fighting barehanded this whole time without using any sword aura. He's using the Southern Dagger technique, so he's definitely an assassin. Was it just a technical glitch then? He roared to calm his subordinates. Don't panic. It will be restored soon. Focus on defense until then. But when the lights flashed back on, the sight before him left him completely frozen. All of his guards were now just corpses, scattered across the ground. The commander trembled in disbelief. What the hell? Jack stepped forward casually, his hand gripping his sword. That emperor really has some nerve, targeting the ruins of Hero King Keisha. Hearing that name, the commander stammered in fear. Keisha's ruins? What in the world are you talking about? In response to the panic, Jack's reply was ice cold. Don't worry. Even if you don't talk, I'll find out myself. With a sharp blade at his neck, the panicked commander cried out, wait, we really don't know anything. But his plea was met with a cold stare and a single, decisive slash. Jack calmly sheathed his sword. As he left, he calculated his next move. Everything here would be fabricated. To look like the work of McCain. The McCain cartel was a crime syndicate from the southern continent that Jack belonged to in his past life. A gang that would do anything for money. After the Usko Kingdom fell to civil war, this land became a lawless zone, divided between the McCain and Popula cartels. Jack knew he could use dragon arts to hide his identity, but he deliberately used the Southern Dagger style, even leaving McCain's signature warning. Because for him, giving the enemy a clear target to investigate was the safest option. Jack stood at a wooden railing, gazing into the abyss. The Empire will surely think this was the Southern Syndicate, and if the Empire acts on this, they'll just help me eliminate McCain. This is even more beneficial for me. He took out the letter found inside the base, realizing the Emperor was far more insane than he thought. The directive was simply to find ancient ruins, but the shocking part was the accompanying campaign map. It covered not just the central continent, but also the eastern continent during its truce, and even the mysterious Black Sea. He had sent his hunting dogs to any place suspected of having ancient ruins. This meant their forces had already reached the same scale as in his previous life. Still, it seems they haven't found Keisha's ruins yet, so Jack reminded himself that he had to act fast. Just then, a piercing shriek tore through the air. A crimson flare shot into the sky and exploded. Jack stared, stunned, at the red flare. No way. That color means this is going to be bad. A second wave of flares exploded, lighting up the distant sky. He was shocked, realizing the gravity of the situation. Is that the signal to activate the Heaven's Net? Startled, birds scattered from the canopy in a panic. Jack dashed through the forest, his sharp eyes scanning his surroundings. He knew the situation was turning ugly. They've caught up already? Above him, a brilliant light exploded. As the red flare split into 5 streaks across the sky, Jack knew exactly what it meant. It was the summons for the Heaven's Net, a command to eliminate the threat at all costs. They used the flare as a center point, spreading out to find their target and slowly tighten the encirclement. The kill order for these hunters remains active indefinitely until the one who issued it retracts it. It was nothing less than a death sentence. Last time, even after stealing the Emperor's target at the Northern Academy, Jack had died, trapped within this very same heaven's net. But this time, he thought, is different. Because now, I have the system. A blue skill window appeared as Jack spun around. His blade met the sudden ambush. The screech of metal echoed through the forest. He moved like a phantom, landing precise strikes on the surrounding hunters. A man with a long facial scar appeared, his killing intent overwhelming. He unleashed devastating sword strokes, creating arcs of light that tore through the air. Jack parried, silently judging him. Worth a fight, he thought. The powerful impact shook the ground. Jack braced himself, struggling to block the sheer force from his enemy's blade. After a fierce clash, Jack leaped onto a branch, catching his breath. The scarred commander paused, wiping blood from his face. His eyes gleamed with excitement. A world apart from the cave dwellers, Jack tightened his grip on his sword. He faced the commander and his hunters as they formed up under the filtered sunlight. Trapped in the woods, Jack clicked his tongue. This is getting complicated. An entire elite squad stood before him. They were sealing every escape route. He checked his system map, calculating his options. Using his true strength could get him out, but it would mean completely blowing his cover. The Mechane persona he had worked so hard to build. Jack weighed his choices. Is there no other way? He sighed, reluctantly pulling out a small horn. I didn't want to use this for this, he muttered. He raised the horn, blowing a deep note that echoed through the mountains. The sound stretched from the cliffs to the valley. This strange noise began to unnerve the hunters. One cried out, What is that? The man beside him worried, could it be their allies? Even the scar-faced commander's expression changed, shocked by the sudden turn of events. With the enemy distracted, Jack immediately pulled out several cloth balls. A hunter shouted, Smoke grenades. Another realized the trap too late. The sound was a diversion. Sharp explosions rang out. Thick gray smoke instantly enveloped the entire area. The commander roared, Get him, now. Inside the blinding smoke, Jack moved like a ghost, darting through the trees at impossible speeds. A female hunter tried to rally the troops. Don't panic. Once the net is cast, no one can escape. Hold your positions and watch for any movement in the smoke. But even as he strained his eyes, the commander was completely lost. He gritted his teeth, trying to guess. Does he think blinding us is enough to make us retreat? Or is this connected to that horn? Suddenly, a dark shadow burst from the smoke, lunging directly at them. The commander looked around in shock, unable to comprehend the chaos. What in the world is going on? He gritted his teeth and roared, These madmen! From the cliffs above, a battle cry thundered down. Barbarians! A horde of fierce barbarian warriors charged down like a waterfall, smashing into the hunters' formation. A soldier panicked. What is happening? The commander couldn't hide his own shock. We clearly did nothing to provoke the barbarians. If it was just a few stray warriors, I could understand. Someone must have kicked the nest. A female hunter from the Empire charged, blocking a giant's attack. She roared, You dare, you lowly savages. But the strength of these warriors was far beyond what she expected. Her blade trembled against the terrifying pressure. Instantly, the barbarian threw a crushing punch. The blow sent her flying. Seeing this, the commander knew the situation was out of control. This is bad. This is the first time I've ever seen them this agitated. With our current numbers, this is too dangerous. Having no other choice, he pulled out a flare gun and fired. A bright light exploded in the sky, carrying the urgent order to retreat. Withdraw the net. The desperate screams of those left behind echoed through the forest. The commander yelled, Retreat! Retreat now! The hunters fled in chaos, leaving a ravaged battlefield. As silence fell, Jack slowly climbed from his hiding spot, dusting himself off with a sigh of relief. He watched them run. A smug smile touched his lips. More effective than I thought. Using your brain really pays off. Ha ha! He held the small horn in his hand. The item was a barbarian horn, a type of tool. It was a tactical device created to send swift orders across a chaotic battlefield. In a past life, Jack had allied with the barbarian Mohacan tribe, where he learned to craft their war horns. He also mastered their complex signal system. The call he just sounded was their most dire warning. An outsider had defiled their ancestral lands, driving the barbarians into a suicidal fury. Though seen as crude savages, the barbarians possessed their own distinct culture and civilization, especially their absolute devotion to their ancestors. Jack saw the horn cracking and casually tossed it aside. With this kind of bargain bin quality, it was clearly a one-time use item. Jack walked through the woods, muttering, All right, time to find the real ruins. Just then, a huge explosion echoed from afar. Startled birds scattered into the sky, a sign the chaos he caused was far from over. Deep inside the ancient ruins, the air grew dark, thick with an aura of death. Jack surveyed the rubble with a sigh. It was one trial after another. Before him, a massive creature with a dozen monstrous snake heads writhed. Its eyes blazed in the dark as the system flashed an immediate warning. Fallen dragonkin detected, corrupted by a foul, evil aura. Jack tightened his grip on his sword. What the hell is a fallen dragonkin? He wondered. But he didn't charge into a pointless fight. He calmly scanned the area, spotting his goal. The minimap showed a massive, sealed stone gate up ahead. Jack commanded, "System, can you open that gate?" Instantly, a series of notification windows appeared. Administrator request confirmed. Connecting to the control system. A new message flashed moments later. Connected to the tomb of Hero King Kaixia, now opening the gate to the Hero King's final resting place. Ancient stone gears began to grind as the heavy door slowly opened. The violent shaking awakened the beast. One of its massive eyes snapped wide open. The fallen dragonkin roared, shaking the earth as it swung its colossal heads. It smashed stone pillars, trying to crush the intruder. Jack quickly ducked behind a large boulder. He realized sneaking past was impossible. It was time to unleash his full power. Activating dragon-slaying arts. A brilliant purple aura erupted around Jack as he shot forward like a lightning bolt. He used the wind technique, shadowless steps, creating dozens of afterimages to confuse the beast. "I'll use shadowless steps to distract it," he thought, then make a break for the entrance. The snake heads snapped at empty air as Jack closed in on the gate. He stretched out his arm. Just a little further. A deafening crash echoed as massive stone pillars crumbled down. Dust and debris filled the air. Amidst the ruins, Jack fought against the monster's overwhelming pressure. The ground cracked beneath his feet from the crushing blows. The fallen dragonkin let out a piercing shriek. Its snake heads lunged with terrifying speed, destroying everything in their path. That's when he realized a harsh truth. In an age where true dragons were extinct, the closest things left were these so-called dragonkin. And against a monster like this, his dragon-slaying arts were utterly useless. No matter how many heads he sliced off, they regenerated in an instant. Jack couldn't help his frustration. He had a dragon counter skill, but the boss was merely a distant relative. This made his ultimate skill basically useless. His eyes hardened as he faced the reality of his current strength. Defeating it was impossible. He glanced at the gate, calculating. It was about 30 meters away. Without a second thought, Jack called the system. He reversed his blade, his gaze sharp as he commanded, "Close the gate." Instantly, a new panel appeared. Administrator's request confirmed. Now closing the gate to the final resting place of Hero King Kaixia. The ancient gears and chains began to screech. As the massive gate began to close, Jack unleashed his full power. Dragon-slaying arts, ultimate wind memory. A powerful blue energy erupted, swirling into a terrifying vortex. He swung his blade and unleashed his wind slash. A massive slash tore through the air, blasting back the encircling snake heads. "All right, now's my chance," he thought. "Forget killing it. I just need to get through that door." He shot forward like an arrow. He aimed for the rapidly closing gap in the gate. The monster roared in fury. "You think you can just run away?" With a deafening slam, the heavy stone door crashed shut just as Jack slipped through the gap, leaving the monster to roar in hopeless fury on the other side. He had made it through the stone gate. Jack let out a relieved sigh. He was inside. But an icy dread suddenly shot down his spine. What was that? In a flash, a massive, glowing eye appeared right beside him. A devastating blow sent Jack flying, drawing blood. The giant beast lunged forward with overwhelming killing intent. Jack was gravely injured. He gritted his teeth, glaring at the hideous creature before him. "You damned serpent, you followed me in here?" He saw the monster's hunger for its prey. Jack made a reckless move. Offering his arm as bait, he roared, "If you want my arm so badly, then take it." As the monster snapped, Jack drove his sword straight into its head. A violent blast of purple energy tore through its tough hide. Jack staggered back, panting in pain. Damn it, something was wrong with his arm. Grotesque veins bulged from the foul energy's influence. Jack watched in shock as purple smoke rose from the wound. What is this poisonous smoke? The system window immediately appeared. Warning, poisoned by the 9-headed Hydra. To stop it, Jack unleashed all his power, activating his ultimate skill. Divine Soul Slash. A colossal blade of purple energy descended from above, tearing through space. It sliced through the roaring serpent heads. After the brutal clash, Jack stood panting among the ruins, but his eyes, filled with killing intent, locked onto the final head. Only one left. This was the final battle. Jack activated Dragon's skill, Dragon's authority. A huge purple pressure erupted. It enveloped the area, striking terror into the giant Hydra. Purple lightning crackled in Jack's eyes. He growled threateningly, "Get lost, or I'll slice you to pieces." His gaze was sharp and full of malice. The monster trembled, its pupils constricting in absolute fear. He hadn't expected the pressure from the dragon's skill. He never thought it would be so powerful. The fallen dragon's fighting spirit was now completely broken. It hastily turned and fled for its life. Jack collapsed to the ground, exhausted and breathing heavily. I can't believe Dragon's authority worked on that damn thing. I should have used it earlier. He then felt something was terribly wrong. Though his infinite stamina was active, his body felt unnaturally exhausted. He glanced at his flashing status window. Jack wondered, is it the poison? Just then, a system notification appeared. You have terrified the fallen dragon corrupted by foul energy. Do you wish to activate the dragon domination power to tame the target? He saw the Hydra trembling. It was sweating from pure terror. Jack considered, no matter the reason, can I really tame this insane monster? He decided to take the chance. All right, let's try it. But his rising hope was shattered by a new notification. Coldly, it read, Administrator's authority is insufficient to tame this dragon species. Dragon taming failed. Jack clicked his tongue in frustration. Insufficient authority? Seriously. It really got my hopes up for nothing. He learned that even the greatest skills have their limits, but a sudden agony left no time for regret. The purple tarnish of the poison began to spread. Across his face, the system flashed red alerts. Venom of the nine-headed Hydra has surpassed critical levels. Jack fell to his knees, his hands clawing at the ground. Damn this cursed venom. He tried using his healing skills, but they were useless against this poison. He gritted his teeth, enduring the soul-rending pain. There must be a way. Then it hit him. I'll absorb it using the gluttony bloodline ability. Jack could digest anything and turn it into energy, even absorbing a monster's own bloodline power. Staring at the source of the powerful toxin, Jack didn't hesitate. He activated the dragon's skill, gluttony. A dense cloud of dark energy erupted, covering his body and consuming everything around him. The system's notifications began to flood in. The head of the fallen dragon corrupted by foul energy has been completely digested. By absorbing the defeated target, the gluttony skill has upgraded from beginner to proficient. All of Jack's lost energy has been instantly recovered by the absorbed power. You have successfully absorbed the creature's bloodline energy, obtaining the incomplete trait, absolute poison immunity. The dark aura slowly faded. Jack pushed himself up from the wreckage. The system detected the remaining Hydra toxin. As the Hydra's venom lingered, his absolute poison immunity trait activated immediately to neutralize it. A brilliant green light flashed in Jack's eyes. He gave a triumphant smirk. Bingo! This system is a complete game breaker. It's incredible. The status window appeared, Jack Raker. Class, the one and only immortal successor of Tarakan Raker. He now possessed a sacred body and was immune to all poisons. His skills, from sealing arts and mana reflection to dragon arts, stages 1 and 2, had all reached mastery. With his causality points at 465, the name poison immunity might sound simple, but Jack knew he was now safe from any toxin imaginable. Moreover, his gluttony skill, once stuck, had finally reached mastery by devouring the target creature. The system also granted bonus rewards and crucial intel. Jack thought, I've been trapped here long enough thanks to that Hydra. It's time to move. He turned his back and walked, heading straight for the light at the end of the hall. Jack stared at the reward notification. The reward was the tear of the elven royalty, the mother of the hero king Kaisha, a mystical entity that could grant any wish. Jack was stunned. The tear of the elven royalty? He didn't know how he would use it, but he was certain it was an incredibly powerful treasure. Another jackpot. Approaching the glowing blue crystal, Jack immediately commanded the system. How do I get that advancement? The system responded instantly. Administrator's request verified. Extracting information from the magic recording device. In a flash, the system announced it had found 546 magical recordings of the hero king Kaisha. Among them, a total of 12 videos matched Jack's request. As the first video began, the system detected an ancient language. It was the old tongue of Kronos, no longer in use, and would be auto-translated into the common language for Jack. On the magic screen, a man with long, flowing hair and a fur cloak rested a sword on his shoulder, asking arrogantly, "So, what is a sword?" Jack watched, stunned. This was the legendary hero king, Kaisha. In the clip, Kaisha nonchalantly answered his own question with a careless tone. A sword is just a sword. What else could it be? Those old fools can't swing a sword but spend all day spouting nonsense. It's absolutely ridiculous. Suddenly, Kaisha yelled towards the person filming, "Hey, Satan, focus. The screen is shaking." Jack analyzed quietly. If that's Satan, then he's Kaisha's most loyal soldier from the legends, so he was a real person. He watched intently, wondering, how can I use a sword so skillfully? As if hearing Jack's question, Kaisha in the video answered with extreme simplicity, "It's nothing big. Just swing your sword diligently and a lot." Kaisha smirked slightly, his gaze seeming to pierce through space and time to look straight at Jack. "You must be wondering how much, right? I'll give you a goal. Instantly, a brilliant red light shot through space, blasting from the magic screen straight toward Jack's forehead. A horrifying pressure suddenly crashed down, shocking Jack as cold sweat poured down his face. An aura that could overwhelm an opponent through a screen. This was the Hero King's power. This is the real deal. Instead of fear, Jack's eyes blazed with excitement. He let out an arrogant smile. This is going to be good. Without hesitating for a second, he ordered the system. System, play the video I just watched from the beginning. The system replied. Administrator's request confirmed. About 4 days had passed since Jack had been confined and training tirelessly in this place. Looking around, he noticed 3 large doors opposite the entrance. Each room served a distinct purpose. The first room was a food pantry, filled with enough food to last for several months. The second room was a resting space with all the necessary amenities for recovery. And the final room stored various books and military equipment. It turned out this was a specially designed training room, meant only for Kaishia's successor. Thanks to these preparations, Jack could focus entirely on practicing his sword swings tens of thousands of times without distraction. However, he soon realized a major problem. While he could imitate the external form of the moves, he couldn't replicate the feeling behind them. Just then, a system notification rang out. Learned Hero King Kaishia's advancement, basic elemental sword. Jack was stunned. Elemental sword? Before he could recover, the system continued, concluding basic phase and moving to the application phase. Jack was still wondering. Application phase, when a massive blue energy began to explode. From a blinding flash, the system summoned the spirit of Hero King Kaisia. The ancient king of Kronos appeared, radiating power. Jack gasped. Oh my god. Hero King Kaisia stood before him, but there were no greetings exchanged. Kaisia instantly drew his sword and charged. Jack barely blocked, horrified. This was a huge mistake. Jack was thrown back by a terrifying force. He panicked. What is this? Suddenly, Kaisia leaped high, delivering a mighty die that shook the very ground. Jack was slammed to the floor. Kaisia coldly ordered, "Get up, now." Jack struggled to his feet. He thought, is he testing me with his blade? This crushing pressure reminded him of his old master. Kaisia swung his sword, murmuring, "My master made me earn my sword skills through pure effort." Looking at his successor's weakness, the ancient king couldn't hide his disappointment. If the old knights saw this, their hearts would break. Jack felt an overwhelming power surrounding him. He wondered, but why attack me? Is this some kind of test of my strength? Giving Jack no time to think, Kaisia charged with incredible speed, his lightning-fast strikes shattering the ground beneath him. Jack staggered back from the ancient king's intense killing intent. A shiver ran down his spine. What the? I was about to meet my maker. Cold sweat dripped down his tense face as his mind raced. Damn it, can I even handle this? He saw Kaisia's crazed smile and excited, wide eyes. Jack could only sigh. He's an unbelievable monster. He closed his eyes and took a long, deep breath. He forced himself to calm down. No, I don't need to overthink this. Jack gripped the trembling sword on the ground, his gaze becoming resolute. All right, let's just do this. I'm already in too deep. Time to go all in. A brilliant blue lightning erupted, enveloping his blade. Jack stomped his foot and charged forward. Here I come. The Hero King witnessed this strange power. Kaisia let out a small "oh" of surprise. Are you a student of Saturn's? The ancient king evaluated his young opponent. His eyes revealed a glimmer of interest. So it finally worked. What was that power called again? Aurora. A colossal slash of blue light tore through the air, aimed straight at Kaisia. It created a dazzling energy explosion in the middle of the training room. Even though he was prepared, the direct impact of that suffocating pressure still shocked Jack. His swings are incredibly heavy. When will I ever be that smooth? Kaisia remained calm, as if on a leisurely stroll, a smug grin on his face. Who cares? This is more than enough fun. The battle immediately exploded with blinding speed. Streaks of sword aura ripped through the air, clashing with deafening explosions. Jack was caught in a whirlwind of ferocious attacks. He could only brace himself. He defended against the Hero King's mountain-crushing blows. After one massive impact, Jack was sent flying back, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground. He steadied himself, breathing heavily, but his eyes never left his opponent. He had expected this, but he never imagined the power gap would be this enormous. Seeing his reflection in Kaishia's powerful, glowing eyes, Jack let out an excited smile. So this is the power of the Hero King, but when it comes to struggling, I'm the best there is. A series of system notifications popped up. Activating Dragon Arts, First Kill, Swift Consecutive Slash, and Dragon Surge. A brilliant burst of fire erupted. Jack charged with world-shaking power as a giant dragon claw smashed down, crushing the earth and blowing everything away. Amidst the ruins, witnessing that scene, Hero King Kaisia was stunned. He thought, he's not a dragon kin. So how does he have the power of dragon arts? Before he could recover, Jack unleashed a burst of radiant purple energy, shocking Kaisia even more. He has elemental power, too. Jack moved like a flash of lightning, activating his ultimate skill, Soul Clone Technique. Countless purple illusions appeared. They attacked all at once, making space itself seem to shatter. Facing this all-out assault, Kaisia didn't flinch. A thrilled and satisfied smile spread across his face. A massive magical explosion erupted. It engulfed the entire training room in a brilliant purple light. Jack slowly woke up in the wreckage, muttering dazedly, "Ha!" A commanding voice suddenly boomed from above. So, the weakling has finally awakened. Before him sat a man on a stone dais, his long, silver hair exuding an ethereal aura. He gazed at Jack and remarked, "You possess quite a few talents, after all. The gift of Saturn, the might of the dragon clan, and even elemental power." He leaned in close to Jack, observing him with doubt. Is your soul resonating with the spirit realm?" Jack, completely bewildered, could only stammer. "What? The spirit realm? I don't know anything." The mysterious man simply continued his assessment. "You have cheated death many times in that human vessel, haven't you? If so, your use of elemental power is understandable." Jack sat on the floor, scratching his head in frustration. All this talk of Saturn, the spirit realm, and elemental power was too much. In response, the man just offered a cryptic smile. "Don't you have a goal more important than such trivial matters?" Jack was stunned. "Huh? What do you mean?" He raised a single finger before Jack, declaring the nature of the power within his grasp. "My true advancement. What you're learning is the elemental sword." In his palm, the elements of fire, water, and earth began to dance and swirl. Elemental power is the pure force of nature, the essence of all creation, Kaisia began to explain. "From water and fire to earth and wind," he declared. "The elemental sword is forged from these four base elements." The ancient king then unleashed a world-shaking technique, elemental sword, gale force. A massive vortex, the Tempest Blade, erupted forth, tearing through space with devastating power. "It's that powerful." Kaisia casually sheathed his sword and explained. "This is the Tempest Blade, gale force, an art of the wind element. The source of elemental power, the key to wielding the elemental sword, is the very Egger you spoke of." Staring at the wreckage, Jack broke into a cold sweat, thinking, this is more like magic than swordplay. Kaisia looked at him and commanded, "Now, it's your turn." Jack pondered, but the source of elemental power is Egger? He realized something strange. He couldn't sense a single trace of Egger from Kaisia. Could the secret lie in converting Egger into elemental power? Jack risked asking directly. "In that case, can you teach me how to convert Egger into elemental power?" In response to his earnestness, Kaisia just looked baffled. Oh, that." The moment he finished speaking, the sword in his hand erupted in fierce flames. He answered casually, "You just do it like this. What more explanation do you need?" Seeing his master's whimsical teaching style, Jack stood frozen, sighing internally. "Some teacher you are. Are you even trying?" As if reading his mind, Kaisia's expression turned serious. "It's not that you don't sense it. It's that you can't. You must focus your entire spirit just to sense a fraction of it." He had pinpointed Jack's fatal flaw. "Your ability to manipulate Egger is severely restricted." "Why can't I do it?" Jack asked, his voice firm as he gripped his sword. "Fine. I'll figure it out myself." A smirk played on Kaisia's lips. "Your tone is quite arrogant, you know." Jack closed his eyes and focused, reminding himself not to rely only on his sight. Then, the crucial point hit him. Kaisia had called his own technique elemental power. That must mean my soul art also uses elemental power. A brilliant, violet aura erupted around Jack's body. Wasting no time, Jack unleashed his full power. Soul art, wind. A sharp clang echoed as a fist wrapped his head. Kaisia stood over him, scolding him loudly. "I told you to use elemental power, not that crude imitation, that clumsy spirit invocation." Struggling to sit up, Jack asked, dazedly, "Spirit invocation?" Kaisia began to explain at a leisurely pace. "Yes, spirit invocation is a secret art belonging only to the dragon clan. A dragon slayer might manage, but it is absolutely forbidden for a human." He pointed directly at the boy's flaw. "Every time you use that power, your body takes a heavy toll, doesn't it?" Jack froze, recalling the pain and exhaustion from his past battles. Kaisia continued his lecture. "The soul of a human and the soul of a dragon are worlds apart. You can create a shallow imitation, but you can never replicate its true power." Contempt was written all over his face. "I don't know who created such a twisted art, but it's truly pathetic." Kaisia stood and gave a firm command. "All right, now that you understand, try again." Jack recalled seeing Dragon Tongue before, when he absorbed Behemoth's heart. At the Dragon Slayer's rest, a past life memory emerged as he saw the system notice for a dragon's skill. But Dragon Tongue was locked. The administrator's growth level was still insufficient. Jack thought, if Soul God arts were built on Dragon Tongue, Then once he matured and unlocked it, would he be able to control the soul god arts with total freedom? His power would be overwhelming. Suddenly, Kaixia roared, "Need another hit to snap out of it, don't you? Get up now." Jack quickly replied, "Yes, sir." The practical training began. It took far longer than basic training, thanks to his sacred body and Kaixia's demonstrations. After countless spars, Jack finally grasped the principle of the elemental sword. It felt just like magic. It activated via magic circles that guided mana. The elemental sword's principle was using ether as a medium to summon elemental force, the power of spirits. Once he understood the principle and its use, wielding the elemental sword was no longer so difficult. Jack swung his blade. A massive wave of water exploded, tearing through space with terrifying power. Seeing his student's progress, Kaixia noted, "That's barely acceptable now. The advanced stage will be even harsher, so rest for today." He casually turned away, like a teacher who had just graded a test and given a passing grade. Jack bowed. "Understood, master." While resting on the stone floor, Jack asked a question. "While we rest, may I ask you a few things?" Kaixia casually replied, Go ahead." Jack laughed awkwardly. "Ahaha, now that I've learned it, I finally get it. It turns out, those floating things are also elemental force." He looked straight at Kaixia, his gaze turning serious. "When you and I first met, you saw me use aura and called me a disciple of Satan, correct? What did you mean by that?" "Aura?" "Yes, that was the name. The meaning is literal," Kaixia confirmed grimly. He explained that he knew because Jack was using the very technique created by Satan, who always insisted humans could never use it. The elemental sword. Kaixia's expression suddenly darkened. He dared to leave out my part and only pass down his own technique? That bastard, Satan Drake. The name left Jack stunned. Saturn Raker? History flooded his mind. Wasn't Saturn Raker a noble knight, a trusted confidant of the hero king? The supposed founder of Aura Training had the last name Drake. Jack reeled in shock. Could the Drake family's true ancestor not be Tarakan, but an ancient figure named Satan? Why was this truth never revealed? Pushing past his astonishment, Jack returned to the subject of power. "I see. Then this place called the Spirit Realm, where spirits exist. What kind of place is it?" In response, Kaixia just snapped his fingers. Instantly, an overwhelming power erupted. The wind force of the elemental sword could actually be used like this. Jack was amazed. As he was pushed back by the immense pressure, Kaixia calmly explained, "To be precise, it's different, but you can think of the spirit realm as the netherworld and the mortal realm as the living world," he said. "Once a body leaves the mortal realm for the spirit realm, it can never return. It's like being trapped by a wall, an impassable boundary." Jack was confused. "But didn't you once say, Master, that human souls still linger in the spirit realm? And yet, right now, you yourself are present before me as a spirit." Kaixia snapped his fingers again, admitting Jack's case was a first. "But there are loopholes to cross the boundary," he said casually. "In my case, for example, a dragon gave me a hand." "A dragon?" Jack was horrified. Kaixia raised an eyebrow. "Yes. What's the problem? You think dragons are always busy destroying the world? They sometimes do charity for people." Jack was utterly baffled. Dragons would never help humanity. Kaixia stared at him like he was a strange creature. "What nonsense are you spouting? Is there any race that cherishes humanity more than the dragon race?" Jack clutched his head. "Ha, what is this now? Dragons cherish humans?" In his memory, those demonic creatures were led by the evil dragon Bahamut. Didn't he nearly destroy the entire world? Jack questioned the relationship between humans and dragons in ancient times, how close they truly were, and what was really happening. Kaixia clicked his tongue. "Why explain? You're the living proof." He pointed right at Jack's chest and continued. "This heart and the tooth used to forge your blade, weren't they gifts from Bahamut himself?" Kaixia smiled at the memory. He was a stubborn old brute, but he could never turn down a heartfelt plea. He had his own kind of charm, I suppose. Realizing that Kaixia and the great dragon Bahamut had been friends, Jack decided to keep the subjugation mission quiet. He forced a laugh, playing along. "Yes, that's right. Our family has served Lord Bahamut for generations. A reward for our unwavering loyalty." He scratched his head, thinking, maybe I got it all wrong. Kaixia's booming laugh echoed. "Ah ha ha. So he hasn't changed, always looking out for his people. I bet you had your hands full, cleaning up after that terrible temper of his. That fiery temper is why he clashed with Kronos so often." The familiar name left Jack completely stunned. He thought, wait a minute, Kronos is a dragon's name? But isn't that the name of the kingdom? Recalling stories from Bahamut, he asked, "So, was the kingdom actually named after him?" "Nope." Kaixia recounted the tale, a sly grin spreading across his face. "While we were all racking our brains for a name, He was just calmly sipping his tea. So, on a whim, I just decided to name it after him. Jack was speechless. The absurd image of a dragon sipping tea flashed in his mind. A dragon. Just. Chilling with tea, talk about living the good life. His master continued. Kronos didn't even seem surprised, though, like he saw it coming. Truth is, I just wanted his name to live on forever. The story transported Jack thousands of years into the past, to an age when that great dragon still existed. It was a golden age, when dragons and humans lived side by side in peace and harmony, but the laws of nature are absolute and unforgiving. A dragon of immense power aiding humans without restraint would shatter the world's balance, endangering existence itself. So the dragon clan restrained their true power. They took human form, forging contracts to guide humanity from the shadows. Those chosen by the dragons for these pacts, like Kaisia, were known as the contractors. Jack absorbed this new truth, so that explains the power of ancient relics. They were made with dragon aid. But another question surfaced in his mind. If that's true, why did humans and dragons grow so far apart? Seeing Jack lost in thought, his master sprawled on the floor, groaning, "Are you done yet? I'm getting bored over here." Jack simply ignored him. Turning away, he resolved, "I need to reread the entire historical record when I get the chance." He added a final jab. "You've waited 2,000 years for an heir. A few more minutes won't kill you. Just you wait." The master watched his insolent students retreating back. He gritted his teeth. "We'll see how long that cocky attitude of yours lasts." The final phase of his advanced training, a direct duel against his master. Facing the imposing, sword-ready Kaisia, Jack felt confident. This will be just like all the other spars, he thought. But in an instant, the air itself changed, becoming heavy, suffocating, and impossibly dense. Kaisia declared with ice in his voice, "So, I'm adding a new rule to this session." The master's conditions were nothing short of brutal. "From this moment on, you get no sleep. And no food. This duel ends only when I say it does. And one more thing. Jack could only use an elemental sword that matched his master's chosen element." Jack asked, "And if I violate those terms?" The ancient king's answer was a gaze blazing with killing intent. Before Jack could even process it, Kaisia activated his blade, Flame Dance. A terrifying rain of fire descended, scorching everything and engulfing the entire training hall. Kaisia lunged at an impossible speed. Jack barely managed to block the devastating strike, his mind reeling in shock. He stared directly into Jack's eyes and snarled, "You asked what happens if you break the rules? If you have lives to spare, then by all means, try me." Elemental swords are split into 4 schools, one for each element. First is the Inferno School, based on the fire element. It incinerates all with terrifying heat, boasting overwhelming destructive power. Following that is the Earth element, the Adamant School. A colossal energy beam slammed down from above, gouging a deep crater and shaking the very ground. This school specializes in suppression and restraint, manipulating hardness and mass at will. Jack grit his teeth, pouring his strength into blocking the crushing blow. His eyes blazed with resolve. Time to go all out. Then came the Gale School, based on the wind element. Bloody cuts began to appear on Jack's face. His foe moved at horrifying speeds, creating sharp sword chi that formed a lethal net, closing in on him. Jack spun, swinging his sword in a powerful vortex of energy, shattering the suffocating web of light around him. While lacking the Fire School's raw power, this final element is highly versatile in high-speed combat, swift movement, and projected sword chi. This is the Torrent School, based on the water element. With its unpredictable nature, it allows the user to attack, defend, suppress, or even provide comprehensive support. It is a flexible, harmonious power, fluid as water itself. But facing this technique from the Hero King himself, Jack finally understood true terror. He was swept away by a colossal pillar of water, his body helplessly plummeting into a deep abyss. Jack grit his teeth in terror. Damn it, what in the world is happening? Glancing up at Kaisia's calm observation, he faced a bitter truth. The power and scale of his opponent's attack were completely beyond him. Under the crushing weight of the waterfall slamming down on him, Jack braced himself, gripping his sword with both hands to avoid being crushed. He screamed in his mind, "Why is the gap between us so huge? Damn it all." As the water receded, Jack stood in the wreckage, gasping for air. His face was grimy, but his eyes shone with shock and excitement. "Whoa!" He roared in frustration. "What was that, master?" Standing calmly on the water, Kaisia yelled back, "You utter fool. That was the force of a waterfall, not mere water." Still confused, Jack parried and asked, "Isn't just using the element enough?" Kaisia then explained the true difference between the elements. "For the other schools, you just unleash the element and swing hard to create power. But I have told you countless times, the Torrent School is about softness." He stressed the core principle, using softness to overcome hardness. Do you not understand? He commanded coldly. Again, Jack grit his teeth, filled with frustration. Damn it. Using softness to overcome hardness. What kind of logic is that? That kind of philosophy was completely lost on him. In his mind, dark memories of his past life began to surface. The pain of submitting because he was too weak to resist. The regret of losing what was important because he couldn't protect it. To survive, uphold his beliefs, and protect what he cherished, Jack had only ever chased absolute, overwhelming power. He questioned himself. And now I'm to use softness against hardness? How could I ever accept such a thing? Yet, while his mind fought it, his body moved to a new rhythm. A powerful vortex of water swirled around his blade, hissing through the air. Suddenly, Jack's gaze sharpened, becoming incredibly focused. Their two swords clashed again, sending a massive spray of water into the air. Noticing Jack's distraction, Kasia smirked. Daydreaming during a duel, an explosion suddenly sent Jack flying. He quickly regained his footing on the water, thinking to himself, I see. This hellish training continued without end. After day 15, Jack stopped counting, completely immersing himself in his training. This obsession was dangerous, but necessary. Over a month had passed since this insane training first began. Jack seemed to have lost all concept of time. He didn't eat or rest, only diving into endless duels with the ancient king. In this harsh trial, Jack learned a bitter lesson. Infinite stamina was not the same as being invincible. Facing a monster like Kasia, his endless stamina meant nothing. He was still completely and utterly overwhelmed. Kasia swung his sword. A huge torrent of water pressure exploded, tearing space itself. Jack could only stare in shock. A terrifying blast of blue energy erupted, sending Jack flying. He gritted his teeth, struggling. Damn it. Jack's arms were now useless, with no strength left to hold on. The ground beneath him was slick, making it impossible to stand. Then, a giant column of water crashed down. It threatened to crush him instantly. But in that critical moment, Jack felt a wondrous change. Instead of using brute force, he flowed with the attack, letting Kaisia's heavy blows slip harmlessly by. A confident smile touched Jack's lips. He realized, use softness to overcome hardness. The strength to hold his sword, the strength to stand. It wasn't about tension, but about letting go. By letting go of everything, Jack finally began to truly grasp Kaisia's lesson. A powerful current of water swirled around his body, glowing brilliantly. Jack realized he had been on the wrong path. Trying to control the blade's path and force his techniques was what had been shackling his sword's freedom. Jack focused his spirit, determined to sever those unnecessary shackles. Energy exploded from above, pouring down like a raging, unstoppable current. He closed his eyes, allowing the sword to find its own path. That's right. I felt this in my past life, too. That moment when the boundary between me and the sword completely disappeared. What a strange sensation. It was like I was becoming one with all of creation, right in the vortex of battle. At times, the water raged as if to swallow everything. At others, it became incredibly soft and fluid. Seeing the incredible leap in Jack's technique, Hero King Kaisia flashed a thrilled, wicked smile. The master's smile said it all. All right, kid, that's it. Undaunted, Jack met his gaze with a confident smile, his eyes shining with determination. He dropped to one knee, power endlessly surging. In the same instant, they both erupted with force. Elemental sword, hydraulic field, boom. A shockwave rocked the tower, but in the end, Jack was the one who fell. But his talent had been recognized. The king had acknowledged him as his successor. Jack awoke groggily to complete silence. A single question echoed in his mind. Did I pass out? A wave of dizziness hit him. He raised a hand to his forehead, realizing this was the second time he ended up like this. The first time was during his intense duel with Duck, after using a skill that surpassed his limits. The system had to forcibly shut him down to ensure the user's safety. This time, however, was different. This was the first time since his regression that Jack had blacked out purely from physical exhaustion. He looked around the empty training hall and softly called out, Kaisia. Seeing no sign of the ancient king, Jack figured he must have returned to the spirit realm. He immediately worried about the results. What happened to the quest? Remembering the final moments before he passed out, Jack believed he'd used the water element's power well enough. As if on cue, a blue light flared from his arm, followed by a series of system notifications. Linked quest complete. Bonus time has been added to your reward. Seeing that message, Jack smirked. See, a month of getting pummeled finally bore sweet fruit. It's that classic no pain, no gain grind. The rewards were huge, including the tiers of the Fairy King, 500 karma points and 3 random skill cards. And that wasn't all. Jack also achieved the rank of Intermediate System Administrator. He received another 500 karma points plus 3 random treasure chests. The system continuously upgraded, unlocking the equipment window and activating the mini-map. His administrator's soul also matured, unlocking a portion of the power from the heart of Bahamut. The current seal level was now down to 90%, He looked at his status window and unique immortal class. With his dragon art skills now at mastery, Jack whispered, "That's a lot of buffs." He focused on the seal level. Jack remembered clearly that after absorbing Bahamut's heart, the seal was at 95%. Thanks to his soul's growth and his body becoming a heavenly physique, the seal had loosened another 5%. The system warned that because his power exceeded his rank, 90% of it remained compressed and sealed away. Jack recalled that moment, thinking, "I tried to break the seal then." But he looked at the screen. A glaring notification confirmed it was system locked. Access denied. A stark warning flashed before him. Risk of mental and physical trauma. Power exceeds administrator's limits. Faced with this wall, Jack could only reflect. Memories of his body being torn apart by immense power flooded back. He realized his body could only handle about 10% of that strength now. Jack saw that even dragon language couldn't be unlocked with karma points. It was all tied to the level of his own seal. He decided to set that aside for the time being. "I'll just have to watch it for now." Jack's next target was his waiting rewards. First up, the random chests. The system instantly showed his prize. For ranking up, he got 500 karma points and 3 random chests. The chests burst open in a flash of blue light. The first item was a pair of boots made from meteorite iron. Incredibly durable, yet surprisingly light. Next were leg guards, also crafted from meteorite iron with the same unique properties. Both items had a special note. A powerful set bonus activated when the full meteorite iron set is equipped. The final item was a pair of exquisitely carved crystal earrings, which held a unique power. They boosted the wearer's spiritual energy recovery by 15%. He held the glittering earrings in his hand. Jack smirked with satisfaction. "If I sold these to a mage, I'd make an absolute fortune." He couldn't hide his grin as he inspected his newly acquired gear once more. "Now I have boots and leg guards to match my gauntlets." But his real curiosity was drawn to the glittering gold cards behind them. Jack picked them up, his mind racing. Random skill cards. Just as the name implies, they must contain skills. He immediately gave the command to open them. 3 cards spun within a brilliant, starry halo. The system announced the new skills were added to his status. First was Static Shock, a C-rank skill that electrocutes targets on contact. Next up was the C-rank Binding Bomb. It fires compressed energy that explodes into a blinding flash, obstructing the enemy's vision. Finally, there was Sonic Break, a C-rank skill that disrupts an enemy's hearing with a jarring sound. Looking at the results, Jack's face went completely blank. He muttered in disbelief, Wait, all C-rank skills from gold cards. This is like pulling trash items in a gacha game." Jack just sighed. "Well, if they just handed out S-rank skills, my struggles would have been for nothing." Jack started to test his new powers. He activated Static Shock. Instantly, crackling blue sparks danced along the blade of his dagger. A powerful energy erupted from the blade. Jack couldn't help but smirk. This is C-rank. He realized the power was impressive for its rank. It could be applied in many different ways. If I combo Binding Bomb and Sonic Break, the effect might be even better than that artifact from the test. Jack kept exploring the system. He found his authority upgrade unlocked a new feature, Quick Slots. This feature let him use slotted items just like a regular skill. 3 empty slots appeared on the interface. Jack paused, using items like skills, like instant activation with a single thought. At first, he planned to use them for something other than potions. After all, he had infinite stamina and self-healing. But wait, even a so-called perfect skill has a weakness. He remembered powerful foes like Kaiser. Even with infinite stamina, he wasn't sure he could win. Plus, Jack didn't know the true limits of his self-healing ability. He thought, you never know when you'll face a one-shot kill boss. Being cautious, Jack used his karma points to buy an A-rank healing potion. Salvation. After the purchase, he had 1,465 karma points left. He immediately equipped the high-grade potion into a quick slot. It was a masterpiece, able to instantly heal fatal wounds. But it had a drawback. It only worked once per target and had some unknown side effects. Jack was satisfied. It cost a ton, but I guess it's like premium life insurance. Finally, Jack took out the most important reward, the Fairy King's Tear. He held the brilliant blue crystal vial. It shimmered, holding a tear shed when the hero King Kaiseri was tricked by an evil sorcerer. Using this tear as a catalyst, Jack could summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm a single time. Jack stared at the item, completely stunned. He gasped, "Summon the actual Fairy King. You can already smell a VIP wish coming, can't you?" According to legend, the Fairy King can grant wishes to humanity. If the legends about Kesa were true, he wondered if he could summon the Fairy King and claim a wish for himself. However, he knew perfectly well this was a one-time only chance. The Fairy King's tear was shed when the hero King Kaisa fell for an evil sorcerer's trick, which allows one to summon the Fairy King. Using it as a catalyst, Jack knew he couldn't afford a mistake. He thoughtfully stared at the small vial in his hand. He decided to hold on to it for now. Jack carefully placed the treasure into his storage space, making a silent vow. Wasting a wish would be a huge mistake. He had to save this for the most critical moment. He turned his back, stepping out of the cathedral's radiant gate, leaving the ancient king's resting place for the blinding light ahead. In the next moment, Jack appeared inside a glowing magic circle in a strange area. He looked around in utter shock. Is this an adventurer's outpost? I actually teleported. This must be the new system transport gate feature. Witnessing this miracle, Jack was amazed. So convenient. The system immediately displayed a notification. Want to use the system transport gate feature? Please select your destination. His current location was identified as the Ago's Kingdom, at the 8th Adventurer's Outpost. Jack realized he just had to pick a location on the minimap to instantly travel there. On the list, Kaisa's Cathedral cost 150 points, while his current location cost nothing. He assessed that besides distance requiring more points, there were no other limitations. If he saved up enough points, Jack could even teleport between continents with ease, he thought. This gate vanishes right after use. Anyone trying to hunt him down would be left crying in the dust. Leaning against a tree, Jack gazed into the distance with a calculating look. This will be very useful for my future plans. Jack glanced up at the trees and froze. In the middle of the freezing weather, brilliant yellow flowers were in full bloom. He gasped in shock, flowers in winter. Looking toward the distant mountains, Jack realized a horrifying truth. Don't tell me it's impossible. So instead of the 3 months he expected, he was trapped in Kaisa's ruin for 4 whole months. His next destination was Valhalla, the top knight academy on the central continent. Here, in a luxurious room, the steady clipping of shears echoed as the headmaster tended to a bonsai tree. He sighed, good grief. 15 years as headmaster, and this case is definitely a system bug. He'd never seen a student disappear and return a month after enrollment like Jack. All Jack could do was offer a meek explanation. I never expected to be trapped in there for 4 months, sir. He remembered the warning from his recommender. Failure to attend the entrance ceremony could result in his admission being revoked at the headmaster's discretion. Jack's mind began racing. He knew he couldn't wait until next year. It would be too late. His most important objective right now was to access Terrakin Draker's secure archive. Jack thought, I'm done for if my admission is rejected now. I'll become an unwilling outcast. He stood up straight and spoke with the utmost respect. Headmaster, I actually fell into a state of enlightenment while training to overcome my shortcomings, and I lost my sense of time. Hearing this excuse, the headmaster placed his glasses on the desk. His sharp eyes stared straight at Jack. A state of enlightenment? Is that the excuse you came up with for missing the ceremony? Before him was the headmaster of Valhalla, Robert Boxer, who was emitting an incredibly fearsome pressure. With blazing eyes, Robert Boxer was the former captain, with the longest service in the T.B. Kingdom's Royal Guard, a knight respected by the entire continent. The story of Arthur Drake, the current family head, personally inviting him 3 times to become headmaster, was still quite famous. This was a man who valued honor and principles, and Jack faced the stern headmaster. Jack bowed his head in apology. Showing emotion would be counterproductive. I have no excuse for missing the entrance ceremony, even with 100 mouths. But it is the truth, headmaster. Boxer watched him pensively, then cleared his throat. Achieving enlightenment isn't easy. If it were any other student, I'd have accused them of spouting nonsense. But you were recommended by the chairman himself. Boxer stared at Jack, then made his decision. I will arrange a position for you. If I determine that your training was more valuable than 1 month at Valhalla, I will permit your enrollment. Jack immediately bowed to thank him, though he quietly thought to himself, I can't believe I had to use that recommendation from Draker today. Boxer decisively rang a bell, calling for his assistant. The door flew open as he commanded. I'll secure an empty training room immediately. Tell the professors to assemble for a special entrance evaluation right now. Jack was led to a private training hall within Valhalla Academy. Gazing at the grand arena, he couldn't help but marvel. This stadium could host a tournament that would be packed all day. So this is Valhalla. Every professor here is a famous knight I've seen in the papers at least once. Watching from above, Headmaster Boxer announced that everyone was present. He clasped his hands, his sharp, pressuring gaze locked onto Jack. Show us the results of your training. You claimed you finished it. Don't tell me you spent 4 months just camping in some ruins. Facing the headmaster's pressure, Jack quickly assessed the situation. He knew he couldn't just reveal his elemental sword here. Feeling the immense pressure weigh on him, Jack thought to himself, all right, that's enough. If I keep holding back, I'll really get expelled. Time to get serious. After all, they train the continent's strongest knights. Some half-baked technique probably won't even get a reaction from them. If so, shouldn't I get a little serious too? Instantly, Jack focused his mind, and a deep blue power began erupting around his body. Arcs of electricity and a magical aura enveloped his blade. The sheer pressure it emitted made the onlookers gasp in shock. No way, is that an aura sword? Seeing Jack wield the blazing aura sword, the two examiners trembled in awe. Only 15 and he's already at the level of a blue knight? If this hit the genius rankings, the Academy's server would probably crash. Wasn't the youngest record holder Sir Aban at age 19? Another person couldn't hide his admiration, as expected of a golden awakener. However, seeing their extreme reactions, Jack suddenly realized his mistake. Ah, I forgot. I completely forgot to suppress my aura. He sighed inwardly, relieved they hadn't seen his true strength. Luckily, they still think I'm only at the Blue Knight level. He knew that before meeting Cassia, his aura had indeed been at that stage. But since mastering the Hydra Field and Elemental Sword, he had shattered his own limits to reach the next realm, the Red Knight. The clearest difference between a Blue Knight and a Red Knight is the application of the Aura Sword. The Aura Sword is a technique that uses aura to hone a blade to its absolute peak, amplifying its power beyond imagination. While a Blue Knight can only struggle to maintain the sword's original shape, a Red Knight is far superior, able to freely maintain and transform its form according to their will and imagination. Jack breathed a sigh of relief as he withdrew the explosive power, thinking, good thing I stopped at the Aura Sword. Otherwise, things would have gotten way more tiring than this. Suddenly, a powerful shout echoed through the hall. Excellent! The excited cry made Jack flinch. A bead of sweat ran down his face from the surprise. In front of him, Headmaster Boxer laughed heartily, arms spread wide in satisfaction. This result is far beyond what 1 month at Valhalla could achieve. An awakening this precious is worth a few months, no, even a few years of delay. Witnessing the Headmaster's complete 180, Jack could only stand there stunned. It's like he's a different person. He quickly regained his composure, bowing his head in a polite apology. Not at all, Headmaster. I must again apologize for being unable to attend the entrance ceremony due to an urgent family matter. Headmaster Boxer, still smiling broadly, waved his hand with gusto. Ha ha ha, I told you it's fine. He then turned to the council members sitting along the long table. And what about all of you? Anyone object to Jack's admission? Or does anyone want to test him a few rounds for fun? Faced with the overwhelming talent of a 15-year-old who had reached the realm of the Aura Sword, the examiners broke into a cold sweat, none daring to object. A knight from the council spoke up, full of praise. No objections. An Aura Sword that's sharp and clear is rare, even among the current knights. Another member nodded, confirming. Exactly. There's no need for any more tests. Headmaster Boxer smiled, satisfied, and closed the matter. Then it's decided. Congratulations on your admission, Jack Drake. The next place Jack arrived was Midland Atlas. This was a massive metropolis, the size of a kingdom, located in the very center of the Midland continent. It wasn't just the headquarters of Valhalla, the continent's top knight academy, but also the home of the Draker family's Four Seasons Castle. The Four Seasons Castle is where the family head and its main pillars reside. It's considered the clan's true base of operations. Stepping out of the car, Jack faced a truly massive and magnificent structure. He gazed up at the grand villa, whispering in awe, truly spectacular. This was Jack's private estate in Atlas, the start of his stormy school life. But the moment he pushed the door open, a loud bang was followed by party poppers. Welcome to Valhalla. Jack froze in a shower of confetti, staring blankly at two figures. Wearing absurd clown outfits and party hats, he quietly muttered, Master, even Headmaster Android is here. Duck slapped his disciple's shoulder, laughing. Kid, you're really something else. In all my life, you're the first person I've seen dare to skip the Valhalla entrance ceremony. Duck flashed a devious grin and an excited thumbs up. All right, the main character has finally arrived. Shall we get this party started? Jack could only stammer in shock. Huh? Start what? Turns out Duck and Android had ambushed Jack with a surprise party the moment he arrived. At a table piled high with food, Jack wondered why they weren't at the academy. Apparently, Duck was summoned by the family head to return to Four Seasons City, and then casually moved into Jack's mansion for over a month. As for Android, wiping his mouth, he sheepishly announced, I've decided to join Valhalla as a teaching assistant. Sorry, but I'll be crashing here for a while too. At this point, you can probably guess. These two freeloaders were shamelessly moving in for good. He glared at their drunk, smug faces. Jack gritted his teeth. He knew they must have planned this together from the start. He screamed internally, This is my house. Who gave you the right to decide? The wild party raged on. The chaos continued until, by the end of the night, the whole magnificent mansion was a complete disaster. Empty bottles rolled across the floor, with half-eaten plates among the wreckage. Both Duck and Android were completely drunk, passed out on the floor and tables, leaving Jack standing silently in the mess, the battlefield of their own making. Under the bright full moon, Jack donned a mysterious purple cloak. He found a bustling tavern and calmly approached the bar, placing a gold coin on the counter and speaking in a low voice. "One dark beer. And I'm here to see Kai." "Make it quick," the waiter was still processing this. Then Jack added a line that instantly froze the air. "And I want to see Kai right now." Instantly, the tension in the room became suffocating. The patrons, who had just been laughing, revealed themselves as dangerous guards. The sound of steel being drawn echoed through the tavern. Facing dozens of blades pointed at him, Jack remained defiant, a slight smirk on his lips. His sharp gaze glinted from beneath his hood. So, seeing the glowing symbol on his glove, one soldier stammered, "D. Draker." Recognizing his true identity, the attitude of everyone in the room shifted. The waiter was now pale with fear, bowing his head and trembling. He apologized profusely. "My apologies. I should have stopped them." He then humbly led the way. "I will take you to the branch chief." Jack quietly followed him into a secret tunnel behind the tavern. Observing the dense magical defenses, he silently assessed the hidden entrance. It was sealed with layers of security magic, just as expected. In his memories, before he regressed, when people spoke of the continent's strongest intelligence agencies, two names always came to mind: the Black Feather of the Draker family and the Roman Empire's Intelligence Bureau. But a third organization operated from the shadows, an organization few knew of, called the Syndicate. At first, it was just a ragtag group of smugglers. They were complete unknowns. To be blunt, they were just a small-time smuggling crew. But thanks to an agent named Kai, that smuggling network grew into a massive intelligence industry. Jack remembered the past, after his expulsion from the academy, when he joined the mercenary cartel. After a long struggle to survive among those wolves, he finally climbed the ranks. He became the organization's top assassin. That's when Kai, the branch chief at the time, personally approached Jack with a mission to clean up their transport routes. With the paths cleared of enemies, Kay's network expanded at lightning speed. She forged Cindy Cat into an intelligence agency rivaling the Empire's own bureau. With an iron will and raw talent, Kay seized control of Cindy Cat, making it her own force. Then, when the Empire took everything from me, a figure emerged from the shadows, handing Jack a file. "This is intel on the relic the Emperor is after. Be careful, this won't be easy." Staring at the file, Jack recalled the person who aided his revenge was none other than Kay. It was the price he paid for helping build Cindy Cat's power. But without Kay, he never would have obtained that relic, nor would he be here now. Entering the dark room, Jack struck a match, its flare cutting through the gloom as he spoke. Some habits never change, do they? He held the flame for Kay's cigarette, lighting up her sharp features, the face of Cindy Cat's most powerful woman. Jack slowly lowered his hood, revealing his own. Kay's lips curled into a smirk, her captivating gaze filled with intrigue as it locked onto him. "So, the rising star of the Drake family wishes to see me? For what reason?" Facing Jack, the powerful, red-haired leader of Cindy Cat leaned back in her chair and spoke coldly. "Don't beat around the bush. Get to the point." Unfazed, Jack calmly made a shocking offer. "I want to do business with Cindy Cat." The woman smirked, taking a long, mocking drag from her cigarette. She listed his credentials flawlessly, a promising and noble pure-blooded awakened from House Drake, reaching the Blue Knight rank at just 15. So why deal with criminals like us? Jack thought to himself. It seems she already knows what happened at Valhalla. Her intelligence network is terrifyingly fast. He replied nonchalantly, "Judging by this pointless sparring, I take it you're not interested. But you should at least see the merchandise first." With that, Jack placed a pair of blue gem earrings on the table. They gave off an ethereal glow. The woman raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Earrings?" Jack confirmed it. "Not just any earrings. They're a treasure. Try them on. You'll be surprised." The woman remained silent, her expression skeptical. But curiosity won, and she put them on. The moment they touched her, a crimson aura flared to life. At first, she just scoffed. A mana recovery boost? A cheap trinket like this. But in an instant, her cigarette dropped to the floor as a surge of power exploded beyond her control. She cried out in shock. What? What is this? Just a moment ago, she was calling it cheap. Now she was so stunned her entire world was shaking. Utter disbelief was etched across her face. The recovery boost wasn't 10%, but a full 15%. Her mind reeled. Current artifacts only offered about 1%. The absolute best only reached 3%. This was 5 times more powerful. If an item like this existed, how could she not know? She stared at Jack, her gaze now filled with wariness. He must have his own private source, or he unearthed these himself. Seeing his prey had taken the bait, Jack smirked under his hood. So, are you interested in a deal now? Who could possibly refuse an offer like this? Jack coolly laid out his request, stating he registered as an agent. Kay just needed to go to the North Atlas Bank to receive the items. It was a simple consignment deal, an artifact of unknown origin. Basically, dungeon loot. She set her terms, a 10% commission per item. If total profits exceed 10,000 gold, you'll get a bonus. This was her absolute top offer, an offer she only made for the most lucrative deals. However, she was more concerned with the man's identity. Kay thought, he even knows that I'm a mage. His information network must be extraordinary. The deal was struck. With the terms settled, Kay gave a professional smile, clutching the file. I'll be counting on you, young master. Jack replied quietly, you as well. But as he turned to leave, he stopped. One more thing I was curious about. Is your ghost ship still safe? The moment he spoke, the air in the room turned to ice. Beneath his hood, Jack's eyes flashed with a sharp glare. The color drained from Kay's face, her expression turning to cold steel and utter vigilance. Around her, the shadows stirred violently, as if a dozen assassins were ready to strike from the darkness. Her voice was a low growl. Where did you hear that? Jack just laughed, raising his hands to calm her down. I'm just asking. Why so tense? One question and you're already in battle mode. But Kay had no intention of letting him off for touching her secrets. Dark magic and searing flames erupted around her. The pressure she released was suffocating. Her eyes blazed with a threatening light. Impressive. But you think that's enough to take me down? A violent magical explosion incinerated everything nearby as Kay began to reveal her true power. Kay trembled, cold sweat pouring down, facing the horrifying pressure radiating from Jack. She gritted her teeth. Damn it. I was missing information. Jack Raker, the youngest knight? No, that's impossible. Her mind was now filled with nothing but absolute terror. Even the entire Atlas branch, no, the whole syndicate, couldn't win against this man if they attacked together. Jack saw her panic and casually suggested, should we switch seats, partner? In the syndicate's Atlas branch office, Jack examined a piece of paper. A magical oath? Huh? This is definitely a mage's style of work. It's a type of contract mages use to ensure mutual safety. Simply sign with blood as ink. It's simple, but its power is absolute. When the contract activates, the other's signature is engraved on your arm. If one party harms the other, both will die. And in the case of indirect betrayal, like hiring an assassin, the signature vanishes from the betrayer's arm, and a non-lethal curse puts them at a disadvantage. Kay watched Jack warily. Good, if you understand, then sign it. I need some insurance for myself. What if you decide to kill me one day? Jack smirked slightly. Fair enough. He decisively pricked his finger with the pen, drawing blood to sign the contract. A glowing magic circle flared to life, confirming the pact had been made. Jack smiled. To earn your trust, I'd sign 100 of these if I had to. A radiant magic circle on Jack's arm sealed the deal. The contract was set. He strolled across the room and spoke. Now, I am officially your partner. Jack sat on the sofa opposite Kay, continuing their interrupted topic. So, let's pick up where we left off. The cargo you're transporting on your ghost ship. It's McKenna's Soma, isn't it? Kay looked exhausted, rubbing her forehead. I don't know where you got your intel, but yes, I am distributing McKenna's Soma. Soma was a magical drug, its cultivation and use banned in most kingdoms. However, in the southern continent, a lawless land since the kingdom's collapse, it had become a massive source of income. Jack added, it's because of the new headhunter order from the transcendent Ista family, right? Kay lit a cigarette and smirked. That's right, even McKenna wouldn't dare to cross a transcendent family. The only land route between the central and southern continents is a desert controlled by the Ista family. But a few years ago, Ista suddenly sealed their borders, banning all entry and cutting off contact with the south completely. Kay explained. The land route is blocked, and the sea routes are already in Pavella's hands, which is why you have to use the syndicate's routes. She took a drag from her cigarette and looked at Jack. Still, you paid a high price. To us, you're a valued client. McKenna and Pavela were two major crime organizations that had divided the south between them. It was lawless. Using the central continent's jungle as a border, McKenna held the north, and Pavela held the south. McKenna had the convenience of the land route for their Soma trade, but because they monopolized it, Pavela had no choice but to turn to the sea. Then when Ista closed the border, McKenna lost their land route and scrambled for the sea. But by then, Pavela had already taken control. Hey, how do you know about my ghost ship? The Syndicate's ghost ship was originally Kay's idea. By cloaking the entire vessel with an invisibility spell, they could evade both pirates and the Navy, making it the Syndicate's most crucial financial asset. It was a top secret that had never been exposed. Jack smiled to himself. Of course, I can't tell her she's the one who told me in my past life. He replied coolly, an information broker asking about my sources. Now isn't the time for that. Shouldn't you be focused on Pavela's offer first? His words left Kay stunned. Cold sweat trickled down her shocked face. Jack took the file from Kay. Her voice was low. This is the intel on the relic the Emperor is after. Be careful. It won't be easy. Looking at the pages, Jack recalled his past life. Kay was the one who had actively helped him on his path of revenge, even though the price was helping the syndicate grow stronger. Without her, Jack never would have obtained that relic, nor would he be here now, carrying out his plan. Model. Thinking about Jack, she noted his exceptional skills if this deal went well. If they kept good relations, he would be a powerful asset for Cindy's ambitions. The scene shifts to the next morning, with Jack seated on a bench at the Night Academy. Valhalla. He flipped a page, enjoying the crisp morning air with a sigh. The atmosphere here was far more liberating than the Academy's strict training halls. The headmaster said a guide would meet him soon. He scanned his surroundings. A loud voice suddenly cut through Jack's thoughts. A tan young man with curly hair approached him cheerfully. "Are you the Jack the headmaster mentioned?" He excitedly struck a pose, offering a stylish fist bump while looking at Jack's serious expression. He laughed teasingly. "Still got that stiff academy vibe, huh?" In response to this energy, Jack stared back, wary. He suddenly shot out and gripped the man's hand, asking coldly, "Are you the guide the headmaster sent?" Despite the hostile reaction, the man just laughed it off. "Whoa, why so tense? No need to be so prickly." He then confirmed with a grin, "Just like you said, bro. I'm the one the headmaster assigned to show you every single corner of Valhalla." Yep, witnessing this, Jack could only sigh internally. Great. I'm stuck with an NPC. His dialogue is on autoplay. The young man then recalled something. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself." He proudly declared he was a promoter of New X music, a genre mixing melodies. It combined medieval sounds and traditional southern rhythms. With an excited look, he posed. "That's me. Diego Villa, here to help, bro." Jack replied reluctantly, "Right. Thanks for the help." Seeing Jack relax a bit, Diego beamed. "See, the atmosphere is better now, right, Jack bro?" As they began to walk, Jack gave a curt reply. "You're just imagining it." The rhythm knight, Diego Villa. Watching the guy chatter on, Jack thought to himself, "I can't believe I've met a talent who will become one of the 5-star knights, a title for 5 legendary heroes. They were heroes who accomplished great deeds in the Continental War." Before Jack's return, their ranks included Bishop Casting, Arena Knight Jeffrey Sonma, Phantom Knight Aster Eladopo, Lightning Knight Reena Drake, and the Rhythm Knight, Diego Villa, with his colorful serrated sword. Diego then casually mentioned a rumor about the 5-star knights, that they all came from Valhalla. He wanted to confirm it, and if things went well, he could quickly expand his influence. Mid-walk, Diego whined he was hungry. "Want to get some southern food, bro?" Jack replied quietly. "I don't have good memories with that kind of food." But Diego was insistent. He claimed Jack just hadn't eaten at the right place. In the end, Jack was at a table, trying the southern food. "This is delicious," he thought. Diego boasted. "Of course, bro. It's a dish made from the specialty shark dragon of Valhalla. Even a true southerner like me has to admit it's top tier." When he heard Jack's comment, "This is better than the local food," Diego asked, surprised, "Huh? You've been to the southern continent?" Jack just answered coolly, "I was just saying." He then turned the question around. "By the way, why did a southerner like you come to Valhalla?" Diego stirred his drink and started his story. "It's a long story, but my parents were actually the rulers of a small kingdom, down in the south." A plot twist was unfolding. Jack was taken aback. A rhythm knight was southern royalty. In truth, the southern continent was a coalition of small kingdoms. They were all centered around the Gusco kingdom. However, most of those kingdoms migrated after Gusco collapsed from civil war. "In other words, I'm a noble prince," Diego announced, spinning a spoon. He declared his status proudly. Watching this arrogant display, Jack thought to himself, even if that lineage was now meaningless, he never imagined that royalty could have so little dignity. Diego went on, "Because the old-timers insisted on preserving the royal families. Traditional dual sword style. A natural-born genius like me was sent all the way to Valhalla." He sighed dramatically, then his tone became excited. "But instead of swinging swords, I just want to play music." Jack watched the overly eager guy with a sigh. "What about all the people counting on me?" But Diego wasn't done, excitedly inviting him, "Hey bro, why not join the New X Music Club? Mix in some southern style." But Jack's refusal was blunt. "I'm not joining." As they walked the academy halls, Diego rambled on about how Valhalla offered total freedom. He said anything was permitted, as long as it helped you learn. He also hinted that today's class was special, with rumors of something epic about to happen. Jack could only complain internally. Does this guy ever get tired of talking? Just then, murmurs spread through the students. The youngest student to ever join Valhalla, Jack Raker. "I heard he's from a direct bloodline, right? A genius who even beat an instructor." Hearing this, Diego stopped dead in his tracks and yelled, "What, bro? You're a Drake." Jack raised a confused eyebrow at his new friend. "What did you think this was?" Jack held up his gloved hand. It had a clear emblem, but Diego just stared blankly. What is what? Jack snapped in frustration. You idiot. This is the pure-blood gauntlet, symbol of the Drake family's awakeners. Diego was stunned, stammering in shock. What? You don't even take it off when you eat? I just thought it was some kind of cool fashion choice. My God, it's a pure-blood gauntlet. I had absolutely no idea. Jack watched Diego's panicked, sweating form and let out a sarcastic smirk. To be at Valhalla and not recognize the pure-blood gauntlet, he thought. Still, this reaction to a pure-blood is expected. After all, anyone would be intimidated meeting a member of the Drake family face to face. After trembling in fear, Diego suddenly burst out laughing, as if he'd had a revelation. He pointed a finger at Jack. So that explains your whole arrogant act from before. No wonder you acted so high and mighty. Jack looked at his new friend and could only sigh in exasperation. This guy. Diego, ignoring Jack's irritation, happily slung an arm around him, laughing. If you're a Drake, you should buy me a meal, right? Just kidding. Seeing Diego showed no signs of stopping, Jack thought, I really thought he was done. Who knew he'd get even more excited? Just then, Headmaster Boxer's clapping echoed. Cutting through the noise, he called out. Attention, everyone. Jack scanned the crowded room. A realization hit him. So that's why it's so crowded in here. The headmaster himself was leading today's special lecture. The sheer number of students alone showed how much everyone was looking forward to this. As Jack tried to focus, Diego leaned in close, showing him a notebook and asking excitedly, Hey bro, how are these lyrics? The rhyme scheme is amazing, isn't it? Jack shot him a dark look. If you dragged me to a lecture, you could at least pretend to pay attention. Up on the stage, Headmaster Boxer announced decisively, We'll skip the lengthy introductions. I will immediately introduce a very special guest we had great difficulty inviting. The heavy clang of armored footsteps echoed from backstage, and the air grew tense. The headmaster continued, The Black Knight of the Drake family has returned. At those words, a cold sweat ran down Jack's face. He's already back in Four Seasons City. Is he making a comeback? Then, a name boomed throughout the hall, Duke Drake. The legendary knight with fiery red hair walked out, waving to thunderous applause. The hall immediately exploded with excited whispers. It's the Gale Knight, Duke Drake. The same Black Knight who vanished without a trace. Other students buzzed with excitement. The recent rumors of him in Four Seasons City. They must have been true. Standing proudly on the stage, Duke Drake began, I've been away from the front lines for a long time, so to be remembered is a true honor. I hope that today's lecture will be beneficial for you all. He looked down at the students and continued, And now, I, Duke Drake, will tell you all the story of my journey from a regular student at this academy to becoming a Black Knight. Seeing this serious, dignified version of his master, Jack was stunned into silence, thinking, What the hell? In the audience, the atmosphere became suffocating. The air was suffocatingly dull. Students were slumped over asleep or staring blankly with soulless eyes. Weary from the endless droning, Jack was no better, glaring at the stage in utter exhaustion. It had been 2 hours. On the podium, Duck rambled on, his face filled with smug satisfaction. He completely ignored the suffering students below. Sensing trouble, the sweating principal Boxer stood nearby. He quickly cut in to rescue the situation. Yes, though it's a shame for the attentive students, our time is up. Hearing this, Duck wasn't offended but instead grinned and replied cheerfully, Excellent. Principal Boxer sighed in relief, thinking, I told him to reconsider. And yet, immediately after, Principal Boxer regained his formal demeanor to introduce the next person. Our second speaker is someone you all know, so I won't need a lengthy introduction. Despite being busy as a Guardian Knight, this person has made time for us today. The words Guardian Knight sent a jolt through Jack. In the Drake family, the rank of Knight is split into 4 distinct levels, Junior, Intermediate, and Senior, and the highest is Guardian Knight, a rank with authority rivaling the family's Council of Elders. And the number of Guardian Knights right now isn't even 10, Jack mentally noted. It seems the second speaker is a true powerhouse. Principal Boxer suddenly looked incredibly tense. He kept glancing at the watch on his wrist, sweat dripping down his brow as time ticked by. Suddenly, the clang of metal. A rhythmic clanging echoed from the entrance. A figure appeared with long, intricately braided platinum hair. Clad in a suit of pure white full-body armor, they slowly advanced into the hall. Jack watched intently, analyzing them. Platinum hair and pure white armor. Striking, but he still couldn't guess who it was. Around him, the students began to buzz with excitement. We're so lucky to be at Valhalla, truly. A thought suddenly struck Jack like lightning. He never imagined he'd see the Silver Knight in person. His eyes widened, fixed on the person now ascending the stage, his mind completely reeling. He realized their true identity, the firstborn of the Drake family, the Silver Knight, Kali Drake. The port city of Eisen, the heart of maritime trade, the very center of the continent. Currently, Aizen's strategic value is so immense it controls trade routes, not only with the Dota Republic, but also the southern and eastern continents. However, just over 15 years ago, things were completely different. Back then, Aizen was occupied by southern pirates, having become a land of lawlessness, a place where every kind of crime flourished. Upon becoming an official knight, Kali Drake began her campaign to eradicate the pirates, and by the 5th year of her crusade, not a single pirate remained in Aizen. Since then, under Kali Drake's protection, Aizen was reborn, growing to become the largest port city in the entire region. The surviving pirates fled south of Dota, hiding in the Dead Sea. For her victory in retaking Aizen, Kali was named the youngest guardian knight in history, a feat that even Aban, the man who had everything before my regression, never achieved. Jack stared at the woman's back on the stage. He thought, I knew she was a big deal, but I never imagined it would be my own older sister, and a direct line member at that, one who was directly clashing with Aban Draker in the war for succession. Jack told himself, it's no wonder I didn't recognize her. It's only natural, because before my regression, Kali Draker was already on a completely different level. Kali let out a soft sigh, her face showing clear exhaustion and pressure. Her armored hand tapped the table repeatedly, creating sharp, dry sounds in the buzzing hall. Suddenly, Kali roared, shaking the entire auditorium. Silence. The powerful shout tore through the air, causing the hundreds of students below, including that brute Diego, to tremble. The atmosphere in the hall instantly turned heavy. Whispers began to spread through the student body. Everyone was so excited a second ago. They really messed with the wrong one. Standing on the podium, Kali Drake's face was as cold as ice, her piercing gaze sweeping across the room. It made everyone shiver. She growled, each word laced with authority. Even though the speaker has arrived, this atmosphere and attitude have not settled. Valhalla, the academy I graduated from, was never this chaotic. If our seniors could see this spectacle today, they would surely shake their heads in disgust. Amidst the faces pale with fear, Jack just watched in silence, an utterly bored expression on his face as Kali continued her passionate speech. Do you think the peace of today was simply given to you? It was bought with the blood and tears of our ancestors, with countless lives sacrificed to protect this nation. Only through bone-deep discipline and rigorous training can one be worthy of the title of a true knight. When the lecture finally ended, the trainees swarmed into the hall as if escaping hell, their complaints endless. That was just awful. I told you so. Suddenly, I'm missing Sir Duke's lectures. Jack calmly walked through the crowd, silently judging them. Her advice had merit, but it was wasted on these childish recruits. While lost in thought about Diego, his new friend frantically ran over, waving a greeting. Farewell. My apologies, friend, but 5 hours of creation has ignited the artistic flame in my soul. I've told you enough about Valhalla, so I must depart now. Watching Diego's retreating figure, Jack shook his head. He's really just leaving like that? Then again, this might be for the best. He would be busy recruiting talent and adjusting to life in Valhalla. Using this rare moment of free time, he decided to visit Tarakan's secure archives for a look. Time to head over there now. But just as Jack had taken a few steps, a cold voice suddenly called out from behind him. Jack Drake. He froze, his eyebrows knitting at the next question. Can you spare a moment? Turning around, Jack met the determined gaze of Kali Drake, who was already waiting. Not long after, on Valhalla's main training ground, Kali had already drawn her sword. A radiant, azure sword aura enveloped her body as she assumed a combat stance. Jack stared at the blade's soft blue glow, realizing, is that the sword Midran, gifted by the Holy Nation? According to the stories, the Holy Nation, bordering Aizen, had suffered from rampant piracy. But after Kali's campaign to annihilate the pirates, the region was finally liberated. As a token of their gratitude, they presented her with a suit of armor and the sword Midran, forged from 100% pure ore. Kali's glorious title, the Silver Knight, originated from the majestic sight of her wearing that very battle armor. Kali looked directly at Jack, her voice like ice. I expect you won't be hiding your true strength. Faced with the direct challenge, Jack closed his eyes, his gloved hand cracking his knuckles. He thought, so this is it? A straightforward duel. Jack knew his older sister must have heard the rumors of him reaching the azure level and awakening his sword aura, making her eager to test him. Jack stood firm, his hand tightening on the hilt of his massive greatsword, preparing for battle. A series of calculations flashed through his mind. You want me to show my true power? A blue magical energy began to erupt around his blade as Jack let out a slight smirk. Then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. He understood that not only Kali, but countless others were curious about his real power. Revealing all his cards to her would bring him no advantage. The Drake family's foundation has always been the law of the jungle. The strong devour the weak. Reaching the azure level at the age of 15 was already an unprecedented achievement. Jack thought, if I reveal my true crimson level power, it's over. The Patriarch will try to bind me under his control. He decided that if he were to show his hand, it would only be after he had surpassed the family head himself. All he needed now was the title of a transcendent family's descendant to use as a stepping stone. Don't expect me to be some obedient little pawn for this family. I didn't sign up to be the good, docile son in this life. Instantly, Jack stomped forward, the wooden floor cracking under the explosive force of his launch. A piercing clang echoed as the two swords clashed violently, creating sparks and a powerful shockwave. They engaged in a dramatic, high-stakes duel. Their sword paths tore through the air at blinding speeds. In a close-quarters exchange, Kali swung with incredible speed, her blade grazing Jack's face. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Administrator request confirmed. Continuous activation of the elemental healing class skill will be temporarily suspended. Jack gritted his teeth through the pain, his sharp eyes fixed on his opponent. A guardian knight and my own sister. Across from him, Kali couldn't hide her shock. How did the wound on her little brother's face heal in the blink of an eye? Jack tightened his grip on his sword, his senses on high alert. Steel shrieked across the training grounds as Jack and Kali blurred into a high-speed clash. Blue sparks erupted with each powerful blow in a breathtaking duel between siblings. Sent reeling by a terrifying force, Jack clicked his tongue as his neck began to bleed, sizing up his opponent. So this is a red rank. Holding back his true power against a veteran knight like Kali was proving to be difficult. Before Jack could recover, Kali launched herself high into the air. She unleashed a massive slash of blue energy, tearing through the air straight for her brother. An explosion of dust erupted as their swords met, the very ground around them trembling. Jack gritted his teeth, struggling to block. He felt an immense weight pressing down on his blade. He silently marveled at his weapon's insane durability. A normal sword would have shattered. Good thing this one is SSR rank. Amidst the blazing aura, Kali smirked in approval. That's an excellent sword you have. Straining under the pressure, Jack didn't flinch. His eyes burned with excitement, facing the Silver Knight head-on. A massive explosion rocked the training ground. Through the dust, Jack struggled to stand at its center. Sweat poured down his tense face. It was reckless, he thought, to face a red rank so directly, while still suppressing his aura to the blue rank. He retreated to create distance, but suddenly froze. Her killing intent hadn't faded at all. Letting your guard down with just this much distance? Instantly, a horrifying chill ran straight down his spine. Across from him, a deep blue power exploded from her. Jack was stunned, realizing his fatal mistake. I forgot. Before she was the Silver Knight, Kali Drake was known by another name. The aura sword she wielded was like a giant's, a massive beam of energy, like a pillar of light from the heavens. It descended with earth-shattering power, giant sword. Jack gritted his teeth, using all his might. He poured every ounce of strength into his greatsword to block the mountain-crushing attack. The immense pressure cracked the ground beneath him as blood trickled from his lips. An explosion of blue and purple energy engulfed the arena. Rubble and thick smoke completely obscured the view. Kali stood silently amidst the wreckage. Oops, I overdid it, she sighed. The family head is docking my performance score for this. But a moment later, her eyes widened in utter shock as a figure emerged from the thick smoke. He was staggering, but his stance was defiant. He calmly wiped the blood from his lips. Not a bad performance, wouldn't you say? Jack looked straight at his older sister. With a sharp, arrogant glint in his eyes, he smirked. So, are you satisfied with the results? Or should we test a few more combos? The crashing sounds faded. Amidst the smoke, Kali stood speechless. She couldn't hide the shock in her eyes that he was still standing. Incredible, Jack. You actually blocked that attack. You far exceeded my expectations. Her expression suddenly turned serious. She lowered her sword, approaching Jack Drake. Actually, there's something I need to discuss. But before she could finish, Jack's body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Jack, Kali screamed, rushing to his side. Are you okay? She caught her brother's limp, wounded body. Seeing the blood on his lips, she panicked. His internal injuries, they're severe. Did he push his aura too far? Without a second's hesitation, she reached for a pouch at her hip. She pulled out a small vial filled with a red liquid, carefully pouring the elixir into his mouth. This is our family's highest grade elixir. Drink slowly, she whispered. The moment it entered his system, a brilliant red light enveloped Jack's body. At the same time, a system window appeared. Administrator request confirmed. Activating class skill. Healing factor. Jack lay perfectly still. His eyes were closed, but his mind was clear. He thought smugly. She definitely hasn't caught on yet. This was no mere sibling squabble. This was an Oscar-worthy performance, and Kali was falling for it completely. Jack calmly analyzed his strategy, deactivating and reactivating his healing factor. It was all part of the act, even suppressing his power just enough to seem like he had barely reached the blue rank. And when that giant sword came down, instead of parrying, he deliberately chose to defend, to get grazed by the slash. Jack smirked at his scheme, but a strange gap appeared just before the strike landed. Thanks to that, the rest went smoothly. His plan was exceptionally clever. Next, he took Kali's aura into his body. Unable to use his own, he created natural internal damage. It went just as he predicted. Kali fully believed he could use aura, assuming the injury was from a power overload. Jack let out a soft groan. Seeing him awake, Kali asked gently, "Feeling any better?" Jack instantly flashed a grateful smile. "Yes, it's all thanks to you. Thank you so much." Witnessing her younger brother's effort, Kali's attitude suddenly softened. She said gently, "Just call me sister, Jack." The sudden, friendly offer left Jack completely stunned. In a secluded alley on the outskirts of Atlas, a carriage waited. Stepping inside, Jack was astounded by the lavish and elegant space. Kali poured the tea herself. "I heard you enjoyed tea, so I prepared some. It's from the Eastern continent. I hope it suits your taste." Jack accepted the cup, replying nervously, "Ah, yes. Thank you, sister." He recalled the family head saying the same thing, wondering, just how far has this rumor about me liking tea spread? Through the window, the carriage rolled along beneath towering spires. Jack asked, surprised, "This is the inside of a carriage? Who could imagine this from the outside?" Kali explained calmly, "It's camouflage magic. A guardian knight's carriage attracts too much attention." Realizing the extreme secrecy, Jack decided to ask a direct question. "First the dojo. Now you're taking me from the city in this carriage. Isn't this like starting an S-rank secret quest?" The air in the carriage suddenly grew tense. Kali paused. The massacre knight, Aban Draker. An image of a red-haired man with menacing eyes flashed through his mind. Kali looked directly at Jack, making an urgent appeal. "I need your help to stop him." Jack was stunned by her shocking request, asking again in utter disbelief. "What did you just say? Isn't Sir Aban the second son of the Drake family?" Kali sighed softly, her face grim. "I'm sorry for being so blunt. I'll explain everything." She began to reveal a dark truth growing within the family. Right now, Aban is acting against the Oath of Neutrality, one of the family's most important pacts. Kali explained that the oath forbids members from interfering in conflicts between nations to protect the Drakers' standing. But Aban has broken it. He is siding with the Roman Empire, interfering in their conflict with Alencia. Jack was inwardly shocked. Aban acted this early? He then questioned the family's unusual silence. Does the Four Seasons Fortress really not know about this? Kali gazed into her teacup, where Aban's blurred image was reflected. She replied bitterly, "No, they know. They're just ignoring it." The situation at the Four Seasons Fortress is currently chaotic and deeply fractured. Kali explained that some elders have begun openly siding with the Empire and Aban. Jack quickly grasped the severity. "You mean the elders have all been manipulated? A few still remain neutral." Jack smirked sarcastically. "Such a conservative council, and they only stay neutral instead of objecting? Then it's only a matter of time before they're completely brought to his side." Kali nodded gravely. "Yes, that's an accurate assessment." She insisted they couldn't just sit and wait for clear proof. If Aban acts freely, a war becomes inevitable. In Jack's mind, horrific memories of the future came rushing back. That man's prophecy was completely right. He remembered the 3 years since his regression and the dark future that waited 7 years from now, when Drake completely falls to Aban and he allies with the Roman Empire. A brutal war will devour the entire continent. The image of blackened skies, of land stained red with blood and ash, appeared vividly in his mind. Kali declared with conviction, "That is why I've resolved to build a force strong enough to stop Aban." She knew Aban uses power to control the upper class, believing that leaders only need to be controlled for their underlings to follow. But Kali believed in a different path. A true knight would never yield to authority alone. They bow only to their ideals and to justice. With eyes blazing with faith, Kali stated she would act on her own ideals. She was determined to gather the commoner knights, the true core of the Four Seasons Fortress, who have been ignored, to defend the clan's true justice. Kali looked at Jack sincerely, her voice soft. "However, I won't force you to stand with me." She explained that Jack was still young and a pureblood awakened. "You have a brilliant future, with countless paths to choose from, rather than diving into this risky battle." Looking at the woman before him, Jack finally understood. So this is the real Kali Drake. In his eyes, she had a will of iron, yet was humble enough to bow her head for what was right. She was a person of astonishing integrity and purity. He realized the opening in her earlier attack wasn't a mistake. It was likely because she was worried about him. This woman, she was more than okay. Kali had the tough exterior of her Draker bloodline, but her heart was surprisingly soft. She gazed into her tea. "If this fails, we could be branded as traitors, which is why I'm telling you to think carefully." Jack answered gently, "Thank you for your concern." He then rose from his seat and knelt on one knee before her. "But my decision is already made," Jack declared. "Though I may be young and have many flaws, please allow me to stand beside you and your knightly spirit." In short, he was going all in on this. Once you've earned Callie's trust, there is no escape. Witnessing such firm and unexpected loyalty from him, Callie let out a relieved smile. Thank you, Jack. After that fateful meeting, Jack returned to the Valhalla research facility. He walked while studying the magic information board, silently calculating the clan's situation. Even in his past life, getting news through the gate, he never knew the Drake family's corruption had started so long ago. It began long before the Great War even broke out. Jack once planned to leave the family to escape Aban's control. He wanted to secretly build his own power for the Great War. But things were different now. Having found a kindred spirit in Callie, he realized he no longer had any reason to leave. On the contrary, this was the perfect opportunity. By staying, he could easily monitor all of Aban's movements. Furthermore, with Callie as a public figurehead, much of the suspicion aimed at him would surely fade. To pull off this plan, the first condition was for Jack to become an official engineer. That would sway public opinion toward Callie. He recalled that in his past life, even though Callie was the eldest daughter and a guardian engineer, she wasn't a pure blood, awakened, or a direct heir of the ruling class. Because of that, she couldn't resist Aban's power, and her attempt to reform the family failed. But if he, a pure blood awakened, became an official knight and supported Callie, perhaps he could tip the scales of public opinion away from Aban. Can he actually win this time, or is it doomed to fail again? For that very reason, Jack had to participate in this ridiculous night examination. He stood in the middle of a dark space. His eyes were fixed on the magic map displayed on a blue screen. Before him was the Central Grand Library. It belonged to the Valhalla research area, a massive and imposing structure. Jack's main objective for coming here was to find the top-secret archives of Terrakin, the greatest secret hidden in this place. Venturing deeper inside, Jack was overwhelmed by the grand architecture with its towering tiers of books and walkways that floated in the air, shimmering with a golden light. The moment he stepped into the room's center, the system's voice rang out, "You have reached the secure archives." Looking around the vast yet silent space, Jack couldn't help but feel skeptical. This is it? He walked hesitantly between the tightly packed shelves, feeling deeply disappointed. This was a joke, no different from a dilapidated warehouse. Jack touched the dusty spines of the books, sighing, just a bunch of useless old books. There's nothing of value here. Although the system had clearly marked this spot, the reality before him was a huge letdown. Jack thought to himself, I was expecting something incredible, like the heart of Bahamut or a dragon's fang. He squinted in frustration. Damn it, he expected a myth-grade treasure, but what he got looked like a high school library. But as he stomped his foot on the cracked stone floor, a surge of magic suddenly shot up from below. The system immediately responded. Data update point detected. Without warning, a brilliant column of blue light erupted from a bookshelf, tearing the very space apart. Jack staggered back, shocked. As the powerful energy enveloped the entire room, he could only let out a stunned gasp. What is this? At the same time, a shocking notification appeared on the magic screen, linking and synchronizing with the archive. Secure storage of another administrator, Terrakin Draker. Jack froze, completely speechless. His eyes widened in shock, realizing an impossible truth. Another administrator. Did Terrakin also use a system like his? If this shelf only reacted to his system, no wonder it was never found. Jack whispered before the ancient shelf, which glowed with an ethereal blue light. Instantly, a flood of system messages appeared. Data from Terrakin Draker's secure archive is now linked to Administrator Jack Draker's system. You can access all this private data through the system. For easy searching, the system offered categories, starting with an organizational operations guide, a dragon slaying guide, version 5.2.1, to collections of proverbs supporting growth. I'll sort through this mess later. Glancing at the titles, nothing special stood out. He gave a firm command, System, find the best book for growth. Now, the system responded instantly. A document matching the request has been found. On a high shelf, a book began to glow, catching Jack's eye. Ah, there it is. He reached for it. On the cover, a sword and two powerful dragons. Jack whispered the title, Secret Art of the Dragon Slash. He was stunned. He'd never heard of such a technique. Curious, Jack turned the page. Let's see, the author is... Jack's eyes flew open. A cold sweat trickled down his face as he saw the author's name. He uttered in disbelief, Hero King Kaishia's most loyal vassal, Satan Draker. Before I pass on the dragon slash sword art, I, Satan Draker, must explain why I created this technique. In a silent, lonely room, the Hero King's most loyal vassal labored over his manuscript by flickering lamplight. He recalled the fated bond between dragons and humans, a bond forged by the great Hero King. Thanks to him, even we humans could forge pacts with the supreme dragons. But the truth behind that kindness was not as noble as it seemed. The dragon's help wasn't born of nobility. It was born purely of pity for mankind. For compared to all other races, Humanity was hopelessly frail and wanting. The number of pact holders exploded. Around them, a new civilization bloomed across the continent. But this explosive growth filled Satan with deep unease. His voice echoed in his memory, "I fear the dragons." He knew a superior race acting out of pity could just as easily turn and annihilate humanity in an instant. And should that fear become real, mankind would be wiped out overnight, unable to resist. And so, Satan searched for a way to defy the dragons. His first thought was magic, but magic was the dragon's first gift to mankind. The human heart cannot produce mana on its own. It was the dragons who etched magic circles upon them, granting humans magic. Satan's next thought was the Hero King's elemental sword, a power that even dragons feared. But that power was exclusive to those with the blood of the Elven King. So he devoted everything to finding a new power that belongs solely to humans. To break humanity's limits, Satan tried everything, from the Norse primal sword arts to the East's mystic powers. Ironically, his most fervent supporter in this research was none other than Kronos, the Hero King's own pack dragon. Their long research finally bore fruit. Satan and Kronos discovered a new power source, aura. It was not an element, nor was it mana. It was a power only humans could unlock and wield. With this breakthrough, after the Hero King's passing, Satan devoted himself entirely to studying aura. Soon, his research yielded results. He systematized all knowledge of aura, starting with the core concepts, its practical application, and even an entire sword art based upon it. He compiled this into the secret art of the dragon slash and sent it to every kingdom. But in a world where dragon-gifted power was easy, the dragon slash sword art, a path requiring grueling effort, was utterly ignored. In solitude, Satan wrote his final lines. Thankfully, as I write these words, my fear of the dragon's betrayal has not yet come to pass. But I am certain, one day, this sword art will be essential for whoever finds this tome. I pray they understand my final wish and dedicate themselves to mastering it. Back in the present, Jack held the ancient tome when the system chimed with an achievement quest. Successor of Satan. The quest, Master the Dragon-Slaying Sword Style of the Sword Saint, Saturn Drake. The time limit, 3 months. The reward, coordinates to the kingdom of Kronos' treasure. Jack cracked a small smile. Another sweet deal. He eyed the book with anticipation. The treasure of the Kronos kingdom must hold artifacts beyond anything I've ever seen. But the deadline made Jack pause. The problem is, it's only 3 months. Does this mean it's harder to learn than elemental swordsmanship? Looks like I'll have to focus completely on mastering the dragon-slaying sword style. He sighed. 3 months for a dragon-killing art. Just hearing it feels like the deadline's already here. If I fail this quest, I'm completely screwed. He closed the book, silently admitting it. In the end, Satan had been right all along. Who knows how long it's been since his era, but everything happened exactly as Satan feared, and the result was the Liberation War and the insane uprising of the dragons. Jack looked at his system window and commanded, "System, is there any other useful info in the secret library? Like Tarakan's diary, for example," he muttered. "It might hold some incredible secrets." Instantly, a notification chimed. Administrator request confirmed. A matching file has been located. The system began replaying the magical visual log from Tarakan's diary. Jack was stunned as the space around him warped. Bookshelves faded, replaced by mesmerizing streams of light. He realized the world was changing around him, just like during the beginner's tutorial. As everything distorted, a blinding light engulfed him. When he opened his eyes, he stood on a vast, snow-covered mountain. He wondered blankly, "Where am I?" Feeling the bone-chilling cold, Jack assessed the situation. A space made by this system. But did it have to be this cold? Suddenly, a brilliant column of golden light descended from the sky, and from within it, a massive entity took form. Jack stumbled back from the immense, crushing pressure. The system instantly activated the class skill, Strong Will, allowing him to regain his composure. He observed the grotesque creature materializing before him. Jack was stunned. It felt completely real. No wonder they were called the apex species of the past. Before him was a colossal dragon's head. It had fiery eyes and jagged scales, letting out a roar. A dragon. Jack realized the identity of this mythical beast, Bahamut. So it was him. The evil dragon, Bahamut. But what chilled him even more was its stealth. A being whose presence he couldn't feel at all, until he spoke from right behind him. Jack stared intensely at the man before him. He silently concluded, this man was a monster in a completely different way than Bahamut. Just then, Tarakan's form passed right through him. Jack was shocked. Did he just phase through me? He realized the truth. Have I really just stepped inside a memory recorded as a visual log? The scene before him was recorded as Tarakan's diary. Could this be the legendary final battle between the Dragon Slayer, Tarakan Raker, and Bahamut? The massive dragon roared, its presence soul-crushing. A thunderous boom echoed as the massive claw struck down. Jack was thrilled. It's starting! A terrifying blast of magic erupted, tearing apart the very space between the ruins. Tarakan stood his ground, but his eyes showed a flicker of hesitation. From above, Bahamut roared, "What are you hesitating for, Tarakan?" Tarakan remained silent, his lonely figure facing the great beast. Bahamut snarled with contempt, "How disappointing. The one I once chose as my own contractor." The shocking revelation made Jack cry out. What? His mind raced with questions. Tarakan was Bahamut's contractor, just like Kaisha and Kronos? Jack gritted his teeth, confused. If that's true, then the legend of the Dragon Slayer was Tarakan killing Bahamut. A lie. Before he could process it, a magical tremor hit, causing space itself to shatter. Jack was thrown into a chaotic vortex of energy. He stood stunned as the world around him crumbled. Waves of chaotic static suddenly consumed his vision. Jack cried out in panic, "What's happening?" All of a sudden, the ancestor's flickering image appeared, his voice lost in broken static. Jack gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Damn it, not at the most crucial part. In desperation, he cried out to the one entity he could rely on. System, is there any way to fix this? But only a cold notification answered his plea. Appearing through the distortion, it read, "Cannot confirm administrator's request." Jack froze, his eyes wide with horror as he realized even the system was failing. He stared at the fading image, trying to salvage any last bit of information. Suddenly, from the corrupted memory, the majestic voice of an ancient king echoed. He laughed with scorn. "What is this? A contract dragon harming its own contractor? Ha! Utterly ridiculous." The crowned king stated an ironclad truth. A dragon can never betray a human. On the contrary, if betrayal were possible, it would come from the human contractor. The ancient king's powerful words echoed through the distorted space, revealing a devastating truth about the bond between humans and dragons. Jack held his breath as the glitches cleared, showing Bahamut's massive corpse turning to ash. Then he saw them glowing objects amidst the cinders, items he now possessed. Bahamut's heart and fangs, from the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. Jack was stunned, because usually, a dead dragon only leaves faint traces before vanishing completely into dust. He mused that if pureblood armor is made from dragon hide, then Bahamut must have been a special case. But then, the magic screen shook violently and went black. Jack stood stunned in the silent study. The video just ends, he sighed wearily. I don't get what's happening, his mind reeling from the shocking reveals. Jack decided he should stop for the day. This was more than enough information to process. Since visiting Valhalla's lab, Jack had linked his system to Tarakan's secure library, letting him view records anywhere, anytime. Before the ancient shelves, Jack quietly activated the virtual screen. I just reopened Tarakan's journal. The final entry was still corrupted, hiding their last words from him. He sighed in frustration. However, digging through the library's data, Jack found something vital. The true dragon sword art, origin of the Dragon Slayer arts. Turning the ancient pages, Jack discovered a shocking truth. Tarakan had simplified the original sword art, making it easier for others to learn. But this simplification drastically reduced its power, so much that it couldn't even wound a true dragon. It was completely unworthy of its grand name. However, when combined with a user's unique traits, it could still deliver powerful blows. So while it lacked its original might, the art was a practical success in combat. But the one thing that bothered Jack more than anything was how Tarakan's journal completely contradicted the popular legends of the Dragon Slayer. The legend claimed Tarakan defeated Bahamut, starting an age of peace. It was a classic hero's tale, one you could find in any era. On the surface, it matched the journal, but one explosive detail had been erased. The fact that Tarakan and Bahamut were contract partners. That information was gone. Jack stared at the journal, a terrifying thought surfacing. No, this wasn't simply omitted. Just then, a messenger bird flew in with a reply from his old colleague, K. Long time no see, old friend. I don't know why you're suddenly so interested in ancient history. As requested, I've investigated every Dragon Slayer legend across the continent. Kay confirmed she scoured every corner, including raw texts never translated into the common tongue. And just as we feared, the tales of humans forming pacts with dragons, or legends like Kaiser and Tarakan being dragon contractors, were found in absolutely zero historical records. Stranger still, when Kay dug deeper, she found all sources telling the exact same story. It was as if someone had orchestrated everything from the beginning. And the moment she pressed for more, the noble House Draker itself sent a formal warning to cease the investigation. Jack was floored by the Intelligence Guild's response. Our guild is withdrawing. A direct conflict with House Draker was never part of the agreement. Watching the notice burn away, he faced a grim reality. It was all too clear. House Draker is censoring all information about Tarakan, but this creates a massive contradiction. The Draker's entire legacy was built by glorifying their founder, the Dragon Slayer Tarakan. That fame made them one of the three great transcendent houses of this era. Yet now, that very same house is secretly erasing any mention of Tarakan and Bahamut. You can already feel the plot thickening. Jack walked pensively down the deserted hallway. No matter the reason, this runs deeper than I imagined. I must have missed a detail. I have to check the vault one more time. About to call the system, Jack froze, his sharp eyes darting toward the shadows. Jack's brow furrowed. Wait a second, today is supposed to be a holiday. Decker and the entire staff are off, and Duck and Andre reported they'd be late for a mission. So who was sneaking around in here? His expression hardened as he commanded, System, activate the minimap immediately. Administrator request confirmed. A blue panel appeared, showing the intruder's locations. Jack scoffed lightly. Oh, 2 red dots. Someone is feeling bold today. He assessed the threat. 1 inside, 1 out. 2 hostiles detected so far. Cold sweat dripped down his tense face. He wondered, could those hunters from the Grand Mountains have possibly tracked me here? But he quickly dismissed it. No, that's wrong. I didn't even use my longsword there, let alone the dragon-slaying arts. They may be bloodhounds, but they couldn't track me from that place. Jack casually walked up the stairs, calculating his approach. The important question isn't who they are, but who sent them after me. He glanced toward the darkness, where a masked assassin was lying in wait. Jack considered the possibilities. The most likely culprit is. A soft click from the door cut through the silence. The assassin, hiding above, stared, eyes wide with shock, to see Jack already standing by the window. Jack's voice was ice cold. Did Aban send you? The assassin was completely stunned. Jack calmly pieced it together. So, he found out about my alliance with Kali and sent assassins. If that's the case, then everything fits perfectly. He began to walk closer, his hand drawing a glowing short sword. You don't have to answer now. You'll be telling me everything soon enough. In that instant, a blinding light erupted. Jack lunged with terrifying speed, closing the gap in a heartbeat. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed. He appeared right beside his foe, his purple eyes glowing eerily with a sinister smile. But I have more than enough ways to get information. The battle exploded, the sharp clang of steel echoing through the mansion. Jack moved like a phantom, leaving intersecting trails of blue and purple light that ripped through the air. The assassin was completely overwhelmed, barely defending against the endless storm of powerful strikes. After crossing blades, he smirked confidently. I've already figured out who he is. Jack analyzed the fight, trying to pull a fast one on a master. He stared at his opponent's weapon, recognizing the unique short blade style of the northern kingdom of Goka. Goka's assassins are the most elite of the Northern Guard, renowned for their mastery of the curved dagger, known as the kukri. They are often hired for a high price on the central continent for special assignments. Jack thought to himself, in any case, if he's an assassin from Goka, then Aban couldn't have hired him. They don't accept jobs that create blood feuds. Something was off. This assassin was far too defensive, not the style of a professional. To test his theory, Jack intentionally left an opening in his guard. But even with the fatal gap exposed, the assassin refused to strike, holding back despite the perfect chance. So their goal wasn't to kill him, but to capture him alive. Suddenly, the window shattered with a deafening crash. Jack snapped his head toward the sound, stunned. A sphere of purple magic was hurtling inside at incredible speed. His eyes narrowed. The one outside was finally making their move. This was an attack designed to incapacitate him with a sleeping agent. Instantly, a cloud of green smoke exploded, filling the entire room. He coughed lightly, but his sharp mind had already identified the poison. Just as he thought, the distinct earthy smell of mandragora root, commonly used in sleeping potions. Instead of escaping, Jack chose a riskier plan. He loosened his grip, letting his sword clatter to the floor. A silent challenge formed in his mind. All right, let's see who plays this game better. The system's voice immediately echoed in his head. Mandragora root detected, activating the poison immunity skill. Thanks to the skill, the drug had no effect, but he faked unconsciousness, collapsing to the floor to see their next move. 2 masked assassins quickly approached him. Seeing their prey in the trap, one casually slung Jack over his shoulder and rushed out of the mansion. While being carried, Jack cracked open an eye, observing his captors and their route. Questions started to form. If this isn't Aban's work, then who is it? And why kidnap me? Realizing things were taking a strange turn, Jack knew he had to be ready for anything. In a secret location, the mastermind was finally revealed. Jack was bound in heavy iron chains to a chair inside a dark, wooden room on a remote farm. He let out a faint sigh. Well, isn't this something? Even while captured, Jack's expression remained completely calm. He looked at the mysterious figures and spoke coolly. I never expected you to be the one behind this. From the shadows emerged a middle-aged man with slick-back blonde hair and a rugged eye patch. It was Cliff Reinhardt, the famous master of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild. He clasped his hands, his voice low. If you know who I am, this will be much quicker. The Reinhardt Guild was one of the 10 largest merchant guilds in the Erencia Kingdom. However, if history continued on its original course, the war started by Aban would destroy the Erencia Kingdom, and the guild along with it. In Jack's memory, Cliff Reinhardt had fiercely opposed the Empire, just like him. Yet for some unknown reason, after leaking vital intel, he returned to the collapsing kingdom, only to die there. After escaping such a fate himself, Jack wondered if it was patriotism or something else. To him, it was simply a foolish choice. Back in the present, Cliff spoke with a hint of regret. My apologies for having to use such rough methods. He signaled his men to unchain Jack, promising an official apology from the guild for the disrespect. The iron chains clattered loudly onto the floor. Jack stood up, calmly adjusting his black gloves. He cut him off sharply. Save it for later. Let's get straight to the point. A faint purple aura erupted from his body. His eyes blazed threateningly at the guild master. What do you want? Witnessing the young man's overwhelming presence, Cliff smirked, thoroughly impressed. He truly is a dragon's offspring, even at such a young age. Cliff Reinhardt observed him, unable to hide his astonishment. No matter how experienced someone was, this situation would cause tension. Yet this young man remained completely unfazed. Though he had set the stage to control the conversation, Cliff realized Jack's aura was completely overpowering his own. He cleared his throat to begin. Very well. Before I state my request, would you look over this document? Cliff pushed a file toward Jack. As he opened it, the guildmaster explained, this is a list of the infected. A new plague was sweeping the southern continent. Jack scanned the pages with a skeptical eye. Why bring this to him now? But his eyes widened in shock when he saw a familiar name, and a familiar face on the list. Elena Stone. Memories suddenly flooded Jack's mind. She was Liam Stone's mother, his very first knight, who once had the crimson flower disease, but she was cured by the very formula he gave her. Jack slammed the file down, his voice dangerously low. So, what are you trying to imply? Cliff remained composed, detailing the gravity of the situation. The plague is known as the crimson flower disease, a horrifying illness with a 100% fatality rate. He pointed to Elena's file. Yet, Elena Stone was the sole survivor, and she even made a full recovery. The attending doctor refused to speak. Cliff's eyes sharpened, his gaze piercing Jack with suspicion. Do you happen to know anything about this? Jack smirked, sizing up the old fox. He sensed something was off from the start, and now he's feigning ignorance to test me? A true merchant's cunning. He quickly understood the real purpose behind this meeting. He wants to monopolize the cure for the crimson flower disease. Jack fell deep into thought. Considering the disease's fatality rate, this was a serious proposition. Its value was enough to drain the entire continent. Jack observed his opponent with a pensive gaze. He sized him up. The man was greedy, but not a fool. He wouldn't be insane enough to do something like that, to recklessly kidnap a pureblood just for profit. Jack's gaze turned as sharp as steel. He decided to lay his cards on the table. If that's the case, then of course, I've known all along. I was the one who gave her that very cure. The shocking confession left Cliff Friendhurst utterly stunned. He staggered back, his chair crashing to the floor. The old man lunged forward, his hands gripping the desk. He gasped desperately. I want to buy it. Name any price. How much do you want? He watched the guild master lose all composure. A mocking smile touched Jack's lips. Why so agitated? This isn't like a merchant at all. He could see it in those burning eyes. This man's goal was never about money. Jack's smile vanished as he made his offer. Then let's make a deal, like true merchants. We are, after all, saving a life. Cliff paused, his voice low as he confirmed. You want me to accept 3 conditions for the formula? Jack replied with a casual air. Exactly. It's much simpler than you think, but Cliff remained wary, pressing for the specifics. Can you tell me what they are now? Jack gazed into the distance. I haven't decided yet. I'll use them when the situation is right. Don't worry, it won't be beyond your guild's power to handle. As Cliff stood in tense silence, sweat beaded on his brow. Jack added one final clause to seal the deal. As long as the terms are mutually agreed upon and officially recorded, there will be no issue. At last, Cliff Friendhurst accepted the deal. Jack handed him a slip of paper. Here. Just follow these instructions precisely. Cliff took the priceless formula in his hands. He couldn't hide his utter amazement, his eyes glued to the treasure that could save an entire kingdom. Oh, this is it? Jack spoke up. Ah, but first, there is one thing I must ask you privately. He reached into his glove, holding out a small pouch. The person who truly needs this medicine. Who is it? Cliff Friendhurst broke into a cold sweat, stammering. What do you mean? The guild is simply trying to acquire a valuable commodity. But you even mobilized the rangers for this, all the way from the north, to kidnap a pureblood. And on top of that, you're reacting so emotionally. You've completely lost your composure. This isn't the Reinhardt Merchant Guild that I know. Under the intense questioning, Cliff lowered his head, then suddenly collapsed onto the table in utter despair. Jack didn't relent. Is it someone from the royal family of Arencia? Tell me who it is, Cliff. He looked up, his eyes pained but resolute. I cannot tell you that. Jack frowned in annoyance. Huh? Do you have any idea how many royals there are in Arencia, or are you expecting me to just guess? In Jack's mind, memories of the future began to surface. He recalled the advice he had once given Cliff. It was when the kingdom was on the brink of collapse. Returning to the Arencia kingdom now? Don't be a fool. Both the Arencia kingdom and the Reinhardt Guild have already fallen. Going back is a death sentence. Seeking refuge in the northern continent is your wisest choice. But Cliff had refused. Thank you for the advice, but I'm tired. I want to live out my final days in Arencia. Back in the present, Cliff clenched his fists, his expression firm. I'm sorry. I can't say any more. Observing Cliff, Jack made a silent assessment. His eyes now were nothing like the soulless gaze from before. Must be someone incredibly important to him, right? He began to analyze the political situation. After all, the kingdom of Arencia was still in a standoff with the Empire. The conflict between the Zom Empire and Arencia was escalating, and the Empire was getting heavily involved. On top of that, the struggle for control over the Joy tribe's residential area only added to the chaos. With a weak monarchy, Arencia was surely being torn apart by internal power struggles. Jack thought to himself, there's still time before the war in the Six Territories breaks out. A connection to Arencia's royalty now would be useful later. He spoke casually. Fine. If you don't want to talk, don't. Jack stated decisively. Good. Then the contract is set. Cliff froze, silently staring at the paper in his hand. His hands began to tremble violently, clutching the document. Cliff squeezed his eyes shut. His face was a mask of suffocating emotion. Witnessing this, Jack's voice cut through the silence. Sorry to interrupt this emotional moment, but can I make my first request now? Huh. Cliff flinched as a bead of sweat rolled down his face. He answered awkwardly. Of course, ask for anything within the guild's power. A subtle, calculating smirk touched Jack's lips. All right then. First, get me a job inside your merchant guild. Jack replied coolly. To be precise, I need a fake identity. For temporary use, but why would you need us for something like that? Jack began to explain his plan. I plan to use it in the 6 southern territories. That place is full of criminal experts. A half-baked cover won't work there. He looked directly at Cliff, his eyes sharp with calculation. The Reinhardt Merchant Guild is trusted even by cattle, isn't it? Cliff let out a soft sigh. Though he disliked it, he had to admit his guild's status. Yes, reluctantly, I suppose so. I understand what you're getting at. He offered a solution. If that's all, just use my cousin's name. They wouldn't dare question it. Seeing his opponent take the bait, Jack broke into a brilliant smile. Perfect. Also, I need regular transport to the south and a house. He added a key detail. The house must be large enough to store goods. That is my first request. Before leaving, Jack added one more line that made Cliff's blood boil. Oh, by the way, since you people brought me here, I assume you've arranged my ride back, right? Can you believe this guy? Acting like he called a taxi after being kidnapped. Cliff gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead, cursing this shameless brat. Still, he suppressed his anger and exhaled sharply. Fine. We'll contact you when everything is ready. The ranger team will handle your return. Jack walked away calmly, thinking how easily the famous Reinhardt Guild accepted his deal. It seems that person must be extremely important to them. The wooden door creaked as Jack stepped outside. A ranger approached, signaling, "Hey, this way." Jack silently followed the 2 heavily armored soldiers through the farm's wooden buildings. Before him stood a magnificent warhorse, snorting impatiently. Jack approached, a look of satisfaction on his face. Well now, this ride looks impressive. He clapped the soldier's shoulder arrogantly. I'll make good use of it. Jack decisively placed his foot in the stirrup and swung himself onto the horse. The 2 rangers watched him go, saying only one thing before leaving. Our business here is done. We'll be on our way. So, does this mean our contract with Reinhardt is concluded? One of the 2 rangers spoke up to confirm the situation. Seeing Jack reply casually in their native tongue, he was shocked. You speak Gakadrake. You people learn that too? A mysterious smile touched Jack's lips. Let's just call it a hobby. Back to business. I have a job I'd like to hire you for. Hearing the new offer, the ranger showed clear hesitation. Rescuing someone held captive by the vulture rain, both soldiers fell silent, a bit intimidated by the request. Jack squinted from atop his horse. What's wrong? Is my price not tempting enough? The ranger quickly explained, no. The price isn't the issue. In fact, if the terms are similar to Reinhardt's, we'd even profit. He continued in a low voice, explaining their real concern. The problem is his status. Our king despises dealing with transcendent clans. Jack froze for a second. What? He then laughed mockingly. You're hesitating over that? I have the fake identity Reinhardt prepared. We just need to forge a commission to Goka. Seeing the plan's merit, Renzer nodded. All right, as long as we're not discovered. But as the deal was struck, Jack's voice turned dangerous. Hold on. Before you go, let's settle a score. The ranger was still confused when a terrifying killing intent washed over him. A sharp sound sliced the air as a gleaming kukri drew a deadly arc in an instant. The strike was so fast the rangers could only widen their eyes in horror, dripping with cold sweat. They felt the sharp blade graze past them. To a Goka ranger, the kukri is more than a weapon. It's granted only when one is recognized as a true warrior, a companion to the soul. It's as precious as a soldier's life. Yet, right before these two elite rangers, Jack had easily taken the treasure without its owner even realizing. He smirked, his eyes glinting. My ability to take this without him knowing means I can take his life at any time. Jack calmly rode off, leaving the two assassins completely frozen in shock. He tossed back a sarcastic remark. Consider it a return gift. You kidnapped the wrong person. The ranger gritted his teeth helplessly, sweating profusely. What kind of monster is he? After his surprise meeting with Reinhardt, Jack entered the most vital stage of his plan. His targets were none other than the legendary heroes known as the Five-Star Knights. Recalling their glory from the war before his regression, Jack began to scheme. If he could befriend them now and win them over, he would gain an incredible force. Luckily, he had help from Headmaster Frobert, who had a special fondness for Jack. He uncovered a crucial piece of information. All of them came from Valhalla Academy, but the biggest problem was timing. The Silent Knight, Bishop Casting, had already graduated, and he was now an official member of the Jerry Kingdom's Knight Order. Jeffrey Sonoma was a final-year student, buried in constant fieldwork assignments. Meanwhile, Aster Elidov was still a student but was suffering from severe insomnia, and Reena wouldn't even be enrolling until the following year. Despite her pure bloodline, Jack knew he'd have chances to approach her later. Jack sighed on a stone bench, deep in thought. So, is Diego the only one left? But the moment he entered, Jack was stunned by the scene of pulsing lights and blaring music. Diego was screaming wildly into a mic. Jack stood dumbfounded, his face filled with instant regret. Wait, what am I even doing here? He watched, speechless, as the future knight danced crazily. He came to recruit an ally, but this harsh reality made Jack question his own decision. The moment Diego spotted Jack, he rushed over, slinging an arm around him. Bro, you're just in time. The drum seat is open. Before Jack could recover, he stammered, What? I'm just. But Diego cut him off with a grin. You were going to say you just want to play, right? Yeah, I totally get that feeling. Instantly, Jack was pushed onto the drum stool amid cheers. Welcome to the Fusion New X Music Research Club. You're an official member now. Jack was in complete shock. But as the music started, the room exploded in psychedelic color. Though he was forced into it, Jack was suddenly swept into Diego's frenzied rhythm. Under the neon lights and powerful sound waves, he swung the drumsticks like he was wielding swords. The whole band seemed to be floating through the vastness of outer space. Jack screamed in his mind, Let's go all out, if not from music, then from life. Lost in the ecstatic melody, he told himself, might as well enjoy it. The torturous session ended. Jack staggered out of the academy looking drained. Today's stuff was way too potent, he cursed inwardly. Damn it. I got completely swept up in Diego's pace. Arriving at the manor, I found the butler waiting in the hall. You've returned. Young master. Jack instantly shed his fatigue, resuming the stern demeanor of a knight. He gave a sharp order. I'm starting my training now. Tell the servants not to disturb me. Entering the private training room, Jack sat cross-legged, studying the dragon-slaying sword manual and murmuring its instructions. First, circulate aura to open the meridians, then move from the lesser to the greater heavenly cycle. But the ancient terminology made him scowl. What the hell is this? These are all terms I've never heard before. Yet, the deeper he dove, the more his eyes lit up with astonishment. He finally understood why Terrakin had to modify this technique into the dragon-killing art. Every move of the dragon-slaying sword style required compressing and then unleashing a massive amount of aura, something ordinary techniques couldn't handle. This was a sword art not made for fighting men, but literally designed to slay dragons. Jack gripped the jet-black greatsword tightly. He could feel a terrifying power, rivaling an elemental sword, vibrating in his hand. In the dragon-killing art, every single movement was excessively amplified. Jack focused intensely, feeling the fierce power surging through his veins. He compressed an immense amount of aura to its absolute limit, and then swung the sword down. Each of his movements achieved absolute precision. The system immediately displayed a confirmation. Your God-given physique is optimizing. Skill acquisition speed is soaring, and aura conductivity in your body has been greatly enhanced. Jack felt as if a map had appeared before him, showing the perfect path to master the skill. He tightened his grip, feeling his will resonate with the energy. I can feel it. Time to let loose. A crimson current began to envelop Jack's black-gloved hands. He thought, the more I repeat this, the faster I'll master it. A pillar of deep blue light erupted violently, piercing the night and shooting toward the sky. Jack's eyes glowed menacingly as he focused all his power into a single, decisive slash. A thin but razor-sharp sword stroke tore through the darkness, leaving a trail of light across space. Jack froze, his eyes wide with shock at the horrifying power he had just unleashed. What was that? I just broke through the red wall and entered a new realm. So, how have I already reached the black wall? Jack stood stunned before a towering black stone wall in a spiritual space crackling with lightning. He recalled the warning that training too hastily would only make the next wall even higher. However, Bahamut's heart in the Aegir core was resonating fiercely with the sword art, constantly surging with power, making it impossible for Jack to stop. Before I lose this feeling, I have to swing one more time. Jack threw himself into a frenzy of training. Brilliant blue sword paths tore through the dimension with his every move. Suddenly, a crimson magic circle with a dragon skull appeared on his chest, surrounded by ancient, glowing characters. Jack was stunned, feeling a strange energy invade his body, forcing him to stop in his tracks. His eyes glowed a menacing gold under the evil energy's influence. The system sent out a shocking notification. Bahamut's heart is reacting to Satan Draker's dragon-slaying sword art. A memory sealed in the heart is being replayed. Jack gasped in disbelief. Bahamut's memory? His soul was pulled into a dark, hazy space, leaving him completely bewildered. It's too dark. I can't see clearly. In the void, Jack sensed an overwhelming presence. Someone was approaching from the shadows, the figure of the ruler of the twilight. Bahamut slowly appeared in the form of a man in a mysterious black cloak. He looked deep into Jack's soul and spoke, I have a favor to ask of you. Immediately after, a giant, glowing dragon's eye appeared from the void. It stared at Jack with such power that space itself seemed to freeze solid. Bahamut slowly pulled an ancient book from his cloak. His eyes burned with resolve as he looked at Jack and declared, I want to entrust you with the dragon-slaying sword art, the ultimate technique of my own creation. A gaunt hand reached out, passing the legendary manual to its successor. The colossal dragon Bahamut looked down at the small being and roared, I knew you were despicable, but I never thought you were this crazy, Satan Draker. As the scene unfolded in his memory, Jack knew for certain that was undoubtedly Satan. Facing the immense entity, Satan questioned him grimly. Giving the art of dragon slaying to a dragon, Bahamut's answer was firm. Yes, Kronos has already agreed. You know the reason better than anyone. A dense, wicked aura erupted violently around Bahamut, roaring with uncontrollable rage. Kronos has been bewitched by humankind. He's no longer fit to be the arbiter. Amidst a sky thick with sword aura, the dragon shrieked, I won't believe such a foolish prophecy. A colossal violet greatsword then fell from the heavens, powerful enough to tear space itself. In that rain of certain death, Satan stood firm, bracing for the impact. His lone figure faced the barrage of magic spears raining down, threatening to shatter the earth. Each attack exploded with destructive force, creating deep craters and sending debris flying everywhere. Satan clenched his jaw, tightening his grip on the sword. A brilliant aura erupted from his body as he faced the crushing pressure. The purple spears relentlessly pierced the sky, embedding in the ground at horrifying speeds. Cold sweat trickled down Jack's shocked face as he sensed the overwhelming power difference. This power, it's absolutely unbelievable. If I were in his place, I'd be dead in a heartbeat. His eyes were fixed on Satan's resilient figure, holding his ground in the eye of the storm. And yet, Satan blocked all of it. That human was a monster, far beyond any normal limits. Bahamut roared furiously from the fiery battlefield. Get out of my territory at once, Satan Draker. Otherwise, the next spear will be aimed at the kingdom of Kronos. Satan hesitated, walking through the forest of magic spears. His voice was low and worried. Are you sure about this? By doing this, you too will face the punishment of karma. The dragon in human form responded with an arrogant smirk, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. The punishment of karma? Ridiculous. What do you humans know? Even if I slaughter you swarming insects, there's no reason for me to be punished. He waved his hand, and a dense, dark aura exploded, forming into menacing, demonic claws. Yet Satan remained unfazed. He gently opened a pocket watch in his hand, murmuring, in the end, everything is happening as Kronos foretold. Instantly, a colossal, glowing dragon's eye opened in the void, its gaze filled with overwhelming power. Bahamut unleashed his primal power. His giant black wings swept across the sky, shaking the snowy mountains. A massive violet greatsword descended from the sky, threatening to crush everything in its path. Bahamut roared in a frenzy. You think you can control me with the power of Kronos? The destructive slash struck the ground, creating a terrifying explosion of energy. At that moment, the watch in Satan's hand began to tick. A massive magic circle shaped like a glowing clock face exploded into view, enveloping the entire space. Jack stood silently within the vortex of time and memory, his eyes glowing a brilliant blue, stunned by the ancient secrets now being revealed. Has Bahamut stopped his attack? Satan stood motionless, the massive violet blade frozen just inches from his head. No, Satan had used magic to stop Bahamut, his hand gripping the pocket watch that radiated immense power. This incredible magic, it had to be coming from that watch. Bahamut roared furiously, restrained by the glowing golden magic circles. Do you think the power of Kronos can actually stop me? Seeing the evil dragon's violent reaction, Jack realized in horror that the watch must be an artifact containing Kronos' ultimate power. A brilliant golden aura exploded violently, enveloping the entire memory. Suddenly, a horrifying tremor shook the vision. Jack screamed in pain as the illusion started to shatter. The magic. It's been broken. An earth-shattering roar echoed as a giant dragon's claw slammed down, crushing the ground. Dust and smoke obscured Satan's figure, still holding the watch. Bahamut roared his enemy's name with bitter hatred, Satan Draker. Jack was stunned as he realized the truth. That vision was terrifyingly real. Satan answered quietly, "That's correct. It is the prophecy of Kronos." The legendary knight explained in a heavy voice, "Now you understand why I gave you the dragon-slaying sword art." Bahamut ground his teeth bitterly. "Damn you. Dragons forming pacts with humans was a mistake from the start." Facing the great, roaring beast, Satan stated firmly, "I agree. Humanity should rely on its own strength to stand." The evil dragon's eyes blazed with fury, then faded into nothingness. "Let me see this so-called dragon-slaying sword art of yours." Staring at techniques designed to kill his own kind, the dragon glared at Satan. "You dare create such a thing?" Satan calmly met that piercing gaze and replied, "To protect the world." Bahamut sneered, "Nonsense. Not the world, but your precious human race. Still, I will keep this. But until the prophecy is fulfilled, this will not see the light of day." Satan turned to leave the dark cave, casually replying, "That's fine. Even without the sword art, humans will eventually awaken their aura." At that, Bahamut's killing intent flared as he scoffed with contempt. "Humph, when that day comes, I will personally wipe you all out. A power that lowly creatures do not deserve." Satan paused, looking back at the great being one last time with a cryptic prophecy. Kronos always used to say, "One day, you too will find a contractor who can share your heart." Bahamut's eyes wavered violently, his pupils shrinking at those words. He hung his head, muttering in absolute denial. "Find a contractor who can share my heart? Ridiculous. That will never happen." The evil dragon's glowing eyes slowly closed, letting darkness consume everything. Jack sat in the darkness, his mind still reeling from the fragmented memories he had witnessed. He thought. It was all confusing, but one thing was certain: Bahamut's profound distrust for humanity. By absorbing Bahamut's heart, Jack could feel that deep-seated resentment and suspicion. Yet a huge question still haunted him. Why did he make a contract with Tarakan? It was just too unreal. After seeing the memories, Jack began investigating in the library for answers. Dressed in his crisp military uniform, he discovered a harsh truth. All records of Tarakan had been forged by Drake. This era only knew Bahamut, Tarakan's contractor, as an evil dragon. There were no valuable documents left to uncover the truth behind their relationship. While continuing to train his dragon-slaying sword art and search for clues, Jack received a message from the Reinhardt Guild that his first request was ready. A letter with a red wax seal arrived, despite his request for a low profile. But looking at his new ID, Jack didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Vice Chief of the Reinhardt Guild's Southern Continent branch. What? Isn't this a bit too much? Standing by the window, Jack smirked at a carrier pigeon on the balcony. Seeing the small bag on its back, he mused to himself, "Looks like Kane has finally made his decision." The Syndicate's secret garden, managed by the Atlas branch, appeared in the night. A dry click sounded as the magic circle on the VIP room door was dispelled. As he entered the luxurious bar, Jack was greeted by Kai. "Welcome, partner." Jack glanced at her with a slight smirk. "So you're calling me partner now? That's a new feeling." He ambled toward the window, gazing down at the sparkling lights of Atlas City. Though he'd been here a while, seeing this magnificence with his own eyes still stirred a strange feeling inside Jack. For a regressor like him, the more familiar sight was the fiery, ruined wasteland from the brutal Continental War. Seeing Jack standing silently, Kai spoke as she poured a drink. "I never knew a place like this existed in Atlas." "What?" Captivated by the view, she introduced proudly. "This hotel is one of the Syndicate's side businesses." Once they were seated, Kai offered a glass to Jack, but he flatly refused. "I'll pass on the alcohol. Next time, tea would be better." Kai couldn't help but let out a sarcastic laugh. "What? Don't tell me you're refusing because you're still a minor." "I never knew you could be so cute." Facing her teasing, Jack explained coolly. "It's just that I don't feel anything special when I drink, so I don't." He remembered the last time. At the party celebrating his admission as a new cadet, he got swept up in the mood and had a little. But as expected, his poison immunity physique treated the alcohol as a poison, neutralizing it instantly, so he felt no intoxication whatsoever. He thought to himself, I can't get drunk anymore, so I might as well drink the tea I like. Kay sighed, clicking her tongue. So, you don't like alcohol, right? Fine, let's talk business. I have something to show you. Jack's expression remained cold as she muttered, Are you even listening to me? Kay slammed a file on the table, revealing a shocking truth. That man you're backing, Pavella. Turns out he used to be a pirate. Kay then presented solid evidence from her own investigation. I looked into it, and the proof is overwhelming. It's odd that nobody has noticed this yet. According to her intel, the Silver Knight's pirate purge coincided perfectly with Pavella's meteoric rise. Jack's gaze hardened at the name Joaquin Fernandez, also known as El Mento. Kay confirmed he was the number 2 man in the McKen organization, and yet he's secretly dealing with his rival, Pavella. The matter was so grave, Kay kept it under wraps. This is huge. I haven't told my superiors. It would cause chaos within the syndicate. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. As she moved to another topic, Jack cut her off with a calculating smile. His eyes glowing in eerie blue, Jack stared directly at his partner and declared, You perform a great service, Kay. Now, I will explain my plan to make you the new leader of the syndicate. A heavy rain poured over the port city as steam rose from old-fashioned locomotives. In a deserted alley, a system window appeared. Teleportation gate activated at the designated coordinates. Standing under his umbrella, Jack eyed the glowing magic map. Good, he thought. Preparations are complete. Using the minimap's teleport function cost a fortune in karma points, but Jack didn't hesitate. He had to avoid even the slightest chance of being linked to the incident. He knew that among the 3 great magic families, users of teleportation magic were exceedingly rare. Traveling between cities normally required the large gate inside a magic tower. In other words, Jack's plan would be perfectly disguised as a simple accident. His feet skimmed over the puddles, a sinister smile on his lips. Just imagining that old bastard's face is priceless. Staring at the glowing target, Jack made a silent declaration. Tonight is going to be a real blaze. John Donne. Instantly, a horrific fire erupted, engulfing the night sky. Piercing screams filled the air. Fire. It's a fire. The panicked crowd scattered in every direction. As the inferno swallowed the building, people shrieked in despair. Someone call a fire mage, now. The raging flames climbed higher, threatening to spread to the nearby blocks. It's going to spread to the next building. Has anyone contacted the owner? Where's the fire mage? While the district fell into chaos, Kay sat calmly in a quiet room, contemplating by an ashtray. She took a long drag, watching the smoke curl. That kid is a true Drake, through and through. He's not just bold, he's on another level. But recalling his plan sent a shiver down her spine. No, bold doesn't cover it. He's completely insane. The memory of their secret meeting resurfaced vividly. Kay had slammed her hand on the table, overcome with utter disbelief. You plan to burn down every McKen-owned Soma warehouse on the continent. Faced with her fury, Jack simply leaned back in his chair and replied coolly, That's right, so give me the warehouse locations. Kay tried to stop him. That's classified information. Only McKen, the syndicate's top brass, and I know that. You'll be exposed immediately. But Jack just smirked. Even better. I'm not trying to hide. I'm going to pin it all on El Mento. The fewer the suspects, the cleaner the job. Jack played his final card, forcing Kay into a corner. The syndicate still doesn't know Pavelo was a pirate, do they? No, because I haven't reported it. Wait a minute. Don't tell me you're going to? Jack smirked, slowly setting down his glass. I knew you were a quick study. Exactly. We just need to drag all the wavering syndicate executives into this, then report everything to John Donne. Simple. A cold sweat trickled down Kay's spine. Her lips trembled. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Jack replied coolly. Of course, I know. Kay couldn't help but scream in terror. That's an insane plan. You know what happens to traitors. Instantly, Jack slammed his hand on the table. The sharp sound was meant to shatter her fear. When all the executives are wiped out, who will be left to judge who's a traitor? Will you be a pawn for the organization your whole life? Didn't you already accept the offer to become a leader? Jack raised the liquor bottle, as if he were betting everything on a life or death gamble. From this moment, Ford is gone. There is only coal or rice. His piercing gaze locked onto her, his final word delivered with cold finality. Choose. Facing Jack's ruthless resolve, Kay froze as a powerful feeling surged within her. He's right, she thought. I didn't join this organization just to be a pawn forever. She realized Jack Drake wasn't just some rich heir. He had extraordinary intelligence skills. He could uncover Pavella's true identity without anyone knowing. And it didn't end there. With that intel network, he even located ancient ruins that had never been publicly recorded, and even secured vast quantities of high-quality materials intact. After seeing these impossible feats firsthand, Kay told herself, "I've already decided to throw my lot in with Jack." She grabbed the bottle, angry at herself. So why am I panicking after hearing the plan? Kay chugged the bottle, stunning Jack with her resolve. She slammed the empty bottle down, her voice filled with grit. "Is that it? If we fail, we die anyway. This is the biggest bet of my life. All in or nothing." Seeing his partner's fighting spirit, Jack's lips curled into a smug grin. "Feeling that fire now? I'll make sure you won't regret this bet." That night, under the moonlight, a trembling, black-gloved hand held a lit cigarette. Beside an ashtray overflowing with butts, Kay stood on the balcony, her gaze fixed on the horizon, her decision made. "Jack Drake, I'm betting it all on you." On a table lay a newspaper reporting a series of fires. The blazes had erupted across the central continent the previous night, breaking out simultaneously in many places. Though officials suspected arson, the geographic distance and lack of evidence led them to rule it an accident, caused by human negligence. Inside a grand mansion, the air was thick with killing intent. A man sat brooding in the shadows, his hand crushing a wine glass as he stared at the news of the fires. He snarled with seething rage, "I don't care who you are, but I swear I won't grant you a peaceful death." That was the leader of the McKen cartel, John. Another semester was ending, half a year had passed, since everyone learned about my blue realm. Jack Drake sat in thought, dressed in a pristine military uniform. His black-gloved finger tapped a rhythm on the wooden table. He looked at the elegant box before him, which held a vital invitation. I knew this was coming, Jack thought, but to actually receive the invitation to the promotion banquet, it's making me nervous. The promotion banquet was a ceremony celebrating the younger generation of the Drake family who had surpassed the Yellow Swordsman realm to officially become knights. Typically, even a member of the Drake family wouldn't reach that stage until they were around 20 years old, the Blue or Purple Knight realm. So the ceremony was also called the Drake-style debut. The thought of facing the family head again, after almost 3 years, filled Jack with anxiety. A bead of sweat rolled down his brow as he prayed nothing would go wrong. The Four Seasons Citadel stood majestic and imposing under the sun, inside the banquet hall. The central hall of the Citadel's spring garden, the atmosphere was electric. Peering down through the massive glass windows, the banquet hall was a dazzling scene, teeming with distinguished guests. In the middle of the crowd, the family head, with his stark white hair and dignified air, was smiling and raising a glass with his guests. Suddenly, a pair of polished black shoes stepped forward. A respectful voice called out, "Greetings, master of the Drake family." The family head turned around, his face lighting up with excitement. "Ah, you've come?" The head then called out a name, Aban. A young man with brilliant red hair appeared before him, his handsome face serene. His eyes were half closed, and he wore a polite smile. Aban bowed his head. "Have you been well, Patriarch?" His arrival instantly captured everyone's attention, and whispers erupted among the guests, echoing through the great hall. "Hey, this is the first time I've ever seen a celebratory banquet. So this is the world of the high rankers. As the youngest Blue Knight in all 6 regions, it's no surprise all eyes are on him." Aban maintained a placid smile, soaking in the gazes of admiration and envy from the surrounding crowd. Watching the family heads retreating back, Aban couldn't help but think with quiet resentment. He knew perfectly well I was the youngest Blue Knight before Jack, yet he brought him up on purpose. The family head's voice cut through the air. "It seems Jack is about to arrive. I must go prepare for the ceremony. My apologies that we couldn't speak at length." Aban bowed respectfully in response. "Please think nothing of it, my lord." The lord smiled and patted his shoulder. "Be sure to enjoy this rare banquet." Aban bowed his head. "I will, my lord." He then turned and walked away, disappearing among the guests' watchful eyes. Observing the entire scene from afar, Jack adjusted his collar, finding the atmosphere in the hall unbearably tense. "Oh, it's suffocating in here." He began to wander, then called out to a familiar figure. "Master, it's become hard to see you lately, hasn't it?" Duck was in a sharp suit, but his face was utterly exhausted. "Don't even start," he groaned. "I was retired, and they dragged me back to work me like a dog. I can't even go home." The old knight continued to grumble. "On top of that, I'm busy as hell taking care of that damned Arthur. And today, they forced me to be your personal tour guide." Duck fumed, recalling the overbearing words of the family head. Something about how it's only natural for a master to guide his student. That shameless blockhead. Does he want me to work myself to death? Seeing his master's worn-out state, Jack noted with concern, "No wonder you look so terrible. You're clearly being overworked." To soothe Duck's anger, Jack asked, "So, are we off to the spring garden now?" Duck nodded, beginning his official duty as a guide. "Yes. Within the Four Seasons Fortress, it's the only place that allows outsiders. The main facilities are split into 4 sectors. The Spring Garden is the only public area, so most major and minor events are held right here. The next area is Summer Rock, the nerve center for all of the Drake family's affairs and the location of the family head's office. Deeper in is Autumn Fall, a solemn area reserved for internal rituals like the knighting ceremony for the family's order. And finally, there's Winter Cup, the most heavily guarded location, where rare artifacts collected by the family over 1,000 years are kept. Jack looked on in awe at the clan's magnificent headquarters, thinking, I've only ever heard stories. This is the first time I've set foot here. A flicker of memory crossed his eyes as he recalled the past. Before my regression, around this time, I had already been expelled from the academy. Stopping before the massive doors to the hall, Duck turned to Jack. Well, we're here. From this point, you must enter by yourself. This door is reserved only for the guest of honor at this banquet. He placed a hand on his student's shoulder, offering some final advice. I have other duties, so I cannot attend. Don't lose your nerve. Just walk in with confidence. Watching his master's back as he departed, Jack let out a warm smile. Having someone worry about me. It's not a bad feeling at all. Does my master worry about everything? Hearing his student's thoughts, Duck's laugh echoed back. Just try not to cause any trouble, and you'll be fine. Immediately after, the resounding call of trumpets filled the grand hall, signaling that the moment had finally arrived. The announcer's voice boomed. The guest of honor for this banquet, Lord Jack Drake, is now entering. Under Aban's calculating gaze, Jack slowly descended the long, red-carpeted stairs with a dignified and imposing aura. His appearance immediately sent a stir through the crowd of guests. Oh, so that's Lord Jack? To reach the blue rank at only 15 years old, he's truly worthy of his pure-blooded gold lineage. Another person couldn't hide their amazement, but I never expected him to break Lord Avan's record as the youngest Blue Knight. The whispers about Jack's talent spread quickly. It seems you haven't heard the news, have you? Lord Jack has surpassed every single academy record that Lord Aban once held. This revelation left everyone in stunned silence. Oh, that's incredible. Jack approached the high dais and knelt on one knee before the head of the family, Arthur Drake. The Dragon Slayer drew his sword, declaring his intent before all the guests. I, Arthur Drake, declare that Jack Drake will take his first steps on the path of a knight. The blade slowly descended, tapping Jack's shoulder in a solemn ritual. Arthur's voice boomed with power. In the name of Drake, I bestow blessings upon the brilliant future of Jack Drake, who will walk the glorious path of a knight. The hall erupted in thunderous applause for the young knight. With a final tap, Arthur declared, Jack Drake is now an official knight of the Drake family, and is granted the title of knight. This shocking decision immediately stunned every guest in the hall. Whispers and murmurs began spreading everywhere. What? An official Drake knight at only 15? Another guest questioned with doubt, even as the youngest Blue Knight, isn't this decision too hasty? Amid the conflicting opinions, Jack stood silently in his uniform, his mind analyzing the situation within the Drake family. To become an official knight, a cool aura isn't enough. You need real achievements. Since the Drake family is blessed by aura, awakening early and reaching the purple or blue stage is almost a given. Therefore, instead of judging by aura level, they value accomplishments above all else. The annals of his house were clear in Jack's mind. Even Aban, the prodigy who was the youngest Blue Knight in history, needed 3 full months of building his renown to earn the title. That alone showed the absolute importance of achievements within the Drake family. However, Arthur's recent declaration completely contradicted their long-standing rules. Seeing his reflection in the blade, Jack felt a wave of doubt. Though granting titles is the family head's right, so no one objected, it was still hard to understand. I wonder what he's planning. On the high platform, Arthur continued his enthusiastic speech. Today, I am honored to introduce my son to everyone. Jack not only achieved the unprecedented Golden Awakening, but is also the youngest to reach the rank of Blue Knight. He boldly proclaimed to the crowd, I believe he will one day become a greater knight than even myself. Arthur smiled, raising his wine glass with satisfaction. I don't want to be an overly boastful father, so I'll stop here. Now, I'll end the ceremony with a toast. He turned to the guests. Let's toast to this talented young man's future and pray for peace on the continent. Hundreds of arms in the hall raised their glasses in unison. A resounding chant tore through the air. For Draker, for Draker. Amidst the banquet's luxury, Arthur Drake slowly sipped his wine, a smug look on his face. Meanwhile, the surrounding guests were also raising their glasses, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Jack stared at the glass in his hand, complex thoughts swirling within him. In my past life, when Hogwarts cast me out, he remained silent and did nothing. Yet now he plays the proud father for his valuable son. This complete reversal in the family head's attitude felt deeply ironic to him. Suddenly, Arthur put down his glass and called out, Jack. He flinched and turned, his eyes full of caution. Arthur approached and suggested in a low voice, Let's move to another place. Yes, Lord Head, Jack replied. Arthur continued, I want to have a private talk, just between us, as father and son. A calculating glint shone in his eyes, making Jack feel this was no ordinary family chat. In another corner of the balcony, Aban stood silently, radiating a dense killing intent that seemed to freeze the air. A man in glasses beside him gently reminded him, "Hey, Aban, don't you think you should control your expression a little?" He glanced at Aban's face, dark with rage, and continued, "That's not the look an older brother should have when congratulating his youngest." Aban smirked slightly, trying to regain his usual composure. He asked in a low voice, "Where is the prince?" His companion replied, "He said he'd arrive after these boring ceremonies are over. He should be here soon," he said decisively. "Then we must hurry." The other man nodded in agreement. "I think so too." They quickly left the banquet hall to prepare their secret plans. Meanwhile, Jack walked slowly through a large door, fiddling with a small, newly gifted item. He stared at the object in his hand and thought, a token that can be exchanged for one of the family's treasures. Why would the family head give this to me? Jack scratched his head in confusion. Doesn't this smell like a pretty good deal? But his real headache right now was the stiff formality of the nobles. He watched the crowd's fake smiles with disdain. Jack walked on, amazed at everyone's endurance. How could they keep those stone-cold expressions on their faces for days on end? Truly, not just anyone is cut out for high society. I'd rather be poor eating instant noodles and still be happy. Lost in thought, a sweet, feminine voice suddenly called out from behind him, "Sir Jack Raker." Jack stopped, raising an eyebrow in suspicion. He turned to see a beautiful young woman bowing in a formal greeting, a captivating smile on her lips in the pale afternoon light. The girl, with flowing blue hair and a splendid dress, announced her identity with a clear voice. "I am the first princess of the Alencia Kingdom, Melissa Alencia." Jack was inwardly shaken. Wasn't she the leading candidate for the throne of Alencia? In Jack's memories, Melissa was an exceptional figure. She was acting in place of the weak and incompetent king, pushing policies that favored the common folk, and winning their overwhelming support. And because of this, she often clashed with the Alencian nobility. But everyone knew that if she officially inherited the throne, the nobles would eventually have to curry her favor. However, before he returned to the past, that promising princess had ceased all public activities and vanished mysteriously as the conflict with the empire worsened. Rumors spread that she was assassinated by the empire. But after the Alencia kingdom was destroyed in the war, the truth was buried forever. In this life, she has been keeping a low profile, but her appearance at an official event like this made Jack think that maybe everything was still alright. But then he paused. Wait a minute. The royal family of the Alencia kingdom? Could it be? Seeing Melissa's knowing smile, Jack quickly regained his composure and bowed. "It is an honor to meet you, Princess Melissa. I have heard of your reputation for a long time. I'm honored that you came to my promotion party." Melissa tilted her head in surprise. "Oh, you know of me?" Jack replied with a clever smile. "Of course. I have been interested in the princess's policies for the people for a long time." Melissa was silent, her deep blue eyes narrowing as she assessed the young man from House Drake before her. Jack met her gaze directly, calmly commenting on her efforts. "Many might think those policies are just for show, simply giving away what you have. But in reality, from the budget to the smallest detail, everything must be carefully calculated. Correct?" His insightful words left Melissa momentarily stunned. She smiled softly. "Just as the rumors say, you are truly different from the other knights." Seeing the princess's strange reaction, Jack asked, a bit flustered, "Have I offended you in some way, princess?" Melissa chuckled lightly. "Not at all. I just never expected someone to understand my struggles. Actually, I am a little moved." With that, she curtsied, preparing to leave. "Then I shall take my leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, Sir Jack." Jack exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, you're leaving so soon?" Melissa walked away gracefully, leaving a tactful explanation. "I would also like to chat more with you, Jack, but I cannot monopolize the guest of honor." Jack watched her go, understanding the problem as he felt the prying eyes of the guests around them. He's right. Even if no one said a word, their stares clearly made her uncomfortable. Suddenly, Melissa glanced back, flashing him a radiant smile. "Even so, you don't need to be too disappointed. I'm sure a better opportunity to meet again will arise." Once the princess was out of sight, Jack sighed in relief and wandered through the hall. Well, the greetings are almost over. Finally, a moment to breathe, he muttered to himself, his face looking completely drained and exhausted. Man, these parties are so not my style. 10 minutes of socializing drains more mana than a 30-minute boss fight. The harsh clang of heavy armor on the red carpet suddenly shattered the elegant atmosphere of the ceremony. Jack's eyes instantly sharpened, sensing an immense pressure drawing near. A murmur of unease spread through the guests. The heavy clang of steel echoed through the hall. Who wears armor to a banquet? Jack narrowed his gaze on the newcomer. His mind screamed in recognition. That's him. I finally found him. A figure in a red cloak with a blazing golden lion crest stopped right before him. He rested a hand on his sword's pommel, his arrogant aura impossible to hide. It was Kairos, the fourth prince of the Roman Empire, with brilliant blonde hair and a treacherous smile. He spoke first. Jack Drake. The youngest to be named a Blue Knight, correct? Jack stared intently at that face. Horrifying memories from his past life flooded back. This was the man who, along with Aban, had plunged the continent into war. Kairos casually extended a golden gauntleted hand, his voice booming as he introduced himself. I am the fourth prince of the great Roman Empire. Facing his mortal enemy, Jack remained calm, offering a slight bow. It is an honor, Your Highness Kairos. Thank you for attending my promotion celebration. A faint smirk played on Kairos's lips. He suddenly slung a familiar arm over Jack's shoulder. Come now, let's skip the formalities. Let's have a drink together, he shouted, turning to the servants. You there, bring wine, now. Wine splashed into crystal glasses. Kairos laughed heartily. Here, a drink bestowed by an imperial prince. Don't leave a single drop. Drink it all. Jack accepted in silence, causing the nearby guests to whisper. Is he simply accepting the fourth prince's demand? Even for a talented Blue Knight, he is still too young. Princess Melissa and the other nobles watched them with concerned expressions. But that prince is unbelievably arrogant. Given the Drake family's influence, he should be more careful with such a rude gesture. Ignoring the gossip, Kairos kept his arm around Jack triumphantly. Excellent. Absolutely wonderful. I've taken a liking to you. Today, we drink until we can no longer stand. But just then, a low voice cut in. Your Highness. Aban Drake approached with elegant grace, bowing his head. My congratulations to you, the new rising son of the Empire. Kairos greeted him eagerly. Oh, Aban, will you join us for a drink? Aban declined with a skillful smile. I am honored by your offer, Your Highness, but I have an urgent matter to discuss privately. When Kairos looked puzzled, Aban glanced around and lowered his voice. There are too many watchful eyes here. I believe it would be better if we moved elsewhere. Understanding the hint, Kairos nodded. Very well. If you say so, I will follow. Before leaving, he turned to Jack. My apologies, Jack. I was the one who invited you, yet I must be the one to leave first. Until next time, we will raise our glasses all night under a beautiful moon and share our thoughts on the great epics, praising the legend of the Dragon Slayers. Thrilling, no. Jack watched their retreating backs. The nobles immediately began to mock him. Someone like that is a prince of the Empire. Well, the Roman Empire has always lacked true legitimacy. Anyway, in contrast, all the praise was directed toward Aban, and one must admit Lord Aban's handling of that situation was impressive. It is no wonder that he has such a high reputation. Jack stood silently. All the praise is for Aban, huh? Of course, if you don't know the truth, you would only think he was saving a flustered prince. But a deep sense of unease rose within Jack, the fourth prince and Aban. They had made contact far earlier than in the timeline he remembered, before his regression. And as he observed their gestures, Jack realized an even more frightening truth. From the way they interacted with each other, it seemed they had been close for a very long time. In a private chamber, Aban and Kairos began their secret meeting. Meanwhile, Jack walked through the corridors of the Four Seasons castle. Fiddling with a prized pipe, he thought to himself, one pipe like this can be traded for one of Draker's intelligence reports. Sitting across from the family head, Arthur, the atmosphere grew serious. Arthur spoke first. So, is your plan to become the strongest on the continent proceeding well? Seeing you as the main character of today's party, it certainly seems to be. Jack lowered his head in reply. Yes, it is all thanks to the head of the house. Head of the house? In private, you should just call me Father Jack. Those words stunned Jack, his hand freezing with the teacup in midair. A memory of Callie flashed through his mind. She had also reached out her hand and said, Feel free to call me sister, Jack. Those were Kallie's exact words. Now I understand that strange feeling from back then. He began to analyze his family's political situation on a much deeper level. Aban's bold moves were winning over the elders, a fact even Callie couldn't ignore. They had prepared a counter. Yet Arthur, the family head, seemed oblivious. Impossible. But seeing the Patriarch's calm face as he sipped his tea, a terrifying truth dawned on Jack. It meant he was turning a blind eye, fully aware of Aban's entire scheme. Questions raced through his mind. Was his father repeating Callie's words just to pressure him? Or was it a coincidence? Regardless, Jack quickly made his decision. He would act under the assumption that Arthur was on Aban's side. That way, there was no risk. He bowed, his voice low. Yes, father. At those words, Arthur smiled. Father. It has a nice ring to it. He set down his teacup and declared, Very well. I shall grant you a gift as encouragement for your efforts. Arthur produced a brilliant gold coin and slid it toward Jack. This is a token. It can be exchanged for a treasure from the vault. Jack accepted the gift, his mind reeling. The vault. Drake's report had mentioned it. a place famed across the continent for holding the rarest artifacts. He never thought his father would be this generous. But Arthur's warning followed. Remember this well. Among priceless treasures, you will also find worthless junk with a flashy exterior. Jack replied firmly, I will keep that in mind, father. He then strode quickly down the darkened halls. His mind raced, wondering, what is his real motive for giving me this? Before the vault's massive door, Jack opened a critical report. Dragon Slayer artifacts in the treasury. He clenched his fist, ambition blazing in his eyes. I will exploit everything I possibly can. I have been expecting you, Master Jack. The guide bowed deeply as he approached. Before leading him inside, she briefly explained the archive's rules. If you would please follow me. According to Drake, this place held about 17,000 rare relics, all exchangeable with a set number of tokens. In the vast, mystical space, she gave a final warning. There is no time limit for your selection, but once you leave, you cannot return. So please be mindful. Jack glanced around, curious. A vault of rare artifacts, yet completely unguarded. Could he just take everything he wanted? The woman replied calmly, because there is no need. The security magic here rivals that of the Patriarch's own office. She explained that every relic is meticulously managed. Everything is tracked by magic, making theft a near impossibility. Seeing the floating magic seals, Jack mused, never judge a book by its cover. He stopped at a control panel. The woman gestured. Right this way. Please insert your token here. Jack produced the coin. The gold coin gleamed as he slid it into the slot. A loud click echoed as violent tremors shook the chamber. The colossal gate began to rumble and shift, releasing plumes of white mist and revealing a breathtaking sight within. Towering shelves stretched to the ceiling, holding countless priceless artifacts. I will take my leave now. After the guide departed, Jack stood alone in the enormous repository. Gazing at the soaring shelves, he thought, just inspecting all of these could easily take a lifetime. Not wanting to waste time, Jack addressed the system. System, can I sort these artifacts by specific criteria? Instantly, a notification appeared. Administrator's request confirmed. Activating link with Dragon's Eye. Please use Dragon's Eye to register items for sorting. Jack paused. Register with Dragon's Eye, but he quickly understood. Ah, I see. Time for a warm-up. Dragon's Skill. Dragon's Eye. Activate. The skill allowed him to observe and inspect the details of any target. To scan the entire vault, he combined his skills, Wind, Blade, and Shadow Step. Jack moved like a phantom, weaving through the aisles at an incredible speed. After a moment, he landed softly. This should be enough. The system began displaying the registered items on the minimap. The final count startled even him. Items registered, 17,138. He stared at the blue screen in awe. Over 17,000 items. If this were a show, the audience would be hooked for days. To narrow the search, Jack began issuing filter commands. Exclude common and consumable items. Show relics only. The system processed instantly. The count fell to 9,832. A huge reduction, but still far too many. Filter out any swords weaker than the black sword. The on-screen list flickered wildly, then went completely blank. Jack smirked with confidence. Hey, wipe them all out. This system is insane. But as he scrolled, his eyes suddenly froze. A mysterious entry appeared, filled with nothing but question marks. Jack frowned, tapping the screen in confusion. What's this? Just a row of question marks? Is the system messing with me? It has to be nearby. Jack muttered to himself, walking through the archive's towering shelves. As he went deeper, a system alert appeared. Arrived at administrator-designated coordinates. Jack stopped before an old shelf. His eyes were drawn to a single, strange item. It was a plain bracelet, but its info panel was filled with those same mysterious question marks. A bracelet? Jack wondered. Holding the item, he felt a wave of suspicion. It looked so ordinary, yet it had no information. The moment he spoke, the bracelet erupted in a brilliant blue light, vibrating intensely in his hand, stunning him. Jack's eyes widened in shock as a crimson notification flared to life. Item is reacting to the title, Heir of Tarakan. Realizing the connection, Jack grinned. It reacts to the heir's title? This must be Tarakan's relic. The bracelet unleashed immense energy, and arcs of magic lightning wrapped around Jack's arm, making him cry out. Then, the treasure's true name was finally revealed, the Sacred Guardian Stone. It was a bracelet with a guardian stone, able to summon a spirit beast compatible with the user's soul. More than that, it held the blessing of the Elven King. Before Jack could react, the system began a forced process. Sacred Guardian Stone has been linked to the administrator. You may now summon a guardian compatible with your soul. Hey, Jack shouted in alarm. Wait, linked? Who gave this system permission? He tried to yank the bracelet off, but it was completely hopeless. Can't the link be removed? The system's response was brutally blunt. Administrator's request confirmed. This item is bound to the title Heir of Terrakin Draker. The bond cannot be severed. Jack stared at his newly branded arm. He was furious. Damn it. I haven't even checked the other relics. This ruins my entire plan. However, he quickly calmed himself down. I have to think positively. If this belonged to Terrakin, it has to be stronger than most other relics. After some thought, Jack accepted the situation. With a sigh, he said, System, activate the bracelet's innate ability. Instantly, a panel confirmed his request. Request confirmed. Activating Sacred Guardian Stone to find a guardian compatible with the user's soul. Energy flowed from the bracelet, spreading at Jack's feet, and a massive, glowing magic circle appeared. The system announced, due to the Elven King's blessing, the search range is expanded beyond the level of spirit guardians. A colossal pillar of blue light descended from the sky, its immense pressure blanketing the entire area. Amidst the crackling magic, the silhouette of a majestic creature appeared. It was a divine horse with a flowing mane and proud horn. The system confirms Spirit Beast, Dragon Horse, has been summoned. Faced with this mighty presence, Jack was left speechless. This is a spirit beast. The power it's giving off is terrifying. Looking at the legend before him, Jack grinned with excitement. The heart and fang of Bahamut, and now a relic that can summon a spirit beast. Terrakin, just how many insane things like this did you own? The dragon horse slowly approached, gently touching its nose to his head in a friendly greeting. Feeling the strong spiritual connection, Jack finally understood. So this is what soul compatibility feels like. He wrapped an arm around the beast's neck, a sense of familiarity washing over him. It was their first meeting, yet it felt like being reunited with a dear friend. Jack smiled warmly. All right, I've grown fond of you too. The dragon horse neighed with delight, responding to its new master. Just then, a system notification popped up, catching Jack's eye. By naming your spirit beast, you can summon it anytime with a holy guardian stone. A name? Jack mused, looking at the majestic beast before him. He gently stroked its muzzle, and an idea struck him. How about Bucephalus? Hearing the name, the divine horse seemed thrilled, snorting with pure satisfaction. Jack smiled, pleased. Looks like it likes the name. Immediately, a detailed info window appeared. Bucephalus, a dragon horse of auspicious aura. Its innate power unleashes lightning from its twin manes. Note, an ultimate spirit beast, king of the dragon horses. Reading the powerful description, Jack still had his doubts. King of the dragon horses sounds impressive, but this is my first time seeing one in person. How can I even know how strong it is? As if sensing his master's doubt, Bucephalus gently bit Jack's shoulder and lifted him effortlessly. Hey, Jack cried in shock. Whoa, Bucephalus, what's gotten into you? The divine horse quickly set him securely upon its back. Jack asked, surprised. You mean? You want me to ride you? Seeing Bucephalus nod, he thought in awe. An ultimate spirit beast is on another level. It read my mind, knew I wanted to test its power, and even knelt for me. Jack gripped the mane and commanded excitedly, all right, Bucephalus, let's go. Full speed. The horse let out a sky-piercing neigh as its body erupted in blue lightning, shooting off like a bolt of light. Its terrifying speed created sonic booms, leaving trails of blinding electricity behind it. Jack was stunned to realize that despite the speed, there was no sound of hooves. This is unreal. Under the incredible pressure, he squinted, feeling the raw power surging beneath him. Bucephalus crossed the magic circles on the ground at impossible speed, making Jack laugh wildly. Ha, you're absolutely insane. The clatter of hooves echoed on the stone as a carriage departed from the storage area. Sitting inside, Jack vividly remembered the guide's dumbfounded expression from before. She had stammered doubtfully, Sir, are you sure you want to choose this? The guide's attitude clearly lacked any sort of enthusiasm, but Jack just smirked, gazing out the window. He knew that warehouse held priceless treasures and also plenty of junk with a flashy appearance. That's why anyone choosing an item had to be extremely careful. In other words, this bracelet was exactly the kind of trash Arthur had mentioned before. It made sense, though. Before it reacted to his title, not even the system could display any information about it. It's no wonder nobody else recognized its true value, Jack thought. He used to believe Terrakin's relics could only be found in system-guided ruins, never imagining he'd get one so easily. What a stroke of luck. Regardless, this was a massive haul. Jack closed his eyes, his mood soaring. After the exhausting battle at the party, he promised himself a proper rest. But you know how these things go. The moment a guy like him decides to rest, trouble is already waiting. As he stepped into his lavish room, a low voice spoke. Congratulations on officially becoming a Knight of Drake, Sir Jack. Jack sighed softly, turning to face the uninvited guest. Hearing the formal tone, he frowned. Why the sudden formalities? The man with the single eye patch, Cliff Reinhardt, offered a calm smile. Now that you are an official Knight of Drake, it is only natural. Jack sank wearily onto the sofa, Fine, but don't just appear in my room like this anymore. If anyone discovers our relationship, it could ruin all our future plans. Cliff bowed his head. My sincerest apologies for that. However, someone insisted on meeting you at all costs, Sir Jack. I had no other choice. Right after Cliff spoke, the black-cloaked figure standing nearby began to move. The person reached up and pulled down their hood, revealing stunning, dark blue hair. A refined voice spoke. We meet again, Jack. Please allow me to greet you once more. I am the master of the Reinhardt Merchant Guild, Melissa. In the room's dim light, Melissa exuded a powerful, captivating beauty. Her true identity was finally revealed. Melissa Alencia, first princess of the Alencia Kingdom. Despite her introduction, Jack remained completely calm, for deep down, he already knew the truth. So, the true master of the Reinhardt Guild was the princess after all. Sensing his keen insight, Melissa smiled softly. You must have already known. In truth, everything leaves a trail. Princess Melissa had rarely been seen in public, yet she suddenly appeared at his promotion party. Coincidentally, that was right when a patient was instantly cured by the red flower antidote that Jack had delivered. Jack smirked confidently. Anyone who isn't a fool would realize it immediately. Seeing Jack understood the situation, Melissa nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, that is correct. Then I will skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point. She wasted no more time, cutting to her main purpose. The reason I sought you out so urgently, Sir Jack, is that I need your help. Help? With what, specifically? Melissa didn't answer right away, instead pushing a file toward him. First, could you please review these documents? She began her explanation as Jack flipped through the pages. This is data on the recent red flower cases, primarily from Alencia's border region. It includes an analysis of the red flower disease by the supernatural Nirvana clan. Jack read intently, but as he continued, his eyes widened in astonishment. The information written on the pages sent a shiver down his spine. He looked up at Melissa, his expression deathly serious. Is what is written here the truth? Jack was stunned. Uttering the words, he could hardly believe himself. The red flower disease is a pathogen created through magic. This is the analysis from the top supernatural clan, Nirvana. So there is no room for error. Her firm assertion, coupled with the file's bright red seal, left Jack utterly shocked. He gritted his teeth, staring at the words as if to bore through to the truth. The red flower disease was actually man-made. This revelation shattered Jack's understanding as he fell deep into thought, unease rising within him. Its rate of infection was even faster than any previous deadly outbreak. Could my regression have caused this change? Noticing his tense expression, Melissa cut through his thoughts. That's not all. She pointed to a detailed map where red pins marked the outbreak zones. As you can see in the document, the red flower disease first appeared in villages near the border of the Rome Empire and the Alencia Kingdom. Melissa spoke, her hand emphasizing the points of infection as her voice grew hard. But it's not spreading toward the Rome Empire. It is only moving deeper into the Alencia Kingdom. Staring at the white arrows pointing straight at his kingdom, Jack was stunned. He stammered, Wait, are you saying? Melissa nodded, confirming the most dreadful possibility. Yes, my thoughts are the same as yours, Sir Jack. It is highly probable the Rome Empire created the red flower disease and intentionally spread it toward Alencia. Jack leaned back into his chair, his face darkening. This was incredibly serious. Memories from his past life began to flood his mind, connecting all the pieces, he knew. The reason the Alencia Kingdom fell so easily to the Rome Empire before his regression was the red flower disease, so that was why the princess needed his help. Jack slammed the document down on the table. He looked Melissa straight in the eyes and said, What your highness wants is the right to mass produce and distribute the cure, correct? Melissa smiled faintly, her eyes showing her satisfaction. Yes, that is correct. In our previous contract, our guild only acquired the principles of the formula to distribute the cure nationally. A new, supplementary contract is required. Jack, too, made his own position perfectly clear. Even so, I have no intention of breaking our contract. Melissa smiled with confidence, affirming, Of course, I feel the same way. As merchants, whoever reveals their hand first is at a disadvantage. But with the opportunity to work with you, I can't say it's a disadvantage at all. Jack smirked slightly, silently sizing up the sharp woman before him, as expected of the true master of the Reinhardt Guild. It's no wonder Reinhardt became such an incredibly powerful merchant guild. Melissa continued her pitch, promising the medicine would be distributed as relief supplies for the people. You won't have to worry about the formula leaking. Of course, we will pay you a worthy price. But her next offer was the real shocker. She declared boldly, I will give you 20% of our merchant guild's shares. Huh? Was money just falling into his lap? Hearing this, Jack was utterly speechless. His eyes widened in shock at the princess's bold move, and his mind began racing. He quickly calculated the deal's value based on his memories. The Reinhardt Guild. It was still a top 10 guild. If it didn't collapse with Alencia during the war like before his regression, Then it would grow even more powerful. A 20% stake would be worth millions in gold. If you could stop the war, allowing the guild to prosper, that value could soar into the tens of millions. Though the offer was incredibly tempting, Jack quickly regained his composure, questioning her with a low voice. That is a very attractive proposal. But first, I have a few questions. For all you know, I could be with the Empire. For the princess to share this information and offer 20% of her guild for relief supplies, it felt like a risky all-in bet. If I were a spy, you'd be handing them a gift on a silver platter. She replied calmly, "Humph. I will answer your questions. I am certain that you, Sir Jack, are not one of them." If the princess had any strength besides her title, it was the sharp intuition she'd honed through suffering. Melissa revealed a surprising truth. "Actually, after we parted at the party, I watched you from afar. It was subtle, but you treated anyone connected to the Roman Empire with coldness. Most importantly, you refused to shake hands with the fourth prince of the Roman Empire." Melissa calmly presented her evidence, explaining that while others might have seen it differently, Jack was just choosing another greeting, but she saw it as an instinctive repulsion, a disgust that avoided all contact. Because of that clear aversion, she was absolutely certain Jack was not on the Empire's side. Hearing this, Jack was inwardly astonished. The princess's powers of observation were godlike. Melissa then addressed his second question, about her massive 20% offer without a lengthy explanation. Her gaze grew incredibly firm as she declared, "If I can save my people, it's a profitable deal, no matter the cost." Those words struck Jack like a lightning bolt, making his heart skip a beat. He stared, stunned at the woman before him. Instantly, painful memories from his past life flooded back like a nightmare in the darkness of his mind. Jack's desperate voice echoed, "Alicia, please, stop. We have to retreat. Even if we stop the Empire now, what's the point if the future king dies?" He had tried to convince her that retreat was the right choice, the only way to secure a long-term future. But the girl named Alicia had only replied softly, "But, Jack." Alicia's image appeared, hazy in the white snow, a serene smile on her face. Then came her fateful words, "If my life can buy time for our people to escape, it is a profitable deal." Snapping back to reality, Jack lowered his head, gritting his teeth as bitterness filled him. "Damn it. I tried to prevent this from happening, and yet," she said the exact same thing Alicia did. Jack panted, sweat pouring down his face after the mental strain. Finally, he looked Melissa in the eye and made his decision. "All right, we have a deal." Hearing his answer, Melissa was overjoyed, clapping her hands in excitement. "Really? That's a wise choice." However, Jack immediately added a condition. "But you must be careful not to reveal my identity." Melissa smiled confidently and nodded. "Don't worry, I can guarantee that." 2 weeks later, in the basement training room, behind a solid stone door was an isolated training space, where Jack was pushing himself through a brutal regimen. The air in the room was torn apart by streams of brilliant blue mana erupting from his great sword. Jack moved with terrifying speed. Each swing of his sword carried immense power, creating blinding streaks of light that filled the room. He poured all of his strength into a single technique. The sword erupted with violent energy, forming a massive magic vortex. It crushed every obstacle around him. The force from the slash made the entire training room tremble violently. As the light faded, Jack stood tall amid the rubble, his sword still crackling with sparks of blue electricity. Instantly, a system window appeared, confirming his success. Acquired. Dragon Slaying Sword Art S Rank Beginner. The results were absolutely insane. Jack let out a soft sigh. Staring at the screen, he let out a sigh. Finally. That took a whole month. Achievement Quest. Successor of Saturn. Conditions met. A flood of system notifications scrolled before his eyes. Not only did he clear it, his speed earned a bonus, coordinates to the treasure of the Chronos Kingdom. Title, Sword Technique Inheritor, 500 Karma Points and 2 random gift boxes. He now held a unique immortal class, with legendary titles like Descendant of Terracon Drake and Sword Saint's Successor. His Karma Points now hit 1,095. Jack smirked. "Oh, 2 random boxes? Not bad at all." Sheathing his brilliantly glowing sword, he decided, "All right, let's check this out first." The first item Jack summoned was a shimmering golden disc, the treasure coordinates of the Chronos Kingdom. The moment he issued a command to inspect it, the system responded, "Administrator's request confirmed." But instead of a location, a crimson warning flashed. "Coordinates currently unreadable." Jack was completely stunned. The system explained he needed to find a special seal. Only by collecting 10 scattered fragments and reassembling them would the treasure's location be revealed. Then, a blue notification appeared. Seal fragment locations have been linked to the minimap. A map materialized with red dots marking the fragments. Jack observed it intently. He muttered, analyzing the layout, 2 in the center, 1 south, and 1 north. The fragments were spread far apart. This would definitely take some time. Lost in his calculations, his eyes suddenly locked onto something unusual on the map. Jack smirked. So that's where you've been hiding. At that moment, a new linked quest was activated, Treasure of the Legendary Kingdom. The objective was to find the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos Kingdom and restore them to their original state, with no time limit. Jack's reward for completing it would be the noble title, Successor of the Kingdom of Chronos. What? The reward is just a title? Jack exclaimed in disappointment, staring at the new quest window. The linked quest, Treasure of the Legendary Kingdom, required him to find all the scattered seal fragments from the Chronos Kingdom and restore them to their former glory. Jack scratched his head, puzzled. Isn't restoring the seal and finding the treasure itself supposed to be the reward? But then, he recalled past events and a suspicion began to form. Wait, is it like before? When an artifact reacts directly with a title, does this one also have some special function? Holding the golden coordinate disc, Jack thought for a moment before deciding to set it aside. He quickly sent the item to his inventory. A flash of magic enveloped the disc, and it vanished. Jack strode from the training room, reassuring himself, there's no time limit. I'll handle urgent matters first. I can figure this out later. As he walked, he remembered a critical update. Good thing, Key just contacted me. A dangerous smile spread across Jack's face, his eyes flashing with a cold, sharp light. The scene shifts to Gopa Port, a harbor village on the southern continent. Amidst white sails and lapping waves, a man took a deep breath. He grimaced, the smell of the sea mixed with blood. The air in the south is as foul as ever. He had just stepped onto the deck. A group of subordinates bowed in perfect unison, their voices echoing across the area. It is an honor to serve you, Vice Chief of the Reinhardt Guild's southern branch. Despite the overly enthusiastic welcome, the man simply nodded. You've worked hard. Before my regression, or now, it seems some things never change. The smell of the sea is the same. Murray, a voice from behind cut through his thoughts. From now on, this was Jack's new identity, Murray. As he walked, he thought, perfect timing for the mission. Approaching two men waiting for him, he recognized them instantly, Northern Rangers. Seeing Murray in his new getup, one of them teased, a merchant's outfit actually suits you, huh? Murray gave a calm reply, thanks. A man with messy hair and a long facial scar began the briefing. You've memorized the plan from the mission letter, right? Murray nodded in confirmation. Of course. On the day of the operation, we'll use the chaos to rescue the girl being held by Mokang. Hearing this, the ranger began his instructions. Good. You understand the stakes. But this mission isn't some easy game. One slip up, and the whole team is wiped out. This mission also includes protecting the target until they're safe, so don't let your guard down until the very end. I get it, but I have a question. Murray hesitated. The ranger asked, what is it? Murray then voiced his doubts. It's likely to prevent information leaks, but the letter gives no details about the chaos planned for the day of the operation. His eyes suddenly changed, growing ice-cold and filled with a murderous intent that froze the very air. Because that will be the day Mekon disappears from this world. Just as the tension peaked, a voice called out from behind. So there you are. The branch's vice chief found Jack and his partner deep in discussion. The guide from the Merchants Guild spoke up hastily. Ah, you're talking. I'll come back when you're finished. Jack watched the man's retreating back and muttered. A guide from the Merchant Guild. Huh. Seeing this, Jack's companion quickly waved him back. It's fine. It's fine. We're done. You can take us now. I will take you in the prepared carriage. Follow me. On the way, Jack couldn't stop thinking about that bloodthirsty declaration from earlier. He wondered to himself, are they really planning to start a war with Mekon? On the other side, a cold voice confirmed it. Agreed. Have you inspected the location the guild prepared? He asked as they stood before the bustling harbor. His counterpart replied with confidence. Of course. The four-wheeled carriage began to move, carrying them through dense forests toward their goal. Inside the private compartment, the mission briefing began once again. By the way, to review the plan, I'll summarize it one more time. Today is John's birthday. It's a celebration, but it's also a meeting for all the leaders regarding upcoming transactions. Because of that, the key figure in the deal and her assistant will also be there. Jack and Murray are attending the meeting as well, correct? Jack gazed out the window and answered casually, that's right. However, the quiet atmosphere was quickly shattered by an outburst from the red-haired woman. How many times have we gone over this? I think this must be the 5th time. I've heard it so much, I have the script memorized. Jack sighed wearily. I know it so well I could recite every single word. His comment only added fuel to the fire. Well, we have to put up with it. Our partner isn't as tough as you. It's only natural to be worried. She continued to shout in despair. Did you drag me into this just to ignore me when I'm having a breakdown? Seeing her panicked expression, Jack finally understood. I thought something felt off today, so this is what it was about. By now, the woman was trembling with fear. She stammered, What are we going to do if we get caught for burning the Soma warehouse? I heard McKen's way with traitors is to paralyze their entire body and toss them into a shark dragon vessel. Ah, this is bad. We used so much smokescreen. There's no way anyone saw anything, right? Kay mumbled as she trembled in fear. Seeing her extreme anxiety, Jack felt the urge to tease her even more. He calmly reassured Kay, "You're a mage. They'll handle you differently, so don't worry." His vague words sent a shiver down Kay's spine. She stammered back, "What do you mean? Differently?" Jack flashed a sinister grin and began to recount a terrifying legend from the south. They say a mage's body can stop curses. No one would do something as wasteful as using it for bait. They'll probably just dismember all your limbs and sell them off to fulfill your obligation. Upon hearing this, all the color drained from Kay's face. She was so horrified, her soul nearly fled her body as a terrible truth dawned on her.
Then, the necklaces that the Meccan members wear, they aren't models, are they? They're real fingers?
Imagining her own fingers being cut off, Kay screamed in her mind, "Ah, I wonder what will happen to my fingers if that happens. Partner, just collect my body and bury me someplace sunny. But how do you even know all this?" Jack grew silent, his gaze distant, as if recalling a past drenched in blood and tears. It would be impossible not to know. "I understand the southern continent better than anyone. I am the one who guided Meccan to both its prosperity and its downfall. As a hired assassin, his grudge with Meccan had actually begun long before he regressed. Back then, Jack was expelled from the academy, caught by slave traders, and sold to McKinn's Soma farm. That place was more than just a farm for medicine. Slaves like him were sometimes used as human shields. Amidst the firefights of their power struggles, Jack was the only one who returned alive, time and time again. At the time, he just felt relief at having survived. He never once questioned why. But looking back now, perhaps his survival instinct had unconsciously used his healing ability. It helped him cheat death after surviving 5 or 6 suicide missions as cannon fodder. John began to notice Jack, training him to be a professional assassin, and his judgment proved flawless. The assassin's work perfectly suited Jack's abilities, luring targets into a false sense of security before striking with poison, making it easy to take down even a purple knight. However, facing a blue knight was a completely different story. Though Jack approached with extreme caution, erasing all traces, the knight still miraculously sensed his presence. Even after being struck by the poison, a blue knight could still manipulate the aura in his body to incinerate or expel the toxins. But in the end, blue knights were still human, and humans can be defeated. He learned to target those subtle weaknesses, and with that, he could finally take down even blue knights. When the number of blue knights Jack had eliminated reached double digits, he solidified his position as the top assassin in the Morkan organization. Jack's reputation soared with each glorious victory, especially after completely annihilating the rival Pavella organization. He eventually became the adopted son of the old boss, John, and was promised to be the official heir to the entire empire. Yet, on the very night all the high-ranking leaders were gathered to announce the successor, Jack made a bloody decision. He coldly slaughtered everyone present, including his adoptive father, John, then decisively left the Morkan organization. The memory fades, and Jack sighs to himself, "Well, that's all in the past." In the carriage now, Kay is looking at him with eyes full of suspicion. She points a finger straight at his face and shouts, "Hey, partner, you keep dodging the question. Are you a spy from Morkan?" Jack remains silent, which only agitates Kay more. She yells, "You're planning to use me to take over Syndicate, aren't you?" Faced with her intense questioning, Jack just gives her a blank stare, driving Kay crazy. She keeps muttering, "Am I wrong? Say something, partner." Seeing her panicked expression, Jack finds it all quite amusing. He thinks to himself, the Kay now is different from before the regression. Still a bit naive, which makes teasing her fun. The carriage finally stops before a massive, imposing structure, John's mansion. Inside the splendid party hall, with its vibrant stained glass windows, a crowd of elite guests had already gathered. Just then, a guide announces, John, this is Kay, the enforcer I mentioned." Kay, alluring in a black dress, enters with Jack. She smiles gently and greets him. "It's an honor to meet you, sir." John surveys the luxury of his mansion. Jack muses internally, he's definitely rich. He discreetly observes the dense security forces around them. Not just Morkan assassins, but also famous outlaws and even rangers. Such diverse preparations. They proceed into a secret meeting room located just behind the mansion's main hall. Here, a long line of powerful men in black suits sit waiting with solemn faces. Seated at the head is a middle-aged man with gray hair and a distinctive mustache, holding a smoking cigar. This man is John, the boss of the Morkan organization. He looks at Kay and speaks, "A pleasure to meet you, Kay. I heard you were a mage, but I never expected such a beautiful one. More precious than a jewel. I am eager to hear your wisdom. Please, begin." Kay takes a deep breath and gets straight to the point. A few months ago, do you remember the fire at the Soma warehouse? The moment the question is asked, John's men's expressions change, their faces showing shock and rage. The boss forcefully puts out his cigar in an ashtray. Of course, I remember. It's impossible to forget. A dark and cold killing intent suddenly envelops John. He glares at Kay and growls. But why are you bringing that up now? Cold sweat drips down her face as Kay stammers. That's because. She regains her composure, looking directly at everyone sitting around the giant table, and declares, because there is a traitor here who conspired with Valhalla to burn the Soma warehouse. Among us is someone who colluded with Valhalla, and he is the one who set fire to the warehouse. Kay's sharp declaration echoes through the meeting room, making the already tense atmosphere more suffocating than ever. The men around the table immediately burst into a furious uproar. One man slams the table and jumps up, screaming, "What did that crazy woman just say? Drag that wench out." A sharp crack echoed as John slammed his hand on the table. His eyes flashed a menacing red, glaring at Kay. Could she truly answer for her words? Despite the suffocating pressure, Kay didn't flinch, giving a slight nod of confirmation. John smirked, his voice dropping dangerously. All right, then name the one who dared betray Mackin. The air grew taut. Suddenly, a pained cough echoed. The room froze, seeing Jack Murray had appeared. A dagger at a top leader's throat, Jack smiled calmly at the chairman. A pleasure to meet you, Sir John. I'm Jack Murray. Regarding your problem, I believe I can help. John leaned back, slowly lighting a cigar as he eyed Jack. Jack Murray, a pleasure to meet you. My birthday, and you bring a knife instead of a gift? Jack didn't even flinch. He pressed the blade deeper into the hostage's neck, replying confidently, I brought one right here. You mean, my dear brother, Walken is the traitor? Jack just smirked. He leaned close to the trembling man and sneered, Hey, Walken. Or should I say, Elmentro. You should know this best yourself. Why don't you speak up? Walken was now sweating bullets. His eyes widened in terror as he thought. Even the boss doesn't know this. How could this guy possibly find out? He roared in fury. You useless fools, why are you just standing there? Instantly, the guards drew their weapons and surrounded Jack. You've taken my money, now do something useful. A guard with a knife stammered. But sir, even so, there's nothing we can do. He gripped his hilt but dared not advance. Jack Murray had perfect control of his target. He was a professional. He's not leaving a single opening. A ranged attack, and he'll just use Walken as a shield. Seeing the stalemate, the guard shifted the blame. He's probably a spy sent by Valhalla. Hearing this, Jack smirked, his mocking gaze fixed on the trembling Walken under his blade. As expected of McKen's right-hand man, you're quite trusted, aren't you? He growled in the man's ear. When you're the real spy for Valhalla, yet you dare point the finger at me, your identity is exposed, so you spout nonsense? John eyed Jack suspiciously. You're pretty confident. You think I'd do all this without any proof? Jack didn't bother to answer, simply calling out, K. Instantly, the mage began her spell, a brilliant magic circle appearing, and you all know what happens next. Jack skipped the talk and dropped the premium evidence. John stared in shock at the documents summoned right onto the floor. He picked up the report, his eyes scanning every line. After a long silence, John spoke grimly. You've brought something interesting, Jack Murray. He glared at Walken, his voice dripping with venom. Not only did Walken conspire with the syndicate, but it turns out those bastards from Valhalla are also pirates. The words hung in the air. The room erupted in furious whispers. Of course, the mere mention of pirates changed the atmosphere. No one in the South likes them. Southerners hate them most, being so close to the pirate base. They suffer greater losses than any other continent. And above all, John lost his family to pirates, so his hatred for them is unquenchable. Even for someone like John, he would never overlook a case involving pirates. Jack glanced at the pale Walken and asked mockingly, Well, what will you do now? Staring at the photo of his secret deal, Walken gritted his teeth. Damn it, you bastard. He glared at Jack, screaming in despair. Where did you get that photo? The report clearly stated his smuggling history with Valhalla and the Soma warehouse fire months ago. They were directly connected. John stared at his half-burnt cigar and spoke coldly. That alone is enough to make you a suspect. He looked directly at Jack Murray, stating firmly, I've reviewed it carefully, Jack Murray. But based on just this bit of evidence, you think I'd suspect Walken, my own brother? Jack kept the blade firmly against Walken's neck. Meanwhile, the henchman thought to himself, it seems this isn't enough. He realized the stalemate. Jack narrowed his eyes, a bold decision flashing in his mind. He suddenly leaned close to Walken's ear. Whispering Menthal's true name, a mystic blue light instantly clouded Walken's mind, making his eyes go vacant. John still hadn't noticed a thing. The boss growled, If that's all, your crime of insulting my brother is unforgivable. Yet Jack calmly replied to him. A moment later, Joaquin spoke in a hollow voice. Jack Murray is right. The one who secretly conspired with Pavla was me. This sudden confession left John stunned, frozen by the grim truth. John lowered his head, slamming his hands on the table in agony. So it's true. I never thought you'd betray me. What a disgrace. John slowly turned to leave, his silhouette radiating both loneliness and immense cruelty. A confession like that deserves a fitting punishment, don't you think? Suddenly, a flash of steel split the air. John moved with terrifying speed. Joaquin's eyes only had time to widen in horror as a sharp blade flashed. Without a moment's hesitation, John had executed his own sworn brother. Jack mused to himself. To think Moken's right-hand man would meet such a pathetic end. But these Southerners really are a strange bunch. Jack's gaze shifted to the weapons hung on the wall. He recalled his secret conversation with Joaquin, where Jack had threatened El Mencho. Admit that you are the traitor. If you do exactly as I say, I swear before God that I will not touch your hidden family. Jack smirked, remembering the man's fear, and thought to himself, a vow made before God is absolutely trustworthy. Besides, I never intended to harm your family in the first place. Jack wiped a spatter of blood from his face, silently assessing the old man. He's worthy of his title as head of a notorious syndicate. He knew John didn't actually believe El Mencho was the traitor. He only disposed of him because circumstances forced his hand to protect the syndicate's honor. Because a few months ago, the one behind the Soma warehouse fire, which caused Moken a huge loss, was the same one allied with Pavella. When Key insisted the traitor and the arsonist were the same person, Jack made a radical move. He pointed directly at El Mencho as the traitor and immediately subdued him, forcing John into a position where he had to order an execution. Then came the news that the Pavella organization was actually a pirate crew. In such a chaotic situation, John seemed to remain perfectly calm, analyzing everything with a cold eye. But his subordinates did not, and in the midst of the chaos, El Mencho confessed to being the traitor. Even if El Mencho wasn't the real traitor, letting the matter slide was not an option. The organization's entire chain of command would collapse. As always, John's calculations were perfectly rational. His skill was truly impeccable. The axe in his hand swung down decisively. Jack watched in silence, observing the unwavering cruelty of the Moken boss. John stood in a pool of blood, a dark killing intent radiating from him, making the air in the room thick and suffocating. However, if Key's report is true, that Joaquin was the traitor, then the people working in my dear syndicate must also be traitors. John suddenly swung his arm, slamming the axe into the table right before his trembling subordinates. He glared at each man and snarled, the report is perfectly clear. Burning the Soma warehouse was just a stepping stone for you all to join Pavella along with Joaquin. A deadly red light flared in John's eyes. He gave them one final offer. If you confess like my brother Joaquin did, I will grant you all a death without pain. This declaration, a death sentence, made one leader scream in a panic. This is completely false. We never had such a plan. To save himself, he pointed wildly at Key and spat. This is definitely a dirty trick by that damned witch. If you would just interrogate that sorceress, but the sharp whistle of an axe cut his words short. In an atmosphere thick with the stench of death, John slowly turned, his cold eyes locking onto Jack Murray as he spoke in a low voice. What are you doing, Jack Murray? Faced with the boss's question, Jack remained unnaturally calm. He gestured casually and replied, I'm simply helping the boss dispose of the traitors. Jack continued his analysis. With Queen's confession, the evidence was overwhelming, and you executed him yourself. As for Syndicate, they were all colluding with him. Jack's argument was as flawless as a slide presentation. The boss couldn't find a single hole in his logic, as Jack smirked and presented his undeniable excuse. That's more than enough justification to kill them, isn't it? John's eyes narrowed as he watched. Deep suspicion began to fester in the old man's heart, wondering what this kid was truly plotting. Seeing Jack's knowing smile, he finally understood the real play behind this whole charade. So his goal was to use me to eliminate Syndicate. John chuckled. Justification? Huh? Sounds nice. But tell me, Jack Murray, are you an angel sent to help me or a demon here to destroy me? Faced with that threatening question, Jack simply gave a confident, arrogant smirk. He placed a hand on his chest, declaring firmly, neither an angel nor a demon. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes with his final statement. I'm just a business partner proposing a new deal. A business partner? John squinted at Jack, his gaze filled with doubt. That's right, he calmly replied. Jack cut to the heart of it. You want to purge the syndicate and restore order, don't you? Honestly, Jack was reading John like an open book in that moment. He began analyzing the exact difficulties the old kingpin was facing. However, with Insta's expulsion and Pabella's control over the sea routes, Megan's only Soma distribution network is through the organization. Jack stated, "You're smart enough to see all of this." And that was exactly why he hesitated to punish the traitors, despite knowing their true colors. John Doe mused, "You speak as if you've known me for a long time." Jack didn't even flinch. He then played his ace. "Don't worry." Until now, the Federation's Soma distribution was handled by Kay. From now on, she and I will handle Megan's distribution ourselves. John Down was silent for a long moment, then slowly sat. "That's a fantastic offer, Jack Murray. If what you say is true." He stared at Jack, his eyes filled with a probing intensity. "Deals are built on trust. How can I hand this over to you when this is our very first meeting?" A slight smirk appeared on Jack's face. "You're absolutely right." He suddenly swept papers into the air, scattering them, then asked, "Then how about this?" Jack expertly twirled a dagger before slamming it down onto a list on the desk. Staring at the pierced name, Jack growled, "Paolo Santoso. I'll eliminate the territory controlled by that coward." Paolo Santoso was known as Paolo the Coward. He earned that name by always putting his safety above everything else. That's why, despite his executive rank, his reputation in the organization was at rock bottom. John Doe leaned back in his chair, his eyes narrowing suspiciously. "And you even know about his existence and his nickname?" Jack replied nonchalantly, "As long as it benefits me, I don't care." John Doe slowly stood up, nodding. "All right, that might just earn you my trust. But while I'm impressed by your courage, that place is too dangerous to infiltrate alone." As he paced, he made his decision. "So I'll send Megan's elite assassination squad to assist you." Jack was silent, but he scoffed internally. "Assist me? Yeah, right. They're just going to be watching me. This guy is a fox." John Doe then added one more loaded condition. "And while you're proving your courage, just as a precaution, the young lady will remain under my protection." Jack saw the scene and understood the true meaning. It was a longer way of saying she was now a hostage. Jack looked John Doe straight in the eyes and replied in a low voice, "I understand." He turned and walked out the mansion's massive door, leaving one last comment. "Please take good care of Kay, boss." Night fell, blanketing the Pabla cartel's base. In the dark forest, a group in black approached silently. A hand suddenly went up, a silent order to stop. The entire team instantly froze in the shadows. Manuel, the squad's captain, was secretly amazed. Even he, their leader, had stopped at the command without thinking. Manuel then hid behind a tree, watching the man's figure intently. Jack was a phantom up ahead. Manuel had to admit, after seeing his skills, only a fool would disobey his command. Jack moved with incredible speed, weaving through the brush with practiced ease. Manuel was in awe. He has more stamina than any assassin I know, and he moves faster, with more precision, as if he's memorized this entire northern forest. But what truly sent a shiver down Manuel's spine was Jack's combat ability. Amidst blinding flashes of magic, Jack's sword decisively cut down the ferocious beasts. Manuel observed in shock, but above all, his combat skills are on another level, even against monsters strong enough to defeat the most expensive mercenaries. In short, if he met a monster, he'd slay it. If he met a mercenary, he'd slay them too. Jack's build was pure damage, and it was terrifying. The man was a monster. Hiding in the trees, Manuel shuddered as he watched Jack's every move. As they neared the enemy base, Manuel ordered his men, "All of you, wait here." A soldier hesitated, but Manuel cut him off. "We are here as observers. We can't help directly. This is the only spot with a clear view of the factory." With a cold glint in his eyes, Jack interrupted. "Stop saying things you don't mean and just focus on observing." With that, he hurled an item forward and shot off like a flash of lightning. Manuel called after him in alarm. Manuel watched Jack's back disappear behind a cliff. His men asked nervously, "What should we do, leader?" Manuel thought for a moment, then decided, "We'll do as he said and continue surveillance. Like he said, we are only here to observe. There is no need for us to enter the battle." He added, "From now on, hold your positions. Make sure your camouflage is perfect. We cannot be detected." Suddenly, a pillar of fire erupted from the factory, stunning Manuel. He's already begun his assault. A raging sea of fire consumed everything, as explosions turned the base into a living hell. Panicked guards screamed amidst the blaze. "There's a mage among the attackers." The enemy commander roared in despair. "We can't handle this alone. Request backup from the magic weapons team immediately." In that instant, through the thick smoke and fire, Jack appeared majestically, his brilliant flaming sword in hand. He calmly observed the chaos, thinking that such reactions were normal for those seeing an elemental sword for the first time. The intruder has been spotted. Alarms blared everywhere as enemy soldiers caught sight of Jack. He remained calm, assessing his opponents. But for an organization confronting Megan in the north, I expected this much. Their reaction time is impressive. At once, a horde of assassins leaped down from above. They swung their swords in unison, surrounding Jack. Instantly, Jack brandished his blazing sword, activating its elemental power. Giant fireballs rained down from the sky like a meteor shower, creating thunderous explosions. This was his skill, Field of Fire, combined with fire emission, turning the entire base into a sea of flames. It incinerated all enemies in his path amidst the horrifying screams of the burning soldiers. Jack landed softly. He glanced around the ruins and uttered a single, disdainful word. This isn't even enough for a warm-up. Far too weak. Jack glanced at the corpses littered at his feet. He couldn't help but think, that cowardly Paulo really is a crazy bastard. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. From the smoke, a massive magic tank slowly emerged. Seeing its dark cannon, this advanced weapon, Jack's eyes narrowed in surprise. He even harnessed a magic pool? How much money was wasted here? He thought, mocking his foe's extravagance. Wouldn't it be cheaper to just hire mages? Before Jack could think, the magic tank charged its energy. It spat out a colossal shell, which tore through the air straight towards him at terrifying speed. Facing heavy firepower, Jack stood firm. He swung his sword in a sharp arc, splitting the magic shell in midair. Jack leaped through the inferno, his cold eyes gazing down at the wreckage as he thought, well, unless you're a criminal, you would never agree to such an exchange. Immediately, Jack activated his elemental sword, unleashing the skill Field of Wind. A gigantic tornado called Sword Dance erupted, crushing the magic tank and leveling every structure around it. Amidst the deafening explosions, looking at the devastation, Jack remembered. Before my regression, I might have run after seeing that magic pool, but things are different now. He then stepped decisively into the underground passage. Flames licked every corner of the dark corridor. He silently finished the last soldier, then paused. With the cleanup done, it was time for his real target to show himself. Suddenly, a poisoned arrow tore through the air, aimed for the back of Jack's neck. Without looking, he precisely caught it between two fingers. The system immediately announced, Black Mamba poison has been detected. But that was followed by another line, immune to all poisons. The toxin was nullified. The arrow dissolved into purple smoke. Then, by the administrator's command, the continuous activation of his recovery skill was temporarily suspended. Jack narrowed his eyes into the shadows. So, you've finally shown your face. From behind a door, a deep, furious voice boomed. What in the hell is the underground unit doing? Letting an intruder get this far? A man with a long scar on his face, wearing a bright yellow shirt, stepped out with a weapon ready. This was Paulo Santos. What you just inhaled is a poison gas, Paulo gloated as he approached. He confidently claimed that not even an aura user could withstand this deadly venom. I'll give you a chance to trade info about your allies for the antidote. Why not take the deal before it's too late? But Jack just sneered internally. Trade for something that doesn't exist? Do you think I'm that easy to fool? For anyone from the South, it was basic knowledge that Black Mamba poison has no cure. A normal person exposed to the poison would die in just a few minutes. Even a Blue Knight would struggle to purge the toxin and would likely suffer permanent damage, a truly lethal poison. But he was clueless that Jack's system had already announced it. Black Mamba poison has been detected. Due to the all-poison immunity effect, the body is not affected by the poison. Jack calmly thought to himself, with my immunity, this is completely useless against me. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed. Jack swung his sword, shattering the antidote vial in Paulo's hand, leaving him stunned. Paulo roared in pure rage. This madman destroyed the antidote. Are you actually trying to die? In response to that panic, he said calmly, relax. My body is naturally immune to poison. Also, the reason the ground level is silent is because I've already killed all of your men. Paulo's eyes widened in horror. What did you say? He frantically denied it. Don't be ridiculous. They were Pavla's elite, equipped with magic weapons. Jack gave a cold reply. If you're curious, go check for yourself. That is, if you still can. Hearing that, Paulo probably wished he could check his minimap, but sadly, his teammates were all permanently offline. Cold sweat ran down his face. Paulo trembled as he asked, Who are you? Who sent you to do this? Jack smirked. You must have a slight idea, right? Paulo gritted his teeth, thinking hard. Could it be Meken? Seeing Jack's casual reply, Oh, you're quick, only confirmed Paulo's suspicion, because the only person who could stir up this much trouble for Pavella was Meken. He yelled resentfully, but I thought we respected each other's boundaries. Why would you suddenly pull something like this? Truly shameless. Jack's cold voice made Paulo flinch. What? Jack continued to expose his opponent's true nature. Pavela's idea of respect was sneaking into our distribution lines, waiting for a chance to push your own product, right? The words hit home, causing Paulo to sweat and stand frozen in silence. Under the suffocating pressure, Jack's voice grew grim, his killing intent flaring intensely. Pavella has crossed the line. That alone is reason enough to declare war. The boss has announced that he will not stop until the Pavala organization is burned to ashes. He even swore to wipe you filthy pirates from the 6 southern regions. He even knows your roots are in piracy. Cornered and with his identity exposed, Paulo screamed in panic, "Damn it," and then turned to run. Fleeing for his life through dark stone corridors, Jack immediately gave chase. The sound of urgent footsteps echoed all around. He yelled out, "Do you really think you can escape from here?" After a long chase deep inside, Jack stopped in a vast hall with huge, mysterious pillars. He muttered softly, "The hunt should be about over, but where is this place? This is completely different from the underground mine before." Clutching a dagger, Jack scanned his surroundings with caution. Besides, the path here was filled with countless traps. I had to pretend to fall for the traps to avoid suspicion. What a pain. He then noticed something unusual. The entire structure began to shake violently. These traps, they aren't part of the original structure. They look recently placed. Jack's eyes narrowed. Those damn favelas, what are they doing here? Suddenly, a chilling killing intent burst from the shadows. A shadow with glowing eyes lunged forward, slashing down with a massive, terrifying blade. Jack's reflexes were lightning fast. He dodged by a hair's breadth as the blade skimmed past. Instantly, Jack took a stance, swinging a dagger that pulsed with green energy. He countered the stranger's attack. "Who the hell are you?" the assassin roared in terror. Facing Jack's overwhelming power, he fought back frantically, but his efforts were useless. Against Jack's phantom-like footwork, the wind itself screamed. He tightened his grip. Brilliant green energy swirled around the blade. In the blink of an eye, a massive magic circle erupted. Sharp, arcing slashes trapped the target from all sides. He scoffed disdainfully, "I find these bastards everywhere." But as he defeated the foe, Jack found himself in a new, deadlier trap. From the darkness, dozens of figures emerged in hooded cloaks, radiating a bone-chilling killing intent. He knew who they were. Jack, with an arrogant sneer, he glanced at the Pavala corpses and clicked his tongue in disgust. "This is why I hate working with those southern fools. They should have handled their own territory. Bringing these rats all the way here, what were they thinking?" He coldly ordered his men to surround Jack. His voice was like a death sentence. "Since you're here, you won't be leaving alive." The leader then explained why he was there. Apparently, on their map, the one from the Hounds in the Giant Mountains, these locations were clearly marked. 6 ruins in the south were pinpointed. Hearing this, Jack realized. So this place holds one of the relics the Emperor is searching for. The blonde leader's gaze froze on Jack's weapon. He narrowed his eyes, warning his men. "That dagger looks ordinary, but a wind swirled around it before he even swung. Treat it like an artifact. Be careful." The soldier beside him nodded. "Understood." But then he spotted the magic scroll in Jack's hand. He instantly recognized the danger. The Hound's leader yelled in panic, "A magic scroll. Get ready." But Jack calmly replied, "Ah, no need to be so scared. Relax, fellows." Light began to spread from the scroll. It enveloped the entire area. Jack explained calmly, "It's just a soundproof barrier. It has no attack power. For the next 30 minutes, whatever happens in here, stays in here." He drew a hilt that glowed with blue light, smirking with defiance. "No need to worry about being found. Besides, I get to test a new technique. It's a rare chance, so let's enjoy it, shall we?" Seeing Jack's overwhelming confidence, the blonde leader began to sweat, staring at the item. He thought, a spatial bag. No, something's off. It's not a medium connecting to another space. It's like it was created from the void itself. He grew more confused by this contradiction. And that strange weapon from before, he's clearly a mage, so how can he use a sword? The boss's brain began to short-circuit. A mage fighting like a war god? This was a broken character build. Suddenly, the leader's eyes shot wide with terror as he saw Jack's mana. Brilliant blue energy from Jack's hand condensed into a massive energy sword, radiating suffocating pressure. He screamed in despair, an aura blade. The sword's terrifying power made the leader tremble. Only one thought remained. Could he be the Azure Knight? With no chance for escape, Jack swung the energy blade down, a fatal blow that tore through space. A massive pillar of blue light descended from the heavens, crushing every enemy below. Pouring all his mana into the heavenly slash, the enemy crumpled in agony from the merciless attack. The glowing blue magic barrier began to fracture, shattering into glittering shards before vanishing completely. The vast hall, lined with colossal pillars, fell back into an eerie silence. Only the crackle of flames consuming the bodies remained. Jack stood amidst the rubble, watching the flames, musing that fire would conveniently erase all traces. Flickering flames danced across his sharp dagger. Jack smirked deviously. This would make them think Meccan hired mages as well as knights. Jack scanned the ruins, his mind racing. Why were Pavala and the Roman Empire both here? He guessed they were partners seeking southern ruins. Memories from his past life suddenly surfaced. Before his regression, he found no trace of them here. But that was 3 years from now. They must have already found the relic and retreated. Jack stepped firmly onto the debris, a dry crunch echoing from beneath his boot. He thought, well, the result is what matters. I may have stumbled in, but I've ruined the Emperor's plan. Jack turned, preparing to depart. Time to head back before a new boss spawns. But suddenly, the clang of steel shattered the silence. Jack stopped short. His eyes narrowed, sensing a strange, hostile aura. A crimson-armored boot emerged from the smoke. Heavy footsteps echoed through the stone hall. Jack clicked his tongue. Great, more trouble. From the shadows, an imposing knight in crimson armor emerged, his long red hair flowing behind him. The stranger's voice was low and gruff. I sensed a fierce, powerful aura. Then it vanished. I came to investigate. Jack turned to face him. Before him stood a fully armored warrior, his eyes glowing a menacing green. Staring at Jack, he declared coldly, so, an uninvited guest. That armor looked like Herson, the magic set given to the Roman Empire's Red Knight. Herson was a legendary treasure, enchanted with support magic for weight reduction and self-repair. But Jack quickly sensed something was wrong. His opponent's Herson seemed different from the Empire's version. Who are you? That armor is almost identical to Herson. Are you the Empire's Red Knight? His question was met with a deadly silence. The Red Knight suddenly attacked, swinging his greatsword down with terrifying speed. A thunderous explosion erupted as their energies clashed. The immense force blasted Jack through several stone pillars, carving a deep trench in the ground. Jack flipped midair, slamming his sword into the floor to brace himself, giving his foe no time to recover. Like a phantom, the Red Knight charged again, striking down with a devastating blow from above. Jack countered with a brilliant blue shockwave. Dust clouded their vision as steel clashed against steel. Jack gritted his teeth under the immense pressure. Damn it. This strength is monstrous. He began to question his opponent's true power. Could this Herson be enhanced with strength-boosting magic? Jack's legs strained, skidding back across the stone floor under the overwhelming force. The Red Knight roared, unleashing a massive slash. A pillar of blue-white light engulfed Jack in a cataclysmic explosion. Amidst the swirling dust, the Red Knight stood, imposing. He scanned the eerie silence, searching for his opponent. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. A massive explosion startled him. Instantly, a system window appeared. Skill activated. Elemental sword, metal force field. From below, sharp pillars of rock erupted like giant spikes, trapping the knight in a deadly cage. Crimson energy coiled around the central rock formation, creating a lethal trap. A world-shattering explosion erupted, leveling everything in sight. But the enemy still stood. Through his glowing green visor, he glared at the incoming beam of light. A projectile shattered a stone right before his eyes, and he could only gasp in sheer astonishment. The system announced again, skill activated, flash bullet. You might want to close your eyes for this. He must have been temporarily blinded. A brilliant flash erupted, stealing his opponent's sight in an instant. Seizing the moment, Jack dove from above like a phantom, his shining blue aura blade tearing through the air. It carved a streak of light through the sky, aimed right at the knight's head. A deafening clang rang out. As the weapons clashed with immense force, sending sparks flying, Jack's eyes shot wide open. He was horrified to see his full-power attack so effortlessly blocked. He couldn't believe his eyes, whispering in disbelief. He can block an aura blade? The knight stood tall from a distance, his voice low as he asked, You asked who I was just now, didn't you? With your level of skill, you should at least tell me your name. He stepped forward with authority and declared, I am Kenjamin Constantinus. The name left Jack utterly stunned, as a terrifying truth began forming in his mind. His name isn't just Jimin, but also Constantinus. That surname is passed down only to the imperial family of the Roman Empire. Furthermore, a royal middle name can only come from the elector houses, the nobles with the right to vote. For the emperor of the Roman Empire, Jack's shocking realization hit him. This means the house of Jimin, Drake's great family. Just then, a system notification appeared. Demonic energy detected. You will receive bonus points for eliminating the host. Jack was shocked. Demonic energy? He didn't know what it was, but it was clearly dangerous. And Ken showed no mercy. He began condensing a massive aura of blue and white energy around himself. To think I'd meet a knight who could match me in this desolate wasteland. Then, as a courtesy, I will use my full power to grant you an honorable death. Massive pillars of magic light erupted. They obliterated everything in sight. Normal techniques would be useless against this. Jack gritted his teeth, realizing the power gap was too vast. Even using his elemental sword, he had to bitterly admit it. My skills are still far too inferior. In this life or death moment, the pressure from his opponent was so heavy it could crush the ground. Jack made his decision. In that case, there's only one way. Ken's defensive and enhancing abilities were so superior they even deflected Jack's aura blade. He was facing a seemingly unbeatable foe. Jack realized that as long as Herzen remained active, he couldn't possibly land a fatal blow. To turn the tables, he made a daring decision. The most important thing is to drag him down to my level. Instantly, a system notification appeared. Activating skill, mana reflection. Arcs of electricity began to dance, chaotically across his magic armor, causing Ken to yell in shock. What? Herzen suddenly stopped working, stunning its owner. Noticing the abnormality, Ken growled in a low voice. What did you just do? To that question, Jack simply replied with a mocking tone. What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Seeing his attitude, Ken suddenly laughed with excitement. Haha, how interesting. Fine, don't answer if you don't want to. He swung his sword and charged forward, his crimson killing intent flaring, clearly planning to find out for himself. That is also one of the joys of battle. The two rivals clashed at incredible speeds, their powerful impacts, creating electric sparks that shot through the air. Their combat was moving at godlike speed. To the naked eye, it was just a chaotic blur of light. Jack focused all his power into a single, brilliant blue attack. Clashing directly with Ken's powerful, dark red demonic aura, the battle had finally reached its peak. Two colossal energy beasts materialized, tearing through the darkness. A majestic blue dragon let out a mighty roar. It clashed head-on with a vicious crimson beast that was baring its fangs and claws. An explosion of earth-shattering power tore through the grand hall, completely destroying the massive stone pillars and leaving only rubble. It was engulfed in a web of crackling magical lightning. Debris from the shattered ceiling rained down through the thick smoke. Jack fell to his knees, gritting his teeth in a bitter curse. Damn it. He struggled to push himself up, but his breath came in ragged gasps. He thought in despair. This situation is truly too dangerous. Standing imposingly over him, Ken Jimin sheathed his sword, his eyes glowing with admiration from behind the mask. The fame of the Draker bloodline is well-deserved. Truly admirable, Ken explained calmly. Even for a moment, to be able to disable Herzen's function. That could only be the sealing magic of your family, the Draker house. Furthermore, the swordsmanship you used in that final blow greatly resembled the Dragon Slayer style. Ken's words left Jack utterly frozen. His eyes widened in absolute terror as the pieces began to click into place. The dragon-slaying sword art is the origin of the dragon-killing method. They share many similarities. But the dragon scale pierce I used is an advanced, forbidden art of my clan. For an imperial knight like Ken to know it means the Jimin family gave the art to the empire. Ken slowly approached, the harsh clang of his armor echoing through the hall. He gazed down at his defeated foe, his voice low. The demonic energy has corrupted your body. It must be agony. Leaving you in this state would be a dishonor to a worthy opponent. Ken looked at his rival one last time, declaring coldly, May you find peace. Rest well. With one clean swing, Ken turned his back and walked away. His red hair billowed as he mused, Though we were enemies, it's been long since I met a true equal, so perfectly matched. But as Ken took a step, a chilling premonition struck him. He flinched in horror as a blade cut the air from behind, narrowly grazing his neck. On the very brink of death, Jack had somehow managed to make his move. Jack stumbled back, gasping for air. His trembling legs could barely hold him upright on the stone floor. He thought to himself, good thing I hotkeyed that recovery potion. What saved him was salvation. A masterpiece by Jabalo Ibn Hassan, a top-tier divine elixir. It heals fatal wounds and instantly restores stamina. However, the system warned its effects were too strong, making it a one-time use item with unknown side effects. Jack stabbed his sword into the ground for support, collapsing to his knees, whispering, that was way too close. Although he was alive, his condition was still absolutely critical. Jack felt the devastation inside him. The wounds from that powerful aura showed no signs of healing. Just then, a series of threatening red notifications appeared. Warning, you have overused your skills. His exhaustion passed the red line. Jack's vision began to blur as darkness consumed everything. As he faded from exhaustion, he thought, if I pass out now, in the lion's den. Jack grit his teeth, fighting the dizziness. As his body hit its absolute limit, the system's warnings grew colder. To preserve life, the administrator's consciousness will be disconnected. But Jack refused to succumb to a coma now. He roared in his mind, no way. Though his eyes grew dim, he tried to survey his surroundings, thinking, I need to recover more. Jack's gaze fell on the empty potion bottle, then shifted to Ken's lifeless body in its red armor. In that instant, an idea struck our Jack, one that was both insane and perfectly suited for a ruthless protagonist. He resolved to survive at any cost. Amidst the dust, Jack's eyes snapped wide open. A terrifying aura exploded forth. Gluttony. The roar tore through the air, followed by a brilliant golden light, engulfing the entire ruin. Golden tendrils of energy erupted from Jack, frantically coiling around the fallen demon's corpse. System notifications began to flood his vision. Dragon Clan skill, Gluttony, is activating, devouring the fallen demon corrupted by dark energy. Crimson streams of life essence from the enemy were purified, flowing back into Jack, spreading warmth through his limbs. The system confirmed stamina, willpower, and depleted mana are being rapidly replenished, absorbing the bloodline energy of the devoured demon. Not only was he fully healed, his power skyrocketed as his active skill, Static C rank, evolved into Electric Strike A rank. Jack stood in the golden aura, feeling new life force surge violently through his veins. He snapped awake, taking a deep, astonished breath. I seriously thought I was a goner. Jack fell to his knees, gasping for breath after having just escaped the Reaper's scythe. Luckily, in that life or death moment, he'd remembered his gluttony skill. Just then, Jack's eyes locked onto an item emitting a mysterious crimson glow. Huh? What's this? Ken's battle armor? As he touched it, a system window appeared. Obtained. Armor of the defeated. Register ownership of this armor. He immediately pressed yes. System confirmation. User registration complete. A crimson energy stream engulfed Jack, forging him into a mighty warrior clad in imposing, deep red armor. System notification. Armor form is customizable by the user's will. 3 of 28 grand magic circles are now active. Jack shifted slightly, completely stunned. This armor. It was impossibly light. Armor of this quality is unbelievable. But Jack quickly came to his senses. Leaving like this meant instant detection by the Empire's forces. Wearing this now is just asking to be spotted by the Empire. I'll retract it for now. I can use it later after changing its appearance. After recalling the armor, Jack looked for an escape, but froze. Huh, that smell. It's the stench of blood and corpses. Following the overwhelming stench, Jack entered a vast chamber and was horrified by the sight before him. They were performing live human experiments. Seeing the pitiful souls trapped in glass tubes, pure fury ignited within Jack. He gritted his teeth, growling, "You damned imperial scum." Jack's presence was instantly detected. A black-robed mage yelled, "An intruder! Seize him!" Jack advanced coldly, his killing intent flaring violently. "You dare use human lives for your experiments?" Suddenly, a purple mist enveloped Jack as the system flashed with crimson warnings. Magic synthesized toxin detected. This poison exceeds the resistance of the poison immunity constitution. Status: poisoned. But Jack didn't flinch. He instantly pulled out a vial and downed it. High-grade antidote has been used. His gaze turned razor-sharp, locking onto the butchers before him. Then you should all be prepared to pay with your own lives, shouldn't you? Amidst the burning rubble, Jack swiftly gathered the scattered documents. He thought, I need to grab all their research data. This is an Imperial lab. There might be clues about the Crimson Blossom disease. He fights like a final boss during combat, but the moment it's over, he starts looting faster than a gamer after a raid boss. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed from the smoke. So, it was you? Jack whipped around, startled. Before him stood a hooded old man, his face twisted with rage and his eyes blazed with killing intent. The old man snarled, "You're the one who destroyed my lab?" His hand began gathering crimson mana, ready to obliterate the intruder. Not giving his foe a chance to strike, Jack shot forward like a lightning bolt, his sword erupting with a brilliant blue aura. The old man gasped in shock, Aura Blade. He quickly cast a red magic circle, marked with a scorpion crest, to block the attack. A series of deafening explosions followed. Jack's slashes tore through the air, each strike carrying immense power, forcing the old mage to teleport repeatedly to dodge. Seeing the strange patterns on the magic circle, Jack instantly identified his opponent. Those patterns? That magic. He's from the Desert Scorpion clan, specialists in forbidden arts. A sixth circle mage. This guy will be a tough fight. I never thought the Empire would stoop to working with them. A sixth circle mage. This isn't just a normal battle anymore. Jack decided to play his trump card to end this. The system announced, mana separation skill activated. Purple lightning enveloped his blade, slamming into the barrier and shattering the old mage's magic circle. The old man screamed in terror, "Damn it. Are you a pure-blooded Drake?" In a final act of desperation, he roared. If that's how it is, he poured his remaining mana into one last attack aimed below. A grotesque, giant creature had just been summoned right before Jack. He gasped in shock, a synthetic hybrid. Chimera? From a distance, the old man cackled. Ha ha ha. Behold my greatest masterpiece. He boasted that not even a drake could hope to stand against its might. The monster roared and lunged, its sharp claws slashing relentlessly. Jack swiftly raised his sword to block the mighty blow. The sharp clang of steel on claw echoed. The chimera's strength was immense. He struggled to block the barrage of blows from its massive claws that made the ground tremble. To break free, Jack instantly activated the gel footwork technique. With his shadowless footwork, he moved like a phantom, dodging the monster's tail sweeps and deadly lunges. His terrifying speed allowed him to narrowly avoid every lethal attack. However, this chimera was no simple beast. Jack realized a frightening truth. It had no blind spots. Every single move he made was being read. He knew if this dragged on, enemy reinforcements would arrive, making things even worse. As the fight reached a deadlock, a system window suddenly appeared. The ancient power to rule the dragon tribe was ready to be activated. Jack was stunned by the system's question. Do you wish to tame the dragon tribe target? It turned out this hybrid monster possessed the blood of a dragon. Seizing the once-in-a-lifetime chance, Jack immediately activated the skill. A soul-crushing pressure erupted, and the colossal chimera suddenly froze in place. Its glowing eyes roared in agony against the absolute authority of a Drake's bloodline. Submit now. A commanding shout echoed as the golden pupils of the dragon's eye blazed to life. The system announced the activation of the skill, Dragon's Fear. Under Jack's immense pressure, the rampaging chimera suddenly halted. Sheer terror filled its eyes. The giant beast now trembled, collapsing completely onto the stone floor and letting out whimpers of pure fear. The system confirmed. Fear has been instilled in the mind of the lesser dragon tribe. Dragon Domination's effect is now enhanced. Both Dragon's Fear and Dragon Domination were taking full effect. Jack watched the beast will crumble, realizing part of its dragon nature must have been fused into it. Faced with the chance to tame such a powerful creature, a system window prompted him to activate Dragon Domination to subdue the target. Confirm? Without hesitation, Jack replied, yes, tame it. Instantly, radiant orange energy chains appeared, binding the monster's entire body. System notification. Lesser dragon tribe successfully tamed. Jack approached, gently stroking the chimera's mask with a smile, just like a puppy now. Witnessing this impossible sight, the old Scorpion clan mage was terrified, sweating profusely. He screamed in desperation. What is this? Why won't the chimera obey my commands? Jack turned to the mage with a cold, sharp glare and growled. Silence. Moments later, the mage lay dead in a pool of his own blood. His vengeful soul fled, his corpse truly a man of few words and much action. Jack casually searched the body for clues. Let's see what this guy was carrying. He pulled out a document with the old man's picture and muttered, Gulaban al-Omani. What? I think he was the second in command of the Scorpion clan. While Jack was absorbed in the document, the newly tamed chimera kept nuzzling his hand affectionately. Suddenly, a system notification appeared that made him pause. Would you like to name the tamed dragon tribe member? A named dragon can be summoned at any time by its master's call. You want me to give you a name? Jack looked at the chimera prostrated at his feet. Without a second thought, he placed a hand on its head and declared, From now on, your name is Gurap. A system window immediately confirmed the registration of the summoned beast named Gurap. Seeing the beast's dazed expression, Jack just smirked. What? You don't like it? Too bad. I've already decided. The scene shifts to a grand hall, filled with the sound of dry applause. A deep, appreciative voice spoke up. Truly impressive. I can't believe it. It was none other than John. The boss sat comfortably in a luxurious armchair, looking at the towering figure of Jack and admitting his surprise. I never thought you'd be able to handle Paulo. You've got guts. Jack remained cold and replied curtly, I am a man who keeps his word. John nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, you've proven your ability. I have no choice but to trust you. The boss continued his honeyed persuasion. A valiant warrior like you deserves respect. I've always cherished and treasured strong men like you as if they were my own sons. I want to treat you the same way. At the mention of the word son, Jack's eyes instantly darkened. In his mind, he saw the image of a warrior riddled with arrows, a victim of cruel exploitation. Jack gritted his teeth and shot back sarcastically. A son. Right. You mean the kind of son you can freely use like a tool. The words hit a nerve, igniting John's fury as he roared, How dare you say that to me, you miserable piece of trash. But just as quickly, John's terrifying calm returned. This is a gift I prepared for you. Didn't you say you wanted to do business with me? He eyed Jack suspiciously. To build trust, you need to provide worthy proof, don't you? Jack glanced down at the gift box, remaining silent. Of course, he replied coolly, taking the box from John. Holding the item, he silently judged its size and weight. The moment the lid opened, a deathly aura filled the room. Witnessing the horror, the surrounding henchmen screamed in terror. It's the Syndicate's leadership. John took a smug drag from his cigar. Are you satisfied? A slight smirk played on Jack's lips as he bowed respectfully. Of course, boss. A sinister grin spread across his face. Excellent. Everything is going according to plan. We've wiped out the Syndicate's entire leadership. Now, we just need to install Kai as the new head. The boss stood and walked to the window, his voice low. However, a small problem has come up. Jack asked, What kind of problem? John exhaled smoke, his expression turning serious. It seems the favela have sniffed us out as the attackers. They've even misunderstood that we mobilized both knights and mages. Hearing this, Jack let out a subtle, knowing laugh. Well, seeing the scene, their confusion is understandable. John nodded, his voice dripping with authority. So, let's use this chance to send a definitive warning to those filthy rats that the true master of these 6 southern territories is Megan. Jack looked the old man dead in the eye and asked, "Are you telling me to attack the favela again?" Without waiting for an answer, he declared firmly, "I'll take the job." John was taken aback. Huh. Jack clenched his fist, his gaze unwavering. "I will go to favela and deliver your message. In return, I have one request. Please grant Kai more authority so she can become the core of the new syndicate." After a moment of thought, John finally nodded in agreement. "Fine. I will personally sponsor her. And for you, I'll send my best assassin and a cartel squad with you." A sharp snap of his fingers echoed. John immediately made a powerful offer. Instantly, flashes of magic erupted as an elite squad of assassins appeared, surrounding Jack. John pointed to a blond man with an eye patch. "He will be a great help." Jack narrowed his eyes at the stranger, wondering, who is that? Meanwhile, at Paulo Santos's territory in the Favela cartel, a terrifying silence had fallen. Through the gloomy stone halls, William approached a red-haired man. "Aban, the investigation is complete." Aban walked slowly, his face etched with dissatisfaction. "The Imperial Intelligence Bureau already swept through. There's nothing left for us to find. We've already received their shared report." Aban knelt at the scene, activating a magical trace. Vibrant purple light began scanning for the faintest clues. He muttered, "The combatants here included at least one squad of knights and mages. They fought fiercely." But then, Aban noticed something strange. He stated with certainty, "No, this is wrong. There was only one person here." William exclaimed in shock, "What? What are you saying? How could it be one person? There are signs of both swordplay and magic." Aban stood. It was someone at least at the level of a red knight. That person wiped out everyone here. An image formed in Aban's mind, a warrior wielding lightning and fire, a single man who destroyed an entire base. Aban observed the scene grimly. The Intelligence Bureau clearly rushed to clean this up. That means there's a secret they don't want even us to know. He turned to leave decisively. "We have to find out what the Empire is hiding." William tried to stop him in a panic. "Wait, are you going to investigate the Bureau itself? What about the consequences?" Aban paused, his voice haunting. "William, something was here. Something I absolutely cannot afford to miss." He turned back, his face twisted in a manic excitement, his eyes wide with insanity. "My instincts are screaming that it was right here. You know it well. I have craved for this port to be under the favela's control." Watching from above as the sea sank into darkness, a guard squinted suspiciously. A small boat. Spotting the intruder, another guard on the wall shouted a warning. "Hey you, halt. What faction are you from?" His short sword flashed through the air. Honestly, before the guard could even finish his question, his life was already over. Jack casually reminded himself to leave no trace. "Don't make a splash." He glanced at his companion, giving the signal, "Let's move up." Simon responded with a silent, trusting nod, a man defined by the patch over his eye. This was Simon Zapatero. Looking at Simon's back, a flood of old memories returned to Jack. "In my past life, he was the one who taught me southern combat arts and the skills of an assassin." To Jack, Simon wasn't just a mentor, but a special kind of comrade. He thought to himself, "Even in this mechan den of vipers, he is the only one I would ever dare to trust." Simon's presence gave Jack a feeling of absolute certainty. He realized that even after he'd regressed in time, their combat synergy hadn't faded one bit. Watching Simon move forward, an idea sparked in Jack's mind. If I could just recruit him to my side. Guards were posted everywhere, making it hard to get to the central district. This was going to be extremely difficult. Jack quietly asked Simon, "Is there another way into the central district?" Simon replied coolly, "Of course there is. This land once belonged to the Holy Empire, so there has to be an old underground sewer system." Jack was still skeptical. "Through the sewers? That sounds insane. How could we possibly navigate a labyrinth like that?" Simon just kept walking forward calmly. "Just be quiet and watch. There's a solution to everything." A system notification then appeared, activating guidance to the sewer access in Mateo's room. Jack excitedly dashed into the darkness, the minimap's navigation feature. With this, a maze is nothing. Guided by the virtual displays, he easily weaved through the complex tunnels underground. He watched the light dots on the map. Jack made his assessment. A lot of guards ahead. We'll have to take a detour. He also reminded himself to be much more careful, since enemies at the Red Knight rank, or higher, don't show up clearly. "I must be cautious. My mistake with Ken was because of this." As they closed in on the target, Jack gave his orders. "We're close. We split up and act now." Plant explosives in as many locations as possible. I'll take care of Vice Commander Mateo myself. After his men acknowledged, Jack instantly broke away, darting through the sewer pipe and stopping before a ventilation grate. Peering down into the room, Jack made his calculation. If I assassinate Mateo, the Favela boss will surely lose his mind. Mikan will be forced to declare war on Favela. He kicked the iron grate with full force, sending it crashing onto trash bags below as he landed lightly. Still, inside, Jack couldn't help but question his boss's true motive. Does John really want this outcome? A madman who would eliminate his own men, just because he fears the organization's discipline might weaken? No way. In fact, he's probably hoping all of us sent here die and never return. Jack knew John was using this raid as an ultimatum, a warning to Favela, and a way to boast that these small sacrifices mean nothing to him. The sharp echo of footsteps filled the dark tunnel. Jack walked toward the light, his eyes sharp and cold with a knowing smirk. But too bad for you, John. Things won't go your way, John, because I am truly going to take Mateo's life. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed, and Jack shot forward like a flash, startling the guards. What the hell was that? Before they could even get their bearings, the cry, "Who's there?" barely left his lips as Jack's blade cut through the air. The slashes were decisive and precise, felling the guards with the harsh clang of steel. These guards are total NPCs, just like gatekeepers in a video game. Jack paused, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. That's right. Favela is allied with the Empire, so why can't I see any Imperial soldiers? The minimap was also silent, no alarms raised. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted, startling Jack. Enemy soldiers poured from the shadows. One pointed and yelled, "He's using stealth over there." Instantly, their leader gave the order, "Take him alive." Soldiers in golden armor swarmed him, but Jack's reaction was faster. He backflipped, narrowly dodging a deadly thrust. The wind howled as he continuously spun, performing masterful acrobatics to break free from the enemy's encirclement. The gold-armored soldiers stared, shocked by his foe's phantom-like steps. The mage squad opened fire. At the commander's roar, crimson magic circles flared to life, raining down devastating, world-shaking explosions. But through the dense smoke and dust, a lone figure walked forward, completely undaunted. Jack swung his blade, activating Field of Queen. A web of azure sword light tore the enemy squad to shreds. In a flash, Jack eyed the dying soldiers, then sneered with utter contempt. Even the Empire's troops were stronger than this. Listen closely. I'll grant you one final chance. Just then, the system announced, Dragon's Might activating. Jack's eyes transformed into cold, draconic slits. He growled menacingly, "Get out of my sight and live, or rush forward to your graves." A colossal, spectral dragon eye materialized behind Jack, and the red mages froze, paralyzed with terror. In an instant, the hall was silent. Jack sheathed his blade, pondering, what is the Empire's real goal this far south? Suddenly, a chilling wave of dark energy swept past, putting him on high alert. A cold voice echoed from above. "A mere insect stands in the way of our grand design." Jack looked up, stunned, at a black-cloaked figure on the balcony. When did he appear? I couldn't sense his presence at all. Facing the dangerous purple magic swirling in the stranger's palm, Jack growled, "Who are you?" The mysterious figure remained silent. He might be quiet, but that purple aura screams he's no ordinary NPC. Monstrous growls echoed down the dark hall, where corpses were shrouded in black, deathly mist among the ruins. A knight with soulless, glowing red eyes roared savagely, "Seize him, my undead." He can summon this many at once? As a tide of zombies rushed in, Jack sized up his opponent's power. Is he a grand dark mage? But aren't most high-level dark mages from the Scorpion clan? He watched the figure's back, filled with suspicion. This guy shows no faction signs, nor the clan's unique magic circles. What a pain, Jack roared, his golden dragon eyes piercing the darkness. He dove into the undead horde like a whirlwind. His blade carved arcs of death through the air. Instantly, system notifications began to flood in. Defeated demonic undead knight. Obtained 10 karma points. Seeing the numbers pop up, Jack paused, surprised. His expression shifted instantly, a sinister, thrilled smile spreading across his face. Points, not a bad reward. Without hesitation, Jack turned the slaughter into a full-blown point grind, plus 10 karma points. After a final, decisive slash, Jack sheathed his sword. His eyes locked onto the dissipating dark aura. Was that the last of them? He watched the smoke retreat into the shadows. He clicked his tongue in disappointment. What? They're running away. Next time we meet, I'm definitely cashing him in for points. Shaking it off, Jack strode down the hall. This area was clear, and Mateo's office was just ahead. As Jack neared his goal, the silence became unnerving. He scanned the area with a grim expression. His sharp eyes narrowed. It's almost time. But as he entered the main corridor, a chilling bloodlust washed over him. A slender blade, sharp as a silver thread, was suddenly pressed against his throat. From the shadows, a low, menacing voice spoke, "I have been waiting for you." Jack froze, his eyes narrowing at the stranger with a black eye patch and long silver hair, his sword aimed true. "I didn't think you would actually show." The cold voice continued, the blade's tip still pressed to Jack's throat. He spoke as if passing judgment. John must have sent you. Told you to eliminate me before this blows up." The assassin tightened his grip, his voice a low threat. "The boss wants to crush the Pabella Syndicate, and there's no room for someone from this central continent in his plans." With a blade millimeters from his throat, Jack remained terrifyingly calm. "If not for me, Pabella would have seized your entire supply line. The Alliance will continue to use that girl. Understand?" he said cryptically, implying that girl might not be human. The man with the eye patch hesitated. "Is that so?" In that instant, Jack did the unthinkable. To prove his point, he ordered the system to disable his immortality. A blue screen flashed with a notification. "Administrator request approved. Continuous activation of the recovery skill will be temporarily halted." Jack faced death's blade without his healing, like turning off cheats right before a boss fight. He roared out a challenge. "What are you waiting for? Come and kill me." He stared down his foe, calling out his long-buried secret identity, the shadowless ghost. The assassin's eyes widened in shock, sweat pouring down his stunned face. "You? How did you know my old title?" Jack didn't stop, stepping forward with a cold, powerful voice. "I know your past and why you work for John. To protect the last bloodline of the Cusco dynasty." The assassin completely broke down. He screamed in absolute panic. "What the hell are you talking about? How do you know that?" His eyes blazed with a crimson madness as his killing intent exploded. Realizing his life's greatest secret was known by a mere boy, he roared, "You! How could you possibly know?" Simon had lost all composure. He screamed in terror, "You! Just how much do you know?" He swung his knife wildly, but Jack masterfully deflected the frantic attack. Jack looked him straight in the eyes, declaring plainly, "I am from the main bloodline of the Drake family." He growled, emphasizing each word. Jack. Drake. The name alone made the air freeze solid. Simon stood paralyzed, his lips trembling as he repeated the name in utter disbelief. Jack Drake. Memories of the legendary Dragon Slayer family flooded Simon's mind. "It can't be," he whispered to himself. He recalled the rumors of a prodigious genius, said to be the youngest ever to be named a Blue Knight. Cold sweat dripped from Simon's brow. He knew the immense weight that name carried. If the Drake family got involved, all 6 southern territories would be shaken. But Jack dismissed his fear. He stated firmly, "No, my family is not involved. This is my decision alone." He stepped closer, asserting, "So you don't need to worry about them." But Simon was still suspicious. He pressed on. "Then why reveal your name so easily?" He glanced at the glowing blade with a sneer. "You could have kept it a secret until the very end." Jack moved like a phantom. He called out his opponent's name. "Simon." Jack's voice was grim as he made a heavy offer. "Pledge your loyalty to me instead of John." Looking straight at Simon, he revealed a grand plan. "I will help you protect the Cusco bloodline, and even help you re-establish the dynasty." He continued, "I know this is hard to believe right now, but you already know." He pointed out the grim reality. "Staying with John won't secure your future. Think about it. If you kill me as ordered, what will you do about the Pabella forces on their way here?" Jack posed a question that struck deep into Simon's soul. "Will John send reinforcements for you and your comrades?" "That is," Simon stammered, his face twisting in horror. As his darkest secrets were laid bare, he began to mutter in despair. "No, you've always had to survive on your own." Jack stated the cold truth of what happened after Cusco fell. A criminal gang took over Simon's homeland. John only wanted royal knights like him to be sacrificial pawns. The old fox John's ultimate goal was utterly cruel. He wanted Simon to die so he could sell the abandoned princess to the Cusco rebels for a fortune. Painful memories flooded back. 15 years ago, when the Cusco kingdom fell, Simon fled to the outer lands with a newborn princess. There, to grow stronger, he became a criminal, waiting for the day he could wipe out the rebels and restore the princess to her throne. He even endured becoming an assassin under John's command. It was all for that single reason. But he never knew that John had discovered his past long ago. In the previous timeline, John had marked Simon as a liability and eliminated him without mercy. The poor princess was then sold to the rebellion. Before his final breath, Simon begged Jack to find and protect her. But by the time Jack found her, everything had been turned to ash in a merciless fire. Back in the present, Jack's voice grew stern. "That's why I want you to get away from John, Simon." He stated there was no time to explain how he knew everything. Simon fell silent. He admitted to himself that he once thought he'd stay loyal to John for life. His eyes bored into Jack. "This is all because of you." Since the boss's party and Pabello's involvement, things had become a chaotic mess. Simon demanded, "What is your goal, Jack Tracker?" Jack stood defiantly, retorting calmly, "Didn't you say there was no room for someone from the 6 central districts? Whatever." His gaze suddenly turned to ice, his pupils glowing with a strange blue light. "First, I want the two gangs to tear each other apart. And when this is over, I'm coming for Michael." Simon was horrified. "So your real target is John John?" Jack gave a sinister smile, affirming, "I'm dead serious, Simon. I truly want you on my side." Faced with a heavy offer, Simon was silent for a moment before smirking. "Then promise me 2 things." Simon stated his final condition with a resolute gaze. "First, you must help me and my men escape safely. And second, keep your promise. Protect the bloodline of Cusco and revive the kingdom. Remember that, no matter what." Faced with a heavy demand, Jack didn't hesitate. He struck his chest and declared loudly, "I swear on my honor as a knight." Instantly, Simon dropped to one knee, bowing his head in the highest pledge of loyalty. Simon Zapatero, captain of the Cusco Royal Army, greets his master, Jack Drake. From a death match to allies in a single moment, Jack stepped forward to raise him by the shoulder, smiling in satisfaction. "Good. Simon, no more formalities, stand up. Let's talk outside. What about your men?" Simon stood and reported his plan. "Once I give the signal, they will activate explosive scrolls and then gather to evacuate. I'll signal for your men to escape through the underground aqueduct." "Correct. The target, Mateo, has been captured and is held inside." Jack nodded. "Good. I'll see you later." Jack's footsteps echoed steadily down the dark corridor, leading him to the holding cell. A heart-wrenching scream of "ah" echoed through the space. Mateo roared in fury when he saw Jack. "You bastard. You think Mekin gets out of this unscathed?" Jack sauntered closer, bringing his cold face and sinister smile right up to the old man's. "Of course not. Once a war begins, no side is safe." He pulled out a piece of paper, casually stuffing it into Mateo's sputtering mouth. "This is for you. Treasure it, Mateo. Now, hold it." Seeing Mateo's wide, terrified eyes, Jack muttered, "The rest is for those who raise their swords against Mekin." Jack turned and walked away, calculating how he'd already secured all of Pabello's secret ledgers. As he was thinking, Simon rushed up to him. "Master, I have signaled my men." Jack suddenly stopped, his eyes narrowing as he sensed a murderous aura wash over them. Quick as lightning, Jack swung his sword, creating a solid defensive wall to deflect a volley of arrows. He shielded Simon while bracing against the relentless attack. From the other side, the enemy shouted fiercely, "Intruder, get him!" A mob of brutes with weapons drawn charged madly toward the two of them. Jack immediately activated his blazing power, shouting, "Elemental sword." In an instant, a huge aura of fire engulfed his blade. He swung a fatal blow, pure flame. The savage fire incinerated the henchman in a world-shaking explosion. The scene changes to a dark underground tunnel. Simon gave a resounding order to his men. "Show your respect. This is our new master. Welcome, new master." Jack strode past, coldly reminding them, "We can talk about that later. We have to move. They'll catch up to us soon." The group ran frantically along the waterway, but Jack stopped abruptly, his sharp eyes looking back. "They're here." He held Simon back and ordered decisively, "Stop. We're splitting up again. I'll be the decoy." "Take your men and go," Jack added. "Once you're out, regroup with Kai of the Alliance. Tell her my name. She'll understand." Simon looked worried, stammering, "But the princess is still with Michael's gang." Jack smirked confidently. "You think I didn't prepare for that? The princess has already been rescued." At John John's mansion on the southern continent, the atmosphere was at its breaking point. A powerful man roared in fury. "Do you think any of that is believable?" He slammed his fist down on the table. The sound was deafening. He gritted his teeth, reminding them of the bitter reality. A month has passed. Since we attacked the favela, for a whole month, the situation has been completely out of our control. He roared with fury at his trembling subordinates. "Those bastards have attacked us countless times. Our losses are catastrophic." He lamented that half of Macken's officers were dead, recalling his plan for the 2 variables, Jack and Simon. "Those 2 are far too dangerous. Which is why I gave them this impossible mission." It was a task designed to eliminate them, but it had backfired completely. To his fury, they had somehow succeeded in provoking favela. They'd driven them into a rage. Just then, a trusted subordinate approached. "Sir, I have something to report." The silver-haired man glared. "What?" The man calmly made a bold proposal. "What if you were to leave Mackin for a while?" A rather polished way of putting it. "In other words, let's get you out of here, boss." The words made the old man freeze as he growled back. "Are you telling me to run away?" The subordinate quickly explained, "Not at all, sir. Those crazed pirates are blinded by revenge. They're foolish enough to charge straight into Mackin, and we will use that to our advantage. The old man paused, finally understanding. Lure them here, and then wipe them out. The subordinate confirmed, yes. And you, sir, will command from your villa in Tahohani. The men would fight on the front lines, while the boss relaxed from his safe distance. After a moment, the old man smirked. I like it. He sat proudly on his armchair, looking down at his men and declaring, as you all know, danger only makes us stronger. This time will be no different, correct? Yes, boss. Their unified cry echoed through the room, signaling the start of a ruthless plan. But just as the man sat down, a hooded shadow appeared, pressing a sharp blade against his neck. Jack smirked mockingly. Nice speech. In desperation, the man began to beg, I did exactly as you told me. I lured the boss to the Tahuhani villa. So please, spare my life. Jack's voice was cold. You did well. The scene shifts to John's villa in Tahohani, where luxury carriages arrive non-stop, looking like a gang summit. A powerful, white-haired man stepped out, taking a calm puff from his pipe. He growled with arrogance. They dare force me to come here personally? I'll annihilate every last one of those pirates. Night fell, blanketing the silent mansion. The old man sat alone, staring at his reflection in the window. Suddenly, he sensed an unfamiliar presence. He didn't even bother to turn his head. He ordered coldly. I didn't call for a servant. Get out. The silence was unnerving. His anger flared as he yelled. I said, I didn't call anyone. Get out now. A plume of black smoke erupted, and Jack appeared like a ghost behind him. Jack spoke with casual mockery. Still enjoying your vacation, John? Despite the grim situation, his tone was like a neighbor dropping by. Jack removed his mask, revealing his cold face. The old man's eyes widened in shock. He uttered the name in disbelief. Jack. Facing his enemy, John quickly regained his composure. He casually grabbed a bottle of wine, his voice a challenging growl. You think I reached this position without facing threats like you? A flash of steel suddenly tore through the air, shattering the crystal glass and stunning John. The sharp sound echoed through the room. Jack stared directly at the powerful man and said, Good, that's a relief. I was worried you might cry and beg for your life. For someone seeking revenge, that's no fun at all. Enraged, John slammed the table and shot to his feet. He roared, Insolence! How dare a worthless brat? Guards, make him kneel before me now. But his fury was met only by Jack's terrifyingly calm expression. No one is coming. John froze, stammering. What? Jack stepped closer, his next words chilling. Because I've already killed them all. A shocking plot twist the boss couldn't even begin to process. In the darkness, Jack began to unleash his hatred. In my past life, I ran out of time. I couldn't make you feel the pain you deserved. And I have always regretted that. He tightened his grip on his sword. Even now, I still have dreams of that time, when I was forced to crawl like a dog, at your feet, and of the people I had to kill on your orders. John was utterly stunned. He stumbled backward, yelling, What? What the hell are you talking about? Stop spouting nonsense. I never forced you to do that. Jack cut him off with a bone-chilling question. Do you know what they say to me in my dreams? In a flash, he lunged forward, driving his blade into the old man, who let out a single, guttural moan. Around Jack, vengeful spirits swirled into existence like crimson phantoms. Echoes of screams, please, save me, filled the space. A perfect set for a horror film. Jack's eyes glowed with an eerie light. He roared in a frenzy. They begged me to spare them, begged a man who built his fortune on their flesh. That is how much they pleaded. Jack seized Ron's collar, slamming him against the wall. In his dying moments, the old man still tried to make excuses. You wretch, I am God's chosen. Because of me, the poor. Before he could finish his sentence, Jack bellowed. Silence. Then he swung his sword in relentless judgment. Jack panted, his cold face splattered with blood as he watched his enemy's life fade. Fine. Then experience the agony you deserve and slowly rot away. Under a blood-red sunset, dark red footprints stained the long corridor leading into the darkened room. As he stepped inside, a red-haired woman and a man with an eye patch were already waiting. He asked coolly, Is everything settled? The woman immediately voiced her concern. What about the syndicate? He smirked slightly and replied, Ah, you mean the report I filed? Everything went exactly as you scripted. According to the plan, the officials were framed for collaborating with Favela and were ruthlessly executed by John himself. And since I was the one handling the fieldwork, I faced no disciplinary action. The man with the eye patch handed him a file, nodding with satisfaction. Excellent work. The syndicate will take it from here. Jack took the paper. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. What is this? The red-haired woman glanced over, shocked. A contract with the Reinhardt Merchant Guild. He began to lay out the next move in their power play. I hear the guild is establishing a new pharmaceutical company. We'll produce high-quality soma and distribute it to them. Properly refined soma can be used to make all sorts of medicine. It was a bold startup plan. He gave a firm order. The rest, I'm leaving the transport logistics to you. After giving the order, he turned to leave with a cool demeanor. However, the red-haired woman appeared extremely anxious. What? Where will we produce it, and how will it be run? We can't transport it publicly under our names. He walked away nonchalantly, tossing a calculated answer over his shoulder. We are going to aid the Cusco Kingdom. In exchange, they will grant us a license to cultivate there. I have a plan for everything else. He ignored his partner's calls. Hey, partner. He left her with only a brief sentence, but explaining everything would take too long. See you later. He strode through the silent forest, his resolve hardening. Now, it's time to get down to business. He pulled out a critical letter. It was an invitation from His Highness Carlos Nova Constantinos, based on Decker's report. Since the banquet, the prince had not returned home but had remained in Atlas. An image of Prince Carlos with his arm casually slung around him flashed in his mind, signaling new complications on the horizon. That friendly gesture, as if there were no royal political drama between them. But reaching the continent's center from here would take days. Jack stared grimly into the magical map. This quest is definitely not a side mission. He grew concerned that if he was late, the prince or his retainers would become suspicious of the delay. They might uncover the truth that Jack Drake was the mastermind behind Megan's collapse. Even worse, they might have already suspected him, and this summons was merely a trap. Although the possibility was slim, Jack decided not to leave any loose ends. He needed a perfect alibi. Immediately. Right now, Jack activated the system. A screen appeared. Please designate teleportation coordinates. The location was set, the Atlas Ruins. The cost for rapid travel was 600 points. Without a second thought, Jack ordered the activation of the teleportation gate. A column of light erupted in the deep woods, and 600 karma points were instantly consumed. In the blink of an eye, Jack was standing in the luxurious sky lounge of the Atlas Hotel. As he entered, a comrade's voice called out, "Oh, look, Jack's here. Over here, Jack." Jack slowly walked over. He noted to himself, just as I thought, Carlos is here with someone else. A deep, warm voice spoke. "So you've come, Jack?" It was a man with fiery red hair, smiling as he held a glass of wine. Jack bowed his head respectfully and announced clearly, "Reporting." Jack Raker, answering the summons. When His Highness remained quiet, he pressed on. "Your Highness, why have you summoned me here?" Prince Carlos was relaxing on the sofa. His expression suddenly grew serious. "I've called you here for a matter of grave importance." As Jack tensed, Carlos unexpectedly sprang up. He slung an arm around Jack's shoulder and held up a bottle of wine. "That matter is this, right here." Jack froze, a massive question mark appearing over his head. Karras chuckled, explaining that while William and Aban are skilled, they can't hold their liquor. He clapped Jack's shoulder triumphantly. "But you're a heavy hitter, aren't you, Jack? That's why I invited you." A memory of him clinking glasses with the prince made Jack break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, when did I give off that kind of impression? Pushing the thought of his tolerance aside, Jack scanned the powerful figures present, Prince Karros, Aban, and William Semmett. This drinking party was more like a summit. He assessed silently. I have a good idea what their conversation is about, and it looks like Aban has something private to tell me. Seeing Jack's hesitation, Karros urged him, "Come on, don't hold back. Have a drink." Unable to refuse, Jack forced a smile. "All right, then." The glasses clinked sharply, followed by a toast. "To a great time. Cheers." The party lasted until night fell, leaving Karros and William completely wasted. Jack, however, stood perfectly sober amid the wreckage. Suddenly, a system notification flashed in his mind. Alcohol detected. Physical trait, poison immunity has been activated, neutralizing the identified toxin. Jack sighed, looking at his unconscious companions. This is a little weird. I'm the only one still sober. I almost feel guilty. Just then, Aban, standing on the balcony, spoke up. "My apologies. I heard you were resting to train. And now I have disturbed you. Not at all. In fact, I'm restless about my lack of progress." Aban smiled gently, advising, "That is a process," as he gestured. "Sit down. Let's have a drink together." Jack watched Aban slowly pour wine into a glass. Jack was surprised, never expecting Aban to create such an intimate atmosphere. Under the warm, yellow lights of the hotel lobby, the two sat facing each other. Add some romantic music and this could be a secret date. Jack felt an invisible pressure radiate from him. It seems he's about to share something very important. Aban softly called out, "Jack." He replied respectfully, "Yes." The atmosphere instantly grew heavy as Aban asked a weighty question. What are your thoughts on the Drake family?" Jack looked into his cup, sensing the absolute seriousness in his cousin's voice. Aban gazed into the night. "As for me, one day I will end the Drake family's existence." The shocking declaration seemed to freeze the very air. Aban turned to Jack, his low voice haunting. "You give off the exact same scent that I do." His way of speaking felt almost predatory. He continued, speaking of a primal instinct in their blood. The scent of blood in battle, of death and of victory. The qualities a pure-blooded dragon slayer must possess. His words were almost poetic. Aban stated with certainty, "You carry the scent of a predator. You possess all of it. You are my kind. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying." Outwardly, Jack sipped his wine calmly, but inside he was cursing. Damn it, this bloodline talk again. So your close relationship with the Empire. Is it all to overthrow your own family? A sharp clink echoed as Jack set his glass down. But Aban didn't deny it. He began to share his grand vision. Many people praise Atlas as the greatest on the continent. But my view is different. He stood up, declaring with passion. We can't be satisfied with a single city. To be hailed as the greatest, we must become stronger. Aban pointed to a magic map, using the Zom Empire as an example of expansion. Look at the Zom Empire. Aren't they constantly expanding that path? From the north down to the south. They are even attempting to connect the entire eastern continent into a unified whole. In Aban's vision, once all roads, trade, and resources flowed through Zom, the world would truly prosper. It sounded like a sketchy economic development speech. He clenched his fist, roaring with ambition. An ideal land where all become one. Witnessing the madness in Aban's ideals, Jack knew. That was a vision only an emperor could declare. Jack started connecting the clues to a name. Kensimet Constantinus. What a ridiculously long name. He realized the man's middle name was Shimon, the same clan secretly supporting Aban. A single conclusion solidified in Jack's mind. Aban, Simon, and the Empire were all connected. On the quiet hotel balcony, Aban softly called to Jack, "My dear kinsman." Aban stared Jack down, his voice heavy. "Talent like yours deserves a worthy reward. And for you, I would offer the greatest treasure I will ever attain in the future." It sounded like a recruitment pitch for some world domination beta test. He leaned back, radiating pure ambition, then extended an inviting hand. "Join me, and we'll achieve greatness together." Jack stood frozen, analyzing the offer. Did he want me to become his number two, his second in command? Jack bowed slightly, hand on his chest, politely but firmly declining. "I appreciate the offer. However, I've already chosen my own path, so I'm afraid that is impossible." Jack turned and walked away without hesitation. Aban's gaze on his back turned cold and menacing. "You won't regret this decision, will you?" Jack didn't even pause, replying casually as he left. "No regrets." The door clicked shut as his footsteps echoed down the hall. Jack's face hardened. A dark violet aura flared around him as he grit his teeth in contempt. Did he think I'd become a mindless butcher? A pawn just like him? Aban is mistaken. In the empty room, William entered, looking around. "Huh? Why are you all alone? Where's Jack?" Aban sat silently, gripping his glass tightly, as he finally spoke. His voice was like ice. "Our dear little brother said he'd walk a different path than mine." The tension was suffocating when the lost sheep wandered in, and the flames of fury ignited. Reflected in Aban's crazed, burning eyes was the unmistakable look of a final boss awakening. He snarled at William. Then William. "We have no choice but to eliminate that little problem at its root, right?" William froze, sweat pouring down his face. He was terrified by Aban's suffocating killing intent. I already gave him his final chance. The scene shifts to Headmaster Valhalla's office. Jack stood proudly in his academy uniform. He thought, I'm already 17, a second-year student at Valhalla. Of course, I have no intention of waiting the full 5 years to graduate. On the desk sat a file. Its title read, Application for Early Graduation. The letter was cleverly written. As I am now an official knight, I wish to contribute to my family sooner. However, my student status unfortunately prevents me from participating in important activities. Thus, I humbly request your support, esteemed headmaster. Jack smiled confidently, pleased with his plan. With such a reasonable and moving appeal, an early graduation interview was guaranteed. You have business with the headmaster, too. Diego's voice called out. His question cut through Jack's thoughts. Yeah, Diego, Jack replied nonchalantly. But then his eyes locked onto the blonde young man walking just behind him. Jack's mind raced. Who is that? I've never seen his face at this academy before. He looked completely drained. The man clutched his head, as if suffering from intense pain. Jack couldn't help but wonder. Who is that guy? He looks as worn out as a gamer after pulling an all-nighter. As they entered the room, Headmaster Valhalla greeted them. You've all arrived just in time. Student Jack, Student Diego, and Student Aster. He looked at the blonde man. Aster. It's been almost a week, hasn't it? Jack's eyes shot wide open. The name exploded in his mind. His name is Aster? Could he be the Phantom Knight, Aster Eladop? In Jack's memories, he was a legendary 5-star knight before the regression. A god of war who wielded a spear with terrifying power. The kind of character who'd be a hidden boss or a legendary NPC in a video game. Jack was stunned. To think I'd meet someone of his caliber right here. Aster spoke up. My apologies, headmaster. I've been suffering from insomnia, so it's been difficult attending the early classes. Headmaster Valhalla let out a soft sigh. Looks like his insomnia is pretty bad, huh? Seeing this, Diego crept closer to tease him. Hey buddy, need a lullaby to help you sleep. Aster immediately snapped, clutching his head. Sorry, my head's killing me. Could you please keep it down? Jack watched silently as a new plan began to form. In his past life, Aster was a key warrior on the battlefield for the Empire. If that's the case, then I just need to win him over to my side now. Just like I did with Diego, that would be perfect. Headmaster Hogwarts tapped the desk, bringing everyone back to the main topic. Now, the reason I've summoned you three today is because you all applied for early graduation at the same time, so I called you all in together. He presented a file and declared, the other professors agree. Your graduation requirements are all in order. Therefore, I've decided to evaluate your abilities through this mission. It was a joint request from the magical nation of Delpha. Headmaster Hogwarts asked them sternly, have any of you ever heard of the Dark Yaksha? Jack was quick to answer, from what I understand. They are outlaws, considered public enemies that other organizations are trying to eliminate. He silently added, public enemies are targets the entire continent has marked for destruction. The image of a dark knight on a black steed was a grim reminder of their cruelty. The headmaster explained further. The Dark Yaksha is hiding in Delpoa, and their mission is to work with the Delpoan knights to eliminate him. Hogwarts continued to warn of the danger. These lawless monsters awaken their aura just to murder innocent people. Their fighting style is fundamentally different from a knight's. Simply put, they live for the kill. Because of this difficulty, our partners require sending those of purple rank or higher. He looked directly at the three students. This mission will be incredibly fierce and dangerous. If you wish to withdraw, speak now. Diego, far from scared, asked excitedly, how many rounds does this academy test have in total? The headmaster replied, there are 3 rounds in total. This is round 1. Diego grinned brightly. So there are 3 chances. Hogwarts glanced around. Any other questions? If not, I will assume you are all participating. Go back and prepare thoroughly for this mission. When he woke up, Aster was like a new person, his face glowing with energy. He excitedly held up the paper and shouted, I've finished signing, sir. Jack was stunned by his new subordinate's speed. You signed it that fast? This is a master's servant contract. Didn't you even look at the details? Signing at that speed, you'd probably scare a lone shark. Aster just beamed, unconcerned with the terms. I'd accept anything for a good night's sleep. Jack was left speechless, thinking, so that's how it is. Looking at the signed contract, Jack was pleased with the deal he'd just secured. Having access to the system shop is truly a blessing. It's just too convenient. He realized that with enough points, he could easily obtain rare and powerful items. Thanks to this, Aster would surely remain on his side, even after graduation. Jack looked up at the bright sky, his heart filled with excitement. Oh, what a brilliant future awaits. This is truly Valhalla. His current mood felt just like unlocking a fantastic new game map. However, he couldn't help but worry as he reviewed the member list. I'm a bit concerned since no one in the Knight squad seems to be normal. Perhaps only Jenna is the same one here. It seems a waste for a hero to stay in this state, doesn't it? Jack decided to use the remaining time. Since we're here anyway, I might as well test his abilities. He called out, Hey, Aster. Jack decisively drew his colossal greatsword from its sheath. Slamming it into the ground, he commanded. Before we depart, let me witness your talent with my own eyes. A sharp spear stabbed into the grass, ready for a trial by fire before the real battle. Aster spun the spear, creating deadly circles as the wind howled with immense power, his fighting spirit erupting. Jack observed, silently assessing. The moment he grabbed that spear, his entire aura changed completely. To push his opponent to the limit, Jack ordered, attack with everything you've got. Don't hesitate to use your aura. Without a second thought, Aster stomped his foot and shot forward like an arrow, declaring his challenge. If that's the case, I won't hold back. Piercing sounds echoed as the spear and sword clashed in a blaze of sparks. As Jack parried, he analyzed. Thanks to the spear's advantage, his spatial control is immense. Jack praised him internally. His ability to block my sword paths is also quite impressive. He chose a defensive stance rather than an aggressive one. Sal immediately noticed his opponent's caution. Jack decided to speed things up. In that case, I'll use illusions. Jack's afterimages blazed across the field at terrifying speeds. A panicked Aster scrambled to keep up with his opponent's movements. Jack struck from above, forcing Aster to block with his spear in utter disbelief. Moving like a phantom, Jack instantly appeared right behind his opponent. Aster's reflexes were inhuman. He spun his spear, deflecting the sudden attack. A deep blue energy then erupted violently from Jack's sword. A suffocating pressure enveloped them both. Jack quickly backed away to dodge the deadly blow, but Aster gave him no room to breathe. He unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes that tore through the air. Jack struggled to defend, a shocking truth dawning on him. This was clearly an attack technique used only by the most dangerous criminals. He stared intently at Aster, the one now wielding brutal skills that belonged to the criminal underworld. How interesting, Jack muttered while dodging a direct thrust from Aster. The two exchanged blows at a dizzying pace. Jack took a step back as a purple aura flared from his greatsword. He was putting all his power into one final attack. Dragon-slaying sword art. Chapter 2, Verse 1. Great Earth Slash. A colossal slash of purple energy formed. It descended with world-destroying power. Witnessing its terrifying might, Aster broke out in a cold sweat. He knew if he didn't go all out, he stood no chance of blocking it. Aster gripped his spear, activating his family's ultimate defensive secret art. The Aladap family's counter skill, Reverse Flow Spear. A torrent of blue energy exploded, forming a powerful counterwave. It slammed directly into Jack's Great Earth Slash. The two immense forces collided, creating a world-shaking explosion. A blinding light engulfed the entire training area. When everything settled, a strange, profound silence fell. Aster stood frozen, his bandaged hand trembling uncontrollably from the powerful aftershock. He looked at Jack with horrified eyes and wondered, what kind of monster is the guild president? I'm a recognized genius. How could I be defeated so quickly? Because you're drowning in praise as a genius. Your will to fight has been worn down. You're still lacking in many ways. Jack's expression suddenly darkened. He flashed a sinister smile and declared in a low voice, from now until the mission, I'll be training you personally. Seeing this terrifying transformation, the blonde-haired man was drenched in a cold sweat. He trembled as a terrible premonition washed over him. Leaving the academy, Jack returned to his mansion. He was received with a warm welcome from his butler, Decker. Welcome back, young Master Jack, Decker reported. You have a guest waiting for you inside. Stepping into the main hall, Jack saw him. Galleon was staring blankly at the magnificent estate. Wow, your home is truly breathtaking. Jack approached and greeted him boldly. It's been a while, Galleon. I invited you here because I have an item I need you to examine. Galleon immediately asked with concern, for me? Is there something wrong with the black sword? That weapon was born from a magic forge, so it's incredibly difficult to damage or even scratch. Looking at the blacksmith, Jack silently assessed him. Come to think of it, around this time, Galleon's reputation should be spreading far and wide, right? Thanks to the magic forge Jack helped him with in the past, Galleon was now creating high-quality weapons, much earlier than in the original timeline. Jack made a resolution. Sooner or later, I must recruit him as my personal blacksmith to keep him from others. He reassured Galleon. The Bahamut is perfectly fine. The problem lies elsewhere. Instantly, Jack activated a crimson aura that enveloped his body. A full suit of blood-colored armor with sharp angles and glowing blue eyes appeared with immense power. Galleon was so stunned he dropped his pipe, stammering in fear. Good heavens. Dear gods, what am I looking at? Jack explained in a low voice. Even I don't know for sure. That is why I need you to appraise it. This is something I'd rather not investigate publicly. That tone of voice spells trouble. Jack removed the chest plate and handed it to Galleon. That's why I need you to look at it very closely. Can you help me? Galleon took the artifact with trembling hands. Why, yes, of course I can. After a moment of careful study, he bowed his head in apology. My sincerest apologies, sir. In the list of modern artifacts, I know, there isn't a single item that resembles this. Did you notice any features that might identify its material? He remembered his fight with Cain. That armor had the ability to completely deflect even sword auras. Galleon cried out, reeling back. What did you say? An aura blade? The blacksmith trembled, struggling to stand. In this world, only one legendary material is capable of such a miracle. The metal whispered to be a gift from the gods. Galleon screamed in pure ecstasy. It must be Ori Halcon. Unbelievable. To think I would see real Ori Halcon in my lifetime. Galleon whispered in utter awe, sweat beading on his face as he stared. The legendary metal was right before his eyes. He looked like a fanatic meeting his idol in person. Is this metal truly that priceless? Galleon then yelled with rising excitement. It is beyond rare, my lord. Ori Halcon is praised in all the legends. It is the most perfect substance the gods ever gifted us, he explained with absolute reverence. It possesses a mana conductivity that surpasses any known metal in existence. This divine trait allows for more magic circles, amplifying a weapon's power exponentially. Jack paused in thought, then asked, is that so? Then for a normal suit of armor, What is the maximum number of grand magic circles it can hold? Galleon looked baffled. What are you asking? Fundamentally, ordinary metal cannot even handle a single large-scale magic circle. Jack rested his chin on his hand, musing. He knew this armor was special, but truly. He never imagined its class was so absurdly high. Is there any method to alter this armor's form into another style? Galleon recoiled, waving his hands frantically. What? You want to change the structure of Ori Halcyon? That is completely impossible. The blacksmith explained that while even divine metal can be forged, the problem is, this suit of armor is already in its most perfectly optimized state. One tiny mistake could damage the magic circles, turning this priceless artifact into scrap metal. However, Galleon's voice suddenly dropped, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Of course, if my master took the job, the result would be different. He could reforge its shape, while perfectly preserving all its divine functions. Jack immediately pressed for the Grand Master's whereabouts. Galleon answered, he's likely staying in the Himones region, as is his habit. At the name Himones, Jack froze, his shock visible for a split second. Galleon, assuming he was unaware, explained it was an isolated land far to the north, under the rule of the Grand Duke of the North. But when he saw Jack understood, Galleon was stunned. Huh? How do you know that so well? Most people from the central continent know little about the Northern Grand Duke's affairs. Jack avoided the curious gaze, casually pulling on his gloves. I just happened to hear about it, that is all. An image of a proud, blonde woman amidst a field of white snow flashed through Jack's mind. He cut the thought short, turning to the blacksmith. In any case, I appreciate the information, Galleon. If you wish to learn about other metals, feel free to study them during your stay at the estate. Galleon could only stammer. Yes, sir. Jack walked away, leaving the blacksmith's heartfelt thanks behind him. Oh, I am eternally grateful, my lord. In his mind, Jack calculated that while time was short, he still needed to resolve a few things before he could depart on his journey. The scene shifts to the Renhard Merchant Guild's headquarters. The eye-patched guild master was in a tense discussion with Jack and the princess, he reported. The production of pharmaceuticals, following Sir Jack's guidelines, should proceed without any issues. However, establishing a factory to process the raw soma, at least within the central continent, is an immense challenge. Jack smirked slightly. Just as I predicted, the guild master feared that if news of the princess's support for processing soma were to leak, her reputation would be catastrophically damaged. The blue-haired princess immediately offered a solution. Then what if they are fully processed goods? As a finished product, it would be classified as medicine. We would just need safety certification from the Magic Tower, and everything would be perfectly fine. The idea was a brilliant legal loophole. Jack nodded decisively. Then it is settled. We will build the manufacturing plant in the southern part of the continent. The plan was to import and distribute through the Renhard Guild, but the princess hesitated. Sir Jack, forgive my bluntness, but our guild's budget cannot fund large factories in 6 different locations. Just running the existing medicine factory is already pushing us to our absolute limit, so we must find another solution. Jack calmly cut in. There's no need to worry about that. I will build the factories myself. In return, you handle the circulation permits from the Mage Tower. This will ensure our business proceeds smoothly. The princess asked, stunned, You will do this personally? Does this mean the Drake family is getting involved? Jack stated coldly, This has nothing to do with my family. All expenses will be covered by my own personal funds, the words of a true young master. He pushed a file toward the princess. And now for the real purpose of today's meeting. Please take a look at this document. She opened it, but her eyes immediately widened in horror. Her face twisted in shock. My heavens. The Empire dared to work with the Scorpion tribe on these experiments, this new poison? If the Crimson Flower disease is truly an artificial plague, created with magic, then this was likely just a field test, a trial the Empire conducted on the people of Valencia. Jack said bitterly, I already had my suspicions, but I never imagined they'd be this cruel to their own subjects. He watched the princess tremble with rage. Jack's tone turned serious. Your Highness, the reason I've shown you this document is because for now, we must keep these imperial crimes a secret. What are you saying, sir? We have to expose their atrocities now, to stop this from happening again. But Jack remained calm as he explained. I understand your fury, your Highness, but this alone is not enough concrete proof for a diplomatic battle. He analyzed how the Empire cleverly shifted all responsibility for the experiments onto the Scorpion tribe. They are a notorious group of dark mages, so the world wouldn't be surprised by them experimenting on people. Because of that, the Empire can simply deny any connection and offer a few empty words of regret to wash their hands of it. Jack stressed. More importantly, holding this secret will bring us a far greater advantage. The princess clenched her fists, demanding, What exactly do you mean? Jack's eyes turned icy. The Empire has no idea that we have already discovered the truth. Furthermore, since they are conducting these tests on a massive scale, It's certain that more direct and clear evidence exists somewhere. The princess had a shocking realization. You plan to use this time to gather that living proof to create a pressure that the Empire absolutely cannot deny. Precisely, Jack affirmed. He explained that showing her the document was to prepare her. If they have already used the disputed territory of Valencia to test this disease, it's likely that other synthetic toxins will also be tested here soon. He said firmly, before that tragedy strikes, we must finish creating the antidotes for these poisons. Jack laid out a grim vision of these biological weapons being unleashed. On the battlefield, the Valencian army would face death, poisoned and completely unprepared. But if we have the antidotes ready, we won't just minimize our losses. We can also land a fatal blow right to the Empire's heart. Staring at Jack's dependable figure, the Princess of Valencia smiled softly to herself. That's right, I was not wrong about this man. Her eyes shined with faith, realizing that recruiting Jack to her side was the best decision she had ever made. It felt like she had found the perfect person to carry her team. Jack calmly sipped his tea. Then he announced his plans. For a while, I won't be able to attend the regular meetings. My training schedule at Valhalla is about to become extremely busy. The princess nodded. I understand. She gave a sincere invitation. In the future, I hope you will honor Valencia with a visit, Sir Jack. Jack smiled faintly. Valencia? That's a land of many scenic wonders, with beautiful mountains and lakes, is it not? His words left the princess absolutely stunned. She asked in amazement, have you set foot in Valencia before? Jack quickly covered his slip with a polite smile. I've only heard it praised as a must-see destination. If I ever have the chance to visit, please show me its beauty. The princess smiled warmly, replying with a bow, yes, of course, my lord. Then I wish you a safe journey. The scene then shifts to the Valhalla training grounds, where the air was thick with exhaustion. Diego lay broken on the ground, coughing up blood. Jack, I'll be dead before this mission even starts. Quit your pathetic whining. Instead of wasting breath on complaining, why don't you swing your sword one more time? Gritting his teeth, Diego forced himself up, still finding the energy for a sarcastic jab. You're a straight-up demon, just like a Draker, cold-blooded to the core. With a final roar, arg. Endless assimilation mode, activate. He then charged forward in a frenzy. Jack thought with a smirk, just as I thought. A little shock to the system is the best motivator. Under Jack's iron-fisted command, after 1 week of hellish training, both Aster and Diego were completely transformed. 1 week felt like 3 months in hell, especially for Diego. He'd lost his cocky attitude completely, becoming far more disciplined after being pushed to his absolute limit. Jack watched his two teammates push themselves, nodding slightly. Looks like everyone's giving it their all. Just then, a commanding figure entered the field, stopping them in their tracks. Diego and Aster quickly bowed. Oh, hello, Professor. It was Professor Andre. Jack asked curiously. Professor Andre, what brings you all the way out here? Andre got straight to the point, his voice grave. I'm here to deliver some important news. Diego asked nervously. What is it, sir? Andre looked directly at his 3 students and declared, the 3 of you have been ordered to join the campaign to eliminate the continent's common enemy. Of course, students can't be sent into danger alone. So I will be accompanying you on this mission. A train rattled onward, speeding through dense forests, carrying Jack's team toward the battlefield. Sitting in a luxurious passenger car, Professor Andre watched his students and finally spoke. I hadn't anticipated you'd be part of this campaign beyond the one against the Yaksha. He crossed his arms, his presence imposing. As I said, I can't leave this all to students. Plus, there's some critical information I need to share. Andre looked right at Jack and asked, have you heard what kind of place Delpoa is? Jack answered calmly, I have a basic understanding from my theory classes. I hear it's different from other regions. Mages there hold the highest status. Andre nodded. That's exactly right. The region operates under a unique system. The knights in Delpoa primarily use bucklers, a major difference from other armies. He began to explain the region's strange tactics. And while the knights use their shields to pin down the enemy, from the front, the mages launch attacks from the rear to finish them off. Hearing this, Diego couldn't help but ask, wait a second, doesn't that mean our own frontline troops would take devastating losses? Basically, they're sitting ducks for friendly fire. Andre smirked. An excellent question. That's why Delpoa knights focus on their shield and run skills more than actual combat. And that is precisely why the Knights of Delpoa earn no respect from Valhalla graduates. Diego clicked his tongue. So their knights are just meat shields for the mages? No wonder nobody respects them. Jack's expression hardened. You're saying they look down on us completely, aren't you? Andre gazed out the window at an ancient castle appearing in the distance. Your assessment is spot on. The moment they arrived at the base, a cheerful voice called out, Is that you, Jack? Haha, it really is you. It was Professor Penn. He walked over to greet them. It's been a while. Are you well? This is where a mage can gain real-world experience. I felt burying my head in books wasn't enough, so I volunteered to enlist. Jack exclaimed, stunned. What? As night fell, the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Professor Penn pulled him aside to a dark corner of the castle. Jack, a word with you. Jack asked politely, is there something important you need to tell me? Professor Penn's face suddenly darkened, his eyes glowing with an eerie intensity behind his glasses. Jack, listen to me. For tomorrow's mission, you are absolutely forbidden from joining. Jack was stunned. Professor, what do you mean? Penn leaned in, his voice a grim warning. That mission is designed to fail. Under no circumstances are you to go. Damn it. A quiet curse echoed in the silence of the moonlit ancient castle. Inside the room, Jack's comrade stretched wearily, complaining. Feels like I didn't sleep a wink. I'm totally drained. Couldn't sleep, and we still have to fight tomorrow. In contrast, Jack was silent, his eyes dark with thought. He couldn't shake Professor Penn's chilling words from his mind. Jack recalled. Professor Penn said he couldn't reveal any more. Destined for failure. What did he mean? To solve this puzzle, Jack began connecting the clues, and he came up with two theories. One, the expedition's commanders are corrupt, turning this march into a scheme for profit. Two, the target of the expedition itself is involved in some kind of shady deal. While Delcoa certainly has problems with mages abusing their power, military-wide corruption seems too extreme. He glanced at his comrades, thinking if something was amiss, collusion with the target made more sense. If so, the second theory was likely correct. On the mountainside, the commander began assigning tasks. Squads 1 to 3 will move along the ridge, while squads 4 to 6 attack head-on. As the commander was about to continue, a cold voice cut him off. I have a question. What are we supposed to do here? The commander got angry. Weren't you told to stay put yesterday? Why disobey? I am a blue knight, and they are death knights, a powerful force sent to support. Do you intend for us to just stand by? Hearing this, the man was startled. You're a blue knight? Murmurs spread through the ranks about someone so young holding the title of blue knight, with 2 death knights accompanying him. They realized this was a special unit under Van Ha. Van Ha gritted his teeth and snarled, Jojo, give them reconnaissance duty. Why? Yes, Jojo stammered. Yes, sir. Behind them, Andre asked the blue knight, why did you suddenly provoke the commander? You're not one to cause trouble needlessly. The knight replied, this mission is suspicious. How so? I suspect collusion between the expeditionary force and the Black Yaksha. The confession left Andre stunned. After a few seconds of thought, he nodded. If you say so, you must have a plan. Andre stepped forward and announced, from now on, we will scout the Black Yaksha's encampment. Everyone prepare. He glanced at Jack, ordering, you will take the vanguard and command the squad. After splitting up, the teams moved out. In the woods, a scout with a scarred face suddenly stopped. Warning, halt, someone's nearby. Move carefully, don't make a sound. Getting discovered will be a huge problem. Before he could finish, a sword suddenly flew out, piercing his thigh. The man's face twisted in pain. From the trees, troll monsters descended, attacking with savage fury. The terrified soldiers screamed for help. Diego and Aster immediately jumped in, effortlessly taking down the monsters in an instant. Jack appeared, asking coldly, are you a Black Yaksha patrol? When the soldiers were too scared to answer, his expression hardened. All right. Tell me where the Black Yaksha are. After extracting the information, the group approached a fortress deep in the mountains. Aster whistled in admiration. A fortress of solid natural stone. It'll be incredibly hard to breach. He turned back to George. Where is the mage corpse? We can't possibly break this place alone. George hesitated, turning away. They're supposed to provide support after we clear the surrounding area. Jack was shocked. What? You mean to use just us to clear the fortress? You're sending everyone to their deaths. Just then, a horrified Diego pointed to the sky. Whoa, what is that flying toward us? It's artillery fire. Everyone, scatter. Get as far away as you can. But it was too late. The shell slammed into their formation and exploded. Agonized screams echoed without end. A stunned Jojo cried out, my God, what in the world is happening? Jack ran over and yelled, George, snap out of it. Are you trying to kill all of your own subordinates? George stammered. No, it's not like that. Jack gritted his teeth, wondering how the enemy knew their location. There was clearly a traitor among them. His eyes narrowed as if he had discovered something. At that moment, soldiers with blood-red eyes charged out from the forest. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. I never expected a horde this massive and this frenzied. He stopped, sensing something was wrong. Hold on. Their condition is unnatural. Gazing into their soulless, crimson eyes, he realized the truth. This was beyond any cure. These bastards are all hooked on Soma. It has spread across the 6 territories, though mages use it to boost their power. The greatest threat is the mercenaries who abuse it without a care for their own lives. He yelled, "They're the Black Yaksha's mercenaries. Be careful. Don't let them ambush us." Seeing them charge like moths to a flame, Diego grit his teeth. Have they all lost their minds? Aster added, "Damn it, they have too many reinforcements." Jack warned Diego, "Aster, conserve your mana. Don't go all out yet," he calculated silently. With this frenzy, the knights alone couldn't hold them. What's the plan? Do I ignore my personal issues or just level this entire fortress? A massive explosion from behind shattered his train of thought. The mages finally made their move. It was the BA Black Mage Chorus, led by their bastard of a commander. He roared, "The Mage Corps has arrived as support. All units, fall back." Watching from a distance, Jack admitted their magical power was terrifying. If they pressed this advantage now, before he could finish, the commander strode forward, yelling, "Halt!" His face darkened, his voice was ice. "You there. You're Jack Drake, aren't you? Because of you, this entire operation is a complete failure." But Jack still didn't understand. He grit his teeth in anger. What the hell do you think you're doing?" The commander snapped. "Your mission was reconnaissance, not to openly provoke the enemy." He turned to Andre. "Get these trainees out of here immediately. I will take this up with Van directly." Jack's fists tightened, his voice firm. "Then can we consider our collaboration with the Dela Corps terminated? If that's the case, we're no longer obligated to follow the commander's orders. From now on, we will complete this mission ourselves." The commander roared back, "This is Dela Corps territory. What gives someone like you the right to decide?" Andre interrupted. "The Black Yaksha is a declared enemy of all 6 territories. As official knights of the Drake family, Jack and I have every right to act first and report our actions later." The commander was furious but helpless. He turned on his heel and stormed away. "Do whatever you want, but you will bear the consequences." George was surprised that the Mage Corps had retreated so easily. "Now we must destroy the enemy. What's the plan?" Jack turned to George. "Commander, I have a question for you. Do you truly want to capture the Black Yaksha's gang? We carry the blood of knights. We can't turn our backs on evil." George replied, "So that's it. I understand your conviction." Inside the fortress, guards were startled by the commotion George's group was causing outside. "Hey, you cowards. Stop hiding and come out here for a proper fight." 2 guards immediately drew their bows. "Have those guys gone completely mad?" A volley of arrows rained down. George commanded, "All units, hold your positions and endure." Watching from above, a blond man sneered, "How ridiculous. Your efforts are completely useless." Suddenly, his face went pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A cold voice echoed from behind, "Are you so sure it's useless? Just be patient and watch the show." Hearing hooves, Jack snapped his gaze downward in shock. "What? He's charging out alone in a situation like this? Is he planning to?" "That's it. He perfectly matches the Black Yaksha's description." He said, "I'm going after that guy. The rest of you, keep the enemy forces distracted. Once the main gate is open, fire the signal flare." Andre confirmed, "Understood." In a flash, he took off in pursuit. His voice was cold. "Come forth, buffaloes." At his word, his majestic warhorse appeared. Buffaloes charged like the wind. In an instant, he closed in on the Black Yaksha, who cried out in shock. "What kind of monstrous speed is that?" Jack smirked. "Not bad." He leaped from his saddle, diving straight for his target. A huge explosion erupted, but with incredible agility, the Black Yaksha dodged the slash by retreating. Unsurprised, Jack closed in again and taunted, "Where are you rushing off to so late at night?" The Black Yaksha, a silver-haired man in heavy armor, paused, his eyes narrowing with suspicion as he studied his opponent. He growled, "You don't look like one of Delpoa's men. Who the hell are you?" Facing the villain's pressure, Jack simply smirked, a sinister smile on his face. He replied casually, "Would knowing actually change anything?" A world-shaking blast of energy erupted in the forest, throwing them both back. Instantly, the Black Yaksha swung his arm, unleashing a stream of green liquid. As the gas thickened, the system flagged a warning, "Desert Scorpion Toxin detected." But thanks to his poison immunity physique, he was completely unaffected. Jack stood in the toxic haze, brushing off his shoulder. "Desert Scorpion poison. You lawless fiends love these pathetic little tricks." Witnessing the deadly poison fail so utterly, the silver-haired man gasped. "The poison has no effect. Who in the world are you? The desert? Or the southern frontier?" Jack slowly advanced, his tone casual. "Aren't you a curious one? But it doesn't matter." Madness taking over, the villain drew his iron claws, roaring, "Either way, you die here today." He leaped into the air, aiming a desperate, lightning-fast strike right at Jack's head. A flurry of clashes echoed as Jack parried the wind-slicing blows, deflecting every single attack with ease. A slight smirk played on Jack's lips. Humph, not a bad attack. But in that instant, Jack's eyes hardened, seeing something strange behind his foe. An aura bless. The man stared, stunned by the brilliant glow emanating from Jack's sword. He gritted his teeth, realizing his mistake. So you were hiding your true power. Through the smoke, Jack spoke coldly. That swordsmanship. You're from the Empire. An agent from the Intelligence Bureau. The accurate guess left the villain speechless. He stammered in horror. How did you know? Before he could finish, a blue current erupted from Jack's blade, coursing through his body and making him convulse violently. His screams echoed through the forest as he collapsed, completely overwhelmed by Jack's power. Jack slowly lowered his sword. Now it's my turn. Why is the Intelligence Bureau causing trouble at Qua Pass? The silver-haired man lay on the ground, making a silent resolve. I have to kill myself. He tried to bite his tongue, but Jack saw it coming. It's useless. He pried the man's mouth open and poured in a strange green liquid. The villain's eyes widened in horror. He couldn't even end his own life. Jack watched calmly as his enemy choked. System notification, recovery potion used. Jack declared coldly. I know exactly how stubborn you Imperial Intelligence agents are. A cruel smirk formed on Jack's lips. Give me satisfying information, and I'll grant you the death you want. Jack's chilling gaze pierced the mind of the agent, who was trembling with fear. The defeated agent lay on the ground, gasping for air, completely helpless. Ready to talk? Knowing it was over, he asked, What do you want to know? Jack wasted no time, getting straight to the point. Your identity, and what you've been doing here. I'm an agent of the Imperial Intelligence Bureau's Division 13. Jack smirked, revealing his knowledge. Division 13? I thought there were only 12, so there are others like you. At this, the agent's eyes widened in utter shock. He stammered, How do you know about the 12 divisions? Jack's crimson killing intent flared. I'm the one asking questions here. So, what were you doing here? With a sharp blade at his neck, the agent confessed, sweating profusely. An experiment, on an awakening drug. His words made Jack narrow his eyes thoughtfully. An image of the crazed, red-eyed mercenaries flashed through his mind. The awakening drug, was that what those mercenaries used? Jack pressed on. I thought they were just addicted to soma. The agent confirmed, it's made from the same ingredients as soma. Jack demanded to know the grim purpose. Then why create a drug like that? Under the full moon, the agent revealed the horrifying truth. To create soldiers who feel no pain or fear, turning men into the living dead on the battlefield. Jack's face hardened as he realized the cruel scale of it all. Another human experiment conducted by the Empire. What? So you depleted Delbo's forces while observing how your test subjects fought, he continued, exposing their entire monstrous plan. The Black Snake held their fortress for 3 years, absorbing bandits and mercenaries to grow, all with the Empire's backing. A fully sponsored gang of bandits. Rage exploded within him. Jack's eyes blazed with fury, seeing the enemy's twisted ambition. You damn Imperial bastards. What game are you playing on this continent? Jack glared down at the man kneeling before him, and he warned him about the fate of discarded pawns. You know the Empire will execute you first, don't you? The agent surrendered completely, bowing his head to accept death. Yes. I've told you everything. Just kill me. What if there's a way for you to live? Jack's question made the agent freeze. Just when he was prepared for game over, the system offered him a revival. He admitted with bitterness. There's no escaping Imperial intelligence. But what if House Drake were to protect you? The agent's eyes shot open in shock. Drake? What are you talking about? Instantly, Jack channeled a brilliant purple aura from his hand. Witnessing that pure power, the agent gasped in awe. Are you? A pure-blood awakener from House Drake. Jack calmly confirmed it. That's right. Realizing he found a way to live, the agent sighed. Of course, I don't want to die in a place like this. I've done too much dirty work. My patriotism is long gone. He understood the fate of a failure. Returning to the Empire meant certain death, just to silence him. So becoming a witness under House Drake's protection was the better choice. He looked at Jack with pleading eyes. Can you guarantee me a completely new identity? A small smirk formed on Jack's lips. I can offer you something even better. A new job. Seeing his target's confusion, he clarified. Someone from Imperial Intelligence would be incredibly useful in many places. The pay is better, too. With the agent handled, Jack shot off into the night. He glanced toward the still-burning fortress, wondering, hasn't the fortress fallen yet? Without the Black Yaksha there, Andre's team should have been enough to take control. Did something go wrong? Jack decided he had to return to the knight's encampment first. Landing at the forest's edge, Jack suddenly froze. He narrowed his eyes at the group ahead. Why are those mages gathering? It was a crowd, like a guild meeting. Suddenly, the Delboa mages noticed him. One of them raised his staff glowing with red light, aiming it directly at Jack. He gritted his teeth in anger. What do you think you're doing? Why are you targeting an ally? A silver-haired mage stepped forward, calling his name coldly. Jack Drake. Because of you, the captured Black Yaksha managed to escape. He announced the accusation loudly. Therefore, to take responsibility for this grave error, I will escort you back to camp immediately. So, arrest first, ask questions later. Jack sighed, completely fed up. Ha! His face instantly darkened with rage as he cursed inwardly. That damn bastard is at it again. What is the meaning of this? Jack's voice was ice as he faced the Delboa mages. Are you trying to blame me for the Black Yaksha's escape? Hemph. That's a clear result of your pathetic pincer strategy. The blame game started instantly. The mage shouted that if Jack hadn't interfered, their prey would have been caught. There's no way he could have escaped. Jack smirked, instantly spotting the hole in his argument. Oh, so you've confirmed that the Black Yaksha was, in fact, no longer inside the fortress. If that's true, then your defensive system wasn't quite as perfect as you claimed, was it? His pride stung. The commander roared. Shut your mouth. I confirmed it with my own 2 eyes. Someone definitely left in a hurry. Jack remained calm, countering. But that could have just been a messenger, sent to call for reinforcements. On what grounds do you claim it was the Black Yaksha? Seeing the commander's enraged face, Jack realized the truth. It's all perfectly clear now. That bastard. He tipped off the Black Yaksha so he could escape. Jack understood. Even if he had been a traitor, collaborating with the enemy for the past 3 years, he probably never imagined. His actions were inadvertently helping the Empire's experiment. He looked at the commander with disgust, concluding his thoughts. In any case, his trashy nature is undeniable. Enough of this nonsense, come with me now. I will report all of your crimes to the general. Jack walked on, completely unfazed. Go ahead and do what you want. I'm not afraid. The group advanced toward the fortress as night fell. As they walked, Jack suddenly froze with suspicion. Who are those people over there? He realized with a start. George and the other knights were bound and bruised. Jack immediately turned to confront the commander. Model, what is the meaning of this? Why are you restraining them like this? Facing the boy's outrage, the commander coldly shot back. Shut your mouth. This doesn't concern you, and no questions are allowed. Joseph cried out through the pain, his voice resolute. Sir, we don't regret assisting you at all. We also long to join the ranks of the honorary knights. Before he could finish, a powerful surge of magic slammed into their bodies. Their agonizing screams echoed throughout the area. The knights were being tortured by their own allies, a victim of friendly fire before the enemy even appeared. Witnessing the disgraceful scene, Jack's cold voice cut through the air. To treat your own comrades like this, isn't that too cruel? Even prisoners of war aren't subjected to this kind of abuse. Jack's words made Ingrid Hassan seethe with rage. He snarled through gritted teeth. I already warned you to keep your mouth shut if you utter one more word. Just as the tension peaked, a sudden magical explosion erupted, forcing Ingrid to stop in his tracks, stunned. Through the smoke and dust, a powerful figure emerged. He called out his target's full title, Ingrid Hassan, commander of Delpha's 8th Magic Division. That last statement could be considered a direct threat to the life of Jack Drake. The scene shifts to a quiet chamber, where Jack waits patiently. You finally arrived, Professor Penn? The professor entered looking weary, sighing as he held his head. Oh, good heavens. Jack knew it wasn't just Penn. The Empire's high-ranking magic officials had likely known about these dark dealings for some time. He gestured for the professor to sit and got straight to the point. I have some critical information I need to share with you. Jack recounted to Professor Penn everything he had uncovered regarding the Haksei Soa. A fierce internal struggle was raging inside Penn's mind. He could either expose the internal corruption he now knew of, or remain silent to protect his own position. Conscience on one side, career on the other, a classic official's dilemma. Jack looked the professor straight in the eye. He made his final request. Professor, there is one thing I must ask of you. Will you stand with me and expose all of their crimes right here, under the silent night sky, the Delboa base? A soldier approached to make his report. Commander Ingrid. Ingrid Hassan paused. His sharp eyes glanced back warily as he asked coldly. All right, what is the current situation? After hearing his subordinate's report, Ingrid asked again with a smirk, just to confirm. I heard Professor Penn rejected Jack Drake's offer. Is that news accurate? He received a nod of confirmation. A sinister, smug smile spread across his face. Just as I thought. Personal gain always outweighs one's faith. It's not so easy to be swayed by a few simple words. My plan is proceeding exactly as scripted. Believing everything was still under his control, Ingrid gave the decisive order. If that's the case, then you may begin. Create some chaos, then withdraw quickly. Just remember to make the performance convincing, but brief. The nearby soldier bowed in obedience. Immediately, Delpoa's mages formed up, their staves glowing brightly. All units, prepare to fire. Watching the chaos unfold from a distance, Ingrid coldly calculated his next move. Any mistakes or failures can simply be blamed on Georgia. However, as the attack reached its climax, Ingrid narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Something felt wrong. He stood frozen on the battlefield. He wondered to himself, why hasn't the other side responded yet? He stared at the terrifyingly silent fortress wall. A sense of unease began to creep in. They should be faking a counterattack by now. Just what are they planning? It was like waiting for a boss that never shows. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted from within, radiating immense magical pressure. The entire battlefield seemed to pause for a moment. He froze at the strange development, his mind screaming in confusion. Activating a teleportation gate wasn't part of the original plan. His eyes widened in absolute terror. The old man roared in disbelief. "You, how dare you do this?" Amidst the tense atmosphere, Jack appeared with an air of calm confidence. He casually asked, "Is something wrong? Commander Ingrid, did you perhaps see something you weren't supposed to?" Behind Jack, his comrades stood ready for battle, creating a suffocating pressure on the corrupt commander. Flashing back to an earlier time, a blazing red energy enveloped the room, instantly sealing the space into a secret meeting chamber. From this moment on, our words will not reach their ears. Jack searched the professor's eyes for confirmation. "So, your offer to cooperate was sincere, Professor Ben?" "Yes, that's correct. We cannot turn a blind eye to the testing of that stimulant. My conscience won't allow it." Jack warned of the cost. "However, if you choose this path, you'll have no future at Delphi." But Ben didn't flinch, clenching his fist with resolve. "It doesn't matter," Jack continued. "I'd rather forsake everything than build a career on shame." Pleased with the answer, Jack smiled softly. "Thank you, Professor. It's time we leave, because that commander needs a lesson he won't forget." Back in the present, Ingrid Hassan was screaming furiously. His face twisted in rage. "You worthless traitor! How dare you betray me? What? You think you can escape unscathed?" Jack cut him off, his sharp gaze fixed on Ingrid Hassan. He strode forward with high officials, announcing the charges. "We are here to investigate your secret affairs, your collusion with the enemy of the 6 territories, and other serious corruption charges. It's best you comply with the arrest," the Delphi inspector announced. Surrounded by soldiers, the commander froze, sweat pouring down his face as he recognized the newcomers' identities. Who are they? There's no mistaking it. It's the inspection team from Delphi. His tone shifted instantly as he denied everything. "This is a misunderstanding. I never colluded with anyone." He pointed accusingly at Jack. "He's the one who framed me. He made it all up." The inspector's only reply was a cold stare. "We have already secured all the necessary evidence, right inside this fortress. Don't waste your breath." Cornered, the villain gritted his teeth and snarled. He wildly threatened them with his hidden influence. "Someone with my connections can finish you with a word. Not just this division, but all of Delphi will tremble." He then lunged to attack, but Jack was a step faster. A lightning blow sent him to the floor, coughing blood. Jack stood over him, his eyes filled with contempt. "I warned you not to touch them, my people. You have powerful connections, then use them." Jack began to reveal his true identity. Every word, a dagger to his enemy's pride. "I hail from the direct bloodline of House Drake, a pure-blooded, awakened, and the sole heir to the former Black Knight, Duke Drake." At the mention of the legendary House Drake, his aggression vanished. He fell to his knees, pleading desperately. I was wrong. I was truly wrong." Jack looked down on him with pure disgust and replied coldly, "Don't beg me. Apologize to the knights who died because of you. You despicable piece of trash." Then, Commander George and the 8th Division Knights approached, placing their hands on their chests in respect. "We sincerely thank you. Thanks to you, our honor has been restored." Jack began to calculate. His testimony cleared their names from the investigation, proving they had no part in the incident. However, he knew if the 8th Magic Division was disbanded, its Knight Division would have no place. Therefore, unless another Magic Division takes them, the 8th Knight Division must be disbanded. Jack faced the soldiers and asked, "Does anyone here have any regrets?" Joseph answered decisively, "How could we possibly have any? We only feel tormented for our comrades who fell so unjustly all this time. It was all because of our terrible commander." Seeing their devotion, Jack made an offer. "Speaking for myself, I'd like to offer you a new job." The capitalist began his talent acquisition. Seeing George's bewildered look, Jack produced a file. "Correct. Read these terms for the details." As they scanned the document, the knight's eyes widened, so shocked they nearly shouted. "This compensation is unbelievable. Did you perhaps write down the wrong salary?" Jack simply smiled. "Anyone who works for me, of course, receives compensation they deserve. I recently established a merchant guild, and I want you as its escorts." Moved by the chance to be at his side, with a talented knight, the whole squad was fired up. How could we possibly refuse this opportunity? "We pledge our loyalty." Jojo nudged his subordinate. "What are you standing there for? Greet your new master." Jack eyed his new followers, then called for Professor 10. He gave the professor his orders. "Professor 10, once you're done at Delphi, come to Atlas. We have many projects to work on together. Ten bowed respectfully. I understand. In any case, this mission took a completely unexpected turn, so I'm not even sure what my evaluation will be. Jack stood tall under the sun, smirking to himself. Does it matter? This case is closed. Everything is going to be just fine. In Midland, within a room lit only by a fireplace, Baron Drake, captain of the Black Feather Squad, finally broke the silence. My apologies for disturbing you all during such a busy time. Regarding this recent incident, I felt a discussion with our core members was necessary. He sat grimly between two trusted subordinates, his expression deadly serious. Let's get straight to the point. The Baron then began to reveal the shocking news. We're seeing unusual activity in Southern Sector 6. Hearing this, a rugged-looking core member voiced his doubts. But Captain, the South has always been a den for criminals, but they're just small-time drug peddlers. Are they really worth our attention? The tension in the room thickened. Baron Drake immediately shot down that assumption. It's not that simple. John of Meccan took over the South through his Soma trade. He's a monster with an immense fortune. If someone like that causes trouble, the fallout would be catastrophic. He turned to his tense vice captain. Vice Captain, you're in charge of our intelligence network. Did you not know that John is already dead? The vice captain was stunned. What? He stammered in disbelief. That's impossible. Our current intel says John is in hiding, avoiding a raid from the Favela faction. The Baron continued his cold analysis. Ever since John vanished, the Meccan cartel has fractured. Their rivals, the Favela, are in a similar state since most of their leaders were wiped out. Amidst this chaos, he's still missing. The Baron then played a secret recording from both cartels from last month. A blue light flared to life, showing images of unknown individuals. Both factions reported the appearance of mysterious masked figures, especially the one leading them. Baron Drake's voice was grim. We believe this man manipulated and backstabbed both sides to topple the cartels. And yet, to this day, no one knows his identity. He looked at his men, eyes burning with determination. Our new objective is to hunt this man down. We need to find out who he is and why he's targeting the southern gangs. Every shadow of this case must be dragged into the light. Jack was bewildered. Standing in a grand office before the imposing director, he asked, Director, sir, what were you just saying? The director turned, holding a file, and smiled, pleased with the recent Black Yaksha subjugation campaign. You performed exceptionally well. He said Professor Andre meticulously recorded every detail. Even the Delphi inspection team sent a formal letter of gratitude to the Academy. The director flipped through the file, speaking thoughtfully. I thought this mission would never get a positive report. After all, on the battlefield, absolute obedience to orders is expected. I'm surprised it was received so well. However, he sighed with a hint of regret. There is one unfortunate detail. The Black Yaksha dying during his transfer was truly a shame. Our key witness is gone. Jack could only offer a weak laugh in response. But in truth, he was hiding an earth-shattering secret. I actually kept the Black Yaksha alive. Jack had deliberately reported him as dead, turning the villain into his own hidden trump card. Documents on the Empire's human experiments from the South, along with the project's only living witness, the Black Yaksha. All of it would be leverage for Jack to use against the Empire in the future. Back in the present, the director looked at Jack with great expectation. Student Jack, based on the skills you revealed, the faculty has devised a new exam, a magical beast hunt. The headmaster explained grimly. This isn't a normal hunt, but a baffling, unsolved case, and you are tasked with unraveling it alone. Jack's face hardened at the mission's difficulty. Unlike normal monsters, magical beasts have no set species. So, grasping their habits is extremely difficult, and some possess superior intellect, making them hard to kill. It's likely this incident was caused by a creature with high intelligence. The headmaster's assessment cast a heavy silence over the room. Jack quickly seized the point, asking, Where did this incident occur, sir? The answer was the Choi Duchy. The headmaster added, Choi is the ancestral land of the Drake family, the origin of legends, yet even in such a revered place, if the chaos persists, the culprit is no ordinary beast. He made a weighty offer. Therefore, if you complete this test, you'll be exempt from all others. In other words, this case is enough to graduate. Faced with this chance, Jack didn't hesitate. He placed a hand on his chest and declared firmly, I swear on my honor as a knight to resolve this quickly. Furthermore, I will not let you down. Soon after, in the Academy's grand hall, a young man with black hair and a poised demeanor approached Jack. He bowed respectfully. Sir Jack Drake, it is a great honor to finally meet you. The young man introduced himself as the guide assigned to assist Jack. His name was Felix Valencia. A tough quest, and the system sends an NPC. Outwardly, Jack smiled. All right, good to have you. But inwardly, extreme suspicion flared. Jack searched his memory. Felix Valencia. A completely unknown name. not in his past life, nor his current one. Jack's eyes narrowed as he studied the man, noticing something strange. An unusual surge of magical power seemed to fluctuate within his body. Jack mused. For a young knight without Drake blood to reach this level is truly bizarre. To test him, Jack asked, "Are you from the Choi Duchy?" Felix calmly replied that he was born there, joined the Sword Guild young, and now serves in the Atlas Guard. Jack nodded, thanking him, but silently reminded himself, "He seems normal, but I can't be sure. I must stay wary." Wasting no more time, Jack gave a firm order. "Then let's depart for the Choi Duchy at once." Their journey brought them to the Choi Duchy as dusk settled over the ancient rooftops. A group was already waiting to receive them at the main gate. They greeted him warmly, a heartfelt welcome. "Sir Jack, we were notified of your visit." A VIP reception before he'd done anything. A local official eagerly shook Jack's hand. "For a pure-blooded awakened to personally grace us with his presence, we are truly blessed." Jack remained humble, replying politely, "The honor is mine to share this burden with you all." Upon arriving, Jack got straight to the point, asking the official, "Can you detail the incident for me now?" The old man pondered, then began his worried tale. It all started a few weeks ago. First, livestock in the area vanished without a trace. Then even people who went up the mountain disappeared. The old man trembled, recalling the terrifying sequence of abductions from children to women, then to strong young men. It seemed the monster was gradually selecting larger targets over time. Were any clues left at the scene? Felix quickly led the way. "Yes, this way, sir."
From the farm where the livestock vanished to the path up the mountain. These are the key locations.
When they arrived, Jack saw dark red bloodstains on old wooden beams, sensing something was wrong. Jack immediately activated his power. "Let me check the surrounding area." His eyes blazed, the golden glow of his dragon's eye instantly scanning every corner of the scene. Enormous, glowing footprints appeared clearly on the ground, startling Jack. These massive prints. He knelt to analyze them, heavy enough to sink deep into the earth, yet it leaped the fence with ease. This was too easy. This wasn't the work of some common beast. Jack stared at the misty peak, his gaze sharp and wary. This trial might be harder than we thought. As night fell, silence consumed the forest around their fire. He glanced at his sleeping companion and murmured, "Looks like you're completely spent." He couldn't blame him. They had tracked the beast until late, only just now stopping to rest. Earlier, they had followed its trail along the winding mountain path. Soon, their path led them into a dense, untouched forest, and there, the most vital clue appeared. What they saw was a horrifying sight, a corpse, completely drained of blood, withered like a husk. Yet, there were no wounds on the body. By the fire, Jack pieced together the events. He realized a major contradiction. If it was the beast he suspected, the tracks in the village were not its. Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the night, startling Jack from his thoughts. His companion shot awake. "Sir Jack, what was that sound?" Jack instantly pinpointed the location. 2 kilometers west. He gave a firm command. "Stay here. I'll be back before dawn." In that instant, Jack vanished like a flash, leaving his stunned companion behind. Jack pushed his speed to the absolute limit. A sound that loud in this wasteland could only be the monster. It had to be close. Before him stood a giant with fiery red hair and bulging muscles, roaring in fury. It wielded an ancient tree like a weapon, swinging it in a powerful, sweeping arc. The attack created a mighty gust of wind, blasting away everything in its path. After all this, the real boss finally appears. What in the world is that thing? Who is he? Jack was frozen by the scene before him. He couldn't believe his eyes as the man swung the giant tree. He handled it like a weightless sword. His absurd, monstrous strength left Jack speechless. Looking at his wild appearance, Jack guessed, could he be a barbarian? His opponent was a pitch-black creature. Its blazing red eyes radiated pure evil. Jack narrowed his gaze and confirmed his theory, just as I predicted. "Found you?" He recognized the creature. It was an ancient species known as the Gaguk. His master had warned him the culprits were ancient beasts, and that he should be extremely careful. The Gaguk has the agility of a monkey and extreme awareness, making it incredibly hard to approach. But its most fearsome trait is its method of attack. The Gaguk strikes with its tentacle-like tail. It attacks by stealing its enemy's life force in an instant. Jack quickly analyzed the unfolding battle. If that's the case, the barbarian is the cattle thief, but the Gaguk is the one who took the people. Just then, a piercing scream cut through the air. "Ah!" Jack flinched as he saw the barbarian get hit. The monster's purple tail coiled tightly around the man's body and began to drain his life force. The barbarian writhed in agony, letting out choked groans. The Gaguk opened its maw of sharp teeth. It was moving in for the kill. Unable to stand by, Jack shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Jack intervened, but the monster dodged, vanishing into the darkness with terrifying speed. Landing on the ground, Jack clicked his tongue in frustration. That speed is a serious problem. At his feet, the red-haired barbarian was writhing in pain. Weak moans escaped his lips. Jack noticed dark marks spreading across the man's skin. He concluded grimly, he's been poisoned by the Gaguk. Looking at the dying hunter, Jack hesitated. I have no particular reason to save a cattle thief. However, I suppose it's a chance to do a good deed. He pulled out a recovery potion and gave it to the man, but his condition didn't change. Jack frowned. Humph, so recovery potions have no effect. Maybe it's because his body isn't human. Seeing the barbarian fading, Jack decided to use a stronger method. In that case, let's see if this will work. He placed a glowing hand on the man's muscular chest. The system immediately announced, activating wide area support skill. Instantly, the ultimate healing factor technique erupted, and a powerful, deep blue energy enveloped them both. As the light faded, the Manji warrior slowly regained consciousness with a low groan. When he opened his eyes to see Jack, terror seized him. He scrambled backward into a defensive stance, roaring in a strange tongue. Despite the hostility, Jack remained calm, signaling for him to relax. I just saved your life. Realizing there was no threat, the Manji warrior seemed stunned, then whispered a shaky, thank you. Jack smiled to himself, relieved that he understood the Manji tribe's language. This young Manji warrior was Wang Quan. Though only 16, his strength far surpassed the other warriors in his tribe. For that reason, his coming-of-age ritual was a challenge worthy of his power. To hunt the Gaguk, the strongest magical beast in the Manji lands. Slumped in the forest, the Manji hunter sighed, defeated. This hunt is too hard. I'm definitely going to fail. Seeing this, Jack casually offered, want to hunt with me? The unexpected offer stunned the hunter. Really? Jack gave a confident smile and a thumbs up. Just trust me. Just then, Felix Valencia appeared with a worried expression. Seeing the stranger beside Jack, Felix asked in alarm, isn't he one of the Manji? Jack calmly confirmed, he is. I've decided he'll join us on this beast hunt. The hunter looked curiously at Felix, then asked Jack, who is this guy? Jack's reply was blunt, he's my subordinate. The answer made Felix freeze, a cold sweat running down his back. Subordinate? What are they even talking about? Being present without understanding a thing was completely useless. Felix silently sized up his new teammate. It was the first time he'd ever seen a Manji stand perfectly still instead of immediately attacking a human. To maintain that kind of calm composure, he must have undergone some incredibly brutal training. He studied the hunter's aura and thought, if you ignore the presence he gives off, he looks like a completely ordinary guide. Or am I just being paranoid? Suddenly, the Manji hunter froze, his sharp eyes fixed on the distance. Brother Jack, a scent. It's the same one from before. Jack was instantly on high alert. He squinted into the deep darkness, wondering, where is it? It was, of course, a cave. Jack stood before the gloomy entrance, recalling his master's lesson that the Gaguk species prefers dark, damp places. Looking toward the brightening horizon, he noted, the sun is rising. Chances are, it's in here. Jack turned to the Manji hunter and called, Wang Quan, any ideas on how to catch it? In response to Jack's hope, Wang Quan just smirked confidently and began throwing punches at the air. Jack stood there, speechless. No wonder he keeps letting it get away, he thought. All brawn and no brains. Realizing he couldn't rely on the hunter's intellect, Jack called his name again sharply. Wang Quan. He looked straight into his cold eyes and began laying out the strategy. You go down and lure the prey out. I'll coordinate the attack from above. Got it. Wang Quan flashed a wicked grin and gave a sharp reply. Got it. An unlikely team, one with the guts to plan, the other with the guts to act. They advanced deep into the monster's dark lair. Jack let out a small grunt, his eyes narrowing as he scanned the wreckage at his feet. This is definitely its nest. The bones of different animals were scattered all over the ground. The air was thick with the stench of death. This was the ancient predator's domain. Suddenly, Jack froze, sensing a murderous aura closing in. He immediately warned, Wang Quan, we're entering its territory now. Be careful. Before he could finish his sentence, the Gaguk beast shot down from the cliffs above, a black phantom with blazing red eyes and razor-sharp claws. Wang Quan flinched, his eyes wide with shock at the creature's sudden ambush. No warning, just straight into the fight. As the Gaguk beast dove, Wang Quan instantly spun to evade the powerful attack. A thunderous blow slammed into the ground, the impact shaking the cave and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. However, when the dust settled, the monster was gone. Jack, watching from behind, narrowed his eyes. It vanished. He thought to himself, I knew it wouldn't be this easy. The reason he and his master couldn't catch the Gaguk in his past life was because it could hide in shadows, a monster that loved to ambush, strike, and vanish. All of a sudden, the monster dove straight down from the cave's ceiling. Targeting Kwang Jumeo, Jack immediately unleashed the power of his Hydro Palm. A powerful stream of magic surged forward, striking the hidden god Gook. Caught by surprise, the beast roared in agony. As the monster was exposed, Jack seized the golden opportunity. He yelled, "Kwang Jumeo, now's your chance." The moment the boss appeared, Kwang Jumeo shot forward like an arrow, his powerful hands ready for action. He gripped the monster's neck and arm in a steel vice. The god Guk thrashed wildly, letting out a piercing shriek, but it couldn't escape his iron clamp. Kwang Jumeo strained to hold it down, groaning from the immense effort. Jack swung his sword. The shining blade pierced the Gagu's body, cutting its final scream short. At that moment, he activated his skill. Devour. A golden aura erupted, like a wild beast pouncing on its meal. The skill completely consumed the Gaguk. The system chimed with a shocking notification. He had monopolized an ancient species, one corrupted by a sinister aura. Thanks to the Devour skill, Jack's stamina, spirit, and mana were instantly and completely restored. Even better, he absorbed the beast's bloodline, gaining the active skill. Stealth. A rank. Jack turned to the stunned hunter behind him. "Hey, Kwang Jumeo," the dazed Manji looked back. He couldn't even react before the boss had vanished. Jack held up one of the beast's sharp claws. "This is the proof of our hunt." With a faint smile, he decisively pocketed the claw and declared, "By custom, one claw belongs to me." Overcome with emotion, Kwang Jumeo burst into tears and rushed to hug Jack. "Sir Jack, you're the greatest. You're number one. Thank you." Held in the warrior's tight embrace, Jack could only grimace. As they parted, Kwang Jumeo waved enthusiastically from a distance. "Sir Jack, you have to visit my tribe next time." Jack called back casually, "All right, which tribe is that?" The Manji proudly declared, "We're the Boulder tribe, and we are incredibly strong." The name itself commands respect. The name left Jack completely stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief. The Boulder tribe? Aren't they the most powerful of all the barbarian tribes? Jack stood frozen, watching the hunter leave while Kwang Jumeo yelled, "Lord Jack, you have to visit us." "Yeah, I'll definitely visit next time." Jack waved farewell into the silent night before he departed. Later, the village tavern was buzzing with a lively atmosphere. Cheers echoed through the room. "To the knight who protected our village, bottoms up." The villagers praised him endlessly. "We're truly grateful to you. Now we can finally live in peace." Jack simply smiled humbly. "I'm just glad I was able to help." But amidst the celebration, Jack kept a close watch on Felix. He thought to himself, something is definitely wrong here. He recalled what happened after he defeated the Gaguk. Felix had been nowhere in sight. He only returned later looking disheveled, claiming he had simply fallen down. A suspicion grew in Jack's mind. Could he have been watching my fight with Kwang Jumeo? During the intense battle, he couldn't sense anyone from a distance. It was likely Felix had been hiding nearby, observing, Jack decided. For now, I'll just keep watching him. It's better to be safe than sorry. I'll trust my suspicions. Late that night, as Jack walked back to his room, he suddenly stopped. A figure was standing there, waiting for him. Under the dim lamplight, he squinted his eyes. It was Felix. Jack asked, curious, "Why are you waiting for me here? Isn't your room the other way?" Faced with his master's suspicion, Felix stammered awkwardly. Well, about that. His guilt was written all over his face. Suddenly, Felix bowed low. "Lord Jack, please accept me as your retainer." Jack was frozen in shock. "A retainer? What are you talking about?" Instead of explaining, Felix's voice grew serious. "First, please take a look at this." He then drew his sword from its sheath. Jack was stunned as he realized the truth. It was unmistakable. That was the inherited swordsmanship of a holy knight. And that's where this video ends. Be sure to hit like so we can bring you more amazing recaps. Thanks for watching, and see you next time.